The lonely helmet of the warrior lay near a huge stone. His owner was sitting on this very stone and watched his comrades who looked tired. Even despite fatigue, they talked, smiled, and drank warm, fragrant tea. Suddenly, their idyll was violated by an incomprehensible noise that frightened the flock of birds, and the adventurers turned their heads together in that direction. No one said anything but simply looked in front of him, not understanding what was happening and expecting anything. Unfortunately, the premonition of young people did not fail, since drinks in their cups began to tremble from the fierce vibration so far. It's good that this was not an earthquake. It was bad that they were approaching them rapidly immigrants. Therefore, the long-haired, brown-haired man ordered the fighters of the Windblades to get a rebuff to the monster, and it is better to kill him. All the guys froze in nervous tension, waiting for the appearance of immigrants. And now, a moment later, a huge and terrible monster appeared in front of them, about which many legends were written and folded. In this situation, the main thing was not to be nervous, not to panic, but to pull themselves together, activate skills, and start a fight with a cold head. So first of all, the adventurers dispelled the skill of immigrants. In general, this group consisted of the best and most talented young people. Now, while the serpent has not come to his senses, the guys decided to start the attack and add the light. The protagonist finished all the preparations. Now he was ready, rushing into the attack. Hyun's sleep was one of those who awakened too late, by the standards of this world, so while he was at the first level. Nevertheless, this did not prevent him from doing what others did not dare to. He jumped and ended up in the sky right above the immigrants. At that moment, the monster and man met with his eyes. Not one or the second was going to lose. A second later, the guy drove his blade, shrouded in purple energy, in immigrants, after which an explosion occurred. Before all these events, the main character was an ordinary guy for 27 years old, who worked at a construction site, and during one of the shifts was very tired, so he sat down to rest. Before going to work, Hyun's dream was an ordinary student and visited the university. But very quickly his carefree life ended, as his father was in the hospital with an incurable disease, a mana deficiency. Previously, such a disease did not exist, but 19 years ago a gate appeared in another dimension. Then this trouble came to them. This event as a whole has turned the world of people, as many began to awaken and receive different magical forces. On the one hand, the gate into another dimension was good for people, and on the other, a curse, since monsters began to come to our world. Monsters caused harm to people in cities, destroying them, but awakened people who possessed magic appeared and destroyed uninvited guests. On this, they began to earn money, as the loots from monsters cost a lot of money. True, not only the players, but also the people who were associated with this area were able to very quickly put together a fortune. But for the protagonist, the gates were only a curse. Hyun's dream was going through the best of times, because for a medicine that could help his father, a rare stone was needed that fell out of monsters. But the problem was that the guy had no money for him. In order to save the required amount, the guy's mother began to work in 2 jobs. The older sister gave all the money that she had been accumulating for the wedding, but even it was not enough to buy the desired stone. After the main work, Hyun was always in a hurry to work on a part-time job, but they didn't have enough money. At such moments, he very much wanted to be awakened, because then he would no longer have to think about money. Having received strength, he believed that he could destroy the rocks with his blow. And for the sake of entertainment, he will be able to jump over high, rise buildings. He began work again, realizing that all these are only sweet dreams of what is not and will not be. The evening came, and the young man fell on the bed of the house feeling alive. He again dreamed of awakening, but no one knew how this process was going on. Or rather, no one knew how to call it and how to control it. It was a kind of lottery. Yes, Hyun wanted to wake up, but he realized that with his margin of luck it is hardly possible to do. But he did not want to be an ordinary player with ordinary abilities. Another thing is to become strong and with outstanding abilities. The dreams were beautiful, but it was time to wash, take a shower, and sleep, because in the morning we had to go to work again. But as soon as the guy went into the bathroom, then something strange began to happen to him. Suddenly, a blue scoreboard appeared in front of him, on which it was written that he was awakened. Previously, Hyun had a dream did not understand people who died when he found out that they had won the lottery. But now he shared their feelings. Now he is a player, so he decided to check the status window, hoping that there will be something cool there. The miracle did not happen, but he became a player, and it was wonderful, but his characteristics were so low that he wanted to cry. Hyun was in sorrow because he had neither passive nor active skills. On average, players had 50 points each, but he had only 18. And in order to become along with an ordinary first-level player, he needs to raise his own to the 6th or 7th. Other players received 1, 2 active and passive skills. Also, after waking up, the players received the rank. They could be tanks, DD, or healers. But there were rarely players who received the boost skill, which allowed them to quickly increase the level, for example Kim Ha, who was awakened twice. In the world of such players there were no more than 10, and in Korea Ha was one of a kind. True, there were also players who could not raise their level, and although they had power, they were not much different from ordinary people. But even this category of players had abilities and skills, but he had nothing. Nevertheless, even in his characteristics, Hyun's dream found something interesting. These were categories of sales and purchases. At first he thought that it was garbage, but as soon as he pressed one of the categories, he saw him shocked, since there was an inventory. But here, the prices were high, albeit in local inhuman currency, and he accumulated as many as 2 billion local guests. Suddenly, on the long list of inventory, he saw the position of a demonic wand of the legendary quality, despite the fact that the best was considered a heroic person. But the problem was that the accrued deposits were not considered, and to buy weapons of rare quality, he needed 10 billion, and the account was 0. At this moment, the guy thought that if there is a rare legendary weapon here, then perhaps you can find medicines for the father. Indeed, one elixir was found on the long list, but the young man could not afford it. But now he understood that for him, trade could be a way out of the impasse. This prompted him to the idea that if he did not buy skills and abilities, he could not become a great player. Nevertheless, for starters, a small red crystal was in his hands, and the guy thought whether it could be or impossible, no matter how it was, but he decided to put him in his mouth. Only now, after the Hyun was swallowed, strange things began to happen with his body. Without training in the hall, the guy rang out in his shoulders and he had muscles. Yes, it was the action of 100 points of power. Now his body has become stronger, more beautiful, and more resilient. Now the protagonist decided to sell one of the goods that he had. At this moment, he received a message from a stranger who proposed placing his ad on his board for a symbolic fee of 20% of the sale. Such a proposal did not particularly inspire Hyun-sona, so he decided to start all over again. So he spent a lot of money and bought himself a lot of crystals to raise his strength. A new day has come, and the young man went to the same organization for players. The girl at the registration rack did not believe that the age guy could show the player's ability. She apologized to the guy, since in her practice this was the first time when the abilities woke up in a person over 50. The main character did not understand at all what was at stake, and at that moment he looked at his reflection in the mirror and did not believe his eyes. The office believed that the protagonist has dementia, since he considers himself awakened at his respectable age. Hyun's dream looked at his hands and understood that nothing happens for free in this world. Nevertheless, he wanted to check his characteristics, so he opened the player's window. Only now it began to reach him that he paid for every year for each year of his life. He returned home, lay down on the bed, and could not believe what was happening to him now. The young man made calculations and realized that he had 1 year to live at such a pace, and during this time the main thing is to make money. If so, then the first thing he decided to sell some of his things, so that there was, for which at least to buy food. The game console was in his hands. The guy doubted that at least someone else remembered this thing. This small item was dear to him, and caused memories from the past. Moreover, the thing still worked well. Having experimented a little, the main character managed to scan the console and place it on the ad on the board. Here Hyun-sona had a question, and how much could be helped out for the subject, because in reality it was 60,000 out, no more. Nevertheless, he overestimated the power as much as possible, believing that he who does not risk does not drink champagne. Even in spite of this, the goods were accepted for sale, so the guy thought that you could try to put up something else that was not necessary. Meanwhile, a girl from another world examined the goods that were put up for sale. Much of what she saw on the list was already available, and did not interest her. The demoness was angry that each time the same story was repeated, the players, and not only, loaded the same objects, so they all fed to her. From boredom, she came up with the idea of arranging cockfights, at least some variety on which you can make money. Suddenly, she saw a very entertaining position in the list of ads. Who could believe that demons could be shopping? No one was right, but this one was, so she quickly bought it without looking at new products. Meanwhile, in our world, the main character rejoiced that his skin was pulled up. A beard and wrinkles disappeared. This meant that his life was now depending on the balance of the planes. There was a day in another world, and someone was resting in the gazebo, while in our Hyun, a dream was thinking who bought his trash for such a lot of money. In the hands of the stranger appeared the watch of the protagonist. The blonde stared at the dial. For him it was news that numbers could change on it over time. The guy was amused and delighted, and in general he believed that everything would be useful in everyday life. But most of all, the stranger liked the smartphone for which the notification of replenishing the balance and debiting money came to. Only he could not write a message, do not call, not to go to the network, since there was no point of access to the internet. Nevertheless, the guy continued to poke his fingers into the object. After some time, his attempts at least somehow use the smartphone led to the fact that he opened the camera in the portrait mode and saw his reflection in it. Below, he saw the badges of different filters and masks, and choosing one, pressed it on it. Obviously, the young man did not quite understand what Selfie had just done. In the photo, he was in a pink hat with wide fields and cat ears. The guy liked it so much that he could not stop taking his photos in different angles and with different filters. This process delayed, even if you are part of another world, so the stranger has already confidently began to pose for the photo. Meanwhile, in a dark castle, the demoness went crazy and was very angry, since she did not have time to buy what she wanted. She was ready to kill the one who dared to intercept her toys. True, several positions went to her, and now decorously lay on the table. Now it would be generally wonderful to understand why all these things are needed, and how you can use them. Suddenly, the programs on the prefix began to load. The demoness was surprised, since there was no magical trace in the subject. As soon as this process ended, she began to play, however, completely mediocre, so it fell immediately. She was extremely oppressed by the fact that she could not win, and all ended the game ahead of time. Meanwhile, in the real world, Hyun's dream stood near the car, and the impotent would be to sell it, but it was impossible to put foreign goods for sale. The young man continued his way and stumbled near the landfill on a broken fan. Without thinking twice and not really worried, the guy put up for sale a broken fan. He was lucky, because since someone threw the thing, and the guy picked it up, she automatically became him, so he could sell it. Hyun's dream dragged a number of items home, but the system gave out a restriction that more than 10 goods could not be sold at a time. But this was a problem, however. He was able to sell another item and was pleased with himself. Only now the joy passed quickly, and the guy calculated that he had 11 days left, but with the physical strength received, he decided to do exercises. At this moment, the young man received a system notification in which he had a complaint of the buyer to the purchased goods. Hyun Sleep did not expect to have the like here. Nevertheless, it was necessary to solve the problem. For this, he decided to reduce the price, and believed that this would help solve the problem. So the guy reduced the price, and soon someone bought all the goods that he put up for sale. It was very unexpected because for him these objects did not matter. Nevertheless, again there was a letter about the complaint before his eyes, so the guy decided whether to read it or not. But then, he received up to 8 complaints, so his activity was temporarily suspended, and he needed to solve the problem. The complaints were just on the clock and a smartphone, but the matter was not in malfunctions, but that they had a trite charge. The young man sat and did not understand what was happening, since he received complaints about cigarettes, lighter, and all alcohol. The complaints came so quickly that the main character did not have time to read them. Only now the guy dawned as he had problems, since he was removed by the system from work for 3 days. But if he does not solve the problem with complaints in a week, he would be banned for 3 months. So the phone could be loaded again, but already with charging. Suddenly the guy realized that most likely the buyers of his goods are not players, but perhaps aliens who are poorly versed in technology. And if so, then he decided to go to the site of a local flea market and buy goods at low prices for customers from another world. But the protagonist had a problem. His finances sang romances. It's sad, but he had practically no money. He also could not register due to aging as a player. Nevertheless, Hyun's dream came up with how to solve this problem, dressed, and went to work. So, a new day has come, and many people diverged their jobs, but a strange atmosphere reigned at the construction site. The workers looked at one of the employees. This person was in more than good physical form, so he could carry several bags of cement at once, without experiencing strong inconvenience. This man was a dream of a dream. His colleagues were struck by the strength and endurance of the protagonist, and they also wondered where he worked before. In truth, the young man worked in different places a little. 3 days passed at this pace. Hyun was sitting at home in the evening and waited for the moment of unlocking in the system. Now the young man could again put his goods for sale. Only now the problem was that he again received a complaint about his product, which threatened him with big problems. For 20 out of 20 goods, complaints were received. He needed to solve the problem within 4 days, otherwise the removal from work for 3 months. The demoness complained about the game console and demanded a new one, and the guy remembered that in this case he forgot about the batteries. The girl continued to threaten, so Hyun had a dream tried to redo everything as soon as possible. But obviously it did not really work out for him. The guy understood that he had caught the band for 3 days. He understood that if he did not solve the problem in 4 days, he would die. In the morning, Hyun's sleep gathered and went to work for a construction site. 3 days passed, the evening came, and the main character sat and waited for the banner time to end. He thought that he had prepared an excellent solution to the problem, and the person who bought the console would buy this. According to the idea, these batteries were supposed to come up with the game console, however, they were already old. So the guy posted all the updates and began to wait for what would happen next. For the protagonist, one could be happy, as he solved issues with all his complaints. In addition, he earned a tidy sum of the points that returned his former appearance to him. The guy before this day knew that money was power, but now he was even more convinced of this. Now Hyun was a dream and thought about what to sell him next time. Although the trade could wait, because while he regained his former appearance, it was necessary to go and register as an awakened player. But in order to get a player's certificate, it was necessary to undergo 3-week training at the training center. It was possible to return to training several times until you passed the exam, but if after several attempts a person does not pass the exam, then he does not receive a certificate, which means that they do not consider him a player. Thus, awakening is only the beginning of the player's formation. While the learning process of Hyun-sona was very successful, there were those who rejoiced at the successes of the protagonist, but there were those who envied him and insulted those who supported. A large quarrel was brewing between the players. The girl did not understand why one of the guys behaved in this way, because a unique skill did not give him the right to offend others. The main character also did not like the manner of a classmate. Exactly 3 weeks have passed since the start of training. Even if not friends, but the guys became comrades. So one of the girls invited Hyun-sona to go with them and have a good time. But the protagonist politely abandoned the proposal since he was still waiting for him at home. A new day has come. Hyun-sleep decided to complete the registration process. For this he went to the company where he received his certificate. The main character was pleased, as he overcame many difficulties to get this certificate. The guy hoped very much that he would be able to pay the father's sick leave only from hunting income, after which he came out and took the necessary equipment for hunting. Unfortunately, all the savings of the protagonist were enough only for the cheapest armor and sword. The guy understood that if the equipment was bad, then even entering the dungeon would not work, and even during the time spent there, he would have to pay. Meanwhile, players were looking for missing members in their teams. One young man promised to pay for the rental of the dungeons, and also guaranteed security. Hyun's dream passed by. This was his first visit to the dungeon, but he had already drawn the first conclusions for himself. In addition, with the level of skills that he had now, the guy could go to any team, but did not want to do this. But today he set himself the goal, to kill the boss alone. Nevertheless, the entrance to the dungeon was controlled by employees in black costumes. The man did not really like that Hyun-sun had no partner. Although even despite this, he was allowed to enter the dungeon. It was not hidden from the protagonist that other players considered him an abnormally bold one, since it was too dangerous to walk alone in the dungeon. In most cases, players went to raids in pairs since it was life, threatening to go alone. You could die or become disabled. And Hyun was a dream in his dungeon. It was quite dark and scary there, however. A group of players tried to kill a huge hair monster, which, after a successful provocation, attacked a guy with a shield. Watching this picture, Hyun's sleep was speechless. Meanwhile, a group of players decided to attack the monster together, of course, that before awakening and training, they all had ordinary life. But now everything was different. But now there was a very good opportunity for another attack. Only now the protagonist reached the main character that he was too arrogant when he believed that he would be able to kill the boss alone. The protagonist watched how several players attacked a monster hare, in whose body there were already several swords. But when one of the players was very close to the monster, he raised his clawed paw to attack. Nevertheless, the man was quite agile and slipped under the ment of the monster and stuck his sword into it. The defeated boss of the dungeon fell. The players spent about 8 minutes on the murder of this monster, which was longer than the main character thought, because it was necessary to spend up to 5 minutes no more on the murder of such monsters. Hyun's dream believed that it would be impossible to achieve success with such allies, so for the sake of them, it is not even worth trying. Therefore, now he even more believed that he needed to act alone. Invisibility was activated for this. After that, the main character was about to go forward. Meanwhile, 2 girls appeared in the dungeon. One of them was the leader of the guild of So Lee Si-hai. The second was the chiller of this guild, Kim Ji-soo. The girls clearly came here for large fish. Si-ha hoped that she would not have to wait for a long time to the monster. Only now the guild members did not want to kill the monster. They needed him alive. Suhu herself and the guys wished good luck. The comrades tried to reassure her, saying that they had the strength to carry out the plan. The girl had no doubt about this, but the problem was that the monster did not go out. The younger members of the group immediately began to ask their leader for forgiveness for ruining her mood. Everything would be nothing, but 15 days have passed. In general, the essence of the 4th mission was to get the head of a rabbit. By and large, the task was not very difficult, as the monster was not particularly strong, but the problem was that he hid in this labyrinth and did not want to go out. Suhai was already in that mood when she was ready to kill the monster as soon as he could stick his head out of his shelter. So the girls went forward. Monsters crowless were sleeping around. Suddenly they heard an incomprehensible sound and drew attention to the fact that there was someone ahead. Meanwhile, the main character approached them. Sihai did not want to pay attention to a strange guy who got here alone. Jisoo suggested that this young man lost his partner in the battle. Only this was, according to Suhai, it was unlikely, since there was not a single scratch on Hyun-sonya. Besides, he used the skill of secrecy. It became even more interesting from this, because it is not clear why the guy was alone. Suddenly, one of the girls lit up an incredible guess. In front of them was a psycho novice dressed in rented equipment. On the other hand, little was believed that the newcomer would dare to go alone in such a dungeon. While the girls reflected on his personality, Hyun Sleep pulled out his sword and was going to attack a monster crotch from the back. And then something happened that the girls did not expect. The young man killed the monster from one blow. They did not know how to comment on this, so they stood, opening their mouths. For Hyun-sona, this was the first murder, so he was now shaking with a small tremor. He mentally asked for forgiveness for his deed, because he was also not easy for him, and he had to feed and take care of his father and sister. He was so absorbed in his experiences that he did not immediately notice how the rest of the monsters of the crowless revived. Suddenly, the young man noticed that nothing fell out of the rabbit. It meant that he suffered a fiasco. After that, Hyun's dream again activated the invisibility regime. Thus, he imperceptibly coloring another monster and stabbed him with his sword. And this time nothing happened. Suha, so far in silence, watched what was happening. The girl knew very well that if the player's level was lower than that of the monster, then when he was killed by any objects. But experience in objects could not be obtained from monsters if the player's level was higher than their. Thus, the higher the level of the player, the worse the quality of the loot that falls out of the monster will be worse. But if the player level is higher than the level of the monster, then the loot does not fall out at all. Seeing the confusion of the protagonist, Sihai realized that this was his first hunt. But Jisoo was interested in what class their unexpected acquaintance had. But this time, Sihai thought was difficult to answer the question posed. Therefore, the girls decided to observe a little more behind the actions of Hyun-sona. Watching the guy was much more interesting than sitting at home and doing nothing. Meanwhile, the main character killed another monster with a lightning, fast blow. This time, a blue crystal fell from the monster. The protagonist was delighted as a child, getting a new award. It was pleasant to get the crystal, but the question arose why it was so difficult to raise the level. In truth, Hyun has already killed a lot of monsters, but never received experience points, and the level as he was the first to remain. Nevertheless, he was sure that he had enough hour to clean this dungeon. But it happened not as I wanted, and the young man spent for the cleaning of the dungeon for 5 hours. It was amazing that the level of the guy did not increase. New skills were not added. The protagonist was enough sadness, since he did not manage to raise the level and get new skills. Although on the other hand, during this time, he managed to make good money on the sale of electronics and bodies of one of the monsters. Therefore, Hyun's dream ordered himself not to fall into despair and act on the situation, since this was only the beginning of his player's activity. At that moment, the monster rabbit crept into the main character imperceptibly. But this did not help him at all, since the young man took his sword and killed the monster with a clear blow, without even understanding his head and not getting up. The blood of the monster stained the guy's face. It was necessary to finish the vacation, since 3 rabbits monsters gathered around the protagonist. Do not make unnecessary movements. Hyung sleep with clear blows by decapitating all the monsters. To one of the monsters decided to resort to another tactic and jump on the protagonist. Well, it was there that the monster rabbit failed and Hyun Sonu was killed. Nevertheless, the murder of the last 300 horned rabbit brought the title of Hunter for horned rabbits to the young man. In addition, he received 1 score to his endurance, something similar guy saw on the internet, and knew that every player could get such achievements and rewards. But the problem was that most players increased their level until 300 horned rabbits kill. Although in this situation there was also a plus. The main character could grow to a rare rank. Meanwhile, the girls continued to observe him. Sihai even began to chuckle a little at his reactions to what was happening. Not to give, not to take, the main character seemed to her very interesting to a young man. She noticed that the guy killed a horned rabbit with 1 blow, and if this was repeated once or twice, then one could write off this for luck. But this happened systematically. Moreover, the guy managed to demolish their heads and other monsters in 1 attack. And for everything about everything he needed only 1 swing of the sword. Therefore, she decided that it was time to get out of the shadows and intervene in the situation. While Hyun Sleep was thinking about whether he should move deep into the dungeons, girls approached him. Until this moment, the main character did not notice that someone was watching him, so when he turned around, he was surprised to see other players. The equipment of the girls was of the highest quality, so the question arose of who they were. Jisoo asked not to be afraid of them, as they were from the security service. The protagonist still did not understand what he did not, so that security officers approached him. Only now the guy immediately realized that the girls were telling him a lie. Since the security officers always remained at the entrance, they did not go in the depths of the dungeon. Besides, they did not have badges. But Jisoo insisted that they had just returned from the gate protection operation. In addition, the main character most likely did not notice them because the girls used the skill of secrecy, so as not to run away inadvertently on horned rabbits. Only now the snag was that Hyun, even their breath, did not hear their breath, not like steps. The blonde said that she accidentally noticed how the main character hunts horned rabbits, and having observed a little after him, the outstanding abilities of the young man did not hide from her gaze. But this was no longer in the hand of the main character, since his level was the first, and in total all his stats were 270. At that moment, the conversation intervened Soo-hee. She admitted that she wanted to initially pass by the young man, but since he interested her with his abilities, she had one question that she now wanted to voice. But the girl began from afar, saying that she belongs to the SOU Guild, which is sponsored by one of the largest corporations in South Korea, namely the SOU of the groups. And if a young man reveals his status to them, then Si-Hai will definitely help him become part of his guild. At this moment, the main character realized that he was in a very disadvantage. He had to be extremely careful with these girls, because he knew that there was a punishment, because of which further raising the level would be impossible. On the other hand, perhaps girls could help him solve his formed problem. Nevertheless, he abandoned such a tempting offer, after which he turned around and went about his business in proud loneliness. But Soo-Hai was not going to give up so easily. She overtook the young man and began in front of him. She suggested that her new acquaintance, perhaps, did not know anything about the SOU Guild. But the main character was well aware of this guild, however. He wanted to try his hand, working alone, and he did not have the need for comrades. In addition, he was not associated with other guilds, but he wanted to work alone, and at some point, it seemed to him that he even convinced the girls, so he asked them to move away from the road and miss him. Si-Hai even partially understood the guy's experiences, so she handed him her business card and said that he could contact her at any time convenient for him, because for them, there would be no problem if he has only skills and nothing more. Hyun's dream took the card and said that he would definitely think about her offer. But he was not able to leave, as the girls invited the young man to spend him before the exit to avoid trouble. Nevertheless, the guy refused such an offer, and the girls no longer began to persuade him. Finally, the young man came into the light of God, realizing that he would continue to be more careful. Only here he could not find the gaze of the girls. It is obvious that they had not yet left the dungeon. But he did not focus on this, caught a taxi and asked the driver to move out. "Look at some information about your phone, Hyun. A dream." Asked the driver to take him to the dungeon of a bloody fox. The driver congratulated the young man on the successful end of the mission in the dungeon of the horned rabbit. Only now the young man realized that he had a very talkative driver who began to tell him stories about what players he drove and what happened to them. The main character reached the destination. There other players lured other team members to him. Hyun's dream noticed that the atmosphere around the dungeon of the bloody fox was the same as around the dungeon of a horned rabbit. At the entrance to the dungeon, the support employee was surprised that the guy came here alone. Nevertheless, he did not stop the protagonist who had already approached the gate. Inside, you could see a picture where a group of players surrounded a large, toothy fox. To begin with, the young man decided to watch the actions of other players. But the first thing that caught his eye was that support workers slept at their workplace. This seemed to him an excellent opportunity to continue to carry out the plan, so he applied the skill of secrecy. Hyun. A dream attacked and killed monsters in his way without any problems. For each killed fox, he received about 180 points, which was a good result. Therefore, he continued to move forward at his pace, killing the monsters. Pretty quickly, he was able to decapitate the first group of foxes, which he met in his path. But it was only the beginning, and Hyun looked forward, realizing that now it would be necessary to apply more strength. And all because a large flock of foxes approached him. But the main character did not show a drop of excitement or fear. He believed that it was time to start a real hunt. 2 hours passed, and the main character stopped his account at 300. After killing 300 high-level bloody foxes, he again received a new title, a Bloody Fox Hunter. Now it's time to check the status window. But there, in addition to adding a new title, no changes have occurred. Although not if you take a closer look, but this time he was added. Obviously, the addition of glasses depended on how he received the title, but there was no time to think more about this, since another huge flock of bloody foxes came. On these unfortunate creatures, the protagonist was about to conduct a small experiment now to confirm his theory. 7 hours have passed in the heat of the battle, so Hyun is a little tired. Nevertheless, the main character did not particularly worry about it, although behind him lay a large bunch of dead bloody foxes. The system told the guy that he received a new title. Now he is a killer of bloody foxes, since he alone killed 1,000 high-level bloody foxes. His strength increased again, and the growth of the title to an epic rank was still possible. It was good news. But now Hyan had a dream decided to relax a bit. The main character understood that it was time to finish today, but tomorrow it was possible to continue pumping skills. Meanwhile, he put the last blue crystal in the full bag with crystals, and then a book of skills was in his hands. But the problem was that in this book there was a skill already previously studied by a young man, so he was a little upset, as he spent money on this book. Nevertheless, Hyun's dream took the books and left the dungeon. At the entrance, the support worker asked the guy to put all the crystals and objects obtained in the dungeon to the right basket. The man was extremely surprised that the beginner was able to get so many crystals and 2 books of rare quality skills. After all, to Hyun-sun, no one has ever brought a book of rare quality here. The protagonist believed that there was nothing special about this. With the first part of the procedure, Hyun finished the dream. Now the time has come. The employee examined the guy's stones and said that he could pay 840,000 won for them. It was a little more complicated with the skills book, but the employee promised to immediately contact the main character as soon as someone bought the subject. This scenario was quite satisfied with the protagonist. Now Hyun's dream was calm because soon he will be able to earn about 1 million out a day. He used to understand that being a player is profitable. Now he checked it on his own experience. Having finished with business, the young man decided to eat a bit as hunger made himself felt. The guy did not want him to be interfered, so he chose a quiet and secluded place. At this moment, the main character realized that he should look for a hotel room, since it would be very inconvenient to ride here from home every day. Having finished the meal, Hyun was ready to continue to work. Besides, he wanted to pump his title to the maximum level. Today, the foxes were not lucky again. The main character killed them enough to get a new title, a bloody fox fighter. It was also interesting that the guy was the first to reach a heroic rank and received the title, the first person who reached a heroic rank. This said that people who reached rare ranks were still in addition to him, but with a heroic rank he was the first. In fact, Hyun had a dream achieved this by chance, but this little victory did not cease to be so pleasant from it. There were also changes in the status window. All characteristics increased by 100%. However, the level remained the first. Moreover, being the first in something was always very pleasant. In addition, the main character understood that if he tried, he could reach the legendary rank. But he decided to postpone this lesson for tomorrow, as the fatigue in the body made himself felt, and the guy did not feel his legs anymore. Therefore, he made a decision. We'll return to the dungeon tomorrow. 10 days passed at this pace. The guy settled in a soldier's hotel, and not the first day on the go, since it was not enough for more time. After some time, he again found himself in the dungeon, and killed the bloody foxes one after another. This time Hyun was tired much more, but still managed to reach the legendary rank and get 2 titles. The first is the executioner of the bloody foxes. The second is the first person who reached the legendary level. So, all its characteristics increased at first 100%, and then more than 40 times. Now the main character was amazed that something so incredible is happening to him. True, a further increase in rank was impossible. Nevertheless, the main character was not particularly worried about this, as there were many more places where it was possible to make good money. For this reason, Hyun's dream returned to the dungeon of a horned rabbit. These monsters were much more mobile than foxes, so the main character was somewhat more difficult with them. True, this did not prevent him from winning his opponents one by one. Moreover, after he killed the next rabbit, the guy realized that he could win them even with his bare hands. This said that he needed to quickly finish here and go to another place. Having finished with his affairs in the dungeon, the guy returned to the hotel where he took a shower, and when he went out, he noticed a message from a trademark of players, which stated that all his items were sold, and he could come and take the money. It was pleasant news, since Hyun's dream was going to go there anyway, so the money also flowed into his hands. So he gathered and came to the trading house for the players. The girl manager gave him the amount of money earned. To begin with, the young man got acquainted with the documents, plus he needed to count the entire amount. Having familiarized himself with the document, the guy realized that he was robbed as a sticky, since he was taken away by half the amount received from him, so there was no longer worth selling skills for the sakes. Having taken the money, he went home, thinking that he needed to spend more time hunting monsters. If you think about it, then in a low-rank dungeons, he earned 10 million won, and this is only on crystals, spending less than 10 days on it. In this way, you can earn about 100 million won. Suddenly at the metro station, he looked at his reflection in the shop window, and realized that he had not bought new clothes for a long time. Hyun's dream simply could not afford such a luxury, since the father of the pain and mother and sister had to be kept. But now the situation has changed, and the guy could afford to fix it. The evening came, and at one of the factories women ended their working day. They quickly changed clothes and parted home. Suddenly one of the women felt that someone was standing behind her. The woman sharply turned into the sound of a familiar voice, but she did not expect to see his owner here. Being in a good mood, the main character approached her. Hyun's dream hugged his mother tightly, however. He did not think that she would lose so much from the day of their last meeting. Although the woman was glad to see her son, she pulled away and asked why he came to visit her. It was strange to hear this from his mother, so the guy only smiled and said that he missed and wanted to see her. If so, then everything is fine, so they calmly went home, going to have dinner together. Only now, dinner had to be transferred a little for later, since the woman had to go to the second work in the dining room. Therefore, she gave him a little money and asked to order delicious food for dinner, and in the morning she will definitely prepare them a delicious breakfast. Hyun's dream perfectly understood that his mother still did not eat anything either, so he suggested that she go together and eat. But the woman stubbornly refused, as she could eat in the dining room, and her son had to go home and rest. Nevertheless, the young man did not want to go home himself, so he decided to go to the dining room with his mother and help her there. But then he stopped and said that he came home with the important news. In truth, such conversations did not inspire and puzzled the woman. But nothing happened bad, and Hyun's dream joyfully admitted that he was awakened. Honestly, the main character from her mother was not waiting for such a reaction. The woman just stood and looked at him. Moreover, she did not particularly believe her son's words, so she clarified with him what he was talking about at all. To confirm his words, the young man took out his player's card and demonstrated it to his mother. Therefore, he asked his mother to quit the factory and in the dining room, because there was no more money about money. But the woman was not happy to hear such news, as she knew that the life of the players is dangerous and complex. Hyun Sleep thought that his mother would please this news, so he did not know how to react to her words correctly. True, he quickly pulled himself together, and then began to assure her that for him security is above all, so she could quit her job. But the woman was still against it, because she heard that players earn money in a rather difficult way, and in order to get the first profit, you need to spend a lot of their savings a lot. It was so, but the main character was lucky and he tore off jackpot. Then he handed his mother's book to his mother. The woman did not refuse and began to carefully study the numbers. She did not expect to see there an amount of 1 billion won. Indeed, during the hunt, the young man found a book of rare quality skills. He sold it and earned all this money, so now they do not need to worry about paying for the hospital's hospital accounts and their own. Now they could live calmly. The woman could not stand it, cried and asked her son forgiveness. In truth, she was very ashamed of her own child, for all the difficulties that he had to endure. Hyun's dream tried to calm her down, because he believed that she should not ask him for forgiveness, because she was not to blame for anything. After all, if it weren't for the mother, then he would not have been born, and would also not have grown so big, healthy, and strong. Therefore now he asked his mother to relax a bit and carefully take care of his father. She stopped crying and thanked her son. So they still came to work in the dining room, where the woman introduced her son to the other employees. He was set to wash the dishes since his speed and youth would not hurt there. The dining room workers were surprised how quickly he coped with the task, and they finished the working day much faster than usual. Now he and his mother could go home and relax. Sister Hyun-sona was waiting for them at home. The girl was surprised that his brother decided to visit them, but he reassured her and said that he came with good news. When they took a breath and sat on the floor, the guy told his sister that he was awakened. It really was unexpected but pleasant news. But even better it was that the young man managed to earn decent money, which the numbers in the bank book were talking about. The amount of 1 billion outlooked and really is unrealistic, so the girl asked her brother whether it was true. But since it was true, Hyun, a dream, asked his sister and his mother no longer zeal at work anymore. He would take care of everything. The girl was so upset that she cried. Although her mother tried to calm her down, the girl admitted that she was very difficult for her all this time. The night came, and they all went to bed in the same room on the floor. Morning came, and the main character, leaving a bank book on the nightstand, was about to leave for business. But his mother called him. She was worried about whether her son would be comfortable to live here, but he succeeded, since the dungeons were all over the country. Then he promised to return home until his mother finishes her work. The woman has not yet let him go, as she was worried about the appearance of her son. The guy said that he was renting equipment in the nearest store. Then he went hunting with a calm soul. The evening came. Mother Hyun-sona went home after work and tried to call her son, but the subscriber was outside the network, so she began to worry about him. But after a couple of minutes, the guy himself ran to her, saying that he was late because of traffic jams on the road, and he was out of breath due to the fact that he had to flee all the way, because by car he would not have reached home. Together, the mother and son went to visit Choi Hyun-gai, the father of the protagonist. They were silent, not knowing what to say, because their loved one could not answer them anything. Nevertheless, the main character continued to believe that the day would come when his dad comes to his senses. 10 days passed. Hyun had finally killed 1,000 horned rabbits and received the title of legendary rank, an executioner of horned rabbits. Looking at his watch, the young man realized that he had another 6 hours in stock, which he could spend on hunting. This time he came to the place, which he only heard from other players. It was strange that there was not a single player around who would like to go into the dungeon. It was a dungeon of bats vampires, the 10th, 15th level. Usually this type of monsters lives in flocks of different sizes, so it will be difficult for novice players to cope with them. Hyun Dream thought about whether it would be possible for him to hunt without the support of a high-ranking player. But then I decided to try. Besides, they didn't really believe in it before. He went into the dungeon and immediately applied the skill of secrecy. At the entrance to the dungeon, as always, 2 of the support service sat, but they did not notice the appearance of the guy and continued to speak among themselves. In general, the picture in the dungeon was very terrible, since the mice vampires sparkled with red eyes, hanging their heads from the ceiling down. Only now, the main character only experienced excitement from this species, so he was ready to start hunting. At first he imposed a shield on himself. Only after that he cancelled the action of secrecy skills. After that, he started the next step, namely, pierced a finger with a needle, on which a drop of blood performed. The mice vampires immediately sensed the blood of a person and flew in his direction. There were too many of them. It was the impression that the monster's ocean had surpassed the protagonist. This time I decided to resist the monsters of Hyun with the help of a fireball. Only now he realized that using 2 skills was at the same time difficult and exhausting. But on the other hand, the fireball was an excellent technique, especially when it was about small spaces filled with small monsters. Meanwhile, he added a little strength to the ball, making it more. This should have been enough for the first attack. After that, Hyun's Dream threw this step into the sky, where he exploded in a cloud of vampire mice. The shield has not yet broken and protected the guy from the explosive wave. This was a shocking sight even for the protagonist. But the problem was that in his direction a new huge flock of vampire mice flew. Nevertheless, Hyun did not flinch and prepared a fireball for attack. As soon as the monsters came up closer to the guy, he turned the same trick as before. Everything went like clockwork, and the protagonist received a rare title and thought that he could achieve the legendary today. Suddenly he noticed that the red energy of mice vampires concentrated in one place, and a sword was made out of it. For all the time that the guy hunted, this happened for the first time. Hyun's Dream realized that the residual magic merged together, and thus a sword turned out. The young man, without thinking twice, extended his hand and took a sword that could restore magic and endurance, absorbing the blood of the enemy. It was amazing that the subject was one, but it had 2 properties, so it was an important prize of all the others. The guy realized that if you catch a huge number of monsters of the usual rank, then the subject of rare quality will appear. Then the question arose, what would happen if you collect in one place and kill a huge number of monsters of a rare rank? A week passed. The protagonist tried to realize his thought, but it was not so easy to do. For some reason, residual magical energy was not going to. Suddenly, the guy noticed that he had another item. It was a mantle of bats, vampires, which was dense, elastic, and was not torn. Hyun's Dream decided to take this subject for himself, since he was a rare quality. Here, the main character received everything he wanted, so he decided to go to another place and earn a new title. A few days passed. My mother once again worried about her son. It turns out that the main character decided to buy a house, but the woman was worried that her son decided to spend a large amount of money at a time, because this meant that he would have to work a lot and hard later. But the guy assured his mother that everything was fine with him, and he was not a burden to work. So they came to the realtor office. Hyun's Sleep in advance on the phone agreed on the meeting, so the consultant was already waiting for them and prepared documents about the apartment for 105 squares in the residential complex. The guy's mother did not understand why they had such a large house. Everything was just right, because each family member had to have his own room. A week later, the Choi family finally moved to their new spacious house. The enthusiastic reaction of his sister did not surprise the young man, because the girl first saw their new house. She liked absolutely everything here. The main character was glad that he had pleased the girl, and promised that he would later buy a larger house. But in her opinion, this house was more than enough for them. Meanwhile, my mother prepared a delicious dinner, and they all sat down to eat. Suddenly, the girl came to the head to prepare a rice pie and treat them with neighbors tomorrow. Mom is more than liked this idea. Hyun Dream thought that this would be the right decision, and the next time they would surely do it together, and their father would definitely be with them. After eating, the main character went to the dungeon. This time he chose a dungeon of bloody rats. The bloody rats looked very impressive and aggressive. This time, if not for the guy's good reaction, the monsters would have killed him. This time, the insidious rats were much faster than the main character thought. Nevertheless, this did not prevent the main character from killing 2 monsters in one attack. Moreover, he decided to combine the fireball and fencing and try to get a new title. While the guy was thinking about this, a new individual of the monster attacked him. Having finished in the dungeon, Hyan had a dream to the trading guild of the full bag of crystals. Now the guy could go home with a calm soul. But he could not go far, since Li Hai officially introduced himself, officially introduced his way. The girl hoped that the guy had a couple of minutes of free time to talk to him. The main character immediately recognized in her a girl, whom he met in his first dungeon. A week ago, Su Hai called the boss to his office and began an interrogation about the main character, but the girl herself did not know anything about him. The head of the guild of Sao Maji Hong looked pretty angry. The man asked Su Hai to pay attention to the number of crystals that the main character sold, because in order to get them, it was necessary to kill at least 1,000 monsters alone. The girl suggested that Hyun Sona had a special hidden skill. The man could not deny this because somehow the guy managed to overcome the rule of 20 levels. Therefore, by any means, they must lure the young man to their guild. Sai Hai understood that this mission falls on her fragile shoulders. Nevertheless, Ji Hong was about to send a specialist in negotiations with a girl. But for a start, she herself would have to try to persuade the guy, since they are at least a little familiar. In addition, it was important for him to know that this information did not leak anywhere. In addition to the head of the guild and Ji Su, no one knew about Hyun Sonya. She promised to trace the girl for a girl. Now she stood in front of the main character and thought about how to persuade him to become part of their guild. Hyun Dream did not understand how the girl was able to find him. The guy did not complain as a souvenir, so he immediately remembered the girl and her proposal to join the guild. But now he was worried about how the girl recognized his name, and even more interesting how she found him in this dungeon. Si Hai began to throw into the heat, as the guy realized that their guild had conducted a secret investigation and also bribed the dungeon workers. At that moment, the negotiator approached them and asked the protagonist to devote a little time to them and talk in a calm place. Only his Hyun ignored his dream and went about his business. But the man did not retreat, and asked the guy if he would be against it if he would visit Hyun Sound at home. But this sounded like a threat, so the guy stopped. The negotiator continued, saying that he was waiting for a guy here, as he wanted to show courtesy. So they moved to the cafe. The man introduced himself. His name was Jin Sleep. He headed the first team in the staff of the SOU Guild. Hyun Sona was not interested in this, so he immediately got down to business and asked why they were looking for him. The answer was obvious. The SOU Guild wanted to see the protagonist in his ranks, so they are here with a very tempting proposal. The man smiled, apologized, said that he was soft, as other guilds use more radical methods to achieve the goal. To listen to this was a waste of time. Besides, the main character saw how much the words and actions of a person diverged. Jin Sleep spoke a lot of superfluous, so the main character interrupted him and asked what annual salary they offer him and what a deposit is due to him for his services. Now it was extremely difficult to name the exact amount, since Hyun has not yet entered the guild and has not revealed his level, status, and skills. The main character realized that he was insolently forcing him to immediately reveal all the cards. Nevertheless, the man was ready to offer a deposit of 10 billion won and a salary of 1 billion won. In truth, Hyun did not understand the dream where the attraction of unprecedented generosity came from. Meanwhile, Suhaha was silent and drank her drink, and the guy was thinking about what these people want to make him a guild representative. Hyun's dream did not believe that the guild was ready to take a chance and invest 1 billion in a beginner. This is possible only with top players, such as Ha-At, because she is the only buffer existing in the country. His skills were too ordinary, but he had the skill of sale and purchases, but he could not tell about this, so he was silent, forcing the man to be nervous opposite. At that moment, it occurred to him that the hype was possible to rise from due to the crystals he had made. Jin Dream did not understand what the main character had in mind, but the girl perfectly understood what the main character was talking about. The puzzled look of Jin Sona told the main character that his suspicions were correct. A man has no idea about his abilities. But the behavior of Su was opposite, which suggested her awareness. But Hyun did not think that the guilds of the Su needed his crystals. This meant that the head of the guild believes that he has special skills, or he owns secret information. Meanwhile, a man in front of him pushed the young man to the right answer. Only now the main character was not sure that when making a positive decision, he would not lose anything. The girl even stopped drinking when Hyun's dream added that for every player who respects himself, he would be a big loss, show the window of his status to anyone. In addition, Mr. Jin Dream did not promise anything specific to the main character. Moreover, if the guild is really seriously configured, then he will pay him 100 billion deposits. Only in this situation, The young man was ready to show all his cards and join the guild. But since the man insisted on his position, Hyun Sonu was no longer there something to talk about with him. After that, the main character collected his things and went home. He understood that he was best to stay away from these people. In addition, he needed to follow the number of crystals that he gets, because, without thinking, he began to stand out too much against the general background. Suddenly, an unfamiliar number called a young man. It was again to Jin's sleep, but now he decided to call the guy. Having reached home, Hyun, the first thing he took the shower. But when he left, he noticed that he had received a message. The guy began to be angry. As it was Jin's sleep again, he apologized and wanted to meet on the weekend. It was burdensome, so the main character blocked the man's number. The next day, the young man went into the dungeon again. He killed the bloody rats one after another. But on the way back, literally near his house, he met Jin Sona. In truth, he did not want to talk to him because silently passed by. A new day has come, and the protagonist went to the dungeon with huge lizards. It was not difficult for him to kill these monsters. Opening the status window, the protagonist saw that the number of deposits had a sophisticated. He was sure that with such a resource he could quickly buy the treasured elixir. In addition, now the guy today wanted to go to the Red Wolf dungeon. Hyun's dream went into the dungeon with other players. He looked at the monsters and understood that they looked stronger than lizards that were yesterday. Nevertheless, he was sure that he could cope with them at a time. Now he wanted to start by receiving the title of a hunter for red-haired wolves. In the depths of this dungeon lived strong monsters who already killed players. About Chikon-su looked at this picture and could not believe his eyes, despite the fact that he was a player of the 71st level and saw a lot before. Nevertheless, he believed that he had the strength to kill this monster who ate his comrade. But the monster was faster and bit off the young man's right hand. While there was still an opportunity, Chikon-su tried to run away. But this time the monster was faster. After a second, the guy lost his head. Meanwhile, the main character looked at a whole crowd of players who gathered at the entrance to the dungeon. Hyun Dream thought that usually there were many people at the entrance. In truth, today the young man felt vague anxiety. In general, he knew that 10 years ago, after a natural cataclysm, the number of interspatial gate increased endlessly. But 9 years ago, the gates of the heroic rank appeared. The number of gates did not grow and did not decrease. But the players were becoming more and more every year. Meanwhile, the main character was already in the dungeon and killed monsters. Volkov became more and more, but the guy did not worry. He had already caught a wave of excitement. Today he was clothed in the best armor and successfully combined fireballs and attacks with a sword. Now his fiery attacks had become much more powerful, and the explosive wave was stronger from explosions. After that, half of the wolves was destroyed, but there were still a couple of individuals. The wolves were angry, ready to kill the protagonist on the spot, so they rushed on the attack. Today, Hyun's Dream decided to use gross power, so he hit the wolf's face. The second froze in place and growled. In addition, the young man activated the skill of a magic shell and hit them with enemies. This had a certain action on the monsters, so the guy asked the wolves to attack him. The monsters did not have to ask twice. They rushed to the attack with the whole flock. Hyun's Dream did not lag behind his opponents. Now they attacked each other. Thus, the main character earned a new batch of blue crystals, as well as a new title, and coped with this faster than expected. The young man was well aware that much in this depended on the previously received sword. Hyun's Dream looked around. He realized that it was empty around, which meant that here he finished his work. Grabbing his bag with crystals, the guy was about to go home. But when the young man came closer to the exit, he stopped a little and looked around in surprise. The next group of players could not cope even with one red wolf. Nevertheless, Hyun decided to pass by because he did not want to hunt next to other players. Therefore, the protagonist went on. Another group of players fought in the next meadow, and he had to move on. Today, obviously, the guy was unlucky, so he decided to go to another dungeon since everything was busy here. But then Hyun's Dream froze in place as he heard a terrible human cry of despair. At that moment, he turned to see what happened there, because according to the idea, there should be one wolf in all. But he did not expect to see how several other players lost the upper parts of their bodies. The long-haired girl tried to run away from the suddenly appeared monster that was chasing her, but she did not succeed, and her head flew in an incomprehensible direction. After that, this very head landed at the feet of the protagonist. For the first time, the guy was so disgusting from what he saw, so he was almost sick, but he tried to restrain himself. The monster who stood next to the guy was huge, and he had as many as 3 heads. What to do in this situation? Hyun did not understand what to do, so he froze in place and looked into the eyes of the monster. From the first attack of the monster, the protagonist was able to jump to the side. It was obvious that the situation was too serious, and finding a way out of it was quite difficult. So the first thing, the main character applied the skill of secrecy and hid behind the bend, but the monster approached his direction. The young man and the monster were shared by a thin stone wall, which the three-headed monster decided to destroy the paw. Hyun's dream was well aware that most likely the monster saw him through the skill of secrecy. It's good that the protagonist had a good reaction, so he managed to bounce. Now the guy understood that he was in a difficult situation. The wall collapsed, and the stones flew in different directions. But it so happened that several sharp fragments flew into the main character. The problem was that several of these fragments injured the guy in the stomach. Hyun was a little distracted, and then noticed that the monster again rushed on the attack. The young man could not leave the attack line, so he decided to activate the stone shield. This helped the young man avoid death, as the return touched the middle muzzle of the monster. But this was not enough for the monster to recede, so it began to advance again, and the guy bounced a decent distance and began to think what to do next. He decided to throw him aside a bag with crystals, so he used 2 hands and called on 2 fireballs to attack. Moreover, Hyun had a dream created 3 fireballs and threw them into the monster. All 3 heads of the monster began to roar in pain. The young man thought that he managed, although the feeling that the end was close did not leave the guy. The guy began to run. He constantly looked around. He noticed that his attack was not particularly harmful to the monster. Meanwhile, the monster licked his paws, and the guy thought about where this strong and huge monster came from. The situation was strange, since this dungeon was 15, 20 rank, and this monster was clearly stronger. Once again, the guy launched 2 fireballs in the monster. They fell right into the left and right heads of the monster. The one that was in the middle did not fall under a fire attack. It was obvious that at such a pace his mana was exhausted. The monster came to his senses quickly and chased the main character, about to hit his paw. A minute later, Hyun had a strong blow to his back on his back, which was already grimacing in pain. His legs were jammed, and the guy fell to the ground, and the 3-headed monster stood next to him and looked at his victim. The main character was incredibly lucky to survive, because before going in the dungeon, he thought of putting on a mantle of Bat's vampires, which was distinguished by high strength. Rising to his feet, the young man began to run away, although he understood that his strength was not enough for a long time. After all, the speed of movement of the monster was significantly higher than his own. But the guy found a way to fix this. He bought an acceleration pill and was about to absorb it. Until complete assimilation, the main character needed time, and he managed to win the cherished 20 minutes. The monster also came running, but the guy connected several of his skills, created a ball of fire, and threw it into the monster. This time he managed to demolish half of the right head of the monster. This inspired the protagonist. He was now sure that he could catch the monster, even if it would be necessary to spend 100 days. Meanwhile, Hyun's dream launched another fireball into the monster, but it closed his head with his paw. So the fireball hit the paw of the beast, and he lost one of his fingers on his paw. This was another little victory of the young man who was now confident in his abilities. And then what the guy did not expect, the monster began to register. This meant that no matter how many times the guy used the fireball, there would be no benefit from him. Hyun's dream began to run away, and try to remember that he has better skills in the arsenal of the skills. The 3-headed monster cat did not lag behind him a step. On the go, the guy looked at the list of objects put up for sale and chose the active skill of creating a fiery spear. However, I had to spend a large amount of money. But now the price did not matter. The main thing is to survive. Having received an active skill, the main character slowed down and turned to face the monster. His stock of mana should have now been enough to create a fiery spear, which the guy began to do. Hyun was holding a fiery spear in his hand and waited for the right moment, and the beast had already come almost close to it. The moment for throwing a spear was just perfect. At this moment, the main character began to ask all the existing gods to help his weapons to work. The fiery spear hit the middle head. The beast staggered. The main character began to rejoice at the result because he hit. Only now the monster did not die, but stood firmly on his paws and was very angry, and was ready to attack a man. But Hyun, a dream, understood that the result of a fiery spear had to be fixed, so he prepared to throw it one more time. And then a fiery spear flies right into one of the heads of the monster. But the monster was not stupid, so he took his head to the side, and the spear flew by. But this was a problem, since the young man was counting on this attack. But now it was necessary to change the strategy, and he created 2 fire spears. Neither the man nor the beast was going to lose, so when the guy rushed to the attack, the monster fell on his paws, and the spear flew by again. Nevertheless, the protagonist had another spear, so he aimed better. This time the guy was able to get into one of the heads of the monster. The monster remained the last head, so the guy was sure that he could win. At this moment, the status of the protagonist was opened. Hyun Dream realized that his mana was almost at 0, but his endurance was in perfect order. The young man understood that if he could hold out until mana recovers, he could defeat the monster. Meanwhile, rather strong players began to gather in the dungeon and found the corpses of guys and girls, which led to a panic around. Suddenly, a man in a cloak called 3 comrades to him, saying that there were traces of a monster. They froze in place, as the trace in front of them belonged to some giant monster. The girl did not understand whether they should go into the dungeon in these tracks. It was impossible to do anything in place and do nothing, according to one of the guys, because they could not contact the security service members anyway. Therefore, a group of players could not stand still, so they decided to search the dungeon. But not everyone in the group supported this idea, so the guy was not going to die, fulfilling his duty, but his comrade could do whatever he wanted. But the guy in knightly armor did not understand what would happen to the players who remained in the dungeon with the monster. The guys fiercely argued among themselves. The rest of the group did not interfere in their dialogue. Meanwhile, Mana, the protagonist, began to recover. But the monster was not tired. It growled, dug in the ground with a paw, and it was ready to attack a person again. In addition, 2 severed heads began to grow again. Therefore, Hyun's dream thought that he needed to try to kill the monster until the moment the heads finally grow up. Therefore, the young man created a fiery spear. He realized that he had one attempt. If he misses, he would die. So, the protagonist created another fiery spear and stood opposite the brutal monster, which so dreamed of killing him. The guy understood that the protracted battle was not the best option for him, so he threw aside his sword. Now all hope was exclusively on the fiery spear, which the young man held in his hands. Hyun Sleep perfectly understood that he had one attempt left to finish everything. If you think about what the guy wanted to do, looked like a real madness. So he concentrated and took a breath before the throw. Now he was ready to attack his enemy. Only now the monster was not able to play the main character. It growled and stomped with the front paw. Meanwhile, Hyun's dream shifted to his side, jumped, and was going to attack the monster behind his sides, entering his blind zone. But the monster was not going to die. So he jumped to the side, and the fiery spear of the protagonist passed a centimeter from his head. This was not the best turn of events for a young man. Now the main character had to dodge the clawed paw of the monster. The monster missed. The main character was still alive, but the paw landed on the ground with such force that the stones flew in different directions. It was even a little into the hands of the main character, since these stones became his point of support for a jump in the right direction. Hyun's dream was able to reach the muzzle of the monster with his fiery spear and apply him a slight injury. It was still early to relax, but the guy was already landing on the ground and stood firmly on his feet. Now in the face of one of the heads of the monster there was a deep cut. It angered the monster, and he was preparing to attack the guy with his clawed paw. These obvious manipulations did not hide from the gaze of the protagonist. Therefore, without thinking twice, he approached the monster and chopped off one of the claws on his paw with his fiery spear. The monster growled wildly and menacingly in pain, but the warlike spirit did not lose. True, now it has become much more difficult to keep balance, so it began to fall on its side. This is the use of the main character, and move behind the monster. Moreover, he began to run along the back of the beast. But as soon as a huge cat stood on all 4 paws, the main character found the most painful point on the scruff of the beast and hit it with his spear. At that moment, as a fiery beam pierced the body of a monster, his middle head has already grown up. The right head exploded, and the protagonist thought that he had won. Only now the beast has not died yet. He raised his clawed paw and was about to hit it on a young man. It was unexpected, so Hyunsong had to go into a blank defense. This time the shield did not help him. Moreover, he scattered into hundreds of small pieces, after contact with the beast's paw. Worse, it was that 2 of the 3 heads of the monster began to rapidly recover. Hyunsonu could immediately come up with a plan for how to survive and win. New ideas did not fall on the guy like a hail. The only thing he understood was his opponent is a very strong nut, and mana left only to make the last blow. The young man strengthened his fiery spear to everything he could, and prepared for the last attack. The guy jumped high, aiming right in one of the heads of the monster. A huge cat tried to protect her head with his paw, so the main character first chopped off her paw. Then he aims and inflicted the last blow right into the head of the monster. Now it was obvious that a young man came out from this fierce battle by the winner. Finally, Hyun was able to exhale with relief. He stood and looked at the proud, defeated 3-headed monster in front of him. The young man opened the window of his status. He received a notification that after the murder of the nominal monster, he received a new title of rare rank. In truth, the young man did not expect that this monster could have a name. Suddenly, the guy noticed that he was awarded another title, the Destroyer of the First Level, for the fact that he alone had killed a high-level named monster, the difference with which was above 100 levels. It was nice to get 2 new ranks, but the young man was not sure that they were worth the effort. At that moment, he noticed that a strange glow appeared above the monster. As a result, which a beautiful manuscript appeared in front of the main character. Hyun-sun had no doubt to take or not to take a book, so the guy held out his hand and took the fact that he was rightfully. It was a passive skill, which a young man could develop over time. the essence of which boiled down to the fact that he would not die until his head was completely destroyed. If he does not die right away, then his wounds will gradually stop until he is healed completely. After reading such an explanation, Hyun has come to the conclusion, if he will protect his head well, he will become invulnerable to enemies. It was also interesting that this skill was so rare that the main character did not see him either in the list for sale or on the list for the purchase, which means if he puts it up for sale, then all the tanks will be struck by each other for the right to possess it. Hyun Sleep was about to leave the dungeon, thinking about what rank the resulting thing would be equivalent. The most important thing was that this prize was one of a kind. The young man did not have time to consider the book well. The system sent him a message in which it was proposed to study this passive skill. The guy, of course, could refuse, but decided that this skill would also come in handy, so he pressed the consent button, and he was enough pleasant blue glow. As soon as Hyun has mastered the skill of immortality, so early on his arm immediately began to drag on. The plus was that there was no more wound. There was a minus. Then this process was exhausted by his endurance. But the main character was not very upset, since he had endurance with a margin. Also a new skill, and the name increased all its characteristics by 5. This news turned the head of the main character, since he understood that it was just an ordinary rank. But if you get a higher rank, then the increase would be many times more. And the nominal title that he received after the murder of a native increased his endurance 3 times. Now, when the guy was security, the 3-headed Raiden seemed to him a glorious small. There was no point in indulging in the memories, so Hyun had a dream home. Meanwhile, the association of players, a team of killers, hurried in the wake of a huge cat. The group stopped abruptly, since they saw other players ahead. Shin Yuna said that they were informed that a high-level monster had appeared in the dungeon of the red-haired wolves, so they arrived here. The girl asked other players to leave the dungeons, since several people had already died in its walls. Participants in another team did not particularly believe in this information, but it was the true truth. So only outsiders left the territory. The subordinate Shin Yuna scanned the space and came to the conclusion that there were no monsters, except for the red-haired wolves. But here, surprisingly, there were other players. Shin Yuna wanted to know how many of them and in what direction they are. She was ready to hear anything, except that there was only one person in the dungeon. With the feeling of the duty, the main character went home, however, until he left the dungeon. At that moment, he heard someone approaching him from behind. It was possible to determine the sound that several people ran after him. Suddenly, Shin Yuna stopped. She could not believe her eyes. The girl, as her comrades, tormented one question. Did they really run to the address? All because they saw only the lonely figure of the protagonist ahead. A grave silence hung between the players, however. Hyun's dream perfectly understood that the dungeon arrived at high-rank players. The whole appearance of the arrived players shouted about their high rank and was too elaborate. But despite this, Shin Yuna sincerely worried about the young man, so she asked whether everything was in order with him. But she had nothing to worry about, since the main character was no longer a single scratch. It was fine, but the girl's gaze did not hide that the main character's clothes were slightly tattered, so she gained courage and asked him about whether he had met a huge evil monster here. Hyun's dream decided to pretend that he did not understand what she was talking about. Shin Yuna accepted the rules of the game and said that a high-ranking monster appeared in this dungeon, which, in theory, should not have been here. The catch was also, but the protagonist already killed this monster, but he could not say this. Also, the young man did not know whether the associations of players were known about the existence of Graden. Therefore, the guy began to hide that he had met the monster, which was incredibly surprised by the girl. Shin Yuna attacked him with questions about where the young man saw the monster. Did he really wander somewhere nearby? Hyun did not expect such pressure and zeal, so even took a step back. The girl did not want to scare the guy, so she immediately changed, and gave him a small tablet that was supposed to help him with the wounds that he received after meeting with the monster. The shadow of surprise flashed on the face of the protagonist, as a very expensive object lay in his hand. But the girl was not at all worried about the price of the healing potion. She asked the young man to apply him as soon as possible to the early hand. Hyun's dream thought a lot, but then decided to still tell some information about the monster whom he met. For Shin Yuna, this was a good sign, and she was ready to listen to the young man with pleasure. So the main character said that he met a huge black 3-headed panther. Spring girls were blown away by the wind, and she had never met a monster like her life. She was surprised early. The main character added that this monster was the size of a multi-story building. But then Hyun had a dream with his hand in the other direction, saying that the monster went there. Shin Yuna, with all her heart, thanked the young man, after which she ran with his comrades in the indicated direction. The speed of their movement was striking in the imagination of a young man. Left alone, the protagonist followed the exit. He was glad to the one who killed the monster before the reinforcements managed to approach, since the monster could destroy everything here if he could not cope, and the awards for his murder were significant. Hyun Sonu was slightly inconvenient in front of the girl and her comrades, but nevertheless they would have to try, looking for a non-existing monster. Indeed, hunting for a group of killers did not take place. Instead, they came to a standstill. The girl did not deny the possibility that the monster could return back through the portal, but then it complicated the situation too much. After all, the monsters who tried the taste of blood were the most dangerous. No one could predict when they return and attack civilians again. Nevertheless, it was time for them to return to the ordinary world and report to everything that happened to the association. Suddenly the girl stopped. She was worried about whether the main character could safely get out of the dungeon. Meanwhile, Hyun's sleep walked calmly and sang a song under his breath. Shin Yuna invented terrible stories that the young man lost all his friends and miraculously survived, so she could not leave him alone and decided to hurry and save him. The girl asked her comrades to wait near the exit. She herself wanted to find the protagonist, as she was very worried about him. One of her friends was sure that everything would be fine with the guy, and they had their own affairs and worries. Only now the girl had a different opinion and believed that it was dangerous to be in the dungeon alone. The guys had to make her decision for granted, so they promised her to wait here. Shin Yuna ran back, but how much she did not go, she still could not find the protagonist, and it was strange. At this pace, she reached the blue portal, realizing that the stranger most likely had already left the dungeon. The girl wanted to believe that everything was fine with the guy, and he is now safe. Meanwhile, Hyun was already at home. He looked at his hands and understood that the effect of the new skill that he combined with treatment was much better than he thought. True, this time the guy is very tired, so he lay down in his room on the couch. But the universe had a different plan. My mother came home. She was surprised that her son returned home earlier than her. The guy sat in surprise. The woman immediately noticed a strange expression on her child's face. And then he remembered that during a battle with a cat, he spent too many jobs on buying skills. And this could again lead to aging. But he said to his mother that he was just tired. To distract his mother from his person, the guy asked to eat. Since there was nothing ready, the woman went, cooked dinner. Hyun's sleep exhaled, only his head began to crack in pain. He realized that he should be attentive to spending if he did not want to finish badly. At that moment, her sister called her mother. She was worried about the question whether her brother thought. It was strange why this main character was needed by the girl. Mom turned sharply pale as her daughter told her that today, a tragic incident had occurred in one of the dungeons. Now the turn of Hyun Sona is green from experiences. The guy here showed negligence. He did not think that he could be added to the lists of missing in the dungeon during the incident, and his relatives would learn about it. There was nowhere to run, so the guy had to figure out what to say to his mother, who was already approaching him. Now she could understand why her son came home so early. The main character did not come up with anything better than starting to lie. They say he did not even see that terrible monster. But his words did not convince the woman. She now clearly understood how serious the players had. She did not want her son to take risks in vain. Only now, the main character for the first time in his life liked what he was doing. The guy claimed that he was doing time in the dungeon, where he kills monsters and gets up every day stronger. Meanwhile, an investigation was conducted in the dungeon of the red-haired wolves, which was temporarily closed. It turned out that 2 security officers were killed, but having not managed to repulse the monster. Shin Yuna could not believe that this monster was wandering somewhere here, because she and her comrades searched every centimeter of the dungeon and did not find anyone. But Dan-su could not confirm or refute the words of the girl, since so far he himself did not understand what had happened here. But the first thing he decided to follow the trail of the monster. Since Shin Yuna had no less questions, she decided to follow with a man on the trail. They went a pretty decent distance, and Dan-su thanked the girl because she volunteered to accompany him and ensure security. Suddenly the man stopped. He concluded that it was here that the monster attacked low-ranking players. After he finished with people in this place, the beast turned the other way in search of new victims. And then Dan-su saw a rather strange picture. The man began to run so as not to miss the vision. He saw how the monster attacked one player, but he fought off and ran away. Then the monster and the man fled and exchanged blows. At that moment, by scraps of the man's phrases, Shin Juna began to remember the lonely player whom she met approximately here. Kim Dan-su was sure that the monster had come out of the spatial gate, but there were no traces to go there. Even now, Dan-su still felt the remains of fiery magic. The man continued to run forward. He understood that the stranger had well-pumped dexterity, which indicated that he belonged to the class of swording magicians. After some time, the man and woman ran to the place of the last fight of the monster and man, and looked at the last traces of the monsters. Dan-su suggested that it was in this place that the monster was extremely serious wounded, as a result of which he lost a lot of blood. In the head of Yuna, the picture still had not yet developed. The girl could not understand how some nameless player was able to cause a serious wound to the monster, and 2 members of the security service were killed. Meanwhile, Don Su replaced his initial opinion about the player's class, since now he understood that the guy was most likely a magician with a high level of dexterity. The fact is that the main character used a strong magical skill to win the creature. A few minutes later, the men and the girl advanced a little deeper into the dungeon and stopped, since all the most important thing happened here. Shin Yuna did not quite imagine what could happen here, since there were no traces here besides the void. At that moment, the man's scenes flashed in front of the man's eyes. The protagonist and monster flashed, so he concluded that his first assumption of the guy's class was still correct, and they could not find the corpse of the monster, because the residual magic after his death turned into some object that the young man took. No matter how hard she tried, but the girl could not hide her surprise, because this did not happen before. The fact is that magic swordsmen could be counted on the fingers, and they were considered universal soldiers, so they did not have one specific specialization. Moreover, the main character fought with the monster, the level of which exceeded several times the level of this dungeon, and he did it alone. Dansu was not sure, but assumed that the level of the player who won the monster was at least 24. Nevertheless, something in this story clearly did not converge, since this young man was not an employee of the security service, while the employees guarding the spatial gates were killed instantly on the spot, and he was not that he did not die. He was not really injured. In addition, those security officers who were in the dungeon at that time did not look for a monster, but waited for the detachment of the killers. Therefore, only now, Shin Yuna began to realize that that player was far from the most common. Don Su suggested that this could be a person who has not yet extended his player's certificate. Yes, this of course could happen, but the girl believed in it weakly. She perfectly understood that before changing the player's certificate, it was possible to pump their level only to 50, but whether it was so. In addition, on that day, not one of the players who were a dungeon received equipment from the guild. The man was with her that this situation as a whole looked very strange. Personally, he was worried about another inconsistency, because if this player was a high level, then why should he hunt for such low-level dungeons? Suddenly, Shin Yuna was interested in whether Don Su could track the player who defeated this monster. In truth, until that moment, the man was only engaged in monitoring the monsters, but still decided to try to track down the player. To do this, he activated his skill repeatedly, but unfortunately, the player's traces were lost after the battle. Therefore, he knocked his brains. He came to the conclusion that looking for a young man was tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. But the girl still did not understand why the man went into refusal, because he managed to find traces of the battle in man and monster. The fact is that large monsters cannot but leave traces on the ground. It does not matter much what such a monster will do. The traces will still be, but the person is completely different. His traces cannot be found so easy. There were also no signs that the player, after winning the monster, to use at least some skill. If the young man used the skill, then a man could track him according to the remains of magical energy. At that moment, Shin Yuna realized that she asked the young man to make the impossible. Therefore, she sincerely asked for forgiveness from Don Su. On this note, it was time for them to end a joint work and return. Having returned to the headquarters of the Association of Players, Shin Yuna sat down to view the documents of registered players, since in the dungeon she was interested in a young man who was able to defeat a 100th level monster alone, so she wanted to get him into her ranks and not give the guild to others. The girl knew very well that the Association of the Players obey the state, and in private guilds belong to specific persons, so the players often preferred to go to the guilds, and not become part of the association. Only for the first time after the disaster, the Association of Players had a huge weight in the world. Then its members were outstanding personalities with great potential, but over time, the influence of the association began to navigate. Also, the influence of the guild became more and more. Thus, politicians appeared who took high posts in the associations of players, while not having proper knowledge about players, monsters, and dungeons. These people at every step talked about their patriotism, but at the same time forced the players to work for pennies. But the guilds were sponsored by various large companies, so they could and offered players high wages and excellent working conditions. But soon there were cleaning in the Association of Players. The corrupt officials of Tonenki were asked to leave, and ordinary players took their places, so they contributed to the fact that subordinates received decent wages. Now they compete with guilds. Now the associations of players have cleansed her good name and achieved a blossom. Nevertheless, active players in its composition were much less than in guilds. Therefore, Shin Yuna wanted to get the main character into her ranks by hook or by crook. A new day came, and the main character was going to hunt in the dungeon of the red-haired wolves, because in all the other dungeons that he had managed to visit near the house, But before going out this time, Hyun began to study lists of dungeons. Since they did not let them into such a dungeon near the house, the guy decided to fly to the nearest province to hunt, and he wanted to pump the skill. On the internet, he did not find any information about a new passive skill, but it is unlikely to improve it constant to use it. And the guy did not want to deliberately harm himself. Upon arrival, the main character settled in the hotel and rested, thinking about how to hide the received number with a crystal, because he did not trust the association. After the last punctures, Hyun, a dream, understood that it should be much more careful. Constant output checks were not related to the fact that workers were worried about the eggs of monsters and other things. They made sure that everyone would pay taxes in full. In addition, the SOU guild decided to recruit him, which also did not like the main character, so he began to look for a way to avoid unnecessary attention. Hyun sleep actively looking for a hint in the window of his status. As a result, he found an active skill that consisted in creating his own subspace. However, he could not put a living creature there. But it was still necessary to buy it, but the price was too high. Nevertheless, Hyun's sleep bought a book of active skill subspace. Then I began to study the skill. It took several minutes to study the skill of the main character, after which he decided to open his own subspace. Surprisingly, the young man did everything the first time. Curiosity, this is what he felt now. So without hesitation, he looked into the subspace. It turned out to be much more spacious there than he thought. Thinking, the guy compared his new acquisition the size of his past dwelling. Now it would be nice to go and hunt to replenish resources. After some time, Hyun's dream stood near the entrance to the dungeon and reflected on whether everything would go well this time. So that no one pays attention to small changes in his appearance, the guy covered his face with a scarf. But looking at the knight in armor, he thought that he would look like an aristocrat in this form. And passing by a man with purple hair, the guy thought that there are many eccentric personalities among the players. And now the main character came to the representative of the support of the players, who began to study his player's card. But when Hyun's dream wanted to pick up his document and go further, the man stopped it. Nevertheless, after some time, the main character fell into the dungeon and began to kill the monsters. Finally, the new title was in his pocket, as he had already killed 1,000 motley wolves. So far, everything went quite smoothly, which could not but rejoice the guy. Apart from the moment when the employee of the association at the entrance removed his fingerprints under a strange pretext. But after that, they didn't ask anything else. They did not ask the face to show, and let them into the dungeon without any problems. Time, the main character did not lose, opened the subspace, and hid part of the crystals there. But I decided to put it in a bag for several pieces, as it will be strange if it comes out without a catch. Meanwhile, the second team of the SOU guild intensified, with Tane found out information about the main character, and decided that they should be the first to enlist his support. If so, then Youngsong longed to hear the details of the matter. An interesting movie turned out, in less than 2 months from the moment the guy was awakened, and he alone visited the dungeons of 15, 20 levels. But the main thing was that Hyun's dream was able to bypass the rule of 20 levels. Taos could not say this 100%, but the probability of the veracity of the information was great. Sona hoped that no one had lured the guy yet. And this was so, because the protagonist of the first team requested too high a fee for his work. But when Sona found out that the main character requested 100 billion out, he thought that the child was not friends with his head. True, the point was not in the amount itself, but in the fact that Hyun was ready to show the status window after receiving the deposit, and Ma Ji-hoon was not going to pay money until he saw the player's status window. Therefore, Young-sun was even slightly cheerful, since his colleague was still stupid, as in the good old days. In addition, they, because of Ma Jin-hoon, lost Kim Hwell, so this should not have happened anymore. So, Sona signed the documents. He was going to pay a deposit to the main character, see his status window, and if there are problems there, reduce the amount of payments. Young-sun was sure that if he succeeds in this matter, he would certainly become the head of the SO Guild. Meanwhile, the protagonist finished his hunt for today and expected what the employee of the association would tell him. Since there were only 2 crystals in the guy's bag, the man did not particularly pay attention to them. This time, the audit was faster than usual, and Hyun's sleep and an association worker peacefully dispersed. According to a similar scheme, the young man worked for several days in a row. Now he needed to streamline all the things. Besides, he received the last title with wolves. In addition to crystals to subspace, the guy sent skills books. At this moment, the young man drew attention to one passive skill, the Wind of Revival, which accelerates the healing of the wounds. Hyun's dream began to study the book, since this skill was very popular not only among players, but also among ordinary people. In truth, today he received quite useful but ordinary objects. At this moment, the guy received a notification from the system, which stated that he could not read the book of passive skill, the Wind of the Revival of the usual rank. similar to the main character, happened for the first time. Strange. A young man never heard of such a thing. And then an even more interesting, his Book of Passive Skill, the Book of Immortality of a unique indifferent rank, absorbed the Book of Passive Skill of the revival of the usual rank. Thus the Book of Immortality was able to get development. Although when he began to watch the characteristics of the skill, nothing has changed there, although it was precisely written that he could develop. But if you think about it, you could see that this book absorbed other skills that contributed to the healing of the wounds. True, Hyan had no idea how much his skill developed. Therefore, he decided to conduct a small practical experiment. For this, he took out his sword in order to cut his finger. A small, shallow cut dragged on literally a few seconds later. The difference between before and after the absorption of the usual skill, was not observed. Therefore, the question arose, how many such books of skills for 30 million there should be absorbed by his Book of Immortality in order to become better? If everything is calculated, then this was a very unprofitable investment of funds. Having finished with business, the young man left the dungeon and walked the city street. Suddenly, another unfamiliar number called him. The guy even thought that it was most likely spam. Nevertheless, Hyun's dream answered a call because everything could happen. This time, he was called the head of the second department for the staff of the SOU guild staff with the town. The young man got angry from this news. He thought that after he began to take several crystals from the dungeon, he would be far behind him. Town pretended not to notice Hyun Sona, because he was ready to personally bring a signature contract, as well as a suitcase with money, in the amount of 100 billion out. It was an unexpected turn of events for the protagonist. This time, Taos was sure that the matter was in the hat, since they fulfilled all the guy's wish list. Hyun's dream tried to frantically come up with an excuse. The first thing that had occurred to him to refer to employment on the hunt, which he did. For this reason, he cannot come, but does not mind reading the electronic version of the contract. The man agreed, and Hyun had a dream that he had won a little time. Before the protagonist had time to take his breath, as he received a message from Taeyeon, in which he said that he sent the guy a contract by mail and a message, and asked to write to him after reviewing. The news was not pleasant because the guy just wanted to live calmly, and not that's all. With the contract received, the protagonist went to a consultation with Lee Yenkal's lawyer. The man carefully read the provisions and came to the conclusion that the guy was offering very good conditions. But there were several dubious points that stated that in case of unforeseen circumstances, some objects would be seized from the protagonist. For visibility, the lawyer printed the contract. So, if the player damages the image of the guild, then the contract will be terminated. The contract is also cancelled if the player's abilities and skills do not correspond to the status of the guild. In addition, if the contract is terminated due to the fault of a young man, then he will have to pay a penalty in 10 times. After the sentence he heard, Hyun, sleep almost from anger, did not grit with his teeth. At that moment, the main character called K-Jin a dream from the first team. Now the young man was ready for dialogue. The guy did not want to talk in the presence of a lawyer, so he decided to go out into the corridor briefly. Mr. Jin Sleep did not yet know that he was ahead of him, so he called the main character to talk about the future contract. He tried to reduce the amount of the deposit to 50 billion won. Hyun Sleep decided to get a man a little, and asked that his requests are really high for such a guild. The man perfectly understood that the guy was asking for 100 billion, not 50, but still hoped to reduce the amount of the deposit. In addition, the young man should look at things more realistic, yet at least the SOU guild was large, but that money was large for her to pay everything at a time. In addition, the amount of 50 billion won is the only thing that, according to his leadership, is not a voluntary. Then the guy decided to surprise the interlocutor and agreed to think about his proposal. But at first he would like to look at the contract, and then decide everything completely. It was great news for Don Jin-sun, so he sent the main character a contract, and he went back to the lawyer. Meanwhile, Hyun had already entered the office. The lawyer looked up from the papers and looked at him intently. The mood of the protagonist improved, and he asked the man to read and advise him about another contract. The lawyer did not hesitate and asked for a document for familiarization. Besides, he realized that he was in front of him with outstanding abilities. The man began to work, and after a couple of minutes he had a logical question. Did these two contracts amounted to the same guild? The protagonist did not expect his prank to open so quickly. In general, both of the content of the documents were similar, but there were parts that were different. In the second document, there were significantly fewer strange points, and the amount of the fine was half the smaller in case of violation of the contract. The main character did not understand why the same guild to send different contracts. The conclusion suggested by itself. A serious internal conflict has risen in the guild, since it was like that. But according to the lawyer, this was very profitable for the client, because he will be able to choose a contract with the most favorable conditions. At this moment, Hyun Sonu came up with a thought. based on 2 contracts to create one, excluding all the points unprofitable for him. Having received the perfect contract, the guy returned to the hotel and began to study information on the internet about Ma Jinhong and Jung Sun. Then I decided to ruin my life to both sides. The first to go under the distribution was the leader of the second team with the Tiun. The man hoped that the main character agreed to his conditions, but it wasn't there. Hyun had a dream that a deposit of 100 billion won was small, so 200 billion would be just right, no matter how much he wanted. But Taos could not answer this question right now, but he assumed that an increase in the deposit is quite possible. But this to the main character was not enough. He raised bets to 300 billion out. In addition, the guy was contacting Jin Sleep, the head of the first team, with whom Taeyeon, to put it mildly, does not get along. The man creaked his teeth, but promised to provide the main character with the most favorable terms of the contract. On this note, the young man finished the conversation. He realized that the first and second teams were real enemies. Now a portion of happiness has come in turn to get to Jin Sonu, whom the guy called. The man was delighted when he heard the guy's voice. Hyun's dream said that he had got acquainted with the document. Initially, the main character planned to sign a contract with him, but now this was not necessary. The man did not understand what was happening, and the guy had already added that he sent him a new version of his contract. To continue further conversation, Hyun, a dream, asked the interlocutor to read a new document. The head of the first team read everything. Now he was not joyful. Besides, the main character asked him to solve internal problems without him, and a deposit of 100 billion out of a small one. Now the main character wanted 200 and better than 300 billion out. The man began to express his indignation, but the guy was all the same, and he hung up. Indeed, during the first and during the second conversation, the guy made records and now edited audio files. After that, the finished result was sent to town in Jinsun. And so that he would no longer be born, the guy threw away the old phone. Meanwhile, the heads of the first and second team listened to the file received. He passed for a month. Jung-san was inquired from his subordinate, where Hyun had a dream. But Taeyeon did not have an answer to this question, since the guy did not even appear in places of hunting. The boss was not just angry for an employee. He did not expect that he was so useless. Town stood with his head bowed, and thought that after that audio file, the head of the guild and the deputy began an open confrontation. And now the guild has been divided into 2 camps. In addition, it was very difficult to share information, and it was difficult to view the entries about the entrance and exit of the protagonist from the dungeon. But the worst was that the guy fell through the ground. Meanwhile, Mr. Young poured himself a drink and asked his subordinate if Hyun could have a dream to enter another guild. Town doubted that this was possible. So slurred the answer angered Sona. Then he drove the subordinate and broke a glass on a closed door. After a sweet conversation with the boss, Taos returned to his office. His mood fell sharply, so he did not even greet his subordinates and passed them. The working atmosphere became unbearable, and he increased problems after that ill-fated Swabrition audio file and contract. And most players and guild employees have now taken the side of Ma Din-hong. Therefore now he more than anything in the world wanted to find Hyun Sona. Meanwhile, the main character continued to hunt. He needed to accumulate a decent amount of the points. Now he received about 600,000 per day. On the one hand, it was a drop in the sea, but if you collect a lot of such drops, you get an ocean. In addition, he made good money on the sale of batteries. The young man could even be proud of himself. True, now the guy began to notice that the window of his sales was too small. When some goods were sold, it was necessary to re-register and put up for sale. It would be wonderful if he could put the goods in huge quantities, as was possible in computer games. Therefore, a logical question arose. If it raises the level of personal skill, then the situation will change or not, and other sellers could register hundreds or even thousands of goods. For example, one of these sellers was a user of Rickamons, who sold thousands of drugs. But in order to increase the level, the main character had to accumulate 10 billion synths, and now he had a little more than half. At that moment, another monster crept up from his back. Only the sudden attack of the young man failed, as the guy dodged spears flying into him. But the toad was lucky much less, as the guy hit her with his foot in the jaw, after which the enemy lost consciousness and fell to the ground. But this was not enough. So Hyun's dream activated the skill called the Magic Charge. With the help of this skill, the main character deprived the monster's head. But there were a lot of 2-legged toads in the dungeon, and the guy admitted that it was not a simple opponent. The monsters were strong, dexterous, mobile, and not stupid, so people rarely hunted here. But the main character did not feel fear. Instead, he called the fireball. And he launched them in all the toads at once, after which a huge explosion occurred. Only now the opponents turned out to be tenacious, so they already rushed to the attack. The situation was not easy. One toad attacked from above, and the second fled to the frontal attack. But Hyun was only a dream and was waiting for an attack, exposing his blade. The two-legged toads attacked the guy from different sides. He fled right at them, not afraid to die. As soon as the main character came to the first toad, he chopped off her head on the move. The young man cut his next two opponents into equal two parts. After a few moments, green crystals lay on the ground, and the guy realized that this time he had enough one blow to win. At that moment, the guy read a notification that someone bought all the batteries that he put up for sale. Similar, by the way, was not the first time, and it looked very strange. And then a complaint from the buyer came. This time Hyan had a bad foreboding, but he boldly opened the text of the complaint. In it, the buyer Crow demanded that the guy sell him batteries at half the price, and if he doesn't do that, he would regret it a lot. Moreover, all other complaints were the same content. A strange complaint, so the protagonist decided to see what this Crow was doing. It turned out that he was selling different stats. But for some reason, he bought only one batteries from the protagonist. Hyun's dream would understand a complaint if Crow bought goods from him, such as Tamagotchi, Poral, or electric browing, that is, goods that are quickly discharged. But Crow bought only one batteries, and at the same time wrote a complaint. Moreover, it requires that he was sold at half price. Moreover, he sets the time frame. Hyun was not going to follow the lead of such a provocateur. Therefore, he loaded batteries for sale at the old price. As soon as he did it, the goods scattered like hot pies. But a minute later, a complaint from Crow came. The main character did not like this. Besides, he was already passing through the blocking of the opportunity to trade due to complaints. At that moment, the young man realized that Crow just wanted him to be blocked. Therefore, the guy decided to try to do something. Meanwhile, Crow folded all the purchased batteries in a beautiful vase and put it in a prominent place in the room. The man of demonic appearance was curious how long the main character could endure his mockery. Moreover, he considered himself invincible, which means that a person is doomed to failure. For beginners, the skill of sale and purchase has always been like a blessing of heaven. Thanks to the active use of this skill, Crow in a short time has become strong and invincible. Moreover, after some time, he became the only ruler on the planet on which he lived. He also learned the truth early that not all people who have special skills can achieve the same peaks like him. By and large, you can spend eternity on collecting a sufficient number of points. The only problem was that there will always be few of them. And all because it was always easier to spend on the points than to earn. From personal experience, Crow also knew that often newcomers are lowered by all the points that were accumulated during the hunt for medicines and skills to become stronger. But among the gray masses, there were also interesting specimens that sell goods that are only on their planet, and thus earn good money. But no matter what a monopolist a person is, in the face of suppressing capital, he cannot survive. Besides, for a man it was an ordinary race for the points in which he never lost. Crow always worked according to the same scheme. He bought good goods of beginners, and then wrote complaints about them, and sought their suspension of their activities for 3 months. When the blocking action ended, the man repeated his actions first. Therefore, Crow believed that no matter how persistent a dream was a dream, he would not stand it, and would sell goods at half price, and only at the proposed time. Thus, the man was going to become a monopolist in this industry. And if the main character decides to rebel, then the man will again file a complaint against him. Behind the construction of the ideal plan for the capture of a monopoly, Crow did not immediately notice that the batteries of the protagonist had ended for sale. Hyun's dream was glad that the sale was successful, so when he returned home, he would buy more batteries for sale. After completing the hunt, the guy immediately went to the store and bought many different goods. In the hotel room, Hyun's dream began to unpack the boxes. He understood that Crow wanted to achieve the suspension of his activities, but for all the time the guy managed to sell a lot of different things. Therefore, the young man was not going to sit idle. He wanted to declare the enemy a war on the enemy. So the protagonist loaded batteries for sale one after another. As soon as Crow saw a new portion of goods, he immediately bought it. At that moment, Hyun's dream noticed that other buyers began to take batteries, and there were no new complaints. Moreover, the young man understood that Crow would still buy his product, even if the price would be twice as much. But then the guy noticed how complaints from Crow flew, so he realized that he would have problems at such a pace. Nevertheless, loading new batteries, the guy increased their price 3 times, because in any case he will receive profit. So, closer to the evening, Hyun had a dream achieved the desired result. His score was 10 billion synties, an active skill pumped. He could now buy objects of a heroic rank and sell 100 positions of the surroundings. Initially, he did not like the battle with Crow, but now he was even grateful to the stranger for his help. Yes, and raising the price and further for batteries was dangerous. And all because now the number of complaints was equal to almost the number of sales. Now the young man was thinking about whether he should start adjusting the quantity of goods by changing his name. Hyun had one powerful little thing. He even wondered if the enemy could buy her. Meanwhile, on another planet, Crow was no longer happy to be started by the war. He hoped that the guy to stop, and he could rest and restore his strength. The man was furious because the initial price of batteries rose as much as 4 times. But if everything further continues in the same spirit, then it will become difficult for him to continue to live. Nevertheless, the man was sure that the main character was now at the limit of his capabilities. At this moment, Crow saw that for sale Hyan had a battery, from which 120 smartphones and 24 tablets could be charged. Now the turn has come to Crow to grab his head and go crazy, because in total all the batteries in battery will cost him 2.1 billion cinders. The man did not know what to do, whether he should spend so much money because the guy could load a similar product. In truth, a man could invest much more money, but this is if it is a matter of a hat. But in this situation he had no idea how far the main character could go, and therefore was in sorrow. Therefore, today he decided to end the trade war with Hyun's son. So, all the goods, which the main character put up for sale, were bought, about which he received a notification. Also, there were no new complaints in the name of the young man, which said that Crow decided to surrender. He apparently bought a large capacity of those people who bought something from him earlier. Nevertheless, an interesting fact was that all the batteries that the guy loaded bought none other than Crow. In general, Hyun-sonu was a little sorry that because of the trade war with Crow, he had to put up the battery for sale earlier than he planned. The evening came, and the young man went into the city. He needed to stock up on new goods, as they gained particular popularity in the market. And the guy decided to make all the necessary acquisitions in the store of used electronics. At the same time, a beautiful demoness studied a list of goods for sale. One of them was a home slot machine. Before buying, she got acquainted with the characteristics of the subject. It turned out that the cartridge should be bought separately for it. Cartridge is a device on which more than 800 different games were stored. The girl had no idea how good this item was, but still decided to try to buy and use it. Meanwhile, having come to the hotel, the guy decided to check how much the new skill level is different from what he had before. Hyun-sona and information that he needed 1 trillion won did not delight to raise the skill of buying and selling to a new level. After that, he checked the window of the elixir of the legendary rank, which, according to the idea, was treated by any physical and mental wounds. But he could not buy this product now, since he had not yet reached the heroic rank necessary for this. Everything was clear with this. But that was interesting to the guy was whether he received any buns, except for placing up to 100 goods at the same time or not. So now he could read reviews for his product. First of all, he read reviews on the game console. Only the barter liked it. But no one liked the razor. The purchase of this item was considered a waste of place and time. Everything was clear with this. But the guy decided to see what they were writing about the battery. But there was a whole canvas of sharp words towards the protagonist. They say he fools buyers and lures them from their own, even though the thing and good put up for sale. The rest of the reviews were no less sharp, and spoiled the mood of Hyun-sonu. After that, the guy decided to relax a bit, and just look at the goods that other guys sell. Most of all, the guy was surprised by the prices of eggs of pets, and for the most pets. In the end, Hyun was tired, closed the status window and leaned back on the bed, closing his eyes. Suddenly, he abruptly opened his eyes. In truth, he was even scary to think how much an elixir of the legendary rank could cost. At this moment, he drew attention to the vibration of the phone, and was surprised that his mother was calling at such a time. The woman asked whether her son with Town, an employee of the SOU Guild, was familiar. The first problem was that Hyun's dream forgot about this guy. But my mother specified that this person is the head of the second team in the staff. The woman mentioned this man as he came to them and stood under the door now. In addition, the mother did not know whether to let her man into the house or should not do this, and therefore called her son. Therefore, she was very surprised when Hyun's dream categorically forbade to let Town into the house, and said that he himself would call him back and solve the issue. The woman naively believed that this man came to them with good intentions. Now there was no explanation of all the time, so the guy promised to tell everything a little later. Mom was very worried about her son, so she asked him to do nothing to her own. Hyun's dream understood his mother's feelings, so he said that there was no reason for panic. He will solve everything himself, so she should not worry so much. Having pushed the phone, the guy immediately scored a Town, who was looking forward to this call for a long time. The main character was angry. Oh did not understand what the man had forgotten at his house, and why he was nervous of his mother. Town asked the young man to calm down, as he came to his house exclusively with good intentions. Somehow the man learned about the illness of the father of the young man, and that he thought everyone was paying. So the man wanted to tell about the heavy fate of the protagonist to his mother. Hyun's dream did not understand why to go so far, because the SOU Guild wanted to sign a contract with him, and not with his mother. But this time, Tane decided to put on the protagonist through his family, they say. Important decisions should be made together. In addition, the man did not understand why the guy stared, because the guild was ready to pay him as much as he wanted. It was strange to hear this from people who sent him a disgusting contract. The main character was not stupid, so he consulted with a lawyer, and it was not a small inconsistency in the contract. Hyun's dream was not even much surprised when he heard that town began to talk about the fact that this is just insurance, that the guy who needed them, which means there should be no problems. But these were only empty words, which means that the disclosure of the status window will be in vain if the drone is not the player they are looking for. Town invited the main character to think well about their proposal, because they are not guys from the street, but a guild of SOU. In truth, the main character could sign a contract with the guild if it were not necessary to show his status window. But it was obvious that the SOU guild was not ready to make concessions in this matter. Therefore, there was no point in continuing such a conversation, and the main character wanted to hang the phone. He also warned the interlocutor that he would change the number immediately after the conversation. For this reason, Taos will no longer be able to get in touch with him. It is also better for a man to stop trying to disturb the mother of Hyun Sona, because if this is repeated again, the guy will not close his eyes to this. The call was completed. The man was very angry with the protagonist, since he confused him all the cards because of his self-confidence. Immediately after this, the man called one of his employees in the office, who was engaged in tracking the location of the protagonist. The duration of the call was just enough for this, and after a second, Town received a geolocation of the guy. New information raised questions, because Hyun was a dream on the territory of the Osun Guild. Once the case took such a turn, the man ordered to use the guild of Hyun, whose members were to thoroughly scare the protagonist. Meanwhile, Hyun's dream went to the store again. He decided to buy as many items as it allowed to set the sales window. So, after a short period of time, he filled his cart with different boxes. Suddenly, his gaze came across a bright and large sign of the famous brand Gucci. Knowing how popular their things were, he bought several copies for sale. Now, with a calm soul, the main character could go home as I bought just enough. After the purchases, the time came to stretch the seeds and hunt a dungeon a little. Man, like toads, were waiting for him with open arms. They were the first to attack the protagonist, but he was waiting only for this, so he took out a sword to repel the attack. Therefore, the first group of toads did not have time to run to Hyun-sun, as he decapitated them. The second group of toads was less fortunate. Their main character cut into two equal parts. Parts of the bodies of the opponents were already lying on the ground, and Hyun decided to attack the surviving fireball. He hit the target quite accurately, as a result of which a big explosion occurred. 5 hours have passed at this pace, and the guy received a new highest title for the murder of humanoid toads. Besides, he coped faster than he planned. It was already evening when the young man left the dungeon. He was so absorbed in his thoughts that he did not notice the observation closely. He thought about the fact that he had a little time left, which means that he could also go to the goblin dungeon. Passing by one gate, he did not pay attention to the fact that a suspicious group of players gathered there. The men were waiting for the protagonist, so for starters, they decided to follow him, and then decide what to do next. Meanwhile, Hyun has already entered the Dungeon of Goblins, and was surprised at the order. For the first time, the place of hunting was in such a large forest, so he decided to pass by the protection of the dungeon secretly. To do this, he used the skill of secrecy, and easily went unnoticed by the guards. Having passed quite far into the thicket of the forest, the young man realized that here the guard would not see him, and there were plenty of goblins for the fight. Therefore, it was possible to start hunting right now, and the guy prepared the first attack. Using a magic shell, the protagonist deprived the head of the first two goblins, which were closer to him. In the group gathered a little further, the guy threw the fireball. But this time the monsters were able to survive and rushed to the attack. So it was even more interesting because the monsters were smarter than the previous ones, but the guy had already prepared a ball of fire to attack. The goblins swallowed the fire of Hyun-sona. Others were unlucky to fall under his magic shell and die. Suddenly, a young man with a lateral vision saw how an arrow was flying from the side. Thanks to a good reaction, he was able to avoid deplorable consequences for himself. It was also interesting that the goblins were divided into classes. Some attacked with axes or swords, but there was a group that stood aside and shot with darts. The main character was lucky not only with a good reaction, but also with a mantle, which did not spoil the great abundance of darts. The cloak was durable, and the mood suitable for the counterattack, as a result of which several goblins lost their heads. But the time was late, and Hyun decided to finish this battle, sealing his head into the ground of one of the monsters. He cut down the rest and was ready to go home. At that moment he heard someone's steps, and was surprised because he thought there were no more enemies. But this time they were not goblins, but ordinary players who believed that the main character had a mess on their territory. In truth, Hyun, a dream, expected to see goblins but no other players, and even with claims. These men needed to find any reason for the conflict, so they began to ask why the guy hunt on their territory. Only Hyun did not understand the essence of what was happening. He paid exactly as much as the guys, which means that this dungeon can be considered his property. Men insisted that since they hunt here every day, then however on their side. But they will forgive the protagonist if he gives them all the crystals that he just got. True, this was not enough. So as the killed monsters, the guy had to leave them all his equipment. How to talk with people who are not in his mind. Hyun did not know the dream, so he was silent so far. He had to read about such cases, but the guy could not imagine that this would hurt him. Nevertheless, he tried to talk with men like an adult with adults, because such actions were definitely erroneous. But it became obvious that the words here would not help, since men began to threaten the main character even more actively. The fact is that in the dungeons it was possible to use different modern weapons, but electronics did not work here. Therefore, if conflicts between the players took place in the dungeons, then only the presenters could resolve the situation. Yes, and the deaths of the players will not surprise anyone, since during the battle with monsters it could have occurred, especially if a beginner goes to the dungeon. But there were always those players who used the like. The main character knew very well that there were groups of players, criminal players, who robbed colleagues, but there were cases when they killed them. And Hyun Sonu managed to meet such people in his path. Although, on the other hand, the main character did not understand why men provoke him. Did they really see what he did with the goblins? And after a few seconds, the men began to attack the young man together. Hyun was not afraid of sleep, and so far he carefully watched the movements of the opponents. For him, their movements were very slow, however. He had to jump to the side. But it was not impossible to click his nose either, since 2 men attacked him from above, and several more used far fight techniques. Nevertheless, the protagonist destroyed the sword of one of his enemy in one movement. After that, Hyun's dream hit a man in his stomach, so he flew away a few meters ago. The young man hit the other enemy with his fist in the jaw. The rest of the players have not yet attacked, and stood, shocked, looking at the protagonist. But as soon as they move away from the first shock, the guys rushed to the attack. It so happened that the first player was defeated again when his sword was cut into 2 parts. And the main Hyung Dream did this in one movement, not taking a step from his seat. After that, he sent the closest attacker to the knockout and rushed to counterattack others. So after a few seconds, he was next to another player. Moreover, the guy's sword was a millimeter from the enemy's eye. But the main character managed to change the trajectory of his sword. True, the enemy did not appreciate the mercy of Hyun Sona, who wounded his hand and did not dug his eyes. Such a man's behavior insulted the protagonist, so he caught up with him and imprinted his head in the ground. The young man failed to take a breath, since 3 players had already fled to the help of a comrade. I didn't want to attack Hyun's dream, so he decided to go into defense. For this, he took out a shield from the storage. Meanwhile, another person was watching the course of the battle, who believed that his guys held well and coped with their task. He thought that it would be much easier if they could kill this guy. Therefore, now he planned to chop off one of the legs to the main character. A minute later, the man went down to the clearing. Hyun looked at him and took the security officer. But the man did not answer this. But the rest of the guys began to call him the head. Suddenly the man spoke. He was interested in whether he was not a Hyun, whether his subordinates beat his sleep. The main character did not particularly understand what questions could be for him, because these guys began to provoke him first. In vain he said this, because the man did not say anything else, and attacked a young man who was able to block the blow with a shield. After the first attack, the stranger immediately increased the distance between himself and the main character. It is amazing how an ordinary beginner who did not even receive a profession managed to block the attack of an experienced player. On all points and signs, this guy did not fit for this dungeon. In general, the situation was very tired of the man, so he decided to quickly finish everything. The player was preparing to deliver a new blow to the guy, although initially he planned to do everything neatly and beautifully. But now his plans have changed dramatically. He decided that he was very small to cut one leg of the main character. Therefore, this time, the man decided to attack Hyun Sona from the air. Surprisingly, although the blow was very strong, the protagonist was able to block it. After a second, the man bounced a few meters back, tearing contact. The man stopped and smiled predatorily, as it was a very interesting situation. Hyun had a dream too, did not seek to attack first. He perfectly understood that this time he got a strong enemy. It was difficult not to notice that this person was much stronger, the hooligans with whom he dealt before. Strength and speed and all other enemy characteristics were much higher than that of the protagonist. In addition, the skills of fencing a man were better than Hyun Sona, despite the fact that his sword throat was amazing in battle. The main character also realized that he would have already died if he had no shield. But if you think and look at the man ahead, the question arose of how this could all happen to the main character. There was something to think about, but first it was necessary to get out of here alive. If the sword did not help the guy in battle, he decided this time to use his fiery spear. It was unexpected for a man, and quickly he could not dodge, since the fiery spear had already flew straight into his head. After a second, there was a clash of man and a fiery spear, as a result of which the explosion thundered. While there was a strong smoke around, the main character decided to try to escape from the battlefield. But unexpectedly, even after such a strong explosion, the enemy survived. His hair was burned, and the man was very angry. Hyun's dream was surprised, because he believed that this blow was supposed to be fatal, so he realized that it was not worth restraining. But there was no point in thinking about it, since the enemy attacked him again. True, this time Hyun-sun managed to turn and block the attack of a man. The main character fell to the 5th point, and his enemy hit the ground with a sword. But then he quickly got up and activated the fiery spear. Now he began to aim at the enemy, who was already ready to attack him from above. The man noticed the manipulation of the protagonist and was ready to repel his attack. But he could not have imagined that the guy would direct the spear not into him but to the ground. A strong explosion thundered after a moment. The enemy was already confidently standing on the ground, and his mood rolled sharply down. And although there was a lot of smoke around, and almost nothing was visible, but the man found Hyun-sona and attacked him. The attacker was pleased with himself, as he was able to find his victim among this chaos. But the young man could not rejoice at such a development of events. In addition, the man tried to hit the guy, but he was able to dodge. Suddenly, the main character realized that the situation was beyond normality, because this person, although he tried to cripple him, but did not intend to kill him. Nevertheless, it was necessary to end with this, so Hyun launched a dream into the enemy with another fiery spear. Such attacks were already tired of the man. Besides, he could only protect himself with his blade. The explosion again scorched the enemy's hair. But while the man did not come to his senses, Hyun's dream began to run away from him, at the same time looking that it is useful to buy now, so as not to die in this dungeon. So, he found a passive skill, which in moments of danger increases all the player's characteristics by 50%, but only 60 seconds. In his situation, this was the best solution. Although the price of the skill was expensive, but life is still more expensive, so he bought it. Then he immediately studied it, as it was impossible to waste time. The main character managed to crank everything on time because his enemy was already nearby. The man even decided to give the guy the last chance and give up. Only now Hyun was a different opinion. He wanted to disarm the enemy in 60 seconds. But as soon as the guys thought about continuing the battle, a beautiful girl was in the clearing between them. Hyun-sona had a question. What kind of girl appeared and stopped their battle? Meanwhile, Shin Yuna did not waste time in vain and cut the sword of a bad person into 2 parts. Surprised, the attacker was left without his only weapon. The girl deftly and gracefully made her trick, and now looked at the enemy with a challenge. Even the main character, who stood aside and simply watched what was happening, was a little uneasy. After all, the girl alone, and not her strongest blow, sent a man to knockout. Everything happened so quickly that a young man, and could no longer realize the essence of the situation. Meanwhile, Shin Yuna went to Hyun-sona and greeted him politely, turning to him by name. She also asked the guy for forgiveness for their first meeting in another dungeon. She was too rude with him. Hyun was silent. He carefully peered into the girl's face, realizing that they really had already seen each other. Suddenly, he remembered that he had already seen her in the dungeon, where he killed a giant cat. It was this girl who gave him an elixir of rare quality for healing wounds. The guy understood that today Shin Yuna helped him a lot, so he thanked the girl for his help. Only this was superfluous, since Yuna believed that she should ask for forgiveness from the guy, because she had been watching them for a long time and did not interfere. By and large, the girl watched this group of seekers for a long time, so she was sorry that she did not intervene a little earlier. In addition, all these guys were criminals who violated the law repeatedly, but there was no evidence of their guilt. Now the situation has become a little clearer, and the guy thought that Shin Yuna just wanted to collect more evidence, and therefore did not interfere in their conflict. But this assumption was incorrect. The girl just wanted to check the master's skill level of the protagonist. Suddenly, Hyun did not even know how to react to such words. Meanwhile, the girl officially introduced herself and said that she works as the chief inspector of the Association of Players. In addition, she came here to a greater extent because of the protagonist, and not his pursuers. Shin Yuna was ready to discuss all issues with the main character, but for a start, it was necessary to solve the problem with the criminals' players. So it was necessary to act, though Hyun did not understand the dream, since his opponents are criminals recidivists, whether this does not mean that they committed such crimes before. Everything was just like that. In other dungeons where the disappearance of the players took place, these guys were suspected. More than the protagonist was struck by the fact that the girl did not know yet, the players disappeared or they were killed. The situation was strange, so the guy shared his thoughts that the guys did not want to kill him according to the sensations. In truth, Shin Yuna held the same opinion. But if it was so, then why the guys attacked the protagonist? The girl had no answer to this question so far, but she was going to engage in clarification right now. So she was already standing near the leader of the bandits, and poked the tip of her spear into him. Shin Yuna did not lead to his performance of one actor, and ordered to get up immediately, since she knows that he is not unconscious. The man continued to pretend to be a corpse, forcing the inspector to resort to extreme measures. In vain he did not obey the first time, so the girl with a clear conscience made him very painful. The bandit immediately screamed in his voice and bulged his eyes in pain. But Shin Yuna did not feel her guilt, because she asked him to politely get up. He refused, so it was purely his fault. But it was a lyrics, and the girls needed an answer to the question why a man attacked the protagonist. The bandit lied as he breathed, they say. He was white and fluffy, and simply defended his comrades, who was attacked by Hyun's dream. In general, the inspector of the Association of Players has no right to attack and threaten law-abiding people, so he will write a complaint and tell about all the press. Only now the problem was that if a man was unconscious, then he could not find out this information anywhere. The bandit had nothing to answer to this, but the girl directed the tip of her spear directly in the eye. Shin Yuna did not expect that the man was so stupid and did not understand his position as where to be now. Since it was a dungeon, the girl could easily kill a man, and no one will ever guess what really happened here. In addition, it is obvious that Hyun's dream will not pass it to the police because she will avenge him. Therefore, if a man does not want this dungeon to become his grave, he will tell her the whole truth, because he will live exactly as long as he is beneficial. The bandit still did not understand that Shin Yuna was not joking with him, so he began to threaten her again. Only one conclusion suggested. The man could not recover in any way, once he continued to insist on his own. Therefore the girl smiled affably Hyun Sonu and asked him to move away for a couple of minutes. The young man did not need to be repeated twice. He decided to walk in the forest. In addition, he needed to follow the guys who were lying in another meadow so that they would not escape. Meanwhile, the bandit and Shin Yuna were left alone. Now the man realized his guilt and asked for mercy. So, the main character returned to the clearing, where there was a larger number of attackers. The young man watched them and tried to understand why these guys attacked him, what goal they pursued. Partly, Hyun's dream perfectly understood that most likely these guys and Guild So were interconnected, but they could not know about his personal skill in any way, which means that it was necessary to come up with a way to cope with all this. But it was easier to say what to do, because the girl could have any questions. She could ask how he coped with the three-headed cat. He could not tell the truth. He needed to become stronger in any way, but it took time for this, and the SOU Guild and the Association of Players were not going to leave him alone. This caused a headache, because the guy believed that when he became a player, he could solve all his problems. At that moment, Shin Yuna approached him. The girl hoped that the young man was not waiting for her for long. The inspector came with interesting news. It turns out that all these guys received an order from the SOU Guild. Their main task was to put on Mr. Hyun Sona. Thus, the guild wanted to lure the guy to his side, but at the same time pretending it does not concern them. Nevertheless, the inspector managed to collect enough evidence. Now she could take the leaders of the SOU Guild to the pure water, but for this they needed to leave the dungeon. Law enforcement officers arrived at the entrance to the dungeon, and under white hands led bandits to their cars. The main character only kept silently observing what was happening. Suddenly, Shin Yuna approached him and asked to allocate a little time to talk. Hyun's dream agreed to talk, not finding reasons for refusal. A new day has come. Hyun Sleep and Shin Yuna gathered in the office for conversation. The young man was not going to walk around the bush, so he asked directly why the girl called him. Everything was extremely simple. The situation with a three-headed beast influenced its decision, something such the main character suggested. But he was curious how the girl found out that he would be in the Goblin Dungeon. To do this, Shin Yuna looked at the entry about the entrance and exit of the players in the dungeon. The young man thought that the Association of Players allows himself a lot, since watching such information was considered illegal. It would be so, but the association had a special right to view such information. Thus, she could request and see any information regarding the player, if there was a need for this. But now she was worried about the question of the incident from the three-headed monster. In general terms, the girl described everything that was happening after the death of the monster in the dungeon. Besides, she perfectly understood that it was the main character who killed the cat. In general, the investigation was unofficial, so Shin Yuna secretly followed the main character and went to the dungeon to evaluate the real level of his skills. After which she witnessed the attack on Hyun Sona, so now she apologized to him again for not immediately intervening. The guy did not quite understand why the girl to evaluate his abilities. The inspector was in no hurry to answer this question, however. She said that after observing and appreciating all the skills that the guy used at the end of the battle with Mr. Chan, everything became absolutely clear to her. Hyun's dream did not deny that it was he who killed a three-headed monster, but the guy did not understand when the unwillingness to announce such information became a crime. But in fact, no one's main character did not blame anything, but on the contrary, they wanted to award him for the work done. And Hyun did not disgrace a dream, because a good reward was supposed for good work, and the Association of Players had an excellent offer for him. He began to realize the essence of what was happening. It was not difficult to guess that he was offered work. But the problem was that Hyun did not want to become part of the guild or organization. His answer did not surprise the girl, as she suggested something like that, but asked her to listen. The Association of Players offered him a deposit of 100 billion, as well as many other useful bonuses. For example, the young man got the opportunity to freely rent good equipment, as well as relief in taxes. In addition, no one demanded to show the status window from him. He had to go in return for a small test. Hyun-sona simply needs to answer honestly to questions from the person to whom the girl will indicate. At this moment, the main character realized that the girl in front of him was most likely an investigator. In general, he understood what skill we were talking about, but the police most often used in his work. Then the interrogated person to tell the truth. No changes are happening. And if a person does not tell the truth, then his body will begin to glow red. The association was ready to go so far, since the guy had great potential. Moreover, it was not always possible to lure worthy players to their side, since high-ranking players often had a stigma and a gun. But Hyun's dream suggested that the matter was in the rule of 20 levels. Shin Yuna did not deny this, but the guy did not know how to get around it correctly. Nevertheless, the association was ready to invest 100 billion in it, since in just a few months, he showed outstanding results. Thinking, Hyun had a dream decided to accept this proposal, as he realized that now he was still too weak, and he needed to become stronger. If so, then the time has come for a little dough, and another girl entered the room. I immediately prepared to activate her skill Contact of Truth. The main character gave his full agreement to this. So, after activating the skill, a window with confirmation was supposed to appear in front of the eyes of the protagonist. In this window, the guy will have to confirm his consent to a further conversation. After that, the girl activated the skill of Contact of Truth. In truth, this whole situation quite strongly strained the young man. Nevertheless, he gave his full consent to the further conversation under the influence of the skill of Contact of Truth. Immediately after activating the skill, the girl left the room, leaving the protagonist and inspector alone. For some time, a viscous, unpleasant silence hung in the room. Shin Yuna interrupted the first, and asked Hyun-sona to sit comfortably and honestly answer her questions. The main character, without thinking twice, followed her advice, leaned back in his chair, and tried to relax. The first inspector wanted to know if it was true that the guy woke up just 3 months ago. The answer to this question was positive. Further, how to get around the rule of 20 levels, the main character did not know. Sinjuna also knew that the main character was approximately 140 levels, so she had a question why he was hunting in low-level dungeons. Hyun was in no hurry to give an answer to this question. For a long time, the questions were easy, but then the girl asked him about whether he had a personal skill. Obviously, the inspector guessed about his skill, so the guy was thrown into cold sweat. The reaction of the young man was more eloquent than any words, however. He confirmed the information about the personal skill. Further, Shinjuna asked the protagonist about whether she realizes correctly that he hunts low-ranking monsters because of his personal skill. Hyun's dream began to deny this fact and gave a positive answer. Girls were also important to know whether the main character can use his skill on other players. Although the young man clamped his fists, his answer was negative. The inspector asked the guy about whether he could, with the help of his personal skill, bypass the rule of 20 levels. The guy thought about trying to lie, but noticed in time that it would not work. For this reason, the young man answered the truth. He could, with the help of his personal skill, bypass the rule of 20 levels. On this, Shin Yuna considered her small test finished. Hyun dreamed a hope that he no longer go through a similar test in the future. Indeed, in the future, such a test there was no more need, since the main character was extremely honest with her during the conversation. The girl expected to hear about such answers to questions. Suddenly, Hyun, a dream suggested that Shin Yuna also had a personal skill. A similar question from the young man surprised the inspector. She even stopped drinking her coffee. The girl squeezed the mug. She admitted that she also has a personal skill, but which one she could not say. Realizing that not only he had a personal skill, the Hyun was a little smoked. But Shinjuna believed that this was not worth doing, because each player had a personal skill unique. In addition, all players who have a personal skill always occupy high positions in society and service. If this, however, is a girl in front of him to be just such players, and holds a high post in the leadership of the association. Suddenly, Shin Yuna informed the guy that for ordinary people the information about the players was very asked, and many points are hidden from them. Thus, all the information about players with a personal skill was classified and defended by the national security law. Therefore, the inspector had no right to disclose information about his personal skill, but it was too late to drink Borjomi. She had already done this. But there should have been no problems with this, because they will be part of one organization. Only now the main character did not say that he would sign a contract with the Association of Players. But the trouble is, from the moment Yan Yuna told Hyun-sun about her personal skill, he had no choice. Nevertheless, it was not worth making a sad face since everything was not so bad. After that, the girl put the previously drawn-up contract in front of the main character. The young man began to study it. In fact, the wages were high. There are not so many obligatory points for execution. Even benefits were paid during military operations. Understanding how good the conditions they offered the guy, Shin Yuna asked him to sign the document quickly. Everything, however, was good, besides the fact that it was a lifelong contract. In addition, Hyun Dream doubted that the rest of the players signed such contracts. Shin Yuna did not deny that it was an exceptional case, because otherwise the association would have ruined for a long time. Such good conditions are spelled out only because the protagonist has a personal skill. In addition, even when a guy hunt low-level monsters, stones still fall out of them, no matter how much he killed them. Moreover, he could increase his level without restrictions. It also meant that they could hire a person whose level will become the highest in the world over time. The young man drank a little coffee, realizing that in the words of the inspector, there was a share of truth, although he did not quite understand who they were taking him for. But despite all the buns, the guy wanted to at least slightly reduce the validity of the contract. Shin Yuna did not answer, but asked if the guy knew how many players in the world with a personal skill. There was no answer, so the girl was responsible for him, saying that there were 80 such players around the world. And until the moment the dream appeared, she was the only one in all of Korea. Now the main character understood that people with special skills were few in the world, so they were appreciated. Shin Yuna saw that Hyun was not inspired by the contract, but the Association of Players could not allow a person with a personal skill to lure another guild, or even a country. Therefore, the working conditions were as improved as possible, though the validity of the validity had to be changed to lifelong. And if the main character still needs something, he can inform about it, because they are ready to give him a lot, if only the guy signed a contract. Hyun Dream did not want anything but to change the validity of the contract. It should be 1 year, not 50 or more. He was even ready for a deposit of 10 billion, if only to reduce the term. But even if the deposit is smaller, the answer of the association does not change. The term should be lifelong. Bidding went in full swing, and the guy decided that if the association does not suit a year, he was ready to work for them for 2 years. But Shin Yuna was unnecessary. She was even ready to increase the amount of the deposit, if only he had already signed the papers. The main character was also not as simple as it seemed. He agreed to sign a contract for 2 years with an association with a deposit of 20 billion, and in the future put the interests of the association in priority during extension. But if this option does not suit them, then it will not sign anything at all. It is expected to be quite expected to suggest that the guy wants to leave Korea and start life from scratch in another country. This was an erroneous assumption. Just the protagonist knew little about the association, and he did not like to obey anyone. It was all clear, though the girl also knew that the contract was more beneficial to the contract, not her organization. Hyun was trying to think in advance. The amount of the deposit was huge, and in the moment it was a way out of the situation. But he did not want it to become his shackles in the future. Now he needed a place where to overpower the storm, and if he likes it here and everything will be fine, then he will be able to stay here in the future. Hyun Sleep agreed to sign a second contract. In addition, the association from such a proposal would not lose anything. For the future for 2 years, he intended to consider the internship period. If so, then Shin Yun had nothing else to change how to change the contract for an internship agreement. But she could not make such decisions alone, so the first thing she had to talk with the leader. The protagonist was supposed to sit in the office and wait for the decision. After some time, the girl returned to the office and said that she discussed the details with the authorities. So they were ready to compromise, but they had oncoming conditions. The protagonist was obliged to report to them about all proposals from other guilds or countries. And if the association offers similar conditions, then the head of the dream will have to sign an agreement with them. This was not a difficult condition for fulfilling, so the guy agreed and signed the contract after. Shin Yuna believed that their cooperation would be successful. Then they shook hands tightly. The formalities were over, and the girl invited the main character to change the equipment, since all his equipment was leased. All except the sword and a mantle of rare quality the young man has leased. This did not matter. but Shin Yuna agreed to change everything except the named 2 objects. The next day, the main character and inspector went for equipment to a special association store. It was naive to think that the association players could take anything. Often, they could only take the objects that corresponded to their rank. But since Hyun Sona had a personal skill, he became an exception to this rule. This pleased and greatly embarrassed the protagonist. So, he was the first to like the velour jacket that added dexterity in battle and was stronger than it seemed. While the equipment was adjusted to the size of the guy, they sat and drank coffee in a cafe. Shin Yuna was ready to answer the guy questions about the association. So, Hyun's dream will work in the investigation department. His work will consist in resolving the items in the dungeons and conflicts between the players. Basically, he will have to identify problems and look for ways to solve them. Also, their team from time to time helps the support team, as they do not have enough people. Hyun had no doubt that he could handle the tasks in low-level dungeons, but the problem was in those that were a rank higher. Shin Yuna understood this, so she said that she would take into account his level in the distribution of tasks. Also, the guy had to report to her about the difficulties at work, as she was his boss. If so, then the guy wanted to discuss one problem that arose even before the signing of the contract. So, somehow, the SOU Guild received records about its entrances and exits from the dungeon, as well as information about all the sold crystals and objects sold. Shin Yuna was going to find out everything, and to make accusations of the SOU Guild. The protagonist noticed that the girl was not surprised by his words, but all because this was not the first time. Everything was clear with this. Then Shin Yuna said that they could provide the guy with a place for life, but he refused, as he leads a nomadic way of life. But this was slightly difficult. It could be difficult for the reason that they lacked staff for work. There was a way out of the situation. The guy was supposed to inform Yuna about all his movements. Then she will be able to provide the main character with work, depending on his location. The association also provided him with a card to pay for housing costs and other necessary things. Although Hyun had a dream and accepted her, he doubted that such gestures were acceptable, and was right. Therefore, the main character was better not to talk about credit cards to other members of the organization, since unnecessary conversations about favoritism would crawl. Officially, this money will be carried out as compensation for a frequent change of housing due to work. Hyun Dream understood that he was very lucky, so he thanked the girl with all his heart. But for Shin Yuna, this was a trifle, because if they want the guy to renegade the contract with them, then they need to make more efforts. At that moment, the main character flooded with paint, and this was not the first time with a girl. After they returned to the store, and the guy tried on equipment, she sat on it like a glove. The inspector was satisfied, and handed the young man a certificate, which said that he was an employee of the association. Now Hyun-sun had all the powers of the members of their team, which means that he should not have any more problems. The guy could be free, however. He needed to check messages, since all employees could urgently call to work from time to time. True, such situations were extremely rare, but if something like this happens, then the guy will need to react immediately. Everything was clear with this. Now he wanted to get a deposit. The money has already been transferred to the account of the protagonist, since the contract was considered valid, only after the transfer of the deposit. Hyuna Sonu wasn't needed money. He just wanted to buy a couple of skills books. It was a great idea. The association had a store with similar books, so the girl offered to go there together. Most of all now the main character wanted to become stronger, so I decided to spend the whole deposit on the skills books. In truth, the guy believed that there would be more books, but Shin Yuna explained that the books of skills came across in the dungeons not so often. In addition, demand exceeded the proposal, therefore, when good books of skills came across, they were immediately bought. The fewer books in the store were a minus, but the fact that he did not need to rally the tax for them was a plus. In general, Shin Yuna did not understand why the guy was so many skills books, because it was not as effective as it seemed. But even if so, the main character believed that sooner or later, there will still be a situation when they would be useful. So far, the work of Shin Yuna has been finished today. She led a young man to the car that he could use since he was insured. After Hyun left, Shin Yuna went to the office of the boss, who complained that they signed a contract with the guy for too short. The inspector understood that the director dreamed of a lifelong contract, so now he was upset. But it was a half truth, as the man was more worried about the money spent. The director did not consider himself to be guilty of something, because they paid Shin Yuna well, even though the contract was lifelong. This is now, but before it was completely different. In addition, if she had not insisted on improving the terms of the contract, she would work for pennies, and in general, she did not initially agree to a lifelong contract. The boss believed that the situations of Yuna and Hyun-sun were initially different, because the girl was the first with a special skill, and if not for her, then they would not have known the existence of a similar property. This did not cancel the fact that the associations from the very beginning had to be better treated. Moreover, they went to many concessions with the guy's contract as she wanted. If she had not intervened, they would offer the guy a lifelong contract and a deposit of 100 billion won, because otherwise other guilds would take him to themselves. The director of the association did not expect that the girl would remind and threaten him with foreign guilds. But this was not a threat, but calculating probabilities and risks. The conversation came to a dead end, since the director was not going to change the contract Yuna, although she hinted at it, and the guy would sign a life contract if the girl had not intervened. In general, the man did all this not for himself, but for the good of the country. But Shin Yun did not really believe in this, and believed that it would be better if Hyun had a dream at all signed a contract with them. And in general, if a man does not like her behavior, then he can annul her contract. The director was not led to such a clear provocation. Meanwhile, the main character walked along the street and made a transfer of funds to his mother. He understood that that amount should be enough for her for 10 years to pay her father's accounts. In addition, in order not to attract excess attention, the guy bought only one book of skills related to recovery. He did this in order to improve the skill of immortality. On the way, he went to one institution, and in order not to lose time, he checked that other players put up for sale. So he found a book of passive skill, which specialized in the healing of the wounds, though it was not cheap. Yes, he could not study this book, but having it in stock was not bad. So he spent quite a lot of money to buy skills, but he had unnecessary points in stock that could be spent. The main character also checked the statistics of his sales, and saw that the most popular were the game console and smartphone. However, cosmetics were also bought. But the battery was the top of the sales. Nothing could surpass it. Therefore, once again, the guy came to the store of used equipment, where he was met as a native. It turns out that recently he made a large order for equipment, and now he came to check how things were with him. The store prepared the required number of batteries, as well as charged them. Great, but the protagonist had another small request. Hyun Sleep asked to prepare the same amount of goods, only with complete exercise. There was nothing complicated for the protagonist in this request, so he said that everything would be ready in the best possible way. Also, the main character was promised to make a discount, since he always made payment by the pointus, and if he still has wishes, he can safely voice them. Having finished the case in the store, the guy returned to the hotel, and recalling the past fight, he decided to spend all the money from the deposit. He had just 3 billion out, and he decided to invest in himself. True, in order to improve all the characteristics of up to 200, he needs in general to spend 5 billion since. So, he bought and swallowed the first pill. He knew that the pumping of the stats was much more profitable for the rest. He also spent 5 billion on different books of skills that lay on the floor with even piles. Having absorbed several books of skills, his skill immortality increased a little, but it was necessary to understand how much, so the guy decided to conduct a practical experiment. With one movement, the young man cut his finger. Surprisingly, the wound instantly dragged on, and there were no traces left. Suddenly, Hyun's Sleep turned his attention to the incoming challenge from Shin Yuna. Given the fact that they saw each other not so long ago, the guy asked what could happen in so much a short period of time. The girl said that they had evidence of the guilt of the SOU Guild, so they declared the police, and all involved in crimes will be arrested. Although the SOU Guild had close relations with prosecutors, this time they cannot avoid punishment. Moreover, this time the investigation was much better carried out. Most likely the war of the factions within the guild itself, Mr. Ma, also supported the investigation. Moreover, he gave access even to internal information, as if he wanted the guilty to be punished. True, the arrest warrant of Young Son has not yet been, but he can't be avoided for a long time, as Mr. Chong was arrested from the dungeon, and it became known about all the murders of the players. Mr. Taus, who was one of the close associates of Sona, was also in custody. Suddenly, Shin Yuna asked the protagonist to turn on the TV. Hyun Dream reached out to the remote control and turned on the TV. The news issue said what happened in one of the guilds, a scandal associated with the murder of players, so one of the highest ranks was immediately expelled from the guild. I surprised the half censorship when the name of the culprit was called, but at the same time the name of the guild was silent. Nevertheless, it was great news. Sona will not be able to avoid punishment and arrest because absolutely everyone turned away from him. The main character thanked the girl for help, but she felt a certain guilt, because she could not do this before. In any case, the young man promised to treat the girl with dinner in gratitude. They decided to meet later, and now they both needed to rest a bit. Suddenly, the guy remembered that he still had to go to find a book. He found the Book of Skill, but he has not yet seen the improvement of the Skill of Skill. The last hope remained on the book that the guy was holding in his hands. The absorption of the last book helped to increase the skill of immortality, but he spent his entire deposit on this business. Now he could not die until the head and heart were damaged at the same time, which meant He had much less weaknesses. The skill could be developed further, but he no longer wanted to do this, since he had to spend a lot of money on getting a heroic rank, so he could only dream of legendary. Now with a calm soul he could go to bed. Hyun's dream was going to sleep well, as tomorrow was his first working day. A new day has come, and all the members of the Shin Yuna team were worried and waited for a beginner. Hyun's dream came to work on time and even ate the office the first time. The guys from the team were in no hurry to meet him and only looked askance in his direction. But there was one guy who very politely asked the protagonist about whether he was replacing today. Yes, today was the first working day of the young man. It turns out that the leader's leader many times asked to send a beginner to them, and now a miracle happened, and his request was fulfilled. So the guy introduced himself and said that his name was with Tekal. After that, Hyun did the same, and the guys shook hands. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed that the only girl in the detachment throws his eyes displeased and formidable at him. Tekal stubbornly tried not to notice this, and brought the newcomer to the restroom of the 7th team, where he could have a little rest. The man also told the main character that if he was appointed in the dungeon below the 100th level, then he goes there to Suyong. This year, Lee Suyong turned 25 years old, and it was approximately like Hyun's dream was at 100 level. The young man sincerely hoped that he and the girl would become great partners. Nevertheless, Suyong was not so sure, and in general she behaved rather rudely. She received a reprimand for such behavior immediately, because after all she had to introduce herself correctly and not to switch to informal speech. But the problem was that Hyun's dream looked younger than her, so the girl considered it appropriate to speak in this way. It was not difficult for the guy to guess that the girl did not like him. Although Tekal began to apologize, the protagonist felt that something was wrong here. So far, the guy did not focus on this, but warned that he was not suitable for the role of his younger brother. After all, the point was that Hyun Sonu was 27 years old not so long ago, but because of the children's face, he was often mistaken for the youngest. Realizing what mistake she made, Suyong began to apologize. In truth, the main character was not angry with her, but the girl did not listen to him and quickly left the restroom. Tekal was not surprised by the girl's behavior, and only after her shouted that as soon as the call came, they would have to advance. The guy admitted that he wanted to put someone else to the main character, but the rest of the guys did not reach 100th level. By and large, Hyun Sonu was without much difference with whom to work in a couple. After all, in total, all its characteristics were approximately 200, so in the dungeon of 100th level and lower, he should not have problems. The leader of the group also showed a place to sleep. The main character could lie down here, sleep, or read the book before calling. While everything was quiet, the main character slept well and only woke up in the evening. In addition, it was possible to take only night shifts and get enough sleep. At that moment, Suyong ran into the room. She said that they had received a call, so they quickly needed to go to the scene. It is good that Hyun-sun had to wear only a jacket, and he was ready to perform feats. They got into the car and rushed into the dungeon. It turned out that a monster appeared there, which exceeded the rank of dungeon itself. The main character was a little worried that they went to the call together, but the girl believed that this was enough to complete the task. Hyun Dream understood that they were lucky so far, since the difference in levels was small. In truth, calls most often came to incidents in dungeons of level 50. The young man took the courage to assume that this happened due to the fact that there were no security service employees in such dungeons. The bottom line was that players often get used to being under supervision, but in the dungeons after level 50, the nanny is not provided for them, and then problems begin. Obviously, players begin to get nervous and make many mistakes, which lowers their level of survival in the dungeons. Suddenly, Hyun's Dream noticed that this was very amusing the girl. Suyong did not even deny this, because after this exit she will receive an increase in salary. So, they got to the scene. Only now the dungeon was large and there was a forest around, so it will not be easy to find a werewolf. The partner did not worry, but asked the guy not to be surprised at what he would see now. And then a transformation occurred, and the girl turned into a catman. The guy did not work out not to be surprised. He even began to tick his finger at his partner. She got angry, and not surprisingly, because she did not turn into a courtyard cat, but into a snow leopard. There was no time for squabbles, and Suyong asked Hyun-sun not to lag behind her, since she had already taken a trace and was about to run. After a couple of minutes, the girl was really far away, because she ran on 4 legs. And now the girl was already near the meadow, on which there was a wolf werewolf. Hyun was not behind Suyong. He did not expect the enemy would be so big. Since his sense of smell was good, he immediately felt the approach of enemies. But this did not help him, and the girl tore his head with his bare paws. The second hero, who did not expect to see such a show, came running the second in the clearing. The case was done, and Suyong invited the guy to go home. Only an excellent hearing and smell prompted the girls that they would have to stay in this place. After all, the werewolf was able to call his flock before his death. Unfortunately, the instincts did not bring the girl, and a whole flock of werewolf wolves came to the clearing. The main character looked at the flock of werewolf wolves who appeared in the clearing and asked his partner about how often this happens. Although quite rarely such unforeseen situations took place. But when this happened, the level and name of the dungeon was changed at the same minute. Now they had to first kill all the monsters, and then prepare a report on the incident. Hyun Sleep was in no hurry to demonstrate all his talents, and quite imposingly climbed into his subspacket behind the sword. But Su Yong was a much impatient girl, and the first rushed into battle. But having taken out his sword, the main character was also ready to join the battle. Meanwhile, the girl was pleased ruthlessly torn off her head wolves. The young man is not a pass of the rear, and actively killed the monsters who appeared in his path. Suddenly he stopped abruptly, and listened to a long, wild roar. This howl belonged to the leader of the wolf, who appeared in the clearing. Since Su Yong was longer in the detachment, she decided to take over the King of Wolves. This monster was approximately 110 levels, so the main character hoped that there should be no problems with his murder. Standing and dreaming of the main character was also not with his hands, since two werewolves attacked him. A young man was a simple task. He jumped up and in a jump inflicted mortal blows with his blade. He killed his opponents one by one, while he did not forget to look towards his partner. The young man chopped off his head with a sword with one individual's, while he pierced the others with a magic beam. With his part of the work, Hyun did a dream quickly and perfectly, but at the same time he noticed that his partner still had not finished with the King of Wolves. From the side, it looked as if two leaders of different flocks were fighting. The main character saw that Su Yong received several injuries, but he did not know whether he had the right to interfere in her battle. While the guy was thinking, the situation was aggravated, and he had to intervene. At that moment, the monster growled, and the young man realized that he was using some ancient magic. Therefore, he had to make a small tactical retreat. Meanwhile, Su Yong received a rather strong injury and began to fall to the ground. But the king of Wolfster did not let her fall. Instead, he intercepted her in the fall and squeezed her jaws on her neck. The young man could not just stand and look at this, so he launched a fire shell into the enemy. But the monster was not particularly scared, so he was in no hurry to let the girl go. Therefore, Hyun had a dream decided to attack the monster behind. Such tactics worked, and the main character already held a partner in his hands. The young man, although he freed the girl from the clutches of the monster, but at the same time he understood that she was not in the best condition. So on the eve, he studied quite a lot of skills. He began to use one of them on the girl, and it was healing. Only as the young man did not try, he could not heal his girlfriend. At that moment, he remembered the medicine that he received not so long ago from the inspector. True, the guy could not get him, as he was attacked by a monster. Hyun was able to react in time, but now he clearly understood that he was a difficult opponent, and the creature is reasonable. The plan of the King of Wolves werewolf was simple. At first, he figured out the girl, and now he took up the guy. The monster laughed as he deceived the protagonist. At first, he sent his subjects to pull time, and now he was ready for the most interesting. The guy tried to at least inflict one blow to the enemy, but it was useless. The wolf dodged. But then something strange happened, and the King of Wolves werewolves moved in space. Moreover, he was going to attack a girl who was unconscious and could not react in any way. This time, the main character was faster and hit the wolf's foot, which flew to the side. The king's wolf king did not like this, so he howled and called the rest of his relatives into the clearing, who surrounded the protagonist and his partner. Hyun, a dream, understood the whole complexity of the situation, but looking at the girl, suddenly realized that she was unconscious to some extent even in his hand. It was not worth panic. The main thing is to act methodically step by step, so the protagonist was already preparing a new attack. He was going to launch 3 types of shells at opponents: magical, fiery, and ice. The guy was also going to create a fiery spear and a fireball. Then he needed to release all these techniques and send them to opponents. Thus, part of the younger werewolf wolves fell into the area of the attack of the protagonist, and was destroyed. Pre-prepared shells flew and hit exactly in the werewolf wolves. The main character did not even have to move from the place to destroy his opponents. The young man was pleased with the result of a new strategy. He does not even need to use potions. It was not yet the end, and Hyun had a dream that it was too early to relax, so he prepared a new attack. Only now the difference between the usual werewolf wolves and their leader was striking, since he dodged from all the shells of the protagonist. This did not surprise the protagonist, since he had long realized that this monster was special, and his reflexes could only be envied. Since shells did not help, Hyun had a dream decided to use the skill of a rare rank, the ice wall. The monster did not know what to do with the wall, so this slightly suspended his movement forward. By and large, this hitch decided a lot, because the protagonist broke the battle move and was confident in his victory. After that, he again called a huge number of different shells for attack. After a couple of minutes, the enormous power of combined skills was ready to break through the ice wall and get into the leader of the pack. The ice wall scattered into small pieces, and the fire absorbed the body of the monster. After the battle, the main character gathered all the crystals. He was also interested in what fell out of the King of Werewolves. Hyan did not expect a similar turn of events, because he held neither a crystal nor a book of skills, but a real heart in his hands. It is curious what to do with it, so the guy opened the skill window to draw conclusions. So it was the heart of the King of Wolves werewolves. It had to be eaten, and then for 60 minutes to turn into a king of warfare. It was very interesting, but first it was necessary to leave this dungeon. It was already late evening. Hyan was brought to the lazaret, and while she was unconscious, he was sitting nearby. At that moment, Tekal and several other members of the detachment entered the ward. They were worried about the state of the girl. There were no more strong reasons for excitement, because all the girl's external wounds will be delayed. Nevertheless, the main character believed that it would be better if they take Su-yong to the hospital to check the condition of the internal organs. The leader of the detachment understood that there was logic in these words. Besides, he thanked the newcomer for the help of the girl, because trouble would happen without him. It was not worth giving him away, since helping comrades is a common thing, but now he had some more things in the dungeon. Therefore, as soon as they finish them, he will immediately return. A new working day has come. Su-yong was on her feet and in full health. She thanked the protagonist for help. Hyun's dream froze in place with an outstretched hand, as he did not expect such adequate behavior from his partner. The situation was awkward, so the guy changed the subject, noting that everything was in the same clothes as yesterday. It turned out that yesterday Tachikol went hunting, and then immediately came to work. The main character was the same. He rested here and also earned some money on the hunt. Ideal. The guys decided to drink coffee and talk. The leader admitted that he thought that Hyun was a rich Buratino, who lives in a large house. Besides, he had a lot of things of a rare rank. It sounded quite ridiculous, because until the moment the guy was awakened, he worked as a laborer at a construction site. By chance, their conversation was overheard by Su-yong, who passed them. But the guy's position was not simple because his father was very ill and have been in the hospital for quite some time. And in order to be able to pay sick leave, all family members had to work a lot and hard. At this moment, Tekal admitted that before arriving in the detachment of the protagonist, all members of the detachment came to take care of him well. Now Hyun, a dream, began to realize that everyone around believed that he was born with a gold spoon in his mouth. The conclusion was one. It was the work of the restless blue Yuna. Suddenly, the leader of the detachment revived. He was interested in whether Hyun's sleeper knew. He admitted that it was the girl who hired him. After that, everyone began to understand that the guy really had good abilities if Shin Yuna herself recruited him and sent him to them. The evening came. Hyun's dream went about his business, reflecting that at home it will be necessary to streamline the objects received. At that moment, Su-yong caught up with him. She bowed and asked for forgiveness from the guy for her behavior, since now she was ashamed. Due to misunderstanding, the girl behaved rudely and inadmissible, so she asks for forgiveness from the bottom of her heart. Once during the call, the girl met one person, after which she formed certain prejudices. Then in the detachment, there was the son of a senior official, and when they went to the call, the guy behaved recklessly, because of which all team members suffered. But for his act, he did not receive any punishment, as his father immediately excited. But the rest of the team were punished, even though their guilt was not in what happened. Since then, the girl tried to go the first to go to the challenges. Hyun Sleep asked the girl not to worry about such trifles, because he does not pay attention to them. Watching the partner, the protagonist realized that she was very kind. But Hyun Sona had one question that tormented him. The girl was ready to answer, but he understood that Su-yong was too naive. Nevertheless, Hyun's dream decided to clarify that the question would hurt the theme of the girl's skills, so she better think twice. The main character was not the first to ask her a similar question, so the girls were not surprised at the girls. The young man did not think that people openly ask others about their skills, so he was a little puzzled by his partner's readiness to answer questions. And so the actual skill of the girl was the Terianthropy, that is, the ability to turn into a snow leopard. With such a transformation, all the indicators of the girl increased. Thus, she had high indicators of the power of attack and defense, but there were also disadvantages, for example, a low level of magic and willpower. It was obvious that due to low will, it became too vulnerable to various kinds of magical attacks. The guy understood that the girl had absolutely no reason to tell him all this information about her skills. A week passed, and nothing around was absolutely happening, so the young man was lying on the bed for days on work. He was bored, because from that incident in the dungeon, no unforeseen situations happened anymore. The ceremony dedication of Hyun Sona Rose of the detachment then happened very successfully, but from that day he did nothing else. If there was still nothing to do, the guy decided to check the statistics of his sales. It turned out that his popularity as a seller fell quite much. However, batteries and other electronics were sold well. The guy had already digging on the pointas, which means that soon he could buy something interesting of a heroic rank. He was not used to doing anything, so he decided to dispel his boredom to proceed to hunt in the dungeon. At the same time, it would not hurt to put the planks in the planes. At the entrance, the dungeon, as always, was met by an employee of the security service, who demanded to show the player's certificate. Hyun's dream no longer hid his personality, so without problems I took out a document that confirmed his personality. Moreover, it was worth the employee at the entrance to see that the protagonist belongs to the Department of Supervision of the association. He turned pale. Now no one has made fun of a young man. He politely bowed to him and wished a pleasant hunt. This time, when the guy went into the dungeon, he saw a small herd of horned sheep in front of him. But today they were all destined to turn into barbecue, as the young man threw a firestorm into them. Although after this attack there were not even small coats, and he was happy that he had acquired a fiery storm. A similar effect was worth expecting a wide range from a high-ranking object. Synergy of firestorm and shield was striking. Hyun's dream understood that if he used a similar technique in a middle-level dungeon, then he would not be so noticeable. But if it is used in a low-level dungeon, then this can even be considered fraud. And at this very moment the main character was attacked. The attacker cut his shield into two parts and wounded the guy in his shoulder. The young man looked puzzled at his enemy, and did not understand who in front of him and what he needed. The man thought that the guy recognized him, but was not upset when he realized that he did not understand who was in front of him. A man who hid his face believed that the main character was worthy to know from whose hand he would die. So the former deputy director of the guild SO, Young-san, came to kill Hyun Sona. The man had no visible reasons for such an act. The only thing he wanted to take all his anger on the main character. Of all who harmed the man, he could only avenge the main character, since he was the most unprotected. Hyun's dream tried to threaten Sona, but the man told the guy that he could scream as much as he wanted, but no one would hear him. And all because the man prepared the battlefield in advance? He set up a barrier that blocked all the sounds and visibility zone. In addition, he dressed in such a way that no one could suspect a high-ranking player in him, and in general he looked like a beginner. Hyun Dream immediately realized that a man fed his identity certificate and a player's card. Sona admitted that he falsified his documents, but on this occasion the main character should not worry, since the man was going to leave the country in the evening. He was going to live under a new name somewhere abroad. In truth, the man wanted to start his revenge with the murder of the main character's family, so that he would feel all the pain of loss. But to his great regret, the mother and sister of the guy were under the round, the clock security of the Association of Players. Yes, Sun had enough strength to kill the young man's family and guard, but then it would be much more difficult for him to leave the country. Therefore Hyun, a dream who himself entered the dungeon, has become an excellent target for a brutal man. In addition, if it is good to hide the corpse in the dungeon, then the guy will look for a very, very long time. This will take at least a couple of days. The psycho did not hide from the eye, and the fact that the wounds of the protagonist dragged on too quickly, it meant that he received a very curious and good skill. In general, Sonu understood that Hyun had a dream specially pulled time in order to heal his wounds. It also mixed up that the young man thought that he could defeat him by healing his wounds. Only now, when a man from words moved to active actions, the main character realized that he had big problems. Sona was unpleasantly surprised, as the guy was able to block his first blow. Initially, the man planned to cut off the guy only in his left hand so that he could not recover, as quickly as before. While Sona said, Hyun's sleep took out the heart of the King Wolf King from his subspace. Suddenly, the man did not expect that the guy had a transformation item in stock. Meanwhile, the main character ate his heart, turned into the King of Wolves, and tried to escape from the dungeon. But being at a decent distance from the enemy, he turned around and formed a ball of fire. Behind the smoke veil after the explosion, it was difficult to understand whether the man is alive or dead. Sona was just alive for me. He moved behind the head of the main character and gathered to strike him. With his actions, he showed that Hyun could not escape from him. Even after the transformation, it created a strong difference in strength, so Sona easily grabbed the protagonist by the mane. Nevertheless, Hyun was able to break out of the capture and bounced at a decent distance from the enemy. He formed a new fireball and was ready to launch it into a man. Only the attack did not work at all, and the man easily dispelled it with one wave of his blade. Since the attack failed with fireballs, the protagonist decided to use the gross power and attack his enemy in the forehead. He grabbed the sword, direct all his strength into him in order to break it. But for an unknown reason, all the manipulation of the protagonist caused only laughter in Sun. Hyun's dream was well aware that in this situation no one would come to his aid, so he could only count on his strength, and in any way to cope with the enemy. But this attempt failed. Sona pulled out the sword of the protagonist, ended up behind him, and inflicted several cutting wounds. The young man turned around and with all his might hit his fist in the ground, so that the stones flew in different directions. The man could not deny that the young man in front of him was incredible, but he was curious if the guy knew about his nickname. It turned out that for his eyes they called a lightning, fast sword. Just at that moment, thousands of lightning dangled around a man. He did not say anything else, and the discharge of lightning flew into the protagonist, bringing him terrible pain. But it was only the beginning. It turned out that Sona became much faster, and after a few seconds he stood next to a young man, inflicting another blow to him. The man believed that the guy himself was to blame for what was happening, because if he obeyed him, now everything would be different. While the enemy said, Hyun was trying to get it with his paw, but he did not work out of this. But the man, without even straining, could apply the guy cutting blows one by one until he fell to the ground. Sona demonstrated superiority with his whole appearance, but he was curious. Did the guy know how to get around the rule of 20 levels? In addition, he would not refuse to listen to how the guy managed to become so strong in such a short period of time. But the plans of Hyun Sona were not included in the information with such a bad person. The enemy pretended that he did not hear this, and said that if the main character tells him everything he wants to hear, then he will spare him. Only Hyun was not a naive simpleton, so he did not believe in the fairy tales of his enemy. Sona himself did not believe in what he said, so the only thing he could really do was give the guy a slight death for the information. But his words diverged with deed, and he pierced the body of the protagonist with a blade. The man no longer denied the fact that it was no longer a battle, but a real torture camera, in which regeneration was not the best skill for the experimental. The main character will constantly experience the terrible pain, and his executioner will not need to restrain his strength, but only enjoy the process. Although the man called himself a beginner in this difficult matter, the way he did it said the opposite. At some point, the thought flashed through the young man's head that he needed to give up and tell the enemy about his personal skill, since it was painfully painful to endure torture. But only the willpower and the understanding that a man needs not revenge forced Hyun Sona to hold on. But since he was not going to say anything, he asked Sun to kill him. It was obvious that Hyun's dream would die rather than bring some benefit to a man. But since Sonu needed time to hide the corpse, he decided to do everything quickly, and leaving no traces. Therefore, he simply chopped off his head to the main character. With the feeling of the fulfillment of the duty, Sun decided to collect parts of the body of a young man. It was his fatal mistake, since the main character did not die yet, and when the man turned his back on him, the guy pierced him with his clawed paw. Sona dead fell to the ground, and the protagonist stood above him, although without a head. After which he went to the place where his head was lying, raised it, about to fasten it back to his neck. Being at death, Sona opening his eyes and saw how the incredible happened. His head grew back to the trunk of the protagonist. So the last thing Sona saw in his life was the resurrection of Hyun Sona. After some time, the young man returned to his former appearance, slowly realizing that he managed to survive this time. It was strange for him to understand that the body moved by itself even with a severed head. But he decided to leave it for later, since now it was important to solve something with the body of the enemy, because even the associations of players have no right to tell about it, as this would create additional problems for him and question his current level. But from the current situation, the way out was found right away, so the protagonist called the fireball. Hyun's dream was about to burn the corpse of his enemy, since there was no need to reveal all his secrets. The body of Sun and his armor were burned very well, leaving no traces behind. By and large, only a trace of the ashes remained from the guy's body. The protagonist did not feel regrets on this subject. And then something unique from the residual magic after the death of Sun, a book of skills appeared. Hyun, a dream, went to the place where the book appeared and picked it up. It was a book of active skill, during which a protective barrier from lightning was formed, and he also paralyzed the enemy's body and made his owner stronger. It was a great skill, so the guy immediately wanted to study it. Immediately studying the skill around the body of Hyun Sona, a protective barrier from lightning appeared. The feeling in the guy's body was new and unusual, but he understood that lightning made him definitely stronger. As usual, the guy decided to test his thoughts in practice, so he formed a magic shell and added a little lightning to it. This time, the explosion was twice as strong than usual. Even a feeling of certain cheating arose. In other confirmations, the main character did not need any more, since it was obvious that the level of skill became much higher. With such force, the guy understood that Young Sun could defeat, and it was nice to get a new title, albeit a little unexpectedly. But even in this situation, Hyun, A dream understood that he was vital to be stronger. In addition, the problem arose. Although the attack was powerful but took too many magical forces, so he needed to refrain from using lightning breathing. A month passed from the last events in the dungeon. The main character sat in the hotel room, checked the statistics of his sales, and was at a loss. She actually was not, as well as he had on his account, and the guy wanted to buy 2 books of skills, but it was quite expensive for him. But he decided to rest a little and watch the TV and think about the problems of the plains later. Before that, he worked all the time, and today was the only weekend, and I did not want to do anything except to wallow on the bed. There was harmful food, and watch Telic. There they just showed a romantic film about players where the girl fell in love with the head of her guild. Hyun Sleep with great attention and pleasure watched the film, as now was the most dramatic moment. This film was shot by the 20th anniversary of the Cataclysm, but it cut the eye that during the filming used expensive equipment. By and large, everyone was afraid of the day of the 20th anniversary, and took a lot of actions to ensure the safety of people. But nothing happened that day. On the internet, it was possible to read a lot of fake articles that the number of dungeons has sharply decreased. At some point, the guy was tired of watching a movie. He was lying on the bed and dreamed of new purchases. At that moment, he ceased to suffer, because he felt that something strange began to happen around. Incomprehensible sounds forced the young man to sit on the bed and listen. Even it seemed to him that the earthquake began. But this was not an earthquake. In the middle of the city, the gates opened to another world, from which the monsters began to come. People tried to escape from them, but most people did not have the abilities to resist the monsters, and the orcs advanced in groups of civilians. Hyun Sleep quickly dressed, jumped out the hotel window, creating a fireball for attack on the move. He managed to go downstairs in time and save the girl, who was pursued by a huge evil orc. He cut one enemy into 2 parts, frying the other with a fireball, but nevertheless there were still many monsters around. He tried not to think too much, but to act quickly and confidently, so several more orcs lost their heads. But no matter how Hyun tried his dream, people were in panic and tried to run away, creating chaos around. At this moment, the main character noticed how another group of orcs came out of the gate. Without hesitation, the guy attacked them with a fiery storm, hoping that he would kill everyone at a time. But this time, everything went not according to plan, and the guy cursed deliciously. The main problem now was that the orcs mixed with people, killed them, and Hyun Sona could not fight in full force, since he was afraid to harm civilians. The situation was worse not to imagine. The guy did not know the truth of what to do, and what to do. Suddenly, other players appeared on the battlefield, who also entered the battle with monsters. The leader of the group of players who arrived to help, Hyun Sonu, told that they would take part of the monsters on themselves, and he should deal with the spatial gates. Hyun has a dream, not being distracted from his battle, thanked strangers for their help. Meanwhile, people continued to run away from the monsters. The children cried, and the leader of the association announced on loud connection that he was announcing martial law. The regular army arrived at the players, and armed soldiers took up their positions. The director continued to speak and urged all players to leave all current affairs and go to defense of civilians. The fight with monsters continued. Beautiful buildings turned into ruins. In some places you could notice smoke. At that moment, Shin Yuna called the main character. She wanted to know where he is now and what he was doing. The guy did not walk, but fought with the orcs that appeared from the spatial gate, near the dungeon of the Red Tarantula. In general, the situation had 2 pluses. The first, the orcs were apparently not a high rank. The second, other players who were nearby joined the stripping of the territory. Temporarily, the girl appointed him the main one, so after stripping this site, he and the other guys will have to go to another place. Another gate opened near one of the stations, but there was not enough hands in the association to hold back the influx of monsters. Hyun's dream understood all that was said, while continuing to kill the orcs in parallel. Suddenly, Yuna added that the guy could calmly fight and not worry about the family, since they were taken to the bomb shelter with other civilians. It was good news, and the guy had at least a little, but it became easier on the soul. Meanwhile, 2 orcs attacked him at the same time. The guy chopped off their heads with one blow, realizing that he was already waiting in another place, so he did not have a raven. While the new group of the orcs did not get out of the gate, the guy opened the status window. He decided to buy another skill book, since he had no time. So he bought and studied a new skill, and now he was ready to kill all the orcs in the district. To finish with opponents quickly and go further, he used the skill of the firewall. This fire covered all the orcs. They began to scream with pain and anger, but they could not do anything against the power of the elements. Hyun finished the dream with these monsters. Now it was necessary to move on to the second part of the task. He took Rupor out of his subspace and shouted, calling for all the players who were here to approach him, following the order of martial law and mobilization. Looking at his colleagues, the guy realized that it would be more difficult to collect and organize them for further actions than killing a crowd of orcs. Nevertheless, he told them that there should be several players who would monitor the order. The rest should go to the Station of Hints with him. Here it was only necessary to monitor the spatial gates, so Hyun's dream believed that the situation was clear to everyone. But one player had questions. The boy wanted to understand how much spatial gate in the city opened in total. The exact number of new gates was unknown, but the main character heard that they were inspired not only in this city, but throughout the country. He was outwardly calm when he said, but noticed a panic between the players after voicing this information. Meanwhile, the situations near the station were terrible. The buildings were in ruins and fire. People and monsters mixed up. The girls tried to run, cried, but the monsters caught up with them. By and large, people did not have a single chance to escape. As the monsters were faster, they caught up with them and killed them. At that moment, players came to the aid of Civilian. One of them was so strong that he threw the monster to the side, and he crashed into the wall. The man was no longer young, so after such loads she was already tired of the order, and the monsters were still not over. From the spatial gate, everyone came out new crowds of humanoid lizards. Observing this, the hunter girls began to lose all hope. They were waiting like a manna of heavenly reinforcement, which still was not. At that moment, a fire pillar flew over their heads towards monsters. But then the fire pillar in the eyes of the girls in an instant turned into a wall, burning the monsters to the ground. It became obvious that Hyun was a dream, and his group of players arrived just in time. They reported that now they would be engaged in monsters. New acquaintances of the young man appreciated the situation, and came to the conclusion that it was worse than the previous one, and even worse it was that there were not many dungeons near this station, and therefore players. But even if so, then they did not have the moral right to retreat, so Hyun gave everyone an order to join the battle. At that moment, unexpectedly for the protagonist, the fiery wall evaporated as if it was not there. But this happened not just like that, and it was dispelled by the main boss of the monsters, who came out the last of the spatial gate. But the main character was not going to retreat, and hide his head in the sand. He called on a fiery spear. Then he launched a spear in the monster, but it fell into the shield, so the boss did not hurt. Since this technique did not work, the guy decided to directly attack the monster. This attack did not work, but made it clear to Hyun Sona. So, the main character now knew that his opponent was not as dexterous and strong as he might seem at first glance. Therefore, while the monster turned his head on the sides and tried to find the guy, he attacked him from the back and chopped off his head. At that moment, Hyun heard a scream and turned his head and saw an unpleasant picture. Namely, a new group of monsters came out from the spatial gate, looking at her. The guy realized that he had killed not a boss, but an ordinary monster. He tried to attack them with fire, but the attack failed, and Hyun's dream realized that their skin was resistant to fire. Once it did not work, the guy took out the shield from the subspace and rushed into the reciprocal attack. To begin with all his might, he hit a humanoid lizard with a shield in the jaw. This was the first part of the attack. In the second part, he masterfully wielded a sword, inflicting deaths to the opponents. Everything would be fine. But at that moment, Hyun's dream noticed a spear flying strange shape. But even more mental for a second led to the fact that the monster dug his claws into his hand. Worse, it was only that a strange spear flew right into the head of the main character. And after a second, the explosion thundered. On the marvel, after such a strong explosion, the main character survived and stood firmly on his two. He was in ash from head to toe and could not realize what had happened now, and who did it all. But the answer to his question came out straight from the spatial gate. It was a huge humanoid lizard, which was very different from its relatives. Now Hyuna knew for sure that he had recently killed an ordinary monster, and the king of their tribe had just appeared in front of him. The shield of the protagonist was already spoiled, so he threw it away, but was ready to fight a hand-to-hand with a monster. But this boss was different from everyone that the guy met before. For his attacks he used magic, and 3 spears of strange shape appeared around him. After one such spear, the guy survived once, but whether the question is now lucky, and the spears flew into it one after another. Unfortunately, the main character could not block them, so he chose a tactical retreat. He tried to dodge every spear. But it was a task with an asterisk, since other humanoid lizards tried to injure a guy who ran past them. But they were not lucky. It was not worth it to interfere with Hyun, since he killed them without a twinge of conscience. True, this did not save him from flying spear, as they strove to fly into the gap between the parts of the lizard's body and get into Sona Hyun. The guy was not physically able to leave the line of fire since the spears were too close, so he tried to protect himself with a fiery shield. It was not the worst tactics. Besides, she opened the way to the counterattack, and the guy jumped up and directed his sword in the head of the lizard, hiding behind a fiery shield. At that moment, the guy noticed that the enemy began to form some kind of energy ball in his mouth. Awareness sharply covered the protagonist. His opponent could use ice breathing even at such a distance. Unfortunately, he was not mistaken, and the flow of ice magic air flew in his direction. The fiery shield was no longer saved by Hyun-sona. His hair and part of his face began to be covered with hoarfrost. At that moment he realized that it was not the time to save Manu if he wanted to survive and defeat the monster. If so, then the time has come to use a trump card, namely a lightning stroke, because now it did not matter. Someone will understand how he got this skill or not. The young man activated the skill, and in the blink of an eye disappeared from the place where he was a second ago. The lizard stood still, and did not understand where the man went. But after a second the guy appeared again, and sent a discharge of lightning to the monster. The protagonist realized that now only he could withstand these monsters, which means he should win at all costs. He saw that even attacking the same lizard of 3, the players could not defeat him. He was the only combat-ready unit. Therefore he was a load of responsibility for his life, and the rest on him. The plan rose in the head of the young man. He lowered to the ground and froze, letting several opponents at the same time. The human, like lizards, have not yet understood that it was a trap, and the guy was waiting for the perfect time to attack. It is good that they were stupid, so the guy did not have to run after them. Meanwhile, he sent lightning to his sword, and when the 5 humanoid lizards surrounded him, he crouched, and one circular reinforced with lightning, the movement of the sword killed them all. Especially annoying members of the tribe lost their heads. Surprisingly, Hyun's dream remained calm and methodically performed his work. For an hour, the protagonist spent the main character on the murder of small bipods, until the boss remained on the street with his own person. Although the guy was pretty battered, his heart lived in his heart to end the boss once and for all. A second later, the monster and the man rushed to the attack. No wonder Hyan had a dream bought up books of skills, and every day he went to the dungeons. He could not occupy dexterity, so the lizard missed. The guy pleased the fact that no one prevented him from fighting the monster, so he could do what he considered necessary. True, Hyun was a dream by the fact that sometimes he thought and lost his vigilance, and now he noticed with lateral vision that the monster was behind him. But he managed to quickly react and hit the humanoid boss of the lizard with a sword on the head. It was a mortal blow, so the monster fell to the ground and did not show signs of life. Now Hyun's sleep sat down on the ground and exhaled with relief, as he was very exhausted during the battle. Yes, the picture around was lively, but the guy understood that it could be worse, and the buildings could be rebuilt. In addition, the thought did not leave him that something very interesting and useful for him should fall out of the monster. And after a couple of minutes, the next book of skills was formed with residual magical energy. Hyun's dream immediately took her to his hands, because it was a book of active skill. If you use the icy breath of the White King of the Lizards, then mana will be required. A similar skill, and however, could come in handy to the main character, so he studied him immediately. Meanwhile, people took up shelter. The players tried to help them, even though everyone was in a state of shock. Hyun's dream took all his crystals that fell out of the dinosaurs. After a short rest, mana began to recover, and he himself was already more vigorous. Everything went on as usual until he heard another sound that attracted his attention. Someone shot the body of a humanoid lizard. It turned out that among the corpses there was another lizard, which was shot by the military. It was not the evening, not the morning, and the guy finally realized that he had finished his mission, and did it perfectly. 3 days later, it became clear that the second wave of Cataclysm struck a serious blow to the world economy. This led to a deficiency of gas, oil, electricity, food, and water. The Korea government began the construction of defensive camps around large cities, and the evacuation of residents from the suburbs. This was done to reduce the number of victims if there are new attacks of monsters. But this completely slowed down logistics and trade, which also led to the fact that it became impossible to produce industrial products. Now Hyun-sona had problems, since the stocks of products that he placed for sale have already been bought. And if you think about it, then he had nothing more to sell, but it is necessary to do this. But in order to live and trade normally further, he, like all other players, had to deal with the second wave of Cataclysm as soon as possible. Not only the players, but also the soldiers of the regular army followed the order and guarded civilians flying by helicopter around the district. On one such helicopter, the protagonist was thrown to the place of his next task. In the middle of one of the deserted streets of the city, spatial gates opened, from which crowds of monsters came out, and now they were looking for their victims. To begin with, players will have to clean the streets of the city, and then solve the rest of the problems if they are. This time the operation was led by Hyun. He asked his subordinates whether they got acquainted and remember the areas for which they are responsible. Everyone was responsible positively. The main character trusted the leaders of the groups of players, so he left their command in their detachments, but he himself was about to go the first. He was not afraid to go to the very bake, so he was waiting for the rest below. Meanwhile, the number of monsters that came out of the spatial gate has increased. Against several of them, the young man used a fiery wall. Burning alive, the monsters screamed, growled, and writhed in pain. Other individuals may have been more lucky, as the guy simply chopped off their heads. Combined several tricks, Hyun's dream was able to defeat a fairly large number of strong monsters at a time. His movements were too fast, so the monsters could not react and lost their heads. Other players had to work in groups to defeat at least one monster. But even if so, then things were going well for now, and another group of players landed on the street. For a couple of minutes, Hyun had a break. He quickly appreciated the situation, and concluded that so far everything was going according to plan. At that moment, one monster managed to escape from the wall of the fire, who tried to attack the guy, but he finished it off with one blow of the sword. But this monster was not one, and already all the others ran to the protagonist, despite the fact that they had to become coal. Such behavior of this species was a little puzzled by Hyun's sleep, and it came to the idea that there was something wrong here. Suddenly, they abruptly changed the direction and ran to the cafe opposite. The young man looked at them and did not understand. They really wanted coffee in the middle of the battle, to drink, which was not. The guy first saw the opponents to run away from the battlefield after the first attack. Strange, so the guy decided to find out what was the matter. For this, he decided to follow the monsters. For speed and safety, the guy activated the Breath of Lightning. After a couple of minutes, he not only caught up, but also overtook the persecuted. But he did not want to conduct long, sincere conversations with opponents, so he finished off one of them. Then he called on another fiery spear to kill another monster. Having taken a convenient position, the guy threw a spear and hit the target right. Sometime later, Hyun, a dream summed up a small, intermediate result. He killed 15 monsters. Now, most of all, he hoped that he had killed the latter, and you can return home. But it wasn't there. The young man sharply raised his head up, as he heard an incomprehensible sound. The problem appeared unexpectedly, and it was a monster similar to a dragon. But the worst was that its level was above the 400th. It is not surprising that Hyun was extremely surprised. It was the strongest monster of all existing heroic rank, and he was now standing opposite the protagonist. It seemed that the guy was his goal. Meanwhile, Shin Yuna held a meeting. Now there were about 100,000 players in Korea. Among them, about 5,000 high-level players who completed the 4th stage. In addition, they saw by monitors that a low and middle-level monster could be killed using military firepower. But another problem arose. Since the gate has become more and more each time, the monsters of the heroic level began to appear more often, but they had too little players of the heroic level. At this moment, one of the subordinates interrupted her and said that they had an emergency. Another gate opened near the Seoul metro station, and the workers tried to find out which monsters came from. It turned out that it was a wyvern group. This was just a vivid example of what Juna spoke about earlier, since the wyverns were a heroic rank. One of the guilds requested just reinforcements, since they had enough tanks and damagers, but it was hard for them to fight flying monsters. Shin Yuna asked to try to contact other guilds that were nearby. Only magicians from the South Liu Guild were nearby. The girl ordered them to be sent to reinforce, took her weapon, and also went to help. But this was not the end. The headquarters reported that the gates with harpies had opened, and the Ogre appeared in Pusan. But worse for today, there was a message about the Blue Dragon. This was reported to the headquarters by Hyun, who requested reinforcements. The situation was critical, so Shin Yuna ordered the players to be informed that they all left the city of Mosque. The dream could not fight with the dragon. Therefore, the only decision for him was to try to run away. He did not have any plan this time, so he hoped that nevertheless he would come. Otherwise, he was a corpse. At that moment, he heard information from the headquarters that all operations in Restonia were cancelled, and all the players who still remained in the city had to leave him immediately. Most likely, this was the right decision, but not for the protagonist who was persecuted by the Blue Dragon. At that moment, the guy had the thought of what to do, because he clearly could not escape. Noticing that the dragon threw a part of the building into him, the guy dodged, telling the authorities that now is not the time to retreat. The Blue Dragon, meanwhile, followed the movements and actions of the young man. Even if everything is left to the city, even if reinforcements do not come, Hyun was about to fight to the end. When he stopped, the dragon tried to crush him with his paw. But his attempt failed, and Hyun's dream could quietly move to the building that was nearby and hide behind the wall. Now he had a couple of minutes to take his breath and think. It turned out strangely. The dragon did not attack other players. He pursued only the protagonist. The respite also quickly ended, as it began, as the Blue Dragon was already looking out the window of the building where the guy was hiding. There was no more point in standing there anymore, as the monster had already held out his paw to the window. But he not just knocked out the glass, but broke part of the high-rise building where the guy was and threw it to the ground. Nevertheless, by some miracle, Hyun's dream got out of the building and attacked the dragon with a fiery storm right in the face. But this was not enough to win, so he put even more mana into the attack. Obviously, this plan did not work, since the dragon was more alive than all the living, even after such a portion of fire. Nevertheless, until the monster came to, the guy decided to change his place of stay. It didn't work out. The dragon was already on his tail and tried to catch, but so far the guy managed to dodge the tenacious paws. Since the fire did not work, the Hyun was used to use icy breath, and created an obstacle in front of the monster in the form of an ice wall. And this did not work. The wall scattered into small pieces. After the dragon broke it with his paw, the guy fell without strength on the asphalt. Nevertheless, the main character did not think to give up. He tried to stand under the gaze of the dragon, not understanding how he could catch up with him. Obviously, the guy could not follow the order of the leadership, so there was no other option. There was no other. If so, then Hyunsong had to activate the Breath of Lightning again. Strange. The dragon was growling at least, but not yet attacked, and the guy was ready for everything. There was nothing to do, and the guy decided to attack first. He tried to strike the monster through the main body, but the sword only struck him, no more, after which the dragon almost touched his paw. In flight, it was clearly visible that several strokes that the guy tried to inflict the enemy did not work. It was not difficult to guess that this happened because of the two strong scales. If so, it was necessary to beat in the stomach, since there was no scales on it. Hyun's sleep accelerated and ran to the goal. After a second, he was already near the enemy's abdomen, preparing to strike him. But no matter how the guy tried, there was not a single scratch on the blue dragon. But his mood finally deteriorated, and the monster tried to crush Hyunsona like an annoying bug. This time, the guy managed to dodge his paw. Besides the fact that the dragon was tenacious, it was still very fast. But what a surprise became for the guy when he saw that the dragon's ears began to produce his own lightning. Hyun could not run a dream. He fell into a trap in which he was held by two draconians of lightning. The discharges torn the body of the young man. He gritted his teeth so as not to yell in pain. The scores stopped, and the guy dragon imprinted one of the houses into the wall. And after a second, the upper part of the main character was in the stomach near the monster. Even in this state, Hyun did not want to die. He could not leave his mother, sister, and father alone in this world. This meant that you need to live, you need to fight, you need to win. The faithful sword was in his hand. This increased the chances that he could get out of the womb of the dragon. And after a moment, the guy stuck him into the flesh of the enemy. Yes, his body was now crippled, but the guy found the strength in himself and pulled himself up on his outstretched arm. At that moment, he felt strange, and thought that the regeneration process began, not yet knowing that the Book of Immortality increased its rank to the only heroic one. As a young man did not try to beat the dragon with a sword from the inside, but he understood that he would not last for so long. He became heavier every minute, so the guy bit the enemy's flesh to stay in place. Yuna returned to the base where she was informed that the main character had died, completing a mission. Her subordinates came to this conclusion, analyzing the information, but the girl wanted to know how this could happen. Yuna remembered very well that before leaving for her task, she gave a clear order to the group of the protagonists to leave the city. A young employee tried to answer this question. She said that Hyun had a task to get a spatial gate to block. Therefore, he was closest to the dragon, who suddenly appeared from the gate. According to the collected data, we can conclude that the main character still tried to retreat from the battlefield. But by summing up all the information, we can come to the conclusion that he was not deleted to do this. In truth, Yuna did not expect such a turn of events, so she was very upset by the news. If so, then the girl wanted to know if the player's death was reported to his family. Its employees did not send any official notifications to the player's family, but at the moment there was a published list of the dead on the internet, so the mother and sister of the guy could guess everything themselves. It was logical to assume that the main character's relatives already knew everything, so Yuna grabbed her head. Meanwhile, Hyun's dream continued to pierce the flesh of the blue dragon with a sword. But he could not be suspended for a long time, since he had only one working hand at the moment. It was enough for only a few seconds, after which he fell again. In all what was happening was one positive moment. The main character no longer lost health. In addition, the young man noticed that together, where he was a lot of blood. Then, with double pleasure, he began to pierce the blue dragon with a sword, making bleeding even more. But at some point, the guy stopped, realizing that something incomprehensible was happening. The blue dragon began to bleed, so the protagonist almost washed away by a wave of blood. But the guy was a strong nut and kept his last strength. Meanwhile, the monster began to growl and writhe in pain. Players who did not manage to leave the city watched this picture, not understanding what was happening to it. The monster fell on one knee, holding his hand over one of the skyscrapers, and began to cough with blood. He experienced such severe pain that he began to beat his tail and ruin everything around. The building was ready to fall on the game girl, but her partner arrived in time and pushed her away. Meanwhile, the second hand has grown up inside the blue dragon by the protagonist. The guy crawled inside the monster for quite some time until he found a blood vessel, after which he heated the blade of his sword to the limit and was preparing to cut the blood vessel. After a moment, the blood vessel was cut. Blood poured from him. It was what the young man sought. After that, the Hyan had a dream in the middle of the blood vessel, realizing that in this way, it can continue to restore his body. After some time, he was already on his two and moved quite easily. True, the guy had to spend a little time in order to get to the heart of the blue dragon. Now it's time to finish the monster, so the guy pierced his heart with his blade. The result was on the face. The blue dragon began abundant internal bleeding, but Hyan continued everything and continued to cut his heart into small pieces, while nothing was left with him. At that moment, he noticed that with his previously broken sword, some kind of transformation began to occur. To understand the situation, the young man opened his status window. And then the young man saw that all his passive and active skills increased to the heroic. Moreover, due to the fact that the protagonist was able to defeat the monster, the level of which exceeded his own once 200 times, he received the title of Rare Rank. Hyan's dream himself perfectly understood that he was hunting not on the most ordinary monster, so he expected to see even more pleasant surprises. And he was not mistaken, and the system completely restored his sword, changing his name to the Blood Blur of the Blood. And from the residual magic of the blue dragon, a book of skills was formed. It was a Scales of the Dragon of a heroic rank, which significantly increased physical protection, as well as resistance to other skills, especially infection due to electrical attacks. The young man, without hesitation, began to study a passive skill. Meanwhile, the surviving players in the city continued to observe the blue dragon and its convulsions. It was strange to see how such a strong and terrible monster twitched when no one touched him. The guy and the girl noticed that the monster at first did this actively, but gradually his movements slowed down, and now he fell to the ground at all and did not show signs of activity in life. A brilliant idea occurred to the guy in mind. He suggested that the blue dragon fell ill, but it sounded more absurd when suddenly the guy noticed that a man appeared in the place of the monster. Indeed, the body of the monster disappeared, and in its place the silhouette of a person appeared in the smoke. Meanwhile, another group of players returned home after the assignment. They had never been in such a dangerous situation, so everyone dreamed of rest. Unlike the rest, Shin Yuna was silent and did not share their joy and feelings. At heart, she believed that Hyun had a dream could not be so easy to take and die. In addition, she was still angry with the recent assembly of the office, at which she found out that the main character wanted to write out a fine. She was angry and did not find words to describe her indignation. Meanwhile, they tried to calm her down. The authorities believed that there was nothing wrong with writing out a fine, because the guy was already dead, and in general they carried only losses because of him. At that moment, the girl doubted that in front of her people, not monsters, because they only think about money at such a moment. Moreover, she began to lose control over her strength, which she suppressed. In truth, men frightened her outbreak of anger. They began to make her remarks, they say. She crosses all the permitted boundaries. The meeting ended, and the sediment after it still remained. At that moment, one of the subordinates turned to her and reported that information had just received that the blue dragon had died. Suddenly, the players who were in a helicopter thought that they were sent to kill the dragon. Then, who was ahead of them? It was the fact that in Korea and in the world there was no group of hunters ready to challenge the blue dragon. It turned out that the player who was swallowed by the monster managed to survive, and he began to strike at the internal organs of the monster and was able to kill him. No one expected that a similar method could be used to win. But Shin Yun was not interested in the method of killing a monster. She wanted to know the name of the player who did this. She immediately felt better when she found out that Hyun was able to survive. Meanwhile, the main character drank water, realizing that he seemed very unhappy to other players, but there were no more wounds on his body. At that moment, a new acquaintance approached Hyun Song and handed a warm blanket so that he could wrap him up. Clothing was important, but now the main character needed a phone more, so he asked the guys to lend him for a while, if possible. Since the young man had to call her mother, the player girl handed him her phone. Hyun Sleep immediately dialed her mother's number. She picked up the phone. The woman did not immediately believe that her son was alive and calls her, but it was really he. The main character said that an error occurred, and his name was accidentally in the list of dead players. After the woman heard the voice of her child, whom she had already buried, she cried, although she understood that she had to rejoice. Since my mother was very worried, the guy lied a little, saying that he had eaten well and slept perfectly. Suddenly, the woman asked her son not to strain much, and then thanked that he still survived. In addition, A person from the Association of Players came to the family of the protagonist yesterday. This girl paid them compensation, which was laid in such cases, and then knelt down and apologized to them for a long time, because she believed that the death of Hyun Sona on her conscience. Also, my mother was glad that her son was able to return alive. To that she was very proud of him, since he did an excellent job. Hyun's dream finished the conversation and then cried, hiding his face. Noticing his condition, the game girl handed him a handkerchief so that he wiped her tears. Although the small manifestation of care and participation warmed the heart of the protagonist, and he thanked the girl. Since the situation was calm, the guy sat on the sidewalk and decided to examine his sword after all the changes. Having carefully read the characteristics, Hyun's dream realized that the sword is now attached to him forever. From this moment on, the guy no longer had to worry about weapons, but it became interesting that he received for the skill of Thunder Breath of the Dragon. In this skill, nothing but the name has changed, however, it could be pumped. In addition, all its other characteristics increased several dozen times. It was fine, but now a very urgent question arose. What to do with clothes? The guy did not have a spare. Definitely, now he really wanted to get home. At this moment on the horizon, he saw the appearance of a helicopter. Sin Yuna jumped from him and began to hug the young man, as she was glad to see him. The girl was happy because the guy was able to survive in an unequal battle. But as soon as she pulled away, she realized that there was nothing on the guy besides the blanket. It was necessary to somehow explain this, and the guy said that all his clothes were dissolved in the gastric juice of the blue dragon. At the game, man found a spare set of clothes, which he handed to the main character so that he put him on. Yuna tried to pretend that nothing had happened, but in fact she was very embarrassed by the appearance of the protagonist. At that moment, one of her colleagues approached the girl, saying that the reunion between her and the young man was very touching. The man, in truth, was really very surprised by the behavior of the girl. Yuna was also surprised at no less than a similar issue, so she clarified that he had a man in mind. He said that he did not expect that the girl likes the younger guys. The rest of the players who went down the helicopter were sure that the main character was the guy of the girl whom she carefully hid. Such assumptions were very confused by Hyun Sona. Madame Shin was indignant and asked her colleague not to invent stupid things. Although the guy decided to follow this advice, however, his mood was just suitable for jokes. In general, Yuna did not understand why her colleagues decided to go down the helicopter, because she told them that the plan was cancelled and they could return home and rest. But one of the guys somewhere saw a similar scene somewhere, so I decided to look at it with my own eyes. Then he went to the main character and began to show him signs of attention. They say the guy was just his taste. But Yun did not like these manipulations, and she stopped her colleague, saying that this behavior was impermissible, and the young man should be left alone, since he had just returned from the other world. And the man was more than persistent, assuring that he was not joking. Yes, I was curious for him why the girl flared up so much. But Yuna was not going to be led to provocations, insisting on the fact that the main character needs to go to the hospital for an examination. Also, she could not help but understand that all the players were just interested in how Hyun was able to kill the blue dragon, and believed that this information would be very useful to them in the future. Indeed, this time the young man showed how everyone should behave in extreme situations, when the enemy is several times stronger than you. Nevertheless, for a start, the inspector wanted to take the young man to the hospital. She grabbed the guy's hand and dragged him to the helicopter, which confiscated for the evacuation of Hyun Sona. Now her colleagues were left without means of transportation, and all due to the fact that they were too impudent. But they could not do otherwise, because it was damn curious how the beginner could hunt for a blue dragon. It was not difficult to understand that Hyun's dream was an unusual player, since Yuna did not care about everyone in this way. This was really curious, so the brunette decided to ask the girl about this a little later. Some time passed, and the main character began to return to the usual life. But all his buyers were seriously alarmed, since there were no more new deliveries, and they decided to declare a boycott to the man who thought them to boycott the guy earlier. During the attack of the monsters, Korea received significant damage, but it was smaller than that of other countries. The second cataclysm was stopped, and Korea began to rebuild her infrastructure. Scientists also began to explore the carcasses of the dead monsters and the mana stones obtained in the battles. The society was still a little unstable, but gradually everything began to return to its circles. So the main character was time to resume his sales, so he came a well-known store, used electronics. Since the store was not injured, he had a lot of items necessary for the guy in reserve. After the country was restored the stable supply of electricity, the first thing the store manager loaded all the batteries for the protagonist. The situation was such that Hyun's dream was about to buy all the batteries that were in the store. Since the supply of goods in the country was still not enough, the young man understood that when loading the battery, he needed to put the price above. But even in such a situation, the first was immediately taken away. Hyun's dream was a little surprised that the goods were sold even at an inflated price. This prompted him to the idea that the price could be raised even higher. A few days later, the young man sold all the goods and went to the electronics store for adding, but the manager informed him that there were no more in the warehouse, since he ordered only the number of batteries, which the guy ordered before. But he was ready to make a second order, as he heard that the factory began to work as usual. Hyun heard him, so I decided to go home for now. The manager asked the young man to give him contact information, and he would contact him as soon as the necessary quantity of goods is in his warehouse. But the protagonist was not going to disclose his data, and said that he would go after the goods tomorrow. He walked home and reflected on the fact that it was the perfect option for concluding a contract directly with the factory. Before the start of the second Cataclysm, the young man already called the factory, but there he was refused a contract with an individual, since they did not deal with the like. Hyun did not give up a dream and called again, promising, concluding an agreement on a large supply of goods. But he was again refused, arguing that they conclude contracts only with large suppliers and corporations. If so, then the guy could register as an entrepreneur and open an electronics warehouse. Although not if you start a business, it should be an electronics store. A few days later, the main character opened his first electronics store. Friends and acquaintances sent congratulatory wreaths in honor of the discovery. The store had many different positions of goods, also professional workers, and accordingly, customers. Hyun's dream was glad that his idea was successful, and even despite the fact that there was a weekday, there was no end to customers. The sister of the protagonist, whom he made a manager in the store, was engaged in all organizational affairs. The young man was the general director of this institution, which means that he should have been fine. Also, in addition to organizational duties, the girl also engaged in the supply of goods, so she sent the first batch of batteries to the warehouse. It was great news, so the protagonist went to check the batteries that should have already been in the warehouse, and the sister asked him whether it was worth ordering something else. So far there was no particular need, so when something changes, the guy will inform her. The sister understood his brother well, but while he was in the store, she wanted to spend a little time with him, so she pulled him to the nearest institution to eat together. After eating, they will not return to work. The main character checked the statistics of his sales in the status window, and concluded that his goods slowly began to buy it. The more he traded, the less purchases became less. But he was not worried about this, since the batteries bought it like hot pies on the market. During this time, the young man managed to earn quite a few points, so now he was thinking about the fact that probably it was already necessary to start spending them. Buying everything in a row, it made no sense, so the guy wanted to think about everything well, and then conclude a deal. At the moment, he had 5 passive skills of a heroic rank, and only 1 active heroic rank, which was an attacker who caused only accurate damage to the enemy. Therefore, now he needed such a skill with which he could move in space to avoid dangerous situations, or with which he could attack the enemy of the incessant. It's good that now he was enough for us, so he decided to buy both. It was best that compared to passive skills, active were cheaper. Although a small mistake came out here. The skill of moving in space was quite expensive. But their own security during the battle cost all the spent on the saint, so the guy made a deal. If this skill is increased to a heroic rank, then even a person can be moved in space. This skill had many restrictions, however. It was very useful, which was said by all the reviews about the product. Yes, the main character spent about 40 billion won on the book of active skill of Flicker, and immediately studied it. At that moment, he was alone in the warehouse, so he decided to test the skill with a calm soul. As soon as he activated the skill from point and he moved up to point B. Surprisingly, even though Hyun was no longer a child, but he was now childly delighted, realizing that he had spent money not in vain. A little later, the young man was going to test the teleportation over long distances. Now he needed to choose an attacking skill, but there were too many options with different attributes. It turned out to be more difficult to find the perfect skill than he expected. Having a little suffering, the guy found the perfect active skill for himself, which was called Black Lightning. His feature was that he brought down powerful lightning for the target, consuming mana and endurance at the same time, being the skill of the attribute of darkness. But the protagonist was not able to study the new skill of the main character, since he was absorbed by the breath of a thunderous dragon, raising his rank. It was not in vain, since the breath of the Thunder Dragon could now be activated due to the consumption of endurance and mana, as well as to bring down powerful black lightning at the target. In addition, black lightning could form a protective membrane around the cobbler, plus all the skills gained the power of black lightning. Now many points that were previously activated automatically, the main character could control it independently. To understand how all this works in practice, the young man decided to go to the dungeon for hunting. A large flock of winged monsters attacked him in the dungeon, in which he released his black lightning. This is an attack and did not leave the monsters a single chance of salvation. Now Hyun was pleased with everything. In addition, after he spent a fairly large number of points with benefit, he felt excellent. For hunting, the guy spent the next 6 hours and was a little tired, but at the same time, he earned a new title. After that, with a sense of duty, the young man went home. To begin with, he came to the store and saw that his sister had not yet gone home. The girl informed her brother that she packed and carefully folded all the received batteries in the warehouse and asked him to inspect them. On this, Hyun spent 30 minutes, and when he went into the main room of the store, he noticed that his sister was still at work. The guy wanted to offer her to go home together, but the girl asked him to sit down and carefully listen to her. The conversation promised to be difficult, as the sister wanted to talk about the time when his brother was declared dead. It so turned out that the mother of the protagonist, when she found out about his death, fainted. After she came to her senses, she cried for several days. It was only the beginning, and the real problems arose later. One by one, notifications of the loss of leased equipment and fines for failure to comply with the contract came. The main character expected not such behavior from the association of players, so he could not believe his sister's words. The girl could not come to terms with such a state of affairs, so I read the document several times and turned to the association, but each time she received a refusal, since everything was legally made correctly. The only way out of the situation for her and mother was the rejection of the inheritance of the protagonist. With this state of affairs, the girl was not going to put up, so she went to the lawyer, but he also gave her the same answer. Moreover, now the young man had to immediately free the rented housing. The association was going to pick up the money that the guy listed to his family, as she considered it illegal enrichment. But after a while, the situation was formed. Shin Yuna personally began to correct the situation. She came to the guy's family, knelt down and changed for a long time, saying that an error occurred in the process, so the association put forward such requirements to them. But the sister of Hyun Sona was not stupid, so having analyzed everything that happened, she came to the conclusion that this was not a procedural mistake, but intentional actions. Be that as it may, the main character decided to figure out the situation, but the girl asked him not to talk about this to his mother, since the woman asked her daughter to never talk about it. The sister did not want her brother to get involved in trouble, but told him only for the reason that he had to know about everything since it concerned him personally. Hyun Sleep thanked her for that. The next day, the protagonist came to the main building of the Association of Players. At the reception, he reported that he had a meeting with Inspector Shin Young. Only now the guy came before the appointed time, so the leader has not yet returned. But since the young man contacted the young in advance, she allowed him to wait in his office. In this case, the secretary kindly proposed to lead the protagonist to the office. Since the leader had to wait yet, the secretary offered Hyun a dream of a cup of tea, from which he refused. So only the guy remained in his office alone. He decided to start his plan. He applied the skill of psychometry and began the search for information on the code named after Choi Hyun Sleep. In the first memory, the man reported to Yuna that the main character died on the battlefield. In the second memory, the young man saw a strongly drooping and upset girl. In the third memoirs, Yun called someone on the phone and was indignant because she did not understand how to do the same with the family of the deceased player. At the other end of the wire, the interlocutor stubbornly stated that he acted in accordance with the rules of the association. Shin Yuna insisted on the abolition of these orders, but the man at the other end of the wire claimed that she had no right to intervene in his work. This is not a zone of her competence. The girl tried to put pressure on the interlocutor, threatening him to leave the association of players if the blasphemous decree was not cancelled. But the man reminded the girl that this would be a violation of her contract. The interlocutor did not think that Yuna had the strength to fight the entire Korean government for the sake of the protagonist. On this note, the minister finished the conversation. And this was the last memory that the main character saw. But this Hyun Sonu was enough to draw certain conclusions. For example, he realized who was the mysterious interlocutor of Yuna, namely, whether Hangu was the Minister of Directorate of Spatial Gate. At that moment, Shin Yuna returned to the office, apologizing for her delay. But the young man was not offended, because it was he who came ahead of schedule. The girl was a little worried, because the guy did not inform her of the purpose of his visit. The fact is that the young man was going to break the contract with the Association of Players. The guy could not be ignored by the fact that he knew very well about the plans of Minister Lee Hanga for his family. Understanding the whole complexity of the situation, Yuna asked for forgiveness from the protagonist again on behalf of the minister. Only now the girls had nothing to apologize for, because only thanks to her the situation was fixed. Therefore Hyun, a dream, thanked her for his kindness and sincerity. This was encouraging, so Yuna asked the protagonist to forgive the minister this time, because she was going to offer maximum efforts to change the system. She was not mistaken. The guy was ready to make concessions, but there was one thing he wanted to do, so the girl was waiting for his verdict. It's funny, but the main character wanted to meet with Minister Lee Hanga personally and get an apology from him. Juna did not expect such a thing. It would be better if the guy asked for money. Meanwhile, the wishes of the protagonist was handed over to the minister, and the man began to go crazy with anger because the guy behaved too daring. He broke into his subordinates because he did not understand what he had done wrong. One of the secretaries suggested that the guy behaves in this way because he does not understand how this world works. The second was sure that the minister properly fulfilled his duties. Lee Hangu was sure that he was trying to act correctly in accordance with all laws and rules. Therefore, he did not want to apologize to the young man. The first secretary continued to sing odes of the generosity of the minister and proposed teaching the lesson to the main character. This idea very much liked the corrupt minister. The only problem was that this news came to his ears even by VIP person, so the minister did not understand how he should teach the guy a lesson. Therefore, whether Hangu did not want to, but he will have to apologize to the guy. So he ordered his secretaries to bring Hyun-sun in a quiet way to him, because he personally was not going to go home to him. The carpet to the minister of the protagonist was called later than he thought, but this was their advantages. But before entering Hyun, a dream activated several of his new skills. It turned out that in this place many employees were not clean in the hands of the manager, ending with the ministers. A positive point for the protagonist was that there was not a single player among the employees. At that moment, a secretary girl approached the main character. She promised to hold a guest to Minister Lee. Hyun-sleep smiled and said that he was already coming. Through the park, the main character stood in the minister's office and listened to his smart phrases. At some point, the man even focused on the fact that the guest was the same age as his grandchildren. Meanwhile, Hyun's dream activated psychometry and asked the minister, he will apologize or not. Mr. Lee insisted that he did the right thing, since he had no other choice, so as not to violate the law. Hyun-sleep understood that this was a deception of pure water. All people involved in his business were in conspiracy. The minister believed that he did nothing bad. On the contrary, all his actions were legal. Only now the main character had a different opinion, because his family received several complaints from the minister. The claim, biting the loss of equipment, as the guy was on the task sent by the government, sounded especially strange. Although no, it was more interesting to a fine for failure to comply with the terms of the contract with the association. After all, he essentially died on the battlefield, just fulfilling the terms of his contract. With others he died, doing what the minister ordered him. Therefore Hyun, a dream, wanted to understand what was the meaning of all fines and claims to his relatives. The minister lost control. He believed that the guy had no right to carry such nonsense in his office. The main character continued to provoke a man, calling him ignorant and stupid. The man was no longer exchanged for courtesy. He believed that since he was a minister, and in the past a congressman, he had the right to do what he wants. In general, Hyun has not sniffed gunpowder yet, and has no right to open his mouth in his presence without permission. From screams, insults, and other things from the side of the man, the guy already began to settle his ears. But Hyun-sonu was tired of listening to this, and he suggested just killing Lee Hanga. Only now the minister realized that he was not the owner of the situation, so he was covered with evaporates and changed in his face. In general, the guy hoped that a man would live on conscience, and most importantly, he would think well at first, and then only speak if he did not want troubles. The development of the minister watched the development of events. They also felt uneasy and scary from the power that came from the guy. Hyun has not yet finished the dream, and pleased the minister by the fact that he wrote down all the insults addressed to him, which the man blurted out in one breath. The young man was going to file an official complaint against the minister. Moreover, he read that for such insults, it was possible to sue. Having said this, Hyun's dream slapped the door and left, and the minister continued to swear in his office. Now he checked in practice how useful the last abilities he bought were. It was a question of the skill of rage, which provoked the enemy to actions. A few days later, all corruption schemes were disclosed. Since this concerned the players, at first only small guilds went on strike, but after a while medium and large guilds entered the game. Meanwhile, while everyone went crazy, the main character was cooling in the hotel room, so he was surprised when he saw that Shin Yuna was calling him. The girl immediately got down to business and invited the guy to meet right now. She also asked Hyun-sona to call her his current whereabouts so that she could come to him. To invite the girl to her hotel was somehow wrong and embarrassing, so the guy asked her to wait a minute. Within a couple of minutes, he was looking for a suitable place to meet, and then asked Yun to go to the coffee shop near the Sangdo station. Yuna promised to come for half an hour. The guy suited the guy, since he himself had to get there. The guy and the girl met at the appointed time, in the appointed place. Yuna directly asked Hyun-sona, was it not his hand scandal with Minister Lee Hanga? Even if the guy was in no hurry to answer, it was clear that he was involved, since there was no one else to do it. Moreover, The main character needs to be extremely careful from this day, since officials reacted very sensitively to this scandalous story. The girl also said that if the Hyun-son Hyun is precisely proved to be, he can be arrested and put for penetration into someone else's territory and theft. It became obvious to the guy that he would not have taken off easily, since the law on special players extends to him. But since Hyun had a dream did not consider himself a criminal, and was not him, then he was not worth paying his attention to this. Nevertheless, Yuna asked him to be careful, since people in power did not want the players to compete. True, the situation with the minister was to be a great warning for them, but Hyun, because of this case, made a lot of enemies. Therefore, the girl asked the young man to lie down for a while. Although this business had nothing to do with him, however, the guy decided to stay in the shade so far and not attract excess attention to his person. Shin Yuna was pleased that the main character understood and heard her correctly. Meanwhile, in the capital of North Korea, strange things took place. A rocket was released, and a strong explosion thundered. The soldiers who tried to keep their positions hoped that after such an explosion the monster would fall. But they were very mistaken, and the monster was more alive than all living things and attacked people. After an attack of an incomprehensible property, the skin of people began to melt like wax. Moreover, the once beautiful and big city turned into ruins where the monster dominated. Meanwhile, Shin Yuna received a message at work, so she was supposed to leave the first, and the guy could finish coffee. Only now it was not destined to finish the drink of Hyunsong, because he received the same message from the association. They left their glasses on the table and decided to go to work together. Already sitting in the car, the girl said that she would call the headquarters and clarify the task. Meanwhile, the guy read the news on the internet. The most discussed topics were the fall of the North Korean regime, and whether immigrants would get to South Korea or not. At this moment, the guy began to understand the seriousness of the situation. After some time, the meeting of the players began. The secretary reported that even though the article went into print, the situation was much more serious than it was described in the media. So the capital of North Korea was destroyed. The country's leadership fell. Reigns and high-ranking players were destroyed during the fight against immigrants. Since there was no one else to protect people, the monsters were relieved in crowds of all the country's spatial gates. Meanwhile, all the people and players who were able to survive went to the border of South Korea, but the problem was that they were pursued by monsters. After listening to the full report on the situation, the director was going to take the director of the Association of Players. At this moment, one of the players asked why only wounds and high-ranking players were summoned to a meeting. Everything was extremely simple. They had to protect South Korea and its inhabitants from the monsters, who were heading for them from a neighboring state. They will also have to prepare the front line for the fight against immigrants. 10 days later, a group of players with Hyunsona fought with monsters in Kengido Paju. The swordsmen did not understand how long they still needed to engage in the killing of such worthless monsters, because it was a waste of time and talent. At this moment, the main character was attacked by a wolf werewolf. Hyun had a dream, did not even turn his head in his direction, and cut it into 2 parts on the machine. Su-young also did not strain, not leaving the monsters a single chance. Easy work on the one hand was not so bad, but on the other, the guy was tired of all the order. But even in this wilderness, Hyun had a dream continued to engage in sales, and all thanks to his smart sister. Nevertheless, he felt embarrassed among these players. They kept together, but the guy was separate. If the situation in South Korea was controlled, then in China, in the area of the Yalusian River, things were much worse. Against the monsters of low and medium rank, soldiers used modern weapons and inflicted fatal damage to the opponents. But it was until the moment the monsters of a higher rank appeared. Fiery attacks did not work against him. But a player appeared on the battlefield who was sure that the monster would win. His strategy was that magicians first attack the monster with fireballs. While the monster comes to his senses, a man comes to the forefront and strikes the monster with a knot, killing him. After the matter was done, the soldier approached the man and said that the immigrants were moving at high speed in their direction. Definitely, it was difficult to call it good news, but the player only smiled in anticipation. The soldier continued the report. The experts could not be determined the level of immigrants, but they found out exactly that this was a representative of the legendary rank. The monster was approaching. The regular army began a preliminary fire attack of heavy weapons. The hunters prepared. They understood that if they could succeed in killing immigrants, then the world's first achievement will appear, which would significantly increase statistics. Therefore, their group must kill immigrants anyway. The leader of the group knew that about 181 Rainer was located on the border. Also in the reserve, they had about 3,000 high-ranking players who had previously changed for work. At that moment, Imugi appeared on the horizon. It was a great chance to prove himself if he was lucky, so the man ordered the others to attack. All Chinese players attacked immigrants at the same time. But there was no sense in these attacks, when suddenly the immigrants growled menacingly, and this roar paralyzed each player 10 seconds from fear. After that, the immigrants of the tail killed some of the players with one wave of the tail. The rest did not understand from fear what to do since they had no adequate plans. And while they thought, Imugi finished them off. Meanwhile, in South Korea, the protagonist studied news on the internet. Now he understood that it was necessary to buy a new book of skill, preferably mental resistance, since the guy did not want to give up the first achievement. In this situation, the best option was to buy the skill of an adamant spirit. The reviews for the goods were pretty good, so the guy bought and studied the skill. The young man did not feel any special changes in his body. Nevertheless, a cry of the future, he will have the opportunity to check his money wasted or not. Meanwhile, players gathered to pass the test in the headquarters, but one of them raised a noise. The rest looked at him like dirt under their feet. Therefore, he swallowed his claims and passed by the protagonist. By and large, the situation was a little unexpected. Much more volunteers gathered here than the guy thought. The reasons for many were clear, because even if you move one finger in the raid, you will still get the first achievement. It is clear that there were also players who had completely different reasons for this. Many, after passing the test, left the room in a bad mood. Suddenly, the secretary called Hyun Sona to approach the registration stance. The girl quickly confirmed the identity of the protagonist, so he could go to the room for the test. Hyun's dream went into the room and realized that it was like an interrogation room from detective series. Then the guy said that he was ready for the test. The test began. A mental skill of the Queen's dignity was used on the guy, and he had to panic for 10 seconds. The main character in response activated the skill of an adamant spirit, which was completely able to suppress the Queen's dignity. The test was finished on this, and the guy could leave the room. I watched the process of passing the tests of the players Shin Yuna. She once again thought that Hyun was an unusual player. Several days passed, and the government of South Korea decided to gather the army and move north to the border. Meanwhile, another state continued the battle with the immigrants, the support of the operations of the military and players, and the aircraft was provided by Aviation, which entered the airspace of the border. Moreover, there were released missiles in the Imugui, but they did not give any result. But then the monster abruptly fell to the ground, while the players were waiting for the moment for the attack. But the main character understood that everything was going on at first glance according to plan. The assembled Rainers looked rather menacing, and their weapons were modern and effective. Nevertheless, the crowds of monsters did not become less, but the guy understood that thanks to the others, he could deal with them. A week later, the Chinese government decided to attack the immigrants again on their own. It was necessary to mobilize the rankers in Beijing as soon as possible if they wanted to stop the brutal monster. Indeed, at the moment, neither the players nor the army coped with the monster, moreover. If another monster of the legendary rank appear in Beijing, then local players will have to hard. Nevertheless, there was a hope that if you use high-ranking players from each department and not clear anyone, then the result may be positive. But on the battlefield, the situation worsened. Players could not apply point-effective attacks on the monster. He scattered players once or two in different directions. Healers worked at the limit of their capabilities, trying to put as many players as possible on their feet. Imugi turned out to be a reasonable monster, so he realized that it was necessary to get rid of the healers. Then the rest would not survive, so he attacked them. They were tried to protect Rainers and high-ranking players. It was a great moment for the joint magical attack of the monster. But this, a rather powerful attack of people, failed, and there was not a single scratch on immigrants. Some of the attackers of the players could no longer get up, the others were conscious, but the monster shaved them pretty much. The worst thing was that from their group only 10 people survived. Since the plan and did not work, the players were forced to move on to the plan B. First of all, they all together attacked the immigrants together, attracting his attention. The second stage of the plan, they had to drive the monster towards South Korea. So, the protagonist read the news on the internet, from which he learned that immigrants were already heading deep into China. Looking at other players, he realized how disappointed with these news. Suddenly, everyone around felt underground shocks and took them for an earthquake. But they were mistaken, because it was not an earthquake, but the approach of the immune at high speed in their direction. So everyone had to prepare for the battle. Now the players have the question of why the monster changed their plans, and is now approaching them. But there were such guys who rejoiced at such a turn of events, because they had the opportunity to catch this monster. Now there was no time to enjoy such a situation, but the main character believed that the time had come for his first achievement. Since everything turned in this way, this meant only that the Chinese reigns were defeated again. Moreover, Chinese players lured the monster to the camp of Korean players. They attacked the monster on the move, while fled in the direction of South Korea. By and large, what these people did can be considered a crime. Since they hunted in their homeland, they did not succeed, so they crossed the border and dragged this monster into a foreign country. Yes, things were just like that, but nothing could be done about it. At that moment, Yuna appeared among the crowd and asked everyone to calm down. They had no time to resent and wind the snot on a fist, so everyone had to prepare for battle. The main character supported such a mood. There is really no time left for experiences since immigrants were already close. The monster in all its glory appeared in front of South Korean players, while having managed to eat one of the Chinese players. First of all, he used the mental skill of intimidation, which was supposed to paralyze the bodies of players for 10 seconds. In order not to fall into the trap of the monster, the protagonist immediately activated the recently acquired skill of an adamant spirit, which suppressed the mental attack of Imui. Meanwhile, all the other South Korean players rushed on the attack. But the monster attacked them first, blocking the path. The second group of players who tried to apply simultaneously strokes in his body arrived. Mages supported them, which attacked the monster from afar with various magical spells. It was obvious and correct to follow the storms around the body of the monster. At that moment, the main character also decided to join the battle and attacked the monster with black lightning. At that moment, the guy realized that his new strengthening skill was pretty good. It was a difficult battle with the orcs, and the hell of the near battle, in which the tanks flew everywhere, attacking the immigrants. So far, Hyun has used only distant fighting techniques, but did not enter the near battle with the monster. Many players were already injured and bleeded. Since the operation was organized very well, magic healers provided all the necessary assistance about the wounded. The main character, watching this picture, realized that he would have to absorb the cows of the earth a little later. In addition, the guy could not deny the fact that now the battle was at a completely different level. Yuna participated in him, and it was even difficult for him to keep track of all her movements. She and other high-ranking players inflicted stitching and cutting strikes to the monster. At that moment, Hyun, a dream, even envied him since he could not fight in this way so far. He lacked skill. In 30 minutes, the situation on the battlefield has not changed dramatically. Only the guy realized that his only way to become stronger is to work for achievement, while his glasses were accumulated not to reach 1 trillion. Nevertheless, at some point it even seemed to him that this fight looked somewhat simpler than even with a blue dragon. Suddenly, those who were on the front line asked the rest of the players to get ready, as the monster was preparing for a new attack. The problem was that this time he aimed at the prison magicians, so he tried to destroy their magic barrier, and partially, it managed to do it. Nevertheless, no matter how hard it was for them to keep the barrier, they did not stop conjuring. After a few moments, the attacks of Imuga ended, and then South Korean players attacked him from different sides. All the attacks hit the target exactly, and there was a strong explosion around the monster's head. Hyunsun from the side seemed that the end of this battle was already destined and close. But he was very mistaken, since Imugi did not just survive, but began to use the skill of Berserk. The main character knew very well that Berserk is a skill that reduces the power of defense and increases the power of attack. Moreover, all the players began to receive notifications, which said that the activation of skills failed. But fighting masters continued to fight selflessly with the monster. But at some point, one of the young people noticed that during the attack, something went wrong. He turned to his comrades, and he asked them to leave the battlefield, since they all have huge problems. Now the part of the players became obvious that the monster ignored their attacks and simply pursued magicians and healers. Their inability to resist the resistance was much lower than that of tanks or wounds, and therefore they got more monster from attacks. Meanwhile, the immigrants noticed the protagonist and crawled after him. Hyun's dream tried to escape with all his might, but he realized that the monster was catching up with him. To avoid danger, the guy wanted to use the skill of flicker, but it was now impossible. The following happened. At first, the protagonist was captured by the point of view of the immigrant, after which he fell into a state of fear for 20 seconds. The adamant spirit did not work. The state of fear decreased by only 1 second. The skill of flicker was cancelled, after which the monster hit the guy with his tail, and he fell. Nevertheless, he found the strength to rise, realizing that his opponent was much more and faster than he thought. Around the panic and chaos began. Immigrants continued to beat his tail against the ground next to a young man. Since distant attacks did not work, then Hyun decided to take out his sword from under the space. Now he was armed and very dangerous, however, he had to run away from the monster again. And then something happened that the young man did not expect. Immigrants turned to him, hit his tail, and defeated his shield to smithereens. He was impressed by Hyun-sona himself in a huge cobblestone. For a while, the young man was unconscious, but soon he was able to open his eyes. At that moment, he perfectly understood that death went next to him, and he was lucky to survive. The problem was also that the guy did not know that the monster had some other mental abilities except fear. But when he looked around, he realized that if before that he believed that there was chaos around, now there was real chaos. Suddenly the young man looked at his hands, and a little puzzled, there was no sword in them, and where he went, the guy had not yet guessed. But he decided to think about this a little later, because the main task was now returning to the battlefield and try to prove himself. Suddenly he came a notification, which said that his bloodsword received a heroic rank. This prompted the guy to one very unexpected thought. If you look closely, then on the tip of the tail of the monster, one could see the protruding sword of the protagonist. It was logical to conclude that the subject was stuck there when the guy tried to attack his enemy. This gave certain advantages, so Hyan had a dream decided not to evoke a sword in a new way. Meanwhile, the strongest players of South Korea, including Yoon, attacked the monster with all his might, so the young man came to the conclusion that the outcome of this battle was already predetermined. In general, he was now a lot of notifications regarding the fact that his sword raised everything and raised the rank. The guy suggested that this was all due to the fact that the blade consumed the blood of a monster of the legendary rank. Meanwhile, the players all attacked him from different angles. They struck him with both weapons and with the help of magic, causing a wave of pain and indignation at the monster. At that moment, Yuna appeared and cut off the monster part of the body. Seeing that it became possible, one more, but the player repeated her success. Mages, using different attributes, attacked the main body of Imoya. Imugi was wounded and angry, so the evil and terribly growled, but the players were no longer afraid of this. Juna carefully looked at the wounded monster and realized that time had come for a decisive blow. She jumped into the sky and with all her might hit the monster in the jaw. Imoya had no strength left, so he fell to the ground and did not move. The players ran to him and stuck swords into his body, finishing him. Cutting off the new parts of the body of the monster, they realized that this was the end of the battle, and the monster would no longer rise. All the players began to rejoice as they were able to stop the great evil and not allow them to harm the country. Suddenly, the body of the monster began to disappear slowly. None of the players betrayed that on the tip of the tail of the monster stuck the sword of the protagonist. After a few seconds, the body of the monster completely disappeared, and the sword remained in the ground. The protagonist, without hesitation, went to the place of the disappearance of Imoya and took his sword. At that moment, the young man received a notification, which stated that he was the first to win weapons of the legendary rank. For this, he read a new title. The most interesting thing was that the appearance of a sword Hyun Sona also changed because of this. Moreover, he was the first to get the legendary rank skill. It was quite interesting, so the young man immediately wanted to find out how the characteristics of his faithful sword changed. Having read them, he realized that it was really important for him to get the first 3 achievements. Until this moment, he generally did not know that there was an achievement about the only rank, so he believed that there should be players who have the only skills or objects. Nevertheless, having reread the notification, it became clear to him that this time he was the first and only. After that, the guy praised himself for the well-done work. At this moment, another message came, which stated that the awards vary depending on the contribution to the raid. It took first place, so all its characteristics are increased by 10. It became obvious that the first place was provided to him by the sword, which all the time was the tail of the immigrant. In addition, it was interesting how the goods would be distributed between the players, because there were quite a lot of them in the raid. Usually, in such situations, the process killed by a monster is paid in cash depending on their contribution. This information prompted Hyun Sona to the idea that it was better for him not to reveal his contribution to this raid, because this will only bring him losses. Therefore, he decided not to be greedy and just go home with a calm soul. After all, the attention of the whole world was focused on Korea. Everyone was interested in knowing the heroes in the face, and the objects and books of skills that remained after the murder of the monster became the subject of public curiosity. But we must give tribute to the Korea government, which classified all the information and did not disclose the usual mortal. However, requests for the sale of goods continued to arrive. Some foreign players recklessly bought tickets and flew to Korea, but it was already too late. Everyone wanted to get the first achievement and become stronger, but the monster was already dead. A few days after the events described above, Hyun was sitting in a warehouse in his electronics store. It occurred to him that it would now be quite difficult to buy goods. The young man also received a monetary reward for participating in the raid. He also wanted to take part in the auction and compete for objects that had fallen from the monster, but he understood that they could cost billions. Therefore, he again repeated that he should not be too greedy, and we must be content with what is. Suddenly, Jun called him. The young man was interested in what issue she bothers him. This is not the first time the girl noticed that her interlocutor immediately gets to the matter, lowering the formalities. Of course, she could call him just like that, but the guy was sure that she had some kind of business for him now. He was not mistaken, as the girl wanted to ask him about something. Thinking a little, Yuna asked the guy if he was interested in legendary rank items. It was a rather strange question, because all players in the world were interesting and needed by legendary rank items. This time, the girl could help him buy one of the items of the legendary rank, which will be auctioned, but of course there was one small condition. Yuna had no doubt that the guy realized what she had in mind. The main character suggested the worst: a lifelong contract with the Association of Players. She did not comment on this assumption, but said that the government would do everything possible to buy items that were removed from the monster. So the question arose whether there is a player who can occur the financial power of the government. The protagonist did not have an answer to this question, but Juna puzzled him even more because she and he are the only players among the raid participants in the framework of the association. It was quite interesting, but Hyun's dream suggested that the girl could take all the goods to herself. At first, she really wanted to do this, but one of the goods does not suit her. But he is perfect for the main character. If so, then the guy before buying wanted to check the goods, and not buy a cat in a bag. It was the best option for both sides. But right now, checking the goods will be very difficult. It was decided that the information about the product would be discovered to the raid participants the day before the auction, so the check can be carried out only then. After all, if the information is disclosed too early, the countries will be able to try to get participants in their own hands who have all the necessary information. Hyun's dream was not surprised by such an assumption. On the contrary, he believed that this process had already begun. Even if so, Yuna was sure that the guy would not be disappointed with the goods offered by her. Several days passed, and the main character received to familiarize yourself with information about the product that will be set at the auction. This was a book of the active skill of punishing the Black Dragon of the legendary rank. Technically, it was just the ability to use Dark Lightning, but it could be used at any time. It also did not need reloading. For Hyun, Sona was really a useful thing, but he asked the girl about whether she was really ready to give him this skill. Everything was simple. The majority of the girl's skills were tuned in such a way as to react to her divine mana, so this book of skills did not suit her. But if the main character refuses to buy this book of skills, she will offer it to another player who occupied a leading position in the raid. She knew perfectly well that at this stage there is a person whom the government wants to lure skills in a trap with the help of this book. There was too little time for thought, so Hyun had a quick decision. The main character was not opposed to buying this book of skills, but if the girl fulfills one of his conditions. So, the young man asked, he would allow him to terminate the lifetime contract when he later pays the same amount as the initial contribution for the goods. If this condition seems too impossible, then the guy was ready to reject the proposal to buy this skill. Yuna and the government was ready to make a deal, but the payment would be not the initial contribution, the interest rate from today and until the day of termination of the contract. Namely, this interest rate will be 5% per year, and these will not be simple interest but complex ones. In addition, it was a huge concession that Yuna was going on for the sake of the protagonist. After that, she brought him a signature contract. While the young man was going to put his signature on the documents, the girl decided to report on all the highest leadership. She did not think that the guy should thank her for something, because she did nothing special, still alive, but holds her last strength. The auction of objects began and was already in full swing. The presenter was interested in whether everyone made their bets. For the sale of the item, seconds remained, and the presenter began the countdown. Everyone was waiting, holding his breath. Since the prices were very high, nobody was able to shut off the Black Yuna rate, and the spear of the Black Dragon was now her. For the protagonist, such a development of events was not surprising, since ordinary players could not afford such amounts. By and large, the association set everything up. Since there were only 2 subjects at the auction in a single copy, their total cost exceeded 2 trillion won. Now the host was ready to announce the last lot for today, namely the Book of Skills. The assistant took out a book of skills on the cart, which was called The Punishment of the Black Dragon, and had a legendary rank. The book went to the main character. The auction ended, and he still could not leave the hall, sat and yearned for his debt to be trillion. In addition, the percentage of the complex rate will be accumulated, so the question arose that he really signed an eternal contract. Meanwhile, Shin Yuna was in his office and also asked questions that she had no answers. This has never happened to her. The girl has not yet received a notification of obtaining an achievement. During the raid, she never received a notification of the first achievement of a heroic rank. Moreover, for a mandatory contribution, she received only 2nd place. But not even this was the strangest. None of the team of the killers admitted who had the 1st place. Even on her first hunting monster of a heroic rank, the girl took 1st place in contributions. She always quickly received achievements. The first 5 rare ranks were given to her very easily. The only thing that she had missed the armor and accessories. But this time, everything went wrong. Yuna tried to understand how it turned out that she had the 2nd and not the 1st place. Moreover, in order to get the 1st achievement, she put the punishment of the Black Dragon at the end of the auction. But even this did not give her the desired results. The only plus of the situation was that she received a spear, but her conscience tormented her stronger, because she deceived Hyun-sona. At that moment, the protagonist entered the office and congratulated her on a win. Suddenly, for no reason, Jun asked if the guy had already mastered a new skill and received a positive answer. It was good, but the guy now had to be careful. It was strange to hear this, so he did not know how to react correctly. Therefore, I just decided to leave, but the girl stopped him and asked for forgiveness. In truth, Yuna could not carry a load of lies on her shoulders, so she admitted that at the auction she set up everything. Since the association wanted to appropriate her first achievement, the girl placed in the forefront those objects that she needed. Therefore, the Book of Skills punished the Black Dragon was at the end of the auction list. It was not what it was worth worried about, because if you recall the raid, then Yuna deserved the first achievement, whatever one may say. In addition, it was obvious that this was her first achievement, and this was the use of the association. Therefore, the guy reassured the girl by understanding why the association acted in this way, so he does not hold evil for her. After these words, Hyun's dream proudly left her office. Looking at the closed door, Yuna thought that the main character is a very generous person. For herself, she decided not to act in this way with a young man. Hyun was already at home, and reflected on the fact that the girl was too honest, because it was possible to leave everything, as there is. But what was done, he was done. He sat on the sofa and took out the purchased Book of Skills. He decided to try to study the skill, although there was no guarantee that he would succeed. As he thought, he could not study the skill, so he tried to absorb. It did not work out, but there was a merging of two skills into one. Thus he received his first unique legendary rank skill. After the raid on Imugi, the protagonist continued to hunt in ordinary dungeons. In addition, after that event, the guy earned and raised his stats well. While in the dungeon, the protagonist wanted to check the effectiveness of his new skill, which was called the Breath of the Black Dragon. He activated it and posted it in a group of monsters. The effect of the attack surpassed all the expectations of the protagonist, as he destroyed all opponents at a time. The explosive relics from the Black Dragon breathing were larger than from all its previous skills and attacks. The young man even became a little boring, because after this attack the monsters began to disappear too quickly. The dungeon in which the Hyun was now a dream was something like a dungeon of wyverns or similar monsters. Pretty quickly, the young man ended the hunt and left the dungeon. At that moment, Yuna wrote to him, asking her to call her as soon as he free herself. The guy did what they asked for him. The girl picked up the phone and asked him if he was now next to the dungeon, or had already gone far. Hyun, I was still not far from the dungeon, and Yuna made him an interesting offer, to go to the northern region to hunt monsters in a cave. It was interesting to a young man why the girl offers him just such a job. It turned out that the Association of South Korea players did not have enough people to send them to clean the territory of North Korea. In addition, the young man for an emergency call will receive payment at a doubled rate. Now the young man began to understand what's what, because players should not kill monsters below their level. Therefore, Hyun's dream agreed to this adventure. The same, he was a lifelong debtor of the Korea Players Association. Yuna was a little embarrassed, and then said that they were sending a helicopter behind him, and he would arrive from a minute for a minute. The main character concluded that the task was very important, since the plane was sent after him. The point was that there were a lot of dungeons in that region, of course. This was not the reason to call the player, but it was better to change clothes than to not be unimportant. It was not in the rules of the young man to make promises, but he said that he would do everything in his power on this task. After 2 weeks, the helicopter delivered the protagonist to North Korea. Hyun's dream continued to clean the caves and dungeons in this region, when suddenly he received a notification that he had more than 300 billion of the subinths, so he was open to the Mercenary System. From different sides at that moment, there were different types of monsters at that moment, but he was not particularly strained about this, thinking about whether such a function was before. In order not to spend extra strength and not to do unnecessary body movements, the guy killed all the attackers with one attack. After that, he decided to check his state panel, but no changes occurred there. Everything was as it was. But when he pressed his unique skill, then in front of his eyes another panel with the names of a mercenary and prices for their services opened. It was also interesting that among all these mercenaries were even mercenaries of the heroic rank. Respectively, the price for their services was very high. For example, for 2 hours of work of one of the mercenaries, it was necessary to pay about 600 billion cents. Everything was clear to us here, so the guy decided to see information about rare ranks. Valuable for the services of these mercenaries were also high, but among them there was one girl whose services were not as expensive as everyone else. The catch was that this girl was a fugitive and a loser, so she should not trust her too much. This formulation made the young man think about it. Nevertheless, he was too curious to find out everything about the mercenaries, so Hyun paid money and called Lucy. The girl materialized in the cave and thanked the guy for confidence provided to her. She was ready to join the battle right now and plunge all the enemies of the protagonist in fear. Only now there were no monsters or any other enemies in the cave. Lucy did not expect such a turn of events, so she asked the guy why he hired her. The answer was the simplest hero needed answers to questions. At this moment, the girl realized that her employer for the first time uses the Mercenary System. And she was not mistaken. Hyan was only able to unlock this function. It is not surprising that he had many questions, so Lucy was ready to answer all the questions of the young man. The first thing you wanted to know, Hyan Dream, is who is behind all the mercenaries in the system. By and large, the mercenaries did not have the owner, because they were the same players as the employers. But this was already interesting, since the young man did not expect that there were people similar to him. But this was really so, because Lucy was a player with a similar unique skill of sail, like Hyan, a dream. From her words, the guy concluded that her world was also attacked by monsters. But if this happened, he wanted to know where the spatial gates came from. Everything was not so simple, because the monsters also attacked the world in which the girl lived before, but she did not know where the spatial gates came from. But if the guy wanted to know the information about the spatial gates so much, then he needed to hire a legendary rank mercenary. After all, even mercenaries of the heroic rank, which the girl had not previously met, did not possess such knowledge. Hyan's dream told her that 20 years have passed since the first apocalypse, and at the moment they have already survived the second cataclysm, so now everything was more or less stable. It was important for him to know if Lucy knows when the next cataclysm. According to the girl, this should have been the last, since in the next 20 years nothing of the kind was predicted. What conclusion she came to, based on her own experience, because her world has passed from the first cataclysm, and the locals could not stop it, so her world was completely captured by monsters. First of all, Lucy decided to clarify the moment of her description in the application of the mercenaries. She said that at one time she escaped from her native world. 40 years ago, the world reigned in her native world. Everyone lived in harmony and enjoyed life. But one fine day the unexpected occurred. The first spatial gates opened. Locals then did not understand what was happening, so they could not correctly respond to what had happened. Meanwhile, huge and terrible orcs came out of the gate, and people in fear tried to escape from them but they did it very badly. Then Lucy, as one of the knights, entered into an unequal battle with the monsters, killing them one by one. Over time, the level of monsters that appeared from the spatial gate increased and increased. At first, the girl tried to fight them with all her might, although the forces were often not equal. But during the battle with one of these monsters, unexpected changes occurred with her. The protagonist suggested that that day the girl became the player of the first rank. Indeed, at first she used accumulated posts to increase her stats and study new skills. Not much time has passed, and she quickly regretted it. After that, the girl earned the points hunting, and then selling precious stones and skills books. Thus, she lasted 16 years. It was then that she had the first hope that everything can be changed. True, soon all her hopes collapsed as the second cataclysm occurred. Lucy and his friends in arms could not find a way to stop the growing number of legendary monsters. It became more difficult and more difficult to fight them, so at some point she desperate to change something. In the last battle, it so happened that the magic force field did not allow the use of skills or objects of spatial movement. Then it occurred to her to resort to the last trump card, which she kept in an emergency. She had practically no chance to get out of that battle, so she used the element of the movement in the dimension. She had to choose, either to die from the paw of the monster, or, regardless of the risk, to be lost forever interdimensional continuums. Lucy decided to take a chance and chose the second option, hoping that the worst would not happen to her. But the universe had its own plans, and it so happened that it was lost in an interspatial continuum. Thus, the girl was stuck in an empty space between measurements. The worst thing was that wherever she fled, no matter how she screams, but there was nothing but darkness and emptiness around. No one heard her, since it was a place that does not exist. But even in such a hopeless situation, the system of mercenaries became its salvation. So, in the panel of the unique trading skill, you can see a window called the System of Mercenaries. The main character immediately decided to check this information in his control panel. So, the girl registered in this system as a mercenary and began to wait. But everything was not as simple as she would like. Since no one wanted to hire her for a long time, once she tried to reduce the cost of her hiring for the employer. In return, she asked a man to allow her to live in his world, but was refused. Hyan Sleep immediately calculated the possibility of such a transaction. The minimum cost of hiring rare mercenaries 1,000,000 points per hour. Per day it is 24 million, and a month, 700 million. The girl continued her story. It turned out that one day one of the employers offered her a condition. Lucy was supposed to give this player 24 million points. This information interested the protagonist, since he did not know that it was possible to transmit his points to other players. But here he was a little mistaken. You can't transfer your points to other players or people. Such an exchange is possible only between players who have a similar unique skill. She went to the young man and held out his hand in order to demonstrate this process. At that moment, when they shook hands, there was a notification about whether they were ready to make an exchange of dints among themselves. Hyun Sleep asked if it was possible to increase the number of accumulated by point, constantly sending them back and forth. But the girl categorically replied that in this way, it is impossible to increase the number of her own points. After all, if the players exchange points with each other, their accumulations are accordingly reduced. The same thing happens with hiring. Returning to the conversation, the young man asked whether the girl accepted the conditions of her past employer. It turned out that she refused. By and large, the mercenary system works in the same way as selling items. That is, it is 20% of the cost of working and hiring. So her things went worse and worse over time. But after a while, the same player hired her again, and she agreed, as she received a certain amount of the deposits for the murder of monsters. To earn the necessary 24 million cinters, Lucy could hunt all day, but still lost 4 million. Her life has lost all sorts of colors, since all that she did was hunted for monsters, interrupting a short sleep and eating. Thus, she came to the earnings of 5 million points per day. But her employer became too greedy and demanded from her, so at some point the girl terminated the contract with him. Since then, she has been left without work, exactly until the moment, until Hyun had a dream. Honestly, these 3 months were one of the most difficult in her life, so now Lucy had a business proposal for a young man. She was ready to fight in any dungeon in which the young man would wish, while returning the amount of his hiring every day. In return, he must allow her to live in his world. Since it was a rather unusual offer, the young man asked for time to think carefully. She understood everything perfectly, so she was ready to wait for how much she needed, and her hiring expired. It was time for me to return to the interspatial dimension. After a few seconds, the young man remained in the dungeon in proud loneliness. Since the monsters were all destroyed, he could calmly sit down and think it over well. By and large, he understood that luck accompanied him. True, Hyun had a dream yet did not understand what to do, although on the other hand, the system of a mercenary was a very useful thing. So he made a decision. So he opened the control panel again and hired Lucy. The girl was happy that the young man decided in her favor, so she was going to do everything so as not to let him down. He himself was hoping strongly for this, though now he needed additional information. The girl realized what he was driving at. Namely, he wanted to know what her skills she had. She was not mistaken. The main character wanted to see the panel of her statistics. Lucy was not going to hide anything from him, so she was ready to show her level and indicators of stats. Hyun Dream did not hide the fact that he was interested in looking at the characteristics of the player of the first level. He came quite close to her, and the girl opened the statistics panel. It is curious. The total amount of stats in her exceeded 3.500. To have such statistics for ordinary players would need 700 levels. Definitely, its indicators exceeded the results of the protagonist by about 700 stats, but he could still catch up with the girl. With such indicators, Lucy should have many legendary and heroic skills. Suddenly, he was visited by the thought, how strong the monsters should be, even if the best players cannot cope with them without the help of mercenaries. With the very sad thoughts of the guy, the girl's voice returned to reality, who asked if she was good enough for constant hiring. Yes, she was definitely good. But the main character decided to play it safe and start with hiring for a part-time day. This meant that they would now go to the dungeon together. Hyun's Dream planned to complete hires after the end of the hunt, but so that everything went smoothly, he would take a little food with him in the dungeon. At this moment, the girl realized that the guy was going to hire her every time for hunting. To begin with, this was a very good option. The same thing, they were both sure that they would cope together perfectly with hunting. After that, the young man was left alone again in the dungeon, so the time of hiring the girl ended. The next day, they really went to the dungeon together, and the girl bravely fought with monsters. She was very interesting in tactics. Lucy stood in the center of the cave and waited until a large number of monsters surrounded her. After that, she began to activate her skills for the counterattack. Meanwhile, at the other end of the Hyun, a Dream adhered to another tactics, not allowing the monsters to get closer to themselves. His black lightning was very effective and struck a huge number of monsters at different distances. A little practice in managing the new skill, the young man realized that it was much easier than he expected. Meanwhile, girls with lightning speed chopped her opponents left and right. Hyun's Dream not only coped with his opponents, but managed to observe Lucy's actions. In truth, he liked their tandem. For some time, their joint efforts of monsters in the dungeon no longer have left. For the first time during their acquaintance, the guy saw the girl so happy, she admitted that it was a great place for hunting. Indeed, in the worlds of other employers, it was many times more difficult to hunt than in the world of the main character. In those dungeons in which the girl was earlier, there was too high competition between the players. And the best places for hunting, of course, were not owned by ordinary mortals, but noble lords. Of course, they allowed ordinary players to hunt their dungeons, but they demanded a huge fee for this. Therefore, being in such a good dungeon, Lucy came to the conclusion that the young man was one of the lords of this world. This was interesting an assumption, but in fact, Hyun's dream was the most ordinary player, to whom the authorities received to deal with this dungeon, after which he smiled and asked if the girl had the strength to continue to fight. Since she did this for the first time in a long time, she accumulated quite a lot of energy, so the girl was ready to continue the battle. It was good news, but the young man decided to let her go for a while to relax, and then call again to clean up the dungeons. Exactly a week has passed since that day. The protagonist noticed that he began to receive achievements much faster than it was before. Moreover, on yesterday's hunt, he earned tens of millions of planes. Today his income has grown 3 times. This was happening, even despite the fact that he paid 300 million Lucy paints last week. Once again, Hyun's dream was glad that he still turned his attention to this girl. It was amazing to see a person who was so happy, having earned only 300 million centers for a week. Hyun Sonu was even a little awkward, given that he earned hundreds of millions a day to sell electronics. His thought process once again interrupted the girl. Lucy was afraid that her question could sound a little rudely, however. She decided to voice him. It turned out that she watched his battle style, so she had a question. Did he really plan to adhere to such tactics in the future? The protagonist said that he plans to fight in this way, not realizing that with his battle style is not so. If so, then the girl has a second question, whether the young man studied the ownership of the sword or not. She assumed what the answer could be, so she was not surprised when he said that she owns only the skill of knowledge of the sword. In this case, for the protagonist, it will be the best way out to hire an experienced swordsman for thoroughly owning a sword. It was that Lucy believed that her tenant was too slow with a sword, but now he did not see a problem in this. But in the future it could play a cruel joke with him. After all, when it comes to the battle with heroic monsters, the tactics of the employer will let him down. Previously, the young man did not attach much importance to this issue, so the girl's anxiety caused him bewilderment. To demonstrate her fears too clearly, Lucy suggested Hyun Sona to fight her. We do not use active skills. She did this in order to evaluate the abilities of the protagonist. The guy did not fade away, took out his sword, accepting a challenge. The protagonist of the first attack decided to leave him. While he fled from all his feet in the direction of the girl, she waited, not moving. He inflicted the first blow to her, which Lucy blocked with a shield. After that, she attacked the protagonist, disorienting him. At this moment, Hyun, a dream, realized that his opponent did not use all his strength. To get an advantage in the battle, the young man left the line of attack and decided to attack the girl from the back. But this idea, like the previous ones, failed, as she blocked his blow, not even turning her head. The protagonist did not expect such mature and reaction from her. Lucy smiled pretty, as she correctly assessed the state of the skills of a young man. But Hyun had a dream and did not think to give up, so he gained patience and again rushed to the attack. This went on exactly 3 minutes. He attacked. The girl blocked his blows. At the end of this time, the main character was very tired and began to pour herself later. The same question was spinning in his head all the time, why the girl was so strong and why he was so much behind her. But even understanding this, not in the rules of the protagonist was to retreat and sit back, so he again attacked Lucy. But this time the girl was going to not only block his attack, but also counterattack. When Lucy's sword was at his throat, Hyun's Sleep raised his hands, recognizing his defeat in this duel. The fight ended, as Lucy suggested the protagonist had low sword possession skills. Such a statement a little alerted the guy, since this information was not displayed in the control panel. Yes, it was so, but the girl insisted that in a sense of owning a sword more important than all other skills. If you look at the situation from the point of view of the player, then active and passive skills, it was a force that manifested itself suddenly. But in order to survive in the dungeon, it is not enough to know only how to use it. Then Hyun Sona has a question whether this skill can automatically manifest itself. Unfortunately, the answer was negative, because if we talk about the possession of the ball, everything was not as simple here as it seemed at first glance. The possession of the sword could be compared with the ability to ride. If you master this skill, you can run and gallop, slow down and move freely. However, this does not mean that someone has mastered the art of riding. Depending on the level of skill, combat force may vary greatly. Therefore, you need to understand that even if players who have mastered the same skill will have different power. Now the main character began to understand that Lucy tried to convey to him. In the case of Hyun, Sona was not only about passive skills, such as owning a sword, but also about attacking skills. For example, about a thunderous blow, because depending on the level of skills, the damage inflicted by enemies will differ significantly. At this moment, the young man remembered the moment when he played video games, because the same principle worked there. If an ordinary person, such as he, plays the same character as a professional player, their level will differ significantly from each other. This prompted him to the idea that even if the level is not displayed in the state panel, in fact, this indicator has a great influence on the overall picture. In this case, he asked Lucy to help him master the art of the sword. She was not difficult to do this and even enjoy. Several months have passed since that day, and high-ranking players went to North Korea. They gradually cleaned, captured by the monsters of the dungeons. But for the most part, this, on the contrary, only made them get bored and not gain experience. Players of large guilds who came here the purpose of cooperation began to be lazy over time. He fights with weak monsters. They were not interested. So soon they expressed their desire to go back to South Korea. After all, they were aimed at low-level dungeons, but it turned out that the Association of Players of South Korea was responsible for all low-level dungeons. Soon this caused a wave of discontent among other players. With the board twice as usual, the losses were too large. After all, it was impossible to increase its level, gaining experience points, or get objects or jewelry that should have fallen from monsters. But not only this caused inconvenience, everyone had to sleep in tents, since there was no other housing, and interrupted with few food reserves. In such conditions, all players lived for several months. But if we talk about the main character, then he was so passionate about hunting that he was not eager to join everyone else. Every day he called Lucy, trained with her in the dungeon, and also hunted monsters. Over time, it became better for him to attack and block blows. In addition to the fact that they trained and hunted together, they also dined together. Drinking another cup of tea, Lucy noted that civilization in the world of the protagonist was very developed. It was so, but there were certain rules. For example, ordinary people still needed a personality certificate in order to engage in business. This was one of the reasons why the protagonist did not call the girl beyond the dungeon, because she was a high-ranking player. If you think about it, then for such players the rules have always, regardless of the world, were strict. But Hyun promised the girl, as soon as he would figure it out with all the monsters in North Korea, he will find out how he could help her stay in his world. He understood that the first thing would be to receive a personality certificate, and then register as a player. Since the girl was satisfied now, she said that the guy could not rush. Besides, she understood that her photograph should be in the identity certificate. But she would not refuse to younger again. At first, the young man did not understand her hint, saying that she already looks quite young. Nevertheless, after a couple of seconds, the protagonist realized what the girl had in mind, and gave her exactly so many points so that she could regain her original appearance. He gave these glasses not as a debt, but as a fee for learning his fencing. He was sure that Lucy could teach him a lot. Hearing this, girl was embarrassed and said that she would try his best, teaching his mastery of owning a sword. Meanwhile, in the camp, players were engaged in various things. Who rested, who talked among themselves. But there was one player who watched the main character, and when he saw that he was going to the dungeon alone, he decided that this was his chance. As soon as Hyun Sona was in the dungeon, he had wild instincts, even if he did not see the one who pursues him, but felt that someone was definitely in the cave. But what the young man understood well was that the player who watches him does this not out of good motives. Yes, he needed to deal with this problem, but a little later, since now he came here to compete with the monsters that already stood in his way. This time he decided to clean up the dungeon with humanoid lions and try the receptions learned from Lucy on them. First of all, he decided to attack them from an ambush, so he hid behind a large stone. Then he used his company thunderous blow for a long attack. Some of the monsters died, but there were those who rushed to the attack when the guy left his shelter. But he was not afraid of them, but as Lucy taught, stood still and waited for the best moment for the attack. Then he killed several humanoid lions with one blow. The stones that the guy gathered and laid his large bag were falling off them. Pretty quickly he figured out all the monsters, so he sat down near the large stone to rest a little. Having drank water and resting a little, Hyun's dream went deep into the cave, as he intended to completely figure it out once and for all. Once on the spot, humanoid lions began to attack the young man again. But now it was much easier for him to cope with them than even at the beginning of this raid. And as soon as he finished the main part of this event, he was attacked by people who followed him. Let the guy not see them, but felt, so he formed a zipper for a blow, waited until the enemy approaches him to counterattack. The man did not expect that he would fall into the trap of a young man. According to the skill that the enemy used, Hyun's dream realized that professional killers opened a hunt for him. Only Yu did not enter the plans to let him go alive from this dungeon, so he caught up with him, intending to cut. but the killer was able to block the blow of the young man. The second blow of Hyun-sona also did not work, as the attacker used his special movement skill. The guy could not deny that his opponent was pretty smart and fast. Moreover, he tried to leave the dungeon with all his feet so as not to fall under the distribution and bad mood of the protagonist. The man could not understand how the young man was able, firstly, to feel his presence, and secondly, so skillfully reflect all his attacks and no less skillfully attack. Meanwhile, Hyun's dream looked at the back of a runaway killer and realized that by force he was many times better than him, but in speed he was very inferior to him. But he had one great advantage. These are black lightning, which he just used now. But the killer was able to dodge, move behind the head of the main character and try to attack him, but he did not succeed in this. Suddenly, being at a fairly decent distance, the man used his trump card in order to win the time. So, the following happened. The killer tried to poison the protagonist, but a passive skill of immortality, which neutralized the action of poison, entered the game. After that, Hyun Sleep, without thinking twice, again threw his black lightning into the enemy, but he managed to escape. While the killer was running away, the main character realized that he spent too much energy to use the skills of attack, so it was necessary to change tactics. The decision was made. Now the main thing was not to be mistaken. The man ran away as quickly as he could. Still, he failed his mission. He failed only more than one mission, but also an escape, since a second later the main character appeared in front of him, preparing to attack. After the next attack of the guy from whom the murderer dodged, he thought that it did not seem that this man was awakened only a year ago. Still, the man hoped that he was able to tear himself away, but he was mistaken, since Hyun had practically caught up with him. In truth, the enemy thought a lot, so he could not dodge the main character. At this moment, it became obvious that he could not escape, as he would not want. But for a professional killer, it would be shameful not to have deceitful maneuvers in the sleeve, so he decided to use one of them to escape. While the main character gave him to feel his superiority, the man fled forward. After a second, Hyun's dream activated the skill of flicker. The time was perfectly perfect. The guy appeared in front of the killer and pierced him with a sword. The man was wounded and coughing blood, but while he was standing on his feet, albeit not quite confidently, it was the perfect moment to save the enemy from the torment. But the man was able to activate his skill of movement, and Hyun's sleep chopped air instead of human flesh. It was unpleasant to realize that the killer's reaction rate was high. He even tried to counterattack. And if not for the shield of black lightning, then the main character would say goodbye to life. At this moment, he decided to use the explosion so that the enemy could not escape again. It was the end. The killer began to turn into history. Suddenly Hyun, a dream, saw that the residual magic after the player's death turned into a book of skills that hid the personality, audibility, and magical power of the caster. The guy took the book. It is definitely useful to him in the future. In addition to the book, the attacker's weapon was lying on earth, and a beautiful pendant. The sword perfectly and obediently went to the hand of the protagonist. In general, the man had many interesting things in the inventory. All the objects that the guy received will play a good service, but the question remained why this man attacked him. He tried to apply psychometry to these subjects, but it was impossible, so Hyun decided to discuss what happened to Lucy. Therefore, he called the girl in the dungeon for discussion. The girl was glad to see her employer, but noted that he called her much later than usual. After that, they sat opposite each other, and the guy began his long story about everything that had just happened. In order to draw the right conclusions, the girl clarified how often in this world players attack each other. Hyun had a dream of a concept of order in other worlds, but in this players very rarely attacked each other, as this was strictly prohibited by the government. And if you take it into account, it was completely incomprehensible why this man attacked him and tried to kill him. The first thing that came to the head of the girl was that the man hid the resentment against her employer. Although, on the other hand, he could attract the rapidly growing skills of Hyun-sona, therefore, perhaps he tried to find out the reason for this. If Lucy's assumption was correct, then this could be repeated in the future. The girl did not deny the fact that if this man was part of some organization, then this could repeat more than once, and not two. In addition, even if there was a law that forbade the players to openly attack each other, then in the dungeon the guy had to be extremely careful. Therefore, if Hyun was a dream of an enemy with whom he could not cope alone, then he will have to call her. And if he has enough points, then hire another player for help. Lucy's sincere concern did not leave the young man indifferent, and he thanked her. As soon as Hyun, a dream returned to the camp of the players, immediately came to the girl's field in the cloak. She carefully watched his cheerful movements, and did not understand how this is generally possible. The girl did not understand how her colleague, an experienced killer, was able to fail the task, and did not eliminate the beginner. To understand what happened in the dungeon, she went down there, activating the skill of the hunter's vision. First of all, she saw a track of traces, which led farther into the darkness of the cave. Further, the cave was crazy, and by the movements of the red hassle, the girl recognized the movements of the participants in the fight. This made it clear to her that she was on the right track, after which the girl activated her second skill in the memory of the earth, lifting the figures from the mud. In these figures, one could recognize the protagonist and her colleague, who actively fought. Suddenly, on the movements of his colleague, the girl realized that he was trying to escape, saving his skin, spitting on a mission, and then the unimaginable occurred. Hyun was killed by a man. Meanwhile, in the capital of Japan, the minister listened to the report of his assistant about what happened to Jung-son. In the Kanko report, every word was true, so there was no doubt in what was said. Obviously, if Hyun killed Tadakashi, then he could easily kill Jung-son, because he disappeared in an unknown direction. The young man was almost 100% confident in such an outcome. Mr. Tanaka could not believe that the player who woke up a year ago could defeat the player with a high rating. But the facts said that this happened twice. Obviously, in some way, a guy can bypass the rule of 20 levels, and this was far from his limit. The assistant minister was also sure that Hyun had a unique skill. Now it became clear why the Korean Players Association was in a hurry to conclude a contract with him. If you think a little, then the question arose what skill needs to be possessed in order to grow so quickly, and if so, then the owner of such a skill simply needs to be killed. The situation was not easy, so Minister Tanaka asked his assistant how many agents he could send for intelligence right now. The young man could send only 5 of his people to North Korea. The purpose of their visit to the neighboring state has not changed. Although no, the minister made a change. If the mission is failed, the agents were allowed to kill the protagonist on the spot. The young man understood his boss and went to execute his order. Meanwhile, the minister was left alone in his office. He believed that he was distrust of Hyun's son of the Korean Association of the Players in his hand. The main character has spent all the days in the dungeons and trained. Now he tried to use a magic shell. But this is not the first time that everything went well at first. But then it changed sharply. He believed that if he was more concentrated, his shell would not go. Lucy carefully watched his actions and asked not to be so upset. After all, if you think about it, then they had a lot of time for training. The main character could work out with the shell himself. Now there was time for fencing lessons. The guy and the girl took up their positions, but Hyun, the dream, reserved the right of the first move. Lucy did not mind, and after a couple of moments a dance with swords began, because both enemy attacked at the same time. The first blow of the protagonist, Lucy, was blocked by a shield. Then she pushed him, but the guy had enough dexterity not to fall, but will land on his feet. But this hitch was enough for a knight to put a sword to the head of a young man, but he moved with a lightning speed from her attack line. Hyun's dream was sure that a sudden attack from behind would work this time, but Lucy quickly bit his strategy and turned sharply, repulsing the guy's attack. Now her time has come to attack, and she aimed at vital organs. True, while the main character had enough skill to avoid undesirable consequences. In general, training sparring passed quickly, brightly, according to one scheme. The guy tried to attack, but the girl blocked the blows she attacked. He dodged. After a while, they stopped and silently looked at each other. Hyun Sleep was surprised when she said that the training has ended today. The reason for this was simple as the world. Lucy wanted to go to a new dungeon, but the young man was interested in whether he improved his skills or still not. Yes, positive results were observed. The guy began to better damage the moving targets. True, when he evaded attacks, he made too many unnecessary movements that only harmed him. But on the heart, Lucy did not expect that Hyun had a dream so quickly pumping his skills. Of course, it was pleasant for him to listen to praise, but he would like to learn to protect himself better. But this did not suit him in the style of battle. After all, if he wants to master the shield, then he should teach patience. It is better for him. The girl had long noticed that Hyun had a dream immediately attack the enemy as soon as he saw him, so at such moments the shield would only interfere. The guy himself knew that he had such a sin, so he tried to be more patient, but he did it well. But this character trait, according to the girl, added charm to him and made him herself. In addition, it will be very difficult to use a shield and a sword at the same time, and it will be much easier to move with one sword. To protect the left hand, it is enough for him to use iron armor. Lucy's arguments and explanations were logical, so Hyun agreed with them, and now the time has come to say goodbye. After a few seconds, the main character remained in the dungeon alone. In truth, he was a little tired, but it was necessary to go to the next dungeon, when suddenly he felt and saw uninvited guests. At that moment, Hyun's dream realized that he was not alone in the dungeon. His enemy slowly came out of the shadow. The young man spoke with the main character in Japanese. It is obvious that it was the killers again. There was no need to be a genius to understand that the man was from Japan. The red-haired man said that it was better not to resist the main character and obediently go with him. Only Hyun Sonya understood why he would go with strangers do not understand where, and it is not clear why. True, the man was not going to open all his cards, but demanded that the guy believe him and make his choice. It was obvious that the stranger was ready to use force if the main character begins to resist. At that moment, the young man began to realize that this man was at the same time with the murderer whom he killed not so long ago. At that moment, Hyun looked behind his back. He understood that there were other hostile players there, but he also realized that they would not attack him all together. The first thought that came to his mind was to call Lucy, but then he threw her away because he wanted to try his hand and see what he was able to learn. Therefore, he took out his sword, demonstrating his determination to repulse all his offenders. The Japanese appreciated the decision of the young man to fight to the last, because this untied his hands. He almost exposed Katana, although he regretted a little because he wanted the best, but it turned out as always. The battle began. The first attacked Hyun's sleep, using the breath of the Black Thunderstorm Dragon. But he underestimated his enemy, on whom his attack did not work at all, because he was already behind the guy and attacked him. Hyun Sleep in time realized that the enemy used the skill of movement in space. This allowed him to win several minutes and counterattack. But 2 attacks in a row using Black Lightning made him understand that it was necessary to maintain endurance and Manu if he wants to defeat his enemy. Nevertheless, now he used lightning pointwise, trying to break through the enemy's defense. But the Japanese lightning speed increased the distance between them with just a wave of his katana. The man even appreciated the dexterity and speed of movements of the protagonist. Moreover, he noted that the guy had a very interesting and exciting set of skills. Only one simple question tormented him: how long the main character can last under the onslaught of his attacks. Therefore, he immediately moved from words to business, attacking a guy who tried his best to block this blow. With every second, restraining the onslaught of the Japanese to a young man was getting harder. But it was even more interesting because not a single second audience wanted to give up, and by hook or by crook tried to win. Yes, the attacks of the protagonist were powerful, but he was inferior to the speed of the murderer's movements. Nevertheless, Hyun was trying to kiss him with his black lightning, but there was nothing sensible besides the explosions. Suddenly, the main character came up with the thought that the tactics and skills of the Japanese were a little reminded of his skills of wild instincts. Meanwhile, the girl watched the battle and did not understand that Hyun had a dream awakened only a year ago. Her colleague confirmed this information, dispelled all her doubts. Of course, it was weak that this young man was only at the first level a year ago. But then a logical question arose: how he managed to pump so much in just 1 year. By and large, they came to North Korea in order to find out the answer to this question, and also understand whether this method can be applied to other players, although one of the killers doubted that the protagonist reached the level of the ranker. Although on the other hand, the girl understood that this guy was not so simple, because he was not even scared of Sasaki. The man also understood one simple thing, that if the girl was the opponent of the protagonist, then it would be difficult for her to resist him. But such an offensive statements greatly angry the Japanese woman. In principle, she believed that if she does not intervene now, then Sasaki would kill the guy. On her colleague, he said phlegmatically that they should only observe. Meanwhile, Sasaki, who believed that he would easily win the protagonist, was no longer as fun as at the beginning. True, Hyunsong also had no reason for joy, as he was injured. While the Japanese he mirrored such courtesy. Now the protagonist Vinyl himself was not as hard as he could, and therefore was still not strong enough. For all the time of the fight, the Japanese first realized that the young man's battle style was too dangerous. Therefore he again attacked the protagonist, who made a promise at all costs to recapture the enemy's attack. But the killer believed that he had no chance, and the outcome of the battle was already a foregone conclusion. At the moment when the sword was approaching his face, he thought that he would really die now. But a miracle happened. In the last second, a passive skill of survival instinct was activated, and the protagonist chopped off his opponent's head. It was an unconditional victory, however. The main character did not feel moral satisfaction, and rightly, because he should not relax. Besides this Japanese in the dungeon were others. The first appeared in front of the guy, who immediately said that she did not expect a fellow losing. Following her, other Japanese began to appear on the battlefield. However, no one had yet attacked. The last leader of the group appeared, who could not deny the fact that the main character surpassed all his expectations. Hyun's dream turned around. Behind was another group of opponents and 3 people. The Japanese slowly surrounded the young man. Only now the young man realized that all these people were here only for the reason that they somehow found out information about his rapid growth of skills. It's clear that he could not cope with them alone, so he opened his statistics window, causing reinforcements. After some time, a group of mercenaries appeared in the dungeon. The Japanese carefully looked at the players who appeared from nowhere, nervous with every minute, because they could not track the mana. Meanwhile, the main character set the task before the mercenaries: at all costs to catch the Japanese. But if it does not work to catch them, then it does not matter if they kill them. Lucy in the forefront was ready to fulfill this order of its employer. The grip began. The Japan girl first went to the knockout after she was imprinted in the wall. True, after the blow of Lucy, she still tried to rise and resist. The Japanese wiped her blood, trying to realize what had just happened. The rest of the mercenaries also went well. They perfectly showed the killers who the boss is here. Behind two secrets, the agents in the hats ran a mercenary with a hammer, but the men understood that he was too strong. The mercenary jumped into the air and warned the men that he did not want them to die. But since he was about to strike, he asked Bagunov to try to dodge. After a lightning attack, only one killer survived, but at the same time was unconscious. His partner was lucky less, as he died on the spot. The mercenary did not feel a pity for the Japanese, as he had an order for his employer. If it could not be grabbed alive, then it was possible to kill in place. Meanwhile, the girl was already connected with magic wagons and forced to wait for interrogation. True, Lucy realized that this was not enough, and cut the captive of the tendon on her legs so that the girl could not move. The leader of the Japanese group was also defeated by one of the mercenaries. At this moment, the main character gave a voice. All the time he stood aside and watched how others were doing dirty work, while admiring how quickly and clearly they did it. As soon as mercenaries gathered all prisoners in one place, Hyan could begin to interrogate. The main character essentially had only a single question: why the killers aimed at him, and not on someone else. The Japanese company together remained silent, as if it could save them. It was not difficult to guess that these people were not going to reveal their secrets. One of the mercenaries who had a hammer decided to scare all those present, hitting this very hammer against the ground, hinting that the next time there may be someone's head if they did not want to answer the main character. The leader of the Japanese group, who began to stutter with fear, first in the eyes of a bald man. The mercenary was not going to wait long, hit a hammer after a few seconds, if the leader had not started to speak. He was enjoying the countdown, looking directly into the eyes of his opponents. The nerves could not stand the girl. She said that they were here because of the instructions of the Japanese Department for the Gates of Measurement. Then the leader of the group did not become silent. He added that he was ordered to seize the protagonist and bring him to Japan. The reason was that Hyun's dream went around the 20th level and rose too quickly, so the killers needed to find out how he did it. The young man himself assumed something like this, but when he heard it with his own ears, he thought. To verify the veracity of these people, Hyun wanted to see their inventory. The Japanese had no choice, since the bald mercenary was watching the process, so they provided all the necessary information. The only one who lied, the leader of the group. The man on the move wanted to come up with a convincing excuse, but the brain refused to work in extreme situations. Therefore, a man with a hammer went out for rent. It was obvious what he was about to do. After a couple of moments, the blood leader's blood sprayed the nearest stone. Now everyone realized that the main character could not be lie, and he already asked the following question, since he was interested in whether there was their accomplices outside this dungeon. The answer was positive, but the girl knew little about them. The only thing she could have imagined is that those people were at about 200 levels. The leader of the group was still alive and said that their colleagues left this dungeon and were somewhere outside. After that, the protagonist told Lucy that he would leave them for several minutes and would return soon. But before leaving, he asked the mercenaries not to take his eyes off the enemies so that they could not escape. And now the young man came out of the dungeon and was in a dense forest. It was not so difficult to track down a mercenary, so he used flicker skills. Hyun's dream got close to one of them, getting a sword. And after a couple of seconds, the Japanese turned into a distant memory, because after his death, there was not even a scrap of clothes. Having finished, deal with the remaining killers, the main character returned to the dungeon. He did it just in time, because it was time for a bald mercenary to return to his world. Therefore, he asked the young man if he wants to extend the time of hiring. But this was not part of the guy's plans, so he let the man go home. But before the way he left, thanked him for his help. The man laughed loudly, because he was always happy to help, so the guy could always count on him and call at any time of the day or night. But the time came to go away the rest of the mercenaries. But they were in solidarity with their colleague, because before them had never been faced with such a simple task from the employer. After that, the men disappeared with the sense of the fulfillment, and all the mercenaries in the dungeon remained only one Lucy. While the main character was thinking about what to do with the killers, they felt that they could take a revenge and attack the guy with magic, but he returned from the fiery beam flying into him. On Lucy, this attack also did not work, as she blocked her with her shield. It was a distracting maneuver that did not work, however. The Japanese tried to run away. Of course, the young man did not expect that his opponents would be able to recover in such a short time, but he was not going to run after them. After all, he could always use his black lightning in order to either block their path and kill, what he actually did. But the leader of the group was not going to give up, and thought that the fireball in this would help him. After a few seconds, a strong explosion thundered in the dungeon. Well, as they say, the mistake came out, and Lucy put the barrier in time so the fire did not hit her tenant. But the actions of the Japanese unleashed the girl completely hands, and after a couple of moments, she decapitated her opponents. Meanwhile, 2 more Japanese tried to escape in the opposite direction. At this moment, Hyan for the first time decided to combine 2 skills. The first, Flicker; the second, the Curtain of Darkness. Therefore, the Japanese fled and did not notice that the young man was already in front of them and was preparing to attack. And when they realized what was happening, it was already too late to do something. They had no chance against the black lightning of the protagonist. Now a couple of moments from them remained only 2 charred bodies that were going to crumble into small pieces. In vain, they assumed that they could escape, since only a dream and Lucy remained in the dungeon. Residual magic after the death of the killers turned into books of skills, so the young man was not very upset due to the fact that he had to spend a lot of planes today. In addition, he was sure that this incident should not report to anyone. Obviously, it was that these people belonged to the secret of the Japanese criminal organization that is engaged in intelligence. Collecting books of skills and sending them to the subspacket, Hyan was thinking that this organization would certainly send someone else after him. And if so, then he needed to make sure that his family was in complete safety. After all, if the rest of the organization's participants will be as strong as these, then the protection of the Association of Players in Korea to his mother and sick father cannot help. Therefore, the young man began to look for something that could protect his relatives in the lists of possible purchases. The first of his defense rings caught his eye. That is, an object for 10 billion took a blow in the event of an attack on the owner. Since it was necessary to protect 3 family members, the main character bought 3 rings. After that, he continued his search for useful things. Now his attention was attracted by the bracelet of the exchange. That is, if you put on 2 bracelets, 1 each for each owner, you can see each other's emotional state, then what color was responsible for what. It was a good item, so the guy bought it in 3 copies. Then he found it. Move over long distances, which moves to the indicated place or distance. So he again bought 3 copies. After some time, the young man returned to South Korea, and the first thing he came to his store, where to meet with his sister, and presented her, purchased items. The girl was worried so that her brother would not do anything dangerous. Hyun Dream only smiled and said that he did not do anything too dangerous, and he decided to simply give these objects to the girl for storage. Then he went home, where he met with his mother, where he also came to compose a rather believable story, although he did not like to lie to a woman. And only in the evening he freed himself and was able to go to the hospital to visit his father. The man was still unconscious, and his condition is not improved yet. Hyun Dream, without hesitation, put on his parent at first a bracelet later. Suddenly he noticed that the bracelet changed his color to the purple. The main character realized that his father was very worried, so he promised to find a way to cure him and put him on his feet. After these words, the bracelet again began to change his color to the usual one. It meant that his father heard him and began to calm him down. Since the guy was not in the country for quite some time, he decided to sit a little near the parent, because it is not known what will happen tomorrow. At some point, the guy took his father's hand in his own. He understood that he was very restless, but promised to find a way to help him. A week later, the minister of Tanaka called his assistant to his office in Tokyo, because he never received new information. The young man was afraid to open his mouth, however. He had to admit that their operation completely failed. The minister suggested that the people who were sent to the mission could simply betray the country from their employer. The young man did not deny such an opportunity, although this was unlikely. In addition, the problem was also that at the moment there were no more secrets of agents that could be sent to the mission. At that moment, the doors to the office opened sharply, and an employee of the ministry ran with a frightened look. It turned out that the operation to lie measurements in the city of Fukuoka failed. The minister could not believe it because he sent the Yamato Guild to strip this district. Here was one of the polls, because in the heat of the battle, the head of the Yamato Guild and all the other members of the raid were killed by monsters. It was as strange as possible, so Tanaka asked what level the monsters appeared. The speaker said that most monsters belonged to a heroic rank. But among all the monsters that appeared in the city of Fukuoka, there was one called Jojo. His exact level was unknown. This was the first humanoid on Earth to freely move in space with the help of his wings. He was smart and easily flew in the sky from point A to point B. Now the minister was not worried about the main character, but about the security of his country, so he ordered to send all free players to the battle with these monsters. Meanwhile, things in Fukuoka were not worse not to imagine. The streets of the city were dotted with the corpses of people. The first battle decided to enter the Japanese army. The military commander ordered his people to advance from all sides and attack the monsters. A hail of bullets fell on flying monsters. Players who arrived at this point activated their skills and decided to join in battle. Only now the monsters were easy to shorten from all flying spells of the magical property. But heavier weapons, like skillful energy blows, injured some individuals. They even thought about a small tactical retreat. But it was just a moment of weakness, and the humanoid Jojo returned and were ready to attack people. Now people had to retreat, so a small pack of monsters turned into huge. But the military did not retreat. They took their positions and were ready to shoot at any moment. The monsters were approaching them from all sides. Near the military were Magi players who were ready to resist Jojo. People attacked the first and received an order. At all costs, keep their positions. Players in the military believed that if they continue to fight in the same spirit, then the victory would certainly be behind them. From the side of the fight, I watched the Jojo light brown. He did not like what he saw, so he called all his relatives to himself. Hearing the cry of his leader, the dark brown Jojo left people alone and went to him. The players did not understand what was happening now, so puzzled looked at the monsters. People naively believed that the monsters really retreated. But after following the Jojo flight trajectory, the players came to the conclusion that they flew to the neighboring city. Using heavy types of weapons, people tried to stop the monsters, but they defended themselves well. Moreover, they were so strong that they were able to destroy combat helicopters with bare, naked paws. After that, the helicopter fell in the middle of the street next to the players and exploded. At that moment, a light brown Jojo growled menacingly. Thus, he ordered his subordinates to attack people. After that, his relatives began to trample the players with their paws and bite their teeth. The players who were sure that the monsters retreated now realized that it was a deceased maneuver. Now the whole flock is gathered in one place to form a common force attack. After a couple of moments, a strong explosion thundered in the city center. Many players in this explosion died, but there were those who survived and were ready to avenge the death of their comrades. One of these players was a rather strong magician, so he was able to create a wall of fire. The flame went down to the monsters, trying to kill them. There was another group of quite capable players who chopped the monster to the right and left below. At some point, people had a small advantage, and they believed that they could win in this battle. But at that moment, the light brown Jojo decided to join the battle. He easily killed the players who stood in his way. Seeing this, the fiery player Mac decided to make all his efforts to defeat the enemy. But he was surrounded by a crowd of dark brown Jojo from different sides. The guy had no chance against so many strong monsters. After a moment, he missed a mortal blow inflicted on him from behind. But he was not going to die alone, and wanted to take as many opponents as possible with him. But the leader had his own plans for this. He was tired of looking at a resisting person. Therefore, he concentrated and blew up his enemy. Players were dying in terrible torment, pierced by thousands of lightning. The operation was failed, and this was reported to Minister Tanaka, who began to grab his head and did not understand how this could happen. After all, the Japanese government sent a huge number of wounds and high-ranking players to this mission. The assistant did not know where to put himself, but tried to explain the situation. They say that Jojo was smarter than they assumed and outwitted people, pretending that his troops were retreating. Even if everything was just like that, the minister did not understand how all players and military could be destroyed at a time. He did not expect that secret players of the Japanese service were so helpless against more or less strong monsters. The assistant put that the matter is not in the strength or weakness of the players, but that the monster was too smart. The minister did not understand all the difficulties of the situation, believing that the monster was a monster, even if he is a heroic rank. In addition, the Secret Service had a record of what happened on the battlefield, so he demonstrated it to the minister. Meanwhile, in South Korea, Hyun was drinking tea and listened to the news that a new type of monsters appeared in Japan. It turns out that these were Jojo, who sowed chaos throughout Japan and belonged to a heroic rank. Worse, everything was that the best Japanese wounds and high-level players were simply erased from the face of the earth. The main character could not believe that this was in principle possible. The point was that the monsters were very smart, so the Japanese government publicly turned to the international community for help. It was even more interesting, since after the second Cataclysm, there was hardly any country that was ready and had the opportunity to help her brother in misfortune. The young man, in principle, understood that such stories and actions could be aimed at outwitting him and deceive him to be lured into enemy territory. After this conversation, the young man went to the dungeon, where he met Lucy, wanting to ask her a few questions before starting training. He was wondering if the girl had ever heard of the monsters of Jojo. It was difficult to read emotions on her face, but obviously she was aware of this form of monsters. By and large, there was more than enough reason for concern, because in her world the Horde Jojo attacked one kingdom and completely destroyed him. Based on her previous experience, Lucy concluded that a lot could stand at the stake after the Jojo attack. The worst thing is that Jojo is rather smart and dexterous creatures. They live in packs and move in large groups. You can suffer a lot if you treat them as ordinary monsters. Hyun's dream perfectly understood the girl, but the neighboring state was already acting in the same way. The girl continued her story, because the leader of Jojo was as smart as he was talked about. It would be very difficult to cope with him. In addition, it will be unrealistic to do this in the future, so the countries should unite and act together. Only now the problem was that there were too many cultural and other differences between countries in this world that prevented them from going to the Union. Standing aside was also not an option, because this type of monsters was characterized by what could grow to the legendary rank. Yes, the monsters had their own limit, but they could pump their skills like players. Their level can take off to heaven after such a big battle in which they defeated. The girl believed that the monsters absorbed many magic stones and books of skills. It was very curious, since the main character did not know that some creatures could absorb mana stones. Jojo were special monsters who hunted other monsters and players, obtaining magic stones and skills books. This was especially true for magic stones that helped them overcome their limit. Suddenly, Hyun, a dream, asked the girl if players can absorb magic stones to pump their skills. As much as Lucy was known, it was impossible. Many empires and kingdoms invested huge funds in experiments, but all of them were in vain. The same situation was in this world, because such experiments were conducted here, but they all also failed. Having thought a little, the main character came to the conclusion that the Japanese would not attack him in the near future. 3 months have passed since then, and the truth was no longer a single attack on the protagonist. The government of Japan has still lost the invasion of Jojo. The monsters were completely captured by Fukuoka, and the city fell under their power. While Japan hopelessly tried to enlist international support, South Korea finished the restoration of damage to the second Cataclysm. Recovery work in North Korea was also completed. After that, the government of South Korea allowed players to visit North Korea for hunting. One of the players who visited North Korea was the main character, but no matter how he tried, he could not cope with all the dungeons in this country. Since every day the players arrived in North Korea from South Korea became more and more, and the places in the dungeons became smaller and smaller. For this reason, the young man returned home to the family. As always, his sister and mother, who was preparing dinner, was waiting for him at home. For some reason, the young man was embarrassed to go to his own house, so his mother asked him to go away and sit down at the table. Hyun Sleep admitted that he missed the lunch, as he wanted to eat with his family, so now he was very hungry. After that, he went into the empty room and called on Lucy. He, as promised, had previously decided to introduce her to his world, so she was very lively. The world around was very different from the one that she was used to. Cars drove everywhere. People went, played music. Lucy was amazed at what she saw because she did not expect this. Meanwhile, Hyun's dream reminded the girl that to begin with, she needed to get a personality certificate. And to avoid many problems, the girl should do everything that the guy tells her. Although she was very inspired, she was ready to do everything that the employer was telling her. True, there was a problem how to get Lucy's identity, because it never existed in this world. The only way is to do this. To go to the Association of Players, because all countries have a number of benefits for attracting players. For example, provide citizenship, because in this world, where there are more players than the ordinary population, this has become commonplace. Therefore, you do not matter the illegal migrant or smugglers. From the moment of awakening, you can easily get the citizenship of a country. Of course, you need to sign a contract and comply with a number of conditions. For example, it was impossible to join foreign guilds for 5 years, as well as leave the country for these 5 years. The main character understood that these rules cannot be violated under any pretext, but Lucy did not receive citizenship. In South Korea, like the whole world, society was now busy restoring its life after the second apocalypse. After some time, Lucy returned and demonstrated Hyun-sona her player's certificate. He was glad for her, so he congratulated on the legalization of her status. In addition, now he had one small offer for the girl. He did not immediately disclose all the cards, but promised that this proposal would be beneficial for both of them. To begin with, Hyun has a dream led to Lucy in a cafe and ordered 2 drinks. This was the first time she tried something like that, and was in a similar place. The young man was interested in whether Lucy liked the drink or not. In her opinion, it was the perfect drink, cold and sweet, so tasty. The girl did not want to pull the cat by the tail, so she asked the guy about the case that he offered her. It turned out that Hyun had a dream to sell additional goods using its unique skills. Moreover, Lucy will receive 10% from each sale to his own account. But it seemed to the girl that these were too good conditions for her. True, this deal was profitable for the protagonist, so it was not difficult for him to help the girl. In addition, they were familiar for 6 months, and until she finds a way to return to her world, he will help her in this. Moreover, if Lucy returns to his world, then he would like to go with her and help destroy the monsters there. The kindness of the protagonist and his intentions touched Lucy. She even cried. She did not know how she could thank the young man, and then, unexpectedly, right on the street, she leaned her knee in front of him. Lucy did not understand that this looked strange and embarrassing for this world. All the time that she will spend in this world will serve faithfully as a knight Hyunsonu, as his lord. And her sword will be a sharp blade that kills all the enemies of her lord. And her body will become the strongest and most reliable shield that will protect her, the master, from the blows of the enemies. Thus, Lucy gave the knightly oath of allegiance to the lord, and even death could not destroy it. As soon as the girl finished making an oath, Hyun had a dream received 2 notifications. The first one said that he received an oath of allegiance to the knight, and in the second, that he began the qualification of the lord. The whole situation seemed unreal to him. Besides, the guy believed that it was possible to get qualifications after level 50. Meanwhile, people around began to talk loudly and squint at them. The main character asked the girl to get up, but she could not do it until he was an example of her oath. Hyun was very embarrassed and is ready to promise anything if only she got up. Thus, he took an oath of allegiance to the girl, after which he received a notification of changing the role, as well as new achievements. After some time, they returned home and the guy was thinking about the situation. Lucy asked Hyunsona to perceive her oath of fidelity as her little fee for all the good that he has already done and does for her. The young man understood that in the world of the girl, perhaps there was a class system, but here all people were equal, so to speak, democracy. But for the girl, the standards of this world did not matter. Hyun had a dream that Lucy is a cheap, which meant that she chose the lord, that is, he for serving, considering him a worthy and strong man. This was understandable. Besides, the guy took her oath of allegiance, and the role of the lord appeared in his control panel. This was precisely the obligatory part of the oath, because the person who took the oath of the knight automatically became the lord. At this moment, the main character realized that the girl also had her own role. Everything was so. Lucy was an immortal knight. This is the role of a heroic rank. The change in the role in principle took place differently, although this was the meaning of the level, but not the primary. Lucy received her role for his merits, because she was in her world of participants in many battles. Moreover, her lifestyle and the experience lived in this. Now, fulfilling various conditions, the young man will be able to open quests for the role. Suddenly, Lucy apologized to Hyan soon, because she showed them only her level and stats in their first meeting to hide the presence of a role. That is why its characteristics were much higher than that of players of the same level, because with a change in the role they increase. In truth, the main character was not offended by Lucy. He generally thought that he could never get a role. Lucy had a different opinion. She believed that even if she had not helped him, he would still get his role. Well, the girl herself spent 15 years from the moment of awakening to receive the first role. But now she could tell the main character how to use what he received. For starters, he had to check his professional skills, but before using, he needed to master them. Having opened the control panel, Hyun Sleep saw role skills. The girl said that the stronger it would be, the more skills would be. In his case, everything depended on the servants and subordination. Also, Hyunsona appeared role stats, for example, leadership, which was determined by the sum of all stats. Now he lacked 60 since Lucy was subordinate to him. The following principle worked here. The sum of leading points increases or decreases depending on the number and level of players who were subordinate to the protagonist. On average, such a difference can increase 10 times, but after the difference does not increase, even if the player changes his role. Based on this, we can safely conclude that the girl changed her role 5 times. So far, Hyun-sun had no new questions, and he silently studied the control panel. It was also interesting that there were 2 active records in his profile, so he pressed the girl's name. At that moment, the window of her status opened. By and large, there was nothing unusual in this, because the guy should know thoroughly the abilities of his subordinates in order to correctly and effectively manage them. In addition, the guy had exclusive skills: the Banner of the Lord, subordination. He could hire his subordinates, expulsion, he could expel his subordinates, and the last was a huge fine. Not only in case of expulsion, the Lord pays a fine, but also an expelled subordinate. But all this was individually, and depended on how much this or that player spent with the Lord, and how quickly he was able to find a new one. In addition, their level and characteristics decreased because of this. It was lucky that this was a temporary phenomenon, and players could catch up with the help of hunting and books of skills. Hyundream wanted to know how strong the rollback would be in case of expulsion. As far as the girl knew, all the skills and characteristics that the players found, being subordinate to the Lord, disappeared. Well, everything was clear with this, but if the player himself wants to leave the Lord, in this case the rule also acted. We also figured out this. Now the guy wanted to know how many subordinates he needed so that the Lord's banner would work. At least the guy should persuade 10 people to his side. In addition, Lucy was sure that since Hyun is a worthy and strong man, then the knights who would follow him too. Meanwhile, in Japan, things with Jojo were very bad. In addition to them, the city was now full of other monsters who left the dungeon. At that moment, the minister of Tanaka called the assistant to his office and tried to find out the results of their cooperation with the UN forces. Everything was practically ready. America, Europe, and some strange Asia were ready to support, but they wanted to catch Jojo the first. It was clear that they all pulled time and did not plan to interfere with hunting. The minister still believed that if they could hold out for some more time, then everything in itself is somehow resolved. The assistant also believed that if the monsters go into the distance of the country, then it is better for them to retreat, since the result of the collision would be deplorable. Whatever it was, but this whole story needs to be completed. Observations of Jojo showed that they hunted not only people, but also a lower order monsters. They mercilessly killed them and ate, replenishing their strength. Now, on the streets of Fukuoka, there were corpses of not only people, but also under-day monsters. Light brown Jojo watched his relatives and rejoiced, since everything went according to his plan. He sat thoughtfully on the roof of one of the houses for a long time, but then abruptly left his raised place. The monster growled, calling to the aid of his faithful subjects. Dark brown Jojo flew behind their master. Everything was quite simple. The leader smashed the magic stones that remained in the storage and led everyone there. And in South Korea, after a not very successful hunt, Hyun was a dream. Lucy tried to reassure him, they say, do not rush because he can gradually become stronger. At that moment, he had to interrupt the conversation with Lucy as his phone rang. Shin Yuna called the young man. She suggested that he had just left the dungeon. The girl invited him to fly to Japan, but if the guy was not particularly eager to, then this is not important, because the task was not mandatory. Perhaps this was a good opportunity, but for some time the main character wanted to relax in the south. But Shin Yuna will have to go to Japan, as their government to the government of South Korea made a generous proposal. Hyun Dream wished her a good road, and most importantly, try to be safe. But on this note, the girl was not going to finish the conversation, and asked the guy when he thinks to treat his gratitude with dinner. It turned out a little awkward, since Hyun had forgotten that he had not so long ago promised to treat Yun with dinner as a sign of his gratitude for his help. Even through the distances, it was heard that the girl was angry, because this invitation was only for a tick. The guy grabbed the steering wheel with both hands and promised that as soon as Yuna returns from Japan, he would very generously treat her with dinner. The girl was a little embarrassed, but very much hoped that they would still see. Hyun Sleep and Lucy was driving home. He informed the girl that they called him from the association, offering to go to the raid to Japan, but he refused, because he did not plan to be in the den of the enemy. Nevertheless, the girl believed that this could be an excellent opportunity for a guy if he was provided with complete security. After all, the tiger can be caught only by going into his lair. Therefore, if someone ensured the safety of Hyun Song, then the idea of flying to Japan was excellent, so they would have dealt with all enemies at once. In addition, the young man did not need to do everything himself. For this purpose, he could use it. In fact, the girl meant the general system of mercenaries. But she was surprised by the guy's refusal to do this, because he considered it like the wrong, and he was not necessary to get rid of enemies now. Hyun Sleep was not going to rush events. A few days later, the guy stood at the entrance to the dungeon of a horned turtle. He could clean it for a long time, but something went wrong all the time. Since this dungeon has long been here, the main character thought that there was nothing interesting for him. Nevertheless, he decided to try his luck again. By and large, there was nothing complicated in this dungeon. He easily killed turtles. Hyun Sleep did not feel difficulty with the murder of a monster, but with their presence a little. At that moment, when he wanted to rest a little, he became unexpectedly witnessed by one scene. The young guy without equipment, with his bare hands, tried to defeat the horned turtles. He was injured, and the healer tried to patch him so that the guy could fight further. Hyun's Dream looked at all this and did not understand what this player is doing, even without a shield. In addition, most likely he lacked the level to hunt here. Still, the guy by some miracle managed to defeat 2 horned turtles. The guys gave other members of the group for several minutes to rest, while the mag girl treated him, but she used the most mana for this. The leader of this group grabbed his head and insulted his tank. They say he has bad stats. The rest stood still and assented the leader. But since they were going to go to another dungeon, they were going to find a new tank, since there was little sense in this. But the young man was stubborn, as he wanted to be part of their team. The leader did not like such applications. He believed that the guy should be grateful to him for being taken hunting. But the young man ignored the leader and insisted that he would hunt with everyone. True, the group members believed that he should develop characteristics if he wanted to go hunting with them. This dialogue resembled a conversation with the blind. Still, the young man achieved his own, and the leader allowed him to hunt with them. Hyun's Dream from his place suggested that these people forced the guy to remove the armor so as not to pay for its repairs. The main character was not going to endure such injustice, so he used the skill of the Veil of Darkness and went to the company. Meanwhile, all members of the group tried to kill one-horned turtle. Suddenly, the leader of the group turned around as he felt someone's presence. And however, there was already a Hyan who blew up the turtle. While members of the group insulted the main character, he went to the tank. The leader of the mercenaries did not understand that he would better become silent. The rest of the players noticed that a book of skills had fallen from the monster. The main character was looking for this rare book of skills for a long time, but could not find it. And fell out. But this group of players was determined to take the book of skills for himself, as it fell out of their monster. Meanwhile, Hyan had a dream, decided to ignore these people, and asked the guy how his body, whether something hurts. In addition, he did not understand why the guy did not use the shield that his comrades hold. In addition, the main character suggested that these people not only took the guy's armor, but did not pay him for the hunt, and if they paid, then a penny. But the tank just stood and was silent, as if he had scored water in his mouth. At this moment, the leader of the group began to threaten the main character with a sword, demanding that he lag behind them if he does not want to die. Meanwhile, the members of the group were talking among themselves. They decided that the main character could not withstand everything together, even despite his good equipment. But they did not understand who they were dealing with, so the protagonist took out his certificate of a member of the Association of Players, indicating the position that he occupied. Since Hyan's dream was a member of the team of supervision of the players, he had every right to intervene in the affairs of the group that he had just met. Now the leader of this small but strange group realized that he was in a certain time. Meanwhile, the main character once again asked the tank how much he was paid for the hunt. The guy replied that a lot. Such an answer was evidence that a young man would never tell the truth. To understand that what the main character used psychometry again. He saw how it was a group of players to take a young man in the dungeon with him and forced him to beat alone with monsters, while he did not give him any weapons. In one of the first raids, the leader of the group noticed that this guy was stronger than they thought. Maybe he was not all right with his head, but physically he was very strong. During the first campaign in the Bakwushin dungeon, they even praised for a good job. But further, the situation was getting worse and worse. Nothing was left of a good attitude. But the guy constantly began to insult. They shouted at him, crushed morally, intimidated, they say, how many times he can repeat the same thing, but he will not remember. One day it seemed to them that they pay too much money. This is that he did not have normal characteristics. After some time, they went to the next dungeon, where there were monsters of a higher rank. No matter how, then the guy tried to restrain all the monsters, but one broke through and ran towards the other players. And then the leader of the group decided to remove the armor from Wushin, because I did not want to pay money for its repairs in the future. After that hunting, the young man came home in scratches and bruises, so his younger sister asked not to overstrain so much. After all, the girl also got a job after school. Now she could help with paying bills for her mother's treatment. After all, she did not want her older brother to get as a mother. Wushin only smiled and said that he would try not to come home in bruises and scratches. The guy continued to go hunting with this group of players, who ordered him not to tell anyone how much they pay him, and also, under any circumstances, would not mention that he was taking off the armor in the dungeons. After all, if he tells everyone about this at least one living soul, he will no longer be able to go hunting with them. More than anything, now the guy was afraid that these people would leave him, so he promised anyone not to tell anyone about money and armor. Having scanning the memories of Wushin, the main character was furious. He sternly looked at the players and asked them if they realized that they had crossed the line of what was permitted. The leader of the group pretended that he does not understand what the main character is talking about. The players began to actively support him, they say. They showed only the care of the tank and nothing more. The leader of the group continued to put pressure on Wushin, forcing them to say that they treated him well, only took care of him, regularly, and paid well for the services. The guy did not answer this, only nodded in the affirmative, as he was afraid to be rejected. Only now, Hyan's dream knew very well that it was not a sincere answer, so he was not going to go anywhere, as he had to leave the situation unattended. The young man invited the players to follow him, where a thorough investigation of their business would be carried out. Because if they are all so honest, then they are afraid of nothing. Only now the leader of the group was too arrogant. He believed that the guy had no authority. Send them to investigators, because supervision of the players was not a state body. Meanwhile, the main character had already taken out the sword, saying that they would all be much better if they agreed to his kind proposal. At this moment, his opponent decided that if the Hyan was a dream disappeared into the dungeon, then there will be no more problems. Therefore, he asked his guys whether they are ready to go to investigators. If not, then the matter can be solved differently. For some reason, these players believed that the main character was scared, although they needed to be afraid of him. Meanwhile, Hyan's dream asked Wushin to close his eyes and wait a little here. After all, if a young man does, As the main character asks for him, he will be able to pay for the mother's treatment and to buy delicious food to his younger sister. Meanwhile, a group of players attacked the protagonist. Only the first attacker, and did not have time to blink an eye, as he was left without his right hand. The second attacker was even less fortunate, since Hyan cut off both wrists. The girl healer and guy magician froze in place, not knowing what to do. At the same moment, the magician made the most correct decision. He fell to his knees and began to ask the protagonist to pick him up and take him to the investigators. Only now, the main character was not going to let him go so easily, so he hit his jaw very much with his foot, so that it was not inconsistent to act in this way with defenseless. The evening came. The beaten players left the dungeon and went to the police. Behind this process from the side was watched by Hyun Sleep and Wu Xin. The next day, the guy's mother was placed in a good ward, and her daughter was sitting next to her. Wu Xin, with all his heart, thanked the protagonist and promised to pay him for kindness. But even now the guy was going to continue to hunt. In truth, he wanted to make a lot of money and no one to depend on. Such a mood was very impressed by the main character, so he asked his new friend to show the status window. Wu Xin was naive small, so he showed his characteristics, which very much surprised Lucy. The girl believed that the guy could easily become a knight with such characteristics, and she is ready to do it. The healthy man did not rush. His native characteristics were striking, and unique skills were useful. One of these skills was an indestructible body, and if it is divided correctly, it will become one of the best knights and players. That's right. But the guy must understand that without the necessary characteristics, he will not be able to develop. Therefore, it was important for the girl to know whether the guy wants to become one of the best or not. After that, the conversation turned into a row, embarrassing for Hyun, as Lucy suggested that Wu Xin become a subject of the protagonist. The girl was sure that this cooperation would benefit both. After all, Wu Xin will become stronger, and Hyun's dream will receive an ally who will trust. It sounded convincing, so the protagonist decided to try. Since Wu Xin wanted to become the best, Hyun's dream offered him a contract, and the guy, without hesitation, agreed. The agreement entered into force immediately, and the protagonist even received points for leadership. Now they were in the same boat, so Hyun Sleep bought one pill for a new subject, since he needed to pump his characteristics. Therefore, the guy handed the pill of Wu Shine and asked her to eat. Twice it was not necessary to ask for a healthy man. Literally, after a couple of seconds, he felt the result. After that, the main character handed him several books of skills and asked to learn them all. After such simple actions, Wu Xin became much stronger than it was a couple of minutes ago. Further, Hyun was a dream, and Lucy consulted, and decided that it was better for a guy to hunt on his own in low-level dungeons, so he will become stronger faster and get a couple of first achievements. But before sending on a hunt, the girl wanted to check the guy's skills. To do this, they came to the dungeon, and Lucy arranged a training battle. Wu Xin had to defend more, and not to attack. The first thing that caught the eye of Lucy was the wrong guy's wrong stand. Therefore, he missed the blow, lost his balance, and fell on his back. But this was not an occasion to finish the training, so Lucy demanded that the guy followed the trajectory of her blow and repeated the attack. Let Wu Xin not be a genius, but perfectly realized that the girl wanted from him. Exactly 2 hours of training took place. Wu Xin lay on the ground beaten and squeezed like a lemon, but Lucy was satisfied, as the guy had fun to teach. Hyun Sonu was even a little sorry for the guy, since he was once in his place, but he was glad that the subordinate had excellent muscle memory. Lucy was sure that a little more practice and Wu Xin could take part in serious battles. Moreover, all the signs indicated that his shift in the class was supposed to happen soon, and she would try to teach him so that he became a knight, not a soldier. It turned out that the shift of the class depended on how you fight, so if everything is done right, then nothing is impossible. After that, the girl went to Wu Xin and said that his endurance was to recover, so it was time to get up and continue to study. Meanwhile, in Japan, the players did not know what to do with the impudent Jojo. One of them could not stand it and ran on the attack, as he could not look at how the monster eats a man. The young man was able to drive the monster with his first blow, but human behavior, and most importantly, interrupting the meal, very angry the monster. Meanwhile, another group of players was happy, since out of 1,500 individuals, they managed to kill 400. But their joy did not last long, since the leader of Jojo appeared on the battlefield. At the observation point for the battle, analysts concluded that the dark monsters obeyed light brown. The commander-in-chief ordered the main part of the operation. Meanwhile, the main character and Lucy came the Dungeon of Crocodiles and are ready. The first phase of the main operation was to release the missiles on the monsters. They exploded not far from Jojo's accumulation. Their defeat was quite large. It so happened that the missiles did not cause much harm to the monsters, except that they were angry even more. Players tried to restrain them by hook or by crook. For this, the fiery skills of some players worked well. They even managed to kill several Jojo. This was noticed by their head and soared up, preparing for the attack of the two-legged. To carry out the plan, the main Jojo called all his subjects. Meanwhile, the Japanese government launched dozens of cruise missiles in their direction. But as soon as the missiles approached the monsters, the light brown leader activated the force field around his relatives. Ordinary players could not even imagine such a demonstration of power and skills, so they looked fascinated at the sky. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the management, analysts came to the conclusion that a monster of the heroic rank could not defend so, and come up with tactics of the confrontation of winged missiles. Therefore, employees were forced to raise the discharge of light brown Jojo to the legendary level. Meanwhile, the commander-in-chief of the operation was to admit that the enemy had gone beyond the encirclement, so the operation had failed with a bang. Therefore, the United UN forces were currently forced to evacuate. Meanwhile, in South Korea, Hyan was rejoicing for his ward, who perfectly passed the theory and practice of the formation of players. Therefore, now they no longer had to secretly go to the dungeon, and could not do it openly. At this moment, the main character came to the destination and found a very interesting picture, how a strange appearance the young man offered Lucy to join his guild. But the girl answered him with a categorical refusal, though the young man still insisted on his own, promising the Golden Mountains. The man also claimed that if a girl continues to refuse, he would regret the wrested opportunity for the rest of her life. Nevertheless, Lucy was seriously configured to refuse because she believed that people should not do what they did not like. Seeing that Hyan was a dream in the room, the girl wanted to leave, but the persistent red-haired young man tried to stop her. The main character decided to stand up for a girlfriend. Besides, he did not understand why the man insisted on his own, since the girl already answered him and wants to leave. The man did not understand the first time, so the protagonist had to dislocate his finger a little, after which the young man asked Lucy what kind of person it was, and what he wants from her. It turned out that it was a scout from a dark guild. After the protagonist heard this information, he put a soundproof barrier and asked the girl if she had done anything that could attract the attention of this guild. The girl answered, proved herself as an ordinary player of a low level. After that, Hyan was removed by the barrier, and the man immediately began to threaten the main character. But these threats passed by a young man, because if his opponent boasted his status, then what to tell the guy about his own? Therefore, the main character smiled affably, and said that he works in the team of supervision of the Association of Players, and then asked for which guild scout from. Now the man does not look so vigorous and joyful, understanding the precariousness of his position. Having asked the man not to pursue Lucy anymore, the main character and the girl were proudly left, leaving the scout of one. Looking after the young people, the man was sure that they would still regret their act, although the scout himself understood that he had problems, and not with them, because he was ordered in any way to make a girl a guild participant. Meanwhile, the main character was already in the Dungeon of Crocodiles, changed clothes and prepared for the next battle. Lucy also changed clothes and was ready to accompany her young master in hunting. They were both ready for unexpected turns, but Hyan was worried about Wu Shine, but the girl believed that the guy had passed serious training, so he had the strength to close the dungeon in the solo. In addition, if the guy is in danger, then Lucy will be able to find out about it, so there was no reason for concern. At this moment, the main character thought that their new comrade would hardly worry about his integrity and safety during the hunt. Talking, the guy and the girl went to the place where the crocodiles were supposed to hide. The essence of their conversation came down to the fact that the main character was interested in what would happen if all retained points in physical strength and strength of the spirit are invested. Lucy suggested that if you do it, Wu Xin will become the strongest among all existing tanks. But suddenly the time for conversations ended, because the first enemy was waiting for them ahead. Moreover, crocodiles attacked them from under the water, throwing spears in them, which the main character cut into a blade. But there were too many, and he did not have time to beat them off. Therefore, in order to maintain time and effort, the young man used his crown technique with black zippers. Now Lucy, ready to protect his master from monsters, appeared in the fore. Already, Hyan, a dream, understood that the fight against crocodiles would be more troublesome than with other monsters. So having tried a little, Hyan was able to catch one of the crocodiles. After that, the guy pierced the monster with his sword. At that moment, several more crocodiles emerged from the swamp, who clearly wanted to take revenge on the relative. This was a great opportunity for the protagonist to kill them at a time. After contact with the black lightning of the guy, the monsters lost their limbs and died. Definitely, it was a small success of the young man, but he understood that these were the weakest representatives of the crocodiles of the heroic rank. Lucy began to reassure Hyun-sona when he remembered the battle with the blue dragon and how it was not easy for him then. In addition, she was sure that the guy was rapidly becoming stronger every day. And this is a dungeon. Although it was difficult, it was good to train a number of passive skills, such as Wild Instinct. Hyun's dream agreed with his friend, so he got up, ready to continue the battle. Meanwhile, in the office of the Dark Guild, Scout listened to the complaints of the boss about his uselessness, because he could not hire one single player. The man screamed angry and threatened the guy with dismissal. The young man decided to transfer the arrows to the protagonist, who prevented him from bringing the matter to the end. The boss was not very educated, so there was no idea what a team of supervision is and why its member intervened in the affairs of their guild. Scout did not go into details, noting only that the guy and the girl are friends. But the main thing was that the girl did not want to join their guild. Even after the guy spoke about good conditions 10 times, he still received a refusal. The boss suggested that either the girl already had sponsors or they offered little money. Since it is so categorically configured, it would not be easier to refuse it. But the leader believed that the matter was too profitable to refuse him. The sponsor of their guild was eager to see the girl in their ranks. Therefore, the boss ordered the scout to find out all the information about the main character. After all, they need to bring this matter to the end. Besides, the sponsor was so persistent for the first time, and it was better not to argue with it. Meanwhile, Hyun had a dream met with Wu Xin and asked if he had everything good during the hunt. The guy confidently said that he had no problem. Moreover, he got 2 books of skills and collected a whole bag of crystals. Only now, instead of leaving this good for himself, he was going to give everything to the main character. But Hyun had a dream did not take a tribute, because all objects and stones belonged to Wu Xin, although he did not understand this. So they left the dungeon. Hyun, a dream, helped to sell books of skills and magic stones. He gave the revenue for them Wu Xina. The big man shone with joy, since he did not see so much money, but he certainly did not hold in his hands. True, he immediately wanted to return some of them to the main character for the assistance provided. But Hyun-sona had his own principles. He believed that at first the guy should help his sister and mother with money, and then slowly return his duty to him. In addition, the protagonist helped to find an apartment for his family, and asked if they liked it. The younger sister of the healthy man was completely delighted with new housing. Hyun's dream was glad to hear this. Besides, he didn't just choose that apartment because he should always think in advance. Who knows how long the Japanese will be silent and do nothing. After that, the guy was silent for a while and suggested that Wu Xin go hunting with him and tomorrow. The big man was happy, so he agreed without hesitation. The evening came. The dossier Hyun-sona, Lucy, and Wu Xin studied the head of the Dark Guild. Scout believed that from Wu Xin, whom they considered disabled, and Hyun-sona, who was awakened a year ago, would be easier than a simple one. The head of the guild was of the same opinion. It seemed to him that in addition to membership in the association of players in the main character, there is nothing special, and his skills did not look outstanding. In addition, Scout found out that Hyun's dream was close to Shin Young. A new day has come. Hyun's dream with friends was hunting, when he suddenly paid attention to some oddities. As soon as he drove away from the house, it became obvious that someone was following them. Lucy looked into the side mirror and saw a black car that was traveling after them, because magic was felt from her. Hyun Sleep understood that players most likely go in it. Although the surveillance was also inept for the Japanese, it was not worth excluding such an option. The guy proposed to get to the dungeon, where Wu Xin hunted, and then solve the problem. So Hyun Sleep and Lucy reached the dungeon, in which he just hunted a healthy man, and provided him with moral support. Wu Xin began much better. It turns out to kill the monsters alone. Suddenly, the main character invited his friends to go deep into the dungeons, as the approach of enemies is noticeable. How they went further and further into the dungeon to deal with uninvited guests. Lucy noted that the guests came much later than she thought, but the main character did not bother. So, a rather large crowd of hostile players gathered in the dungeon. Only now, Hyun's dream first noticed that they all had a rather nondescript and frail equipment. Moreover, everyone had a usual class. Nevertheless, the main character decided to ask the people who came that they forgot here, and what goal they pursue. The leader of the group looked at the guy with a grin, saying that he behaves too daring himself as not for the most powerful player. The man did not understand the tranquility of the young man. Does he not realize in what difficult situation he ended up? Only now Hyun, a dream, realized that he was not a Japanese. The leader of the group considered this behavior of the guy a real mockery of his person. He poked himself with his finger, asking where he could be like a Japanese. The main character did not answer anything, but he was interested in why the players pursue him if they had nothing to do with Japan. The man got angry even stronger. He was going to bring the guy's body to integrity and safety, but now it would not be possible to do it. The rest of the players in the guild understood the mood and the order of their leader. The fight was therefore ready to join the battle. The man ordered his people to cut Hyun Sona in half and bring parts of the body to him. The players repeat the order twice. They did not have to. They immediately rushed on the attack on Hyun Sun Lucy and Wu Xin. The main character stood still, without worrying about the outcome of the battle. Nevertheless, he did not understand why these people aimed at him. Only this is what he did not expect, was that the big man will get out of control and beast. Lucy and Hyun did not have time to react the dream and only looked after their new comrade. The guy ran forward, exposing his blade, ready to kill everyone who was going to harm his master. The first player who fell in his way was lucky to get a strong blow with a shield. In a man, his teeth climbed up and his face sprayed the blood. It depends on his actions. Lucy came to the conclusion that there was no longer any need to worry about the safety of Wu Xin in the dungeons. Meanwhile, the guy continued to attack opponents, inflicting crushing blows to them, but Hyun was not happy with this. He asked the girl whether she explained to him in the car or not. Yes, Lucy explained everything to the healthy man, but apparently his mental abilities were not enough to understand and evaluate the situation. The girl explained that now Wu Xin thinks only that he should protect at all costs of the protagonist and her. She was sure that today's events would be an excellent training for him to gain real battles. The protagonist understood something else, that the healthy man was lucky that their opponent's level was low. If he were higher, it could have ended badly. Now Lucy understood that she had made a mistake, pleading her guilt, because the knight, that she did not understand the orders of his lord, could not be useful in battle. She promised that in the future, in a combat situation, she would be impeccably execute the orders of the guy and will train even more diligent. At this moment, the main character experienced guilt for the previously spoken words. Meanwhile, the leader of the group ordered his subordinates to stop standing and staring at the big man and to enter into a fight. They followed the order, but there was no chance to put against them a shin. Only now the man began to realize that the man he considered disabled was too strong for his guys. Therefore, while the rest of his subordinates distracted the healthy man, the leader of the group decided to grab Hyun Sona Lucy. The man considered that he was smarter than anyone, and decided the first thing to take care of the girl, attacking her from behind. Only his plan failed with a bang, as Lucy immediately noticed his body movements and hit with all his strength a shield in the face, knocking her teeth. It's good that she did not kill him, but only crippled him a little. The girl looked at him, saying that if he had calmly remained standing, he would be an excellent educational material for their friend. And now he must reap their fruits of his failure. Besides, all other members of his group noticed that he was defeated. Some of the players decided to take revenge on their leader, so they attacked the protagonist. But instead of the relationship, they got a fist in the jaw. Others experienced the tip of the main character, as he was cut by his tendons on his feet. All enemies were neutralized and beaten, but in order to find out the necessary information, Hin's sleep healed a little and began to ask questions. But while everyone was silent, the leader of the group was thinking about how this could happen. Who could call this monster a newcomer in his right mind? The game in the silence dragged on, so Lucy repeated the question of her master why they aimed at him. The players began to hand over the head of the guild with giblets, saying that they carried out only orders. He said to attack. They attacked. There was no other reason. Meanwhile, Hyun's dream is again activated by psychometry skill in order to understand the situation. It was disappointed, as the head of the guild used spatial skill to trade players. If you go into details, then everything that the head of the guild has now committed was considered a crime for which he had to suffer a serious punishment. Obviously, everything now for these players will end in death. Meanwhile, in Japan, the minister of Tanaka was thinking about the fact that he had no long time to occupy his post. He decided that Hyun Sona should finish the case until he resigned. After the minister of Tanaka made his decision, he informed his assistant about him, who came to his guys and informed them of the news of a new goal. He laid a photograph of Lucy on the table, saying that this girl is supposedly a colleague of the first goal. The guys carefully looked at the photograph, concluding that the girl, most likely from the West. The boss added that this girl left her country and received citizenship of South Korea. Nevertheless, the guys should have known that in this situation there were several strange moments. After studying the documents, it became known that the new goal was only a month ago out of the Academy of Players. But more recently, information was confirmed that the girl and the main character go to the dungeon of the heroic rank. The players began to shut up with each other. They understood that if a person ends the Academy of Players, this should mean that he had recently only awakened. The leader was interrupted by their conversations, saying that the entrance to the dungeon of a heroic rank does not always mean hunting. After all, if we assume that Hyung Sleep has the ability that cancel the rule of 20 levels, we can conclude that he goes to the dungeon for a reason. In this case, it can, regardless of the level, receive and share experience points, and the probability of this was very high. In addition, the main character all the time brought new to the dungeon of newcomers, which suggested that he did not just do it. The man understood all the strangeness of the behavior of the protagonist, so he was not going to lose sight of this. Besides, he was perfectly aware that the first team that was engaged in his capture disappeared. His subordinates all the time before that they believed that their colleagues simply escaped. Yes, such an opportunity could not be excluded, but it was extremely unlikely. The meeting came to an end, and the leader asked his subordinates to prepare for the worst scene of the development of events. They all had to understand that the first group, which was engaged in the Hyun Sona business, was destroyed. The players did not expect such a statement from the boss, since they did not believe in the possibility of destroying an entire group of elite fighters. He still could not calm down, because their team was very well trained, so even an excellent Rainer alone could not destroy her. Therefore, it was difficult to believe that a person who was awakened only a year ago could handle such a thing alone. But the leader of the group once again asked everyone to learn one simple thing. The growth rate of the main character's skills were unpredictable. Therefore, their detachment should think about the worst state of things and not underestimate the enemy. Also, their team should be ready at any time at the first call from reconnaissance immediately to advance. Meanwhile, the main character rested at home and checked the window of his status. He noticed that in the hunt, and in achievements, and on the sale of batteries, the speed definitely fell. He also understood that in order to increase the purchasing rank, he needed to accumulate another 300 billion of the planes. Only then he would be able to buy the treasured elixir. Also, only now he noticed that the sale of electronics had his own limit. But in order for the money to drip, he needed to come up with some new product. He could not rush, besides, game content was still well sold. At that moment, his mother called him to eat, because everything was already ready and stood on the table. As soon as the guy would come closer, he saw that his favorite dish, which his mother prepared specifically for him, stood on the table. The woman heard that the son during the hunt usually stuffs the stomach with kimbap or hamburgers, so she wanted him to at least eat well at home. The young man perfectly realized that Lucy told his mother this information, so he looked at her displeasedly. But the dish looked so amazing, and it smelled so pleasant that all the insults were forgotten, and the main character was ready to begin food. He could not deny that the food that his mother was prepared was the most tasty and the best in the world. Suddenly he noticed that his mother and Lucy carefully looked at the screen when he turned around. He saw that the broadcast of the American series was just going on. Lucy and mother immediately admitted that they really liked the movie, because it was interesting. But the young man asked them to be distracted from viewing and ate well. The girl and the woman began eat. The protagonist still could not understand that they found such an interesting to American series. When Hyun has voiced his question, Lucy explained to him that watching the series, film, and gifts was her only hobby in this world. Moreover, the guy's mother envied Lucy, since she had to watch foreign series or films right on the internet and wait until Korean subtitles are released. After all, players, even if they do not learn a foreign language, can understand it how to wear it. At that moment, a brilliant idea matured in the head of the protagonist. But before proceeding with its implementation, he wanted to ask a few questions to Lucy to understand the complete picture. He wanted to understand that the series and films were so interesting, because there are many things that could be incomprehensible in the girl's position. The girl admitted that there were things that she sometimes does not understand, but nevertheless, I was still interesting. After all, she can adapt to the outside world and understand the culture of a country if she watches the series, so this process gave her pleasure. But suddenly she was curious why Hyun's dream asks her all these questions. The guy admitted that he was considering launching the sale of new video content. This news gave a little girl, however. She believed that the idea was viable and interesting. Even if it can turn out to be a failure, they will not have any particular problems anyway. The main character was inspired and thanked the girl, because if she had not fallen in love with films and TV shows, a similar idea had never occurred to him. It's just that he saw the characteristics of the goods to him. He saw the price that exceeded 100 billion of the Po entities. Meanwhile, in a parallel world, a beautiful girl noticed that the main character loaded a new type of goods. First of all, she thought that this would be another useless object, because she did not know what a TV and DVD player was. True, this did not stop her from making a purchase, so she sat and enjoyed the film. The plot of the film was dynamic and exciting, so she could not break away from the screen. This film was similar to Transformers when two huge robots fought with each other. The stranger even chose herself a favorite, for whom she was worried and supported in every possible way. The only thing that she could not understand how the Earthlings managed to hire actors robots. She bought up a lot of different films, and reflected on the fact that in the world in which Hyun lives, in addition to abilities lives, there is another powerful force. Meanwhile, the protagonist checked his status window and noticed that the set of TV and the DVD player, as well as films, was sold. Initially, The young man did not build any outstanding plans regarding the sale of these items, but now I saw that it is very profitable. Reviews for the goods were also magnificent, which inspired hope for an early enrichment. In addition, players from another world, communicating, exchanged thoughts with each other that they would like to buy Bombi, although it was impossible. This prompted Hyunsona to the idea that if the guys so want, he can sell them a car. He even decided to check on the internet whether it was possible to buy a car without insurance, although he knew that for driving without insurance, it was easily possible to get a fine. Therefore, he himself is not going to drive a similar car. Meanwhile, Lucy approached him and said that they had sold everything that they planned. It was great news, but the main character was curious whether the girl knew how to sell the car. Lucy tried to understand why the young man needed it. It turned out that recently there have been many requests for the sale of the robot that was in the film. Therefore, the main character wanted to sell the car, since he could not sell the robot. True, the girl still could not understand why he would sell a car to players from another world. Everything was simple. Hyun had a dream, wanted to earn as many planes as possible. If the question was only in this, Lucy invited her boss to sell small figures of robots that could transform. This was really a great idea, so the main character from a pure heart thanked the girl. After a few days of active trade, the guy received several notifications. The first said that the number of accumulated points exceeded 1 trillion, which meant an increase to the heroic level. Now he could load approximately 1.000 items and buy the treasured elixir. First of all, the guy opened the characterization of the elixir and saw a price that exceeded 100 billion of the points. But the main character did not stint and bought an elixir, since only with his help he could cure his father. This moment was divided by Lucy with him, who congratulated her boss on the acquisition. Only now, in truth, he should have a hymn to a girl, since all this became possible thanks to her profitable ideas. Having received the elixir, the young man immediately went to his father in the hospital to check the remedy or not. As soon as the young man ended up in the ward, he forced his father to drink the remedy. Now it only remained to wait and hope that everything would be fine. After visiting his father, the guy returned to his warehouse and began to study the goods. This time, in the list of goods, he discovered one very interesting item, a book of active skills, a thunderer of a divine level. The presence of the subject of the divine level also implied a high price that Hyun decided to find out. As soon as he pressed the desired button for checking, he saw a number with a huge number of zeros, realizing that this time he needed to accumulate 1.000 times more points than in the past. He did not lose heart, knowing that someday he could accumulate the right number of points, though it was very far from this day. In addition, the protagonist found an interesting elixir increase in stats, but his cost was quite high, and for the purchase it was necessary to spend about 300 million cinders. And this time, Hyun was not going to be greedy and did not want to miss new opportunities to become stronger. Meanwhile, the main character's mother came to the hospital, where they reported that her husband had better. The doctor was 100% confident of this, as the dying cells recovered. The Choi family did not know how to thank the attending physician for the miracle that happened to the head of their family. The man admitted that he was pleased to hear gratitude from the patient's relatives, but he himself did not yet understand how such improvements to the condition became possible. After all, he also drove all the number of inhibitors, which is usually. The doctor also said that if the rehabilitation is good, then Hyun-Hyu will be able to lead a normal lifestyle. Meanwhile, in Japan, special agents demanded from their boss the answer to questions. The man did not know that they really answered, except that they needed to wait until the main character stops in one place. After all, as has already been agreed earlier, they were preparing for the worst scenario of the development of events, in accordance with which they could not allow any unnecessary variable, and therefore thoughtlessly attack the guy in the first dungeon that came across. Subordinates' men were unhappy with such a decision, thinking that such meticulous behavior was connected with his military past. There were rumors that when he served in the power of self-defense, then his affairs went badly, until the moment he became a player. But after the man became the player, everything changed dramatically. He even received the nickname of Osaka, so it was strange to see him in this place with such people. Although there were many very unpleasant rumors around the leader of the group, according to one of them, he raped a minor. According to other rumors, the boss was a serial killer. Meanwhile, in South Korea, Hyun was a dream. As usual, he went to the dungeon and fought with monsters. Lucy actively helped him in this. Together, they were an excellent tandem. One distracted the attention of the monsters, the other killed them. In the current conditions, they appreciated the equipment of the legendary rank, and the girl and the guy really liked it. But Lucy refused that the protagonist bought this equipment for her, because after buying an elixir of the legendary rank of postings, they had not enough. Suddenly, the girl noticed a strange reaction of a young man who was concentrated to look around. At that moment, the main character voiced his guess. They were surrounded. The girl suggested that the Japanese were hiding in the darkness of the cave. The guy did not deny it. There were a lot of ill-wishers, so Lucy suggested that the Japanese could take advantage of the hiring of people from the outside, but the main character dismissed this assumption. Hyun's dream understood that they could be surrounded in the near future, but so far this did not happen. They could try to kill all enemies. At first, they planned to deal with those who are 100 meters from them on the right. After that, they needed to move left, and he would destroy everyone else. The plan was simple, so Lucy was ready to begin its implementation. So the girl was the first to rush to attack the enemies. The guy was still in place. Then he activated his skill called Flicker. This skill helped the main character move in space, and to be behind one of the player's attackers. After that, Hyun had a crushing, deadly blow to the enemy. The player mag, who stood aside, watched this picture in a shock state. True, he quickly came into consciousness, and attacked the protagonist with an ice storm. Only now he could not predict that the speed and dexterity of Hyun Sona would be so high that more than one ice shell would not hurt him. After a few seconds, the main character was already near the attacker, killing him. Lucy also coped with her part of her work, but her opponent was very unlucky. Far from right away, the players realized how strong the opponent she was, for which they paid for life. The leader of the group followed the battlefield with a dumb surprise. He understood that if he would go on, then they would all die here and now. So he ordered all his people to gather and show the result. The order and motivation of the leader raised a little morale. His subordinates gathered and were ready to repulse. Only their determination could not be compared with the determination of Lucy, who wanted to prove her usefulness and protect the protagonist. The players of the Japanese detachment took a defensive position and waited for its approach. The leader was the first to notice that a few seconds were left before the collision. They only had a problem not only in Lucy's approach, but also in the fact that the Hyun was behind their backs and was ready to attack. In the last second, the man felt something was wrong and turned around. Almost a few centimeters from himself, he saw a fearless and ruthless protagonist, sparkling with a blade of a sword and hundreds of black lightning. And then a strong explosion thundered, forcing everyone to wrap their heads. The strongest pain pierced the bodies of the players, forcing them to scream on the eve of the end. Meanwhile, Lucy has already attacked a couple of other players. They tried to defend themselves, but against her sword and shield of their technology and skills were powerless. The leader of the group realized that they could not defeat the guy and the girl, so he ordered his people to retreat. Players had to disperse and run to the exit. Only this idea was not the best, because they were not destined to come out of this dungeon alive. Some killed Lucy with a sword. The main character was fried with lightning. At this moment, the leader of the group reached that in this situation there was something definite not so. Until this moment, the man was sure that he had enough people to cope with the guy and the girl, but apparently miscalculated. Hyun's dream saw that the man was trying to escape, so she stopped him with the help of his lightning. The battle was finished, and the main character thought that he would still need to finalize the last attack. Meanwhile, Lucy gathered all survivors in one place. The young man also asked her to collect the personal belongings of the attackers. By and large, there were not so many personal belongings: a passport, a watch, and a medallion with a photograph. So, the young man began an analysis of the situation with the help of psychometry, and the first thing he found out was the attackers were the Japanese. Then he gave the men the last advice. If they want to survive, they should cooperate with him. After these words, the young man activated the treatment treaty. So, the protagonist used the truth contract on the leader of the Japanese group. The young man was interested in the question of how many personnel they had. The man could not resist the strength of this skill, so he answered honestly. They had about 30 persons left, but he did not have accurate information. Other players who survived considered his answer by a real betrayal, but their opinion was not interested in either the protagonist or Lucy, so one of the guys got a shield in the face. The blow was so strong that the man fell on his side, and he lost a pair of teeth. Now it was already the turn of the girl to ask questions, and the first thing she asked how many people knew about her existence. The leader of the group suggested that only the minister of the department of the gate of Tanaka's measurement department possessed such information. It is possible that the minister shared this information with his immediate environment, and for the public he blocked it. It was also quite likely that the minister did not report this information to a higher management in the hope of leaning. At that moment, Hyun understood a dream. This man wanted to live. Although the man did not answer, but in his expression, it was clear that the guy fell into a point. Further, the protagonist turned his gaze to the medallion and suggested that the decisions of the man were related to his daughter. What awareness to the core struck the leader of the group of mercenaries. Hyun Sleep decided to check his conclusions a little. He activated psychometry for this. He saw several moments from the past man, for example, how he talked with someone on the phone before the mission. From that end of the wire, a sweet girl in hospital clothes smiled at him. The player understood that perhaps this would be the last time when he could talk to her, so he tried to keep calm and smile sweetly. This information was assigned to Hyun-sona to listen to the most shortest story of a man about his personal situation. It turned out that for many years in a row, the man devoted to serving his country as a military man. But during the completion of one of the tasks, he woke up. It was then that his life brought him up with Minister Tanaka, who had high hopes on him because he had heroic skills. Then the man decided to do everything possible to satisfy the minister's requests. So 5 years passed, but an incident in Osaka happened when evil monsters attacked the city. To save the city and civilians, a group of players was gathered, which is just a man. He bravely killed monsters one by one, cleaning the city almost alone. He struck his heart with one, cut his heads with the other, and killed others in a more sophisticated way. Well, he moved like black lightning, leaving no one of the monsters alive. The rest of the players remained only to stand silently on the sidelines and observe what was happening, in which case to provide all possible support. This went on for a while, but unexpectedly the main boss of monsters fell to the ground, dying from abundant wounds. After that incident, the name of the man was known throughout Japan, because he alone coped with trouble in Osaka. Around that time, he learned that his daughter fell ill with a mana-blocking disease, mortality from which was almost 100%. At that moment, the man's whole life shared before and after, because he realized that there are still no suitable drugs or inhibitors to help his child. Therefore, from that day, we smiling his daughter spent almost all the time in the hospital, since doctors could only support her life, waiting for the appearance of a new medicine. As soon as the man had a free minute, he visited the girl, bringing all kinds of goodies in order to at least somehow please her. Inukuso for the first time, he felt like a complete loser for the first time, since he had many expired loans and banks refused new loans. It was then, when the situation was worst, you could not imagine, the Minister Tanaka called the man to himself. At that moment, the man knew very well that his subordinate had many debts on loans. Then he turned to him with a proposal. They say, if Inukuso will work for him, then he will not have problems with paying sick leave to his daughter. The girl's life was more important for a man than everything else, so he agreed to serve the minister. Returning in our time, the protagonist in general terms understood the situation of Inukuso, while thinking about how everything can be corrected. Lucy carefully watched a young man who tried to remember that he had against the disease of mana blocking. Indeed, the guy in his reserves found a magician of magicians, which cost less than 10 million points, after which he turned to a man. The protagonist was interested in the answer to the question of whether it was possible to kill all members of the government who knew about his existence. The man could not give an exact answer to this question. Since the player himself was not sure of this, the main character asked him to show him the status window. The man fulfilled the order immediately, and Hyun's dream began to study. The first thing that caught his eye was 1,000 dexterity points that was characteristic of hired killers. At this moment, Jonukuso promised to do everything that the main character would want, if only to stay alive. The young man was ready to reconcile with this only if a man agrees to the transaction he provided. So, Hyun's sleep bought a soul contract that would guarantee him the obedience of the Japanese, though he was more expensive than a neutralizer of magic. After he made all the necessary changes, he gave the man for signature. As soon as the man heard the guy knew something about the neutralization of magicians, he thought that his daughter could be cured. Hyun's dream confirmed his words, and added that if the contract is violated, then the men and he would die at the same time. But this information was no longer needed by a man, as he signed the document. As soon as the signature was set in front of everyone, the sheet of the contract exploded into 2 equal parts. The first part of the document was absorbed by the main character. The second part of the contracts was absorbed by Inukuso. Seeing this, the surviving 2 Japanese also began to demand to sign such an agreement. Only now the main character lowered them from heaven to earth, saying that they should not do this. Everything was extremely simple. The contract could only be used with mutual consent and without the use of force, so Lucy had already begun to get her sword, after which both guys lost their heads. Immediately after the elimination of enemies, Hyun, a dream, handed the bottle of medicine to the Japanese. The man, without hesitation, accepted this gift of fate. Thus, the terms of the contract were met. The soul contract entered into force. Hyun was ordered by Inukuso to tell the minister that the mission failed, and then sit on the aircraft before Japan. Upon arrival at home, a man will have to kill all the people who know about the main character. The only thing that embarrassed the guy was that with the current qualifications, a man could fail this task. Inukuso was silent, not knowing how to rectify the situation. So, as this was important for Hyun-sona, he decided to help a man a little, after which he sent a request on behalf of the Lord to join. Then he insisted that the man accept this proposal. Inukuso looked inquiringly at the young man and tried to understand what was happening. Nevertheless, he accepted the guy's proposals. Now he was walking the city street, reporting to the minister about the failure of the mission due to the intervention of the Korean Association of Players. After that, the man said that he was returning to Japan tomorrow. Meanwhile, the man had already approached his hotel. He promised that after returning, he would bring the minister a report with accurate information about the strength of their goals. After some time, Jonakuso returned home, went to work, and gathered all his subordinates. He was interested in the question of how well they cleaned the traces after the last task. The player said that they did everything 5 points. Only after that did they do not expect. The boss wounded the first of them. The wounded man began to fall dead to the floor. After that, the man cold-bloodedly bewitched his 2 more subordinates. Some of the workers tried to escape. The girls cried, not understanding why their boss was acting in this way. A few minutes later, there was not a single living soul left in the room, no matter how some players tried to resist. But their captain was stronger. The man's weapon was in blood. He did not express anything, so some considered that he had gone crazy. But these people could not speak for a long time because I do not talk corpses. Meanwhile, only one guy remained alive so far. He cried bitterly and asked Inukuso to spare him. But the man also only executed the order, so he killed the guy. Blood and lifeless bodies are all that the hero of Osaka left behind. A few days later, Hyan read Good News with Japan, which said that the minister and his assistants committed suicide. This part of his work was performed well, so Lucy was curious how the guy was going to use it further. In truth, it was a very good question that Hyun thought about Hyun. In their situations, one could go in 2 ways. The first is to leave everything as it is, and collect a lot of interesting information. The second is to formulate their own power in Japan, although the guy did not want to think about it now, but to go hunting. Yes. Suddenly, his phone vibrated as his mother called. He accepted the challenge, and after some time he arrived in the hospital. As soon as he went into the ward, he saw how his mother, holding his father's hand, who answers this gesture. The whole family of a man, including Lucy, was waiting for the moment when he opened his eyes. More than anything, Hyun's dream hoped that his father hears him and could answer. Indeed, at that moment, for the first time in a long time, Hyun-gun was able to wrinkle his forehead. It was clear that the disease completely retreated, which meant that after rehabilitation, the man would be like a cucumber. Suddenly, the man coughed, scaring all his relatives. While Hyun-gai was difficult to speak, but he confidently pointed his finger at his son. The guy's mother concluded that her husband wants to thank his son. The guy was a little taken aback, not knowing how to react to this. Moreover, he felt that magic began to come from his father. Lucy also noticed the changes that occurred with Hyun-gai. Suddenly, the mother and sister of the protagonist began to panic, and suddenly their dear person did not recover. But according to Lucy, the man after recovery woke up and became a player. Having said this, the girl asked Hyun-go to show Hyun-sona her condition. Everything turned out to be just as Lucy assumed. The man became a player, and his son studied the information of the father's condition. The main character did not doubt anymore. His parent awakened. Suddenly, the mother of the young man cried. She considered that her husband's recovery was associated with his awakening. The guy's sister also readily believed in this assumption, because even the doctor did not know why the dad got better. But Hyun could not agree with them because he understood that most likely the opposite is true. Yes, and in simple coincidences, the guy stopped believing a long time. Probably the point was that the elixir contained a force capable of making a player from an ordinary person. From the moment of awakening, Hyun-gu had passed a week. His wife was all the time, but on this day a son came to visit him. The man looked good and clearly was recovering. Besides, he felt a little guilty, as his son often had to come to him. But the main character liked to see that his father looks better every day. Hyun-gai was sure that he became more beautiful on his face, but he also had more strength. Suddenly, the woman interrupted the conversation of her father and son, saying that she needed to go home for a while. Only now Hyun, a dream, asked his mother to sleep and rest at home, and he would stay with Dad. In addition, it was one of the best chambers in the hospital, so even after hunting here it is normal to relax. The man also supported the desire of his son to send a woman to relax home. Moreover, the man wanted to spend the day with his son today. If so, then the woman decided to spend the day at home today, but tomorrow she will gather things and come here again. Hyun's dream suggested lifting her home, but her mother refused, as she could get by bus. As soon as the father and son remained in the ward alone, the man thanked Hyun-sona, because he recovered only thanks to his efforts. Meanwhile, Hyun's dream tried to pretend that he had nothing to do with this. Only now Hyun-gai knew very well that he came to his senses after his son gave him that medicine. Father and son drank tea in the ward. Hyun-gai said that he was not going to catch where the son got this magical medicine from. The man understood that his son could have problems if people learn about the cure for an incurable disease. Nevertheless, he really wanted to thank Hyun-sun for help. The young man was a little surprised by such a turn of events, but had nothing against gratitude. But he was worried about what his father was going to do further. He smiled and said that he was in his prime. Therefore, after rehabilitation, he planned to go to the dungeon and become a full-fledged player. The protagonist believed that this was a terrible idea, and his father was better to be at home, rest, and the money that the guy earns is enough for them. Nevertheless, the man was sure that 57 years old is not a reason to sit at home, and you still need to work. True, it was difficult to convince Hyun Sona, since he knew how dangerous the dungeons were on his own, and anything could happen inside. By and large, Hyun Gyu did not want to live with money earned by his child at that price. Moreover, he wanted his son to stop going to the dungeons. After all, Hyun has already earned enough money and could stop doing something so dangerous. At that moment, the guy realized that his father made the final decision. Nevertheless, the guy believed that his mother would not approve this. Only now the man had already received the approval of his wife. This was really amazing news. Several days have passed since that conversation, and the main character sat in a cafe, reflecting on the difficulties of life. Lucy, who made him a company, understood that the guy did not like his father's decision. The girl thought that the main character should not be so negative about this issue. Hyun Dream did not quite well understand where the girl was driving. It seemed to her that in such a difficult time, it is fine that the guy's father became a player, as it is like a blessing from above. After all, when spatial gates open and crowds of monsters come out of them, ordinary people cannot do anything and die. But things are completely different with the players. Yes, this was the share of truth, but it was difficult to agree with Hyun-sun. Lucy reminded the guy that there was more and more spatial gates. They do not stop opening. And from them, more and more dangerous monsters have appeared recently. From the monologue of the girl, the main character came to the conclusion that she invites him to sit and watch his father goes to the dungeon. It was strange for him to hear this from a girl who knew him no worse how dangerous the dungeons were. But Lucy had another question. Did Hyun's sleep with his strength will not be able to ensure the safety of his father in the dungeon? Hyun Guy already knew about the elixir and was going to keep this information secret. Therefore, there should be no problems with other questions. Therefore, the stronger the man will be, the calmer the main character will be. A few hours later, Hyun's dream went to his father in the hospital. The man still insisted on the decision. The guy was not going to dissuade him anymore, and this time he came here on the case. So that everyone was satisfied, the guy asked his father to do, that he would ask him now. After all, now Hyun was a more experienced player and knew how it would be better for everyone. To begin with, the man had to accept his son's offer. The man did not quite understand what kind of his son was making him a strange proposal, but the guy asked first to accept him, and then asked questions. Hyun-Hu did not argue more and simply accepted the offer of Hyun-Song. Now the guy could begin to open the cards. The truth is that he is not quite an ordinary player, but his mother and sister do not know about it. Moreover, the man on himself began to feel the strange effect of his son's strength. Hyun-Gu had to remember that everything that would happen from this moment should be kept secret, even from his mother and sister. After that, the guy took out the second magic medicine from another world. He handed it to his father and asked to eat right now. The man looked in surprise at the medicine that was like a precious stone, no matter how scary it was, but he did not have reasons to believe his own child, so he swallowed the subject. From the first minutes, he began to feel strange changes in the body. It is not surprising that this happened, because Hyun's dream gave his father a substance that raised the stats, and now he held out a whole jmena of such pieces. Hyun-Gai accepted a gift, but understood that this substance costs frantic money. Hyun did not deny this, but in this world, this substance could only buy it alone. Therefore, neither the price nor in general about the product was worth worried about the product. It was amazing to hear that only the main character can buy this substance and no one else. But it was pure truth, so it had to be hidden so as not to cause unrest in society. At that moment, it dawned on the man that the medicine that helped him, his son took out in this way. Hyun was a dream and did not deny this, but could not tell in more detail. But now there was no time to think about it, and the man had to eat all the substances that his son prepared for him. In addition, it was not worth worrying about the money spent, because after buying the items, the main character could not return the money. This acted on a man, and he began to eat medicine. In addition, Hyun's dream has prepared several books of skills for his father, which he had to study. Having looked at the skills books, the man came to the conclusion that his son offers him to attack the monsters from afar. This is so, because his father had a position of a fighter. It was interesting, and Hyun-Gai studied the first book. Now Hyun's sleep let his father go into the dungeon, but only with a man assigned to him. For some reason, the man thought that it was about Lucy. In addition to the girl, a man will accompany a reliable tank that can protect or help him. Suddenly, Hyun-Gai was interested in whether ordinary people can accept the substance that lay in front of him. In truth, the main character never checked this issue in practice. After all, one cannot rashly risk the lives of ordinary people. For some reason, Hyun-gai believed that if ordinary people could study the books of skills, and there are similar substances, then it would be wonderful. Hyun-dream immediately realized that we were talking about Mom. In his guess, the guy was not mistaken. The man felt 30 years younger after taking the medicine, and wanted his wife to experience something like that too. Hyun was a dream, moreover. If his father did not remember the elixir, and did not want to go to the dungeon, he would not tell him all this and show him. Despite his own feelings, Hyun-gai understood that his son was right, and the fewer people knew about it to everyone, the better. They figured out this, after which the man asked when he could go to the dungeon. To begin with, my father had to be discharged from the hospital, then undergo training for the players, and only then go to the dungeon. The man forgot about these nuances, so now he was a little embarrassed. The situation in the official residence of the Prime Minister of Japan did not look the best. The man listened to a report that stated that the incident with Minister Tanaku was the work of the player who possessed the skills of secrecy of the heroic level. He wanted to know the personality of the criminal, which was not established. Akunabi did not think that in Japan there are a lot of people with the ability to protect the heroic level, so I also wanted to know their exact number. Only now the problem was that players did not reveal their personal data related to abilities. Therefore, the government did not have accurate information. Only now, the Prime Minister could not understand how an ordinary player was able to kill a senior government official. Therefore, he ordered his people to increase the protection of borders 3 times. The first thought that occurred to him that Minister Tanaku killed the opposition, although on the other hand, it could be the work of a fraction inside the party. Yes, the Prime Minister did not have an exact answer to the question of who killed the minister, but he was sure that they had made a position or a faction within the party. So they will not stop at the murder of Tanaki. There was no need to sprinkle his head with ashes, so Akunabe asked his assistant, who is now responsible for all secret agents. The girl said that, since at present all the superior authorities died, the secret agents will be headed by Inukuso. The Prime Minister immediately realized that we were talking about the hero of Osaka. Akunabe wanted to contact the player, since he had some business before him, but this had to be done secretly. The assistant immediately understood the wishes of a man, so she was ready to organize a meeting. Meanwhile, in South Korea, the protagonist only left the shower and saw that Inukuso was calling him. Hyun's sleep immediately suggested that something happened, since the subordinate to him was calling. It turned out that the man had a meeting with the Prime Minister. The player briefly began to retell to the chief hero the essence of his conversation with the Prime Minister. The young man listened carefully to his subordinate, folding the puzzle in his head. The essence of the meeting came down to the fact that the Prime Minister instructed in Inukuso to fake the corruption of the ruling factions and the opposition party opposed to him. Moreover, it seemed that Akunabe plans to ultimately hide everything, disguising him with suicide. The man did not know how to do the right thing to him. Therefore, he called the chief hero, who ordered to follow the instructions of the Prime Minister and earn his trust. Thus, if possible, a man will be able to strengthen his influence in the association of players or the Department of the Gate of Measurement. After that, Hyun's dream asked a man how his trip to America passed. Fortunately, everything went great. It was pleasant for the young man to hear that thanks to the medicine that he gave the man, his daughter recovered. It was logical to ask what it was thinking to do next. He would bring his daughter to Japan or not. The answer was unequivocal. The man planned that the girl lived further with her mother in America. The main character considered that it would be appropriate to hide the fact of her healing in order to avoid suspicion. Inukuso planned, as before, to send a large amount of money for treatment so that he was not suspected of anything. It was a great idea, but the young man asked for trifles not to contact him anymore. It was possible to call Hyun-sun only if he personally threatened something serious, or his country. In all other cases, a man could act at his own discretion. On this, young people ended their telephone conversation. The guy understood that the situation with Japan was normalized on this and could no longer worry. Meanwhile, a player named Pak Chin-yong went to the Orc Dungeon for hunting. He quickly passed the check, as he was a member of the Association of Players, and was ready to go inside. The man believed that today was a great day for hunting. As soon as he crossed the threshold of the dungeon, a crowd of embittered orcs was in front of his eyes. For the first time in his life, the man realized that his dream was to work in a similar place. Only now the orcs did not appreciate his mental impulse, and they were ready to attack. But the rank of Yang was not going to stand, folded, and activated one of his skills. His usual sword turned into a fiery, and the man called the orcs to him. I did not have to wait long, and the crowd of orcs attacked him. The player turned out to be very skilled, and with lightning speed inflicted several deadly blows to opponents. Those who did not kill a sword, the man beat his feet. Thus, he disoriented the enemy and won his time for a counterattack. Then he cut the enemy into 2 equal parts. Now the dungeon was dotted with parts of the bodies of the orcs and stones that fell out of them. The rank of Yong was pleased that even having become an employee of security, one could come to the dungeon and hunt. Suddenly, some movement attracted his attention. The situation was aggravated, since a new group of orcs appeared into the dungeon from the spatial gate. Initially, the man believed that he could cope with newly arrived monsters. After all, he was just able to restore a little of his strength, so he was ready to deliver a crushing blow to the opponents. Only he did not notice that one of the orcs threw his hatchet into him. It was his mistake, as the hatchet hit the target exactly, and the man choked with his own blood. The problem was that unusual orcs appeared from the spatial gate and the highest. At this moment, security officers looked in his direction, realizing that the player died. The guys did not understand what could happen, that their colleague could suffer from some kind of orc. But before they had time to react, at least somehow, the orcs began their attack, cutting the weapon. The guys were deprived of their heads and the trace of the weapon. A few minutes later, the orcs began to celebrate their victory over the first people. At this moment, another higher orc came out of the spatial gate. The orcs that were a rank immediately bowed their heads in front of their relatives. Meanwhile, players still remained in the dungeon who noticed the appearance of new orcs. Only this did not help them in any way, since the orcs decided to exterminate all the people who were in the dungeon. Realizing that something went wrong, people tried to escape, but they didn't succeed, and the orcs killed them one by one. One girl practically ran to the exit, but turned around and realized that the monster was already nearby. After a few moments, her cows sprayed the walls of the dungeon. Meanwhile, people in the city walked and had fun, but at some point they all froze and looked in one direction. They saw a group of orcs from the spatial gate and headed for the city. The further they went to the city, the more people they killed. The city street was dotted with corpses of people who could not escape from monsters. The leader of the orcs rejoiced at the caused chaos. While Hyun was a dream and Lucy were in the dungeon on the hunt, the main character missed several calls from the association of the players, so the young man immediately called back. Only when the guy called the association, no one answered him, since the subscriber was outside the network of network. At that moment, the guy called Lucy and informed him that they wrote about the invasion of monsters on the internet. Hyun Sleep was surprised that the monsters' invasion still could not cope, but the girl clarified that it was not just monsters, but a group of orcs. The young man was a little alert because he did not understand what the girl meant. Previously, Lucy did not voice their assumption, but most likely the monsters began to develop and began to become stronger. This was really not pleasant surprises. The girl added that of all the monsters of the orcs, they were most like people. So, it was not combat orcs to the usual level, but when they became soldiers, they could reach rare levels. Based on this logic, there were more strong representatives of them. If there is a commander in this group, then it can be a heroic level. But the leader, albeit in rare cases, could reach the legendary level. Hyun has never heard a dream about the orcs of the legendary level, but Lucy saw like with her own eyes. Meanwhile, in order to somehow restrain the orcs, heavy military equipment appeared on the streets of the city, with representatives of the regular army. The orcs met people hostile. Meanwhile, the commander of the armed forces of South Korea gave the command to open fire on monsters. In the city, there was a series of explosions from exploding shells next to monsters. Other orcs began to resemble a sieve due to bullets released in them. Until the players appeared on the battlefield, the military rushed into battle. After some time, reinforcements arrived. The game man was afraid to imagine how strong these orcs could become. Therefore, he and his people decided to get rid of monsters in one attack. The orc did not move and looked at the ice blocks flying into it. The attack of magician players was really impressive, since an ice wall appeared in the middle of the city, which forced the orcs to retreat. The military used the moment and fired aptly at the monsters. After some time, the number of orcs has significantly decreased. But among them were individuals that you could not kill with your bare hands. At this moment, stronger players appeared on the battlefield. One of the commanders quickly assessed the situation and killed the orc closest to him. The knights also chopped monsters to the right and left. The number of dead orcs increased rapidly. It was at this moment that Hyun's dream came to the scene. He looked around, realizing that the situation was so, although he was worried in vain, everything went according to plan. At this moment, he noticed how one group of players surrounded the orcs. People could cope with them, exactly until the moment the explosion next to them occurred. When the dust and smoke subsided, the players noticed a huge orc that stood in front of them. The men thought that if they attack him together, they would win him. Hyun was observed for the development of events, and he realized that Lucy's assumptions were reasonable. The most strange thing was that this huge orc established visual contact with the guy. The orc, which appeared, differed from others not only in its size, but clearly in abilities, just one of them activated. A group of players who stood next to him was not blowing off his roar with a little force. They found themselves in the grip of the mental skill. The combat crisis, their bodies were paralyzed for 10 seconds. Hyun Sonu managed to resist, thanks to an adamant spirit, but such a turn of events was the worst of all possible. Meanwhile, the rest of the players froze on the spot and could not do anything about it. The fighting crying had the opposite influence on the orcs. They became more aggressive and stronger. Now the orcs have killed immobilized players without problems. Neither guys nor the girl could be saved. It was a bloody game of one gate, and now the losses of people were higher than that of monsters. They could only suffer from pain and ask them to save them. At that moment, the orc approached the beautiful mag girl, who was trembling with fear, and almost cried. One of the leaders of the orc group is threateningly hung over it. The first tear rolled down her pale cheek. At that moment, a player hastened to help her, who had just come to the place of events. But he really did not manage to do anything, since the orc was about to step on him. It was not possible to run away or dodge a man, so the orc crushed him like an insect. Then he swung an axe, about to kill the girl. Unfortunately, the monster was very well aimed, and the blood of people poured the street again. But after one blow of the heart, a brave player attacked the orc. However, the monster blocked his attack. The man was definitely strong, but it was difficult for him to resist the highest orc. It was lucky that he was hastened by a comrade who attacked the orc from above. Now the orc had to defend himself, as the blows poured like snow on his head. True, the problem was that the monster was very angry, and was not going to endure the bites of people anymore. Meanwhile, the players began to lose strength. They breathed heavily, and did not know what to do next, because these orcs were too strong. The men understood that if everything continued to continue, then they would die here, when suddenly a black lightning flew past one of the players, after which the orc was in the epicenter of the explosion. But he has not yet died, so the main character attacked him from behind. True, his blow did not harm the monster. Hyan Sleep, like all other people, understood that they had big problems. The orc turned to face the guy to show him his place. With difficulty, the young man managed to reflect the attack of the monster. Nevertheless, he was alive, healthy, and not wounded. And this is good, taking into account the fact that a whole crowd of orcs ran towards the protagonist. Against them, the young man was going to use his crown blow to the mass defeat. He hit the target exactly, and the monsters began to writhe with pain, growling terribly. This situation inspired other players, and they were ready to try to stop the highest orc. Only now the blows of their tanks were for an orc as a dead pink. Seeing this, a group of players made a decision on an immediate retreat. Hyan Sleep understood that in this situation such a decision was correct. For quick movement, the guy activated the skill flicker, but after a second I received a notification that the skill was cancelled. The guy understood that he had problems, and the opponents prepared too well. It was worth looking at the roof of one of the houses. Then one could see the Maga Orca, which was the cause of their troubles. Meanwhile, one of the player commanders ordered his people to retreat immediately. Since the legendary level orc has appeared here and now, all the players began to flee from the battlefield. Meanwhile, the main character stood still and thought he should do as Lucy taught him. The decision was made. The young man mentally began to persuade himself that he would die now. Meanwhile, the highest orc began to run to him. Looking at Monster Hyan, a dream repeated to himself that if he did not dodge, he would either die or become disabled. He had to believe that he could die now. It worked. The passive skill of the survival instinct was activated. The orc did not immediately understand what happened, because when he hit his asphalt axe, the protagonist was not in that place. Meanwhile, Hyan was already a dream behind the orc, inflicting his first wound to him. It was an unexpected turn of events for the monster. Nevertheless, he was not going to give in to a man, so he was counterattacked. But now Hyan, the dream, was 100% confident in his abilities. This was evident from his gaze. After that, the protagonist wounded the orc on the arm and leg, reducing his mobility. And then the incredible happened. The young man at the lightning speed inflicted a huge amount of wounds with a huge orc. The rest of the players were fascinated at this, not understanding how the guy did it. Suddenly, Hyan screamed, ordering the rest of the players to retreat, since now he used a temporary buff, so he will not be able to restrain the orc for a long time. The guy was about to deliver another orc, but at some point he stopped, realizing that something was going wrong. At that moment, the monster froze with an axe, trying to kill the guy. Hyan Sleep in time bounced at a decent distance from the enemy. The problem was that the action of a passive skill ended, so the protagonist decided to finish the fight for today. Only the expression on the orc face indicated that he was not going to end the battle. But the young man was not going to ask his permission, so he activated one of the skills of moving in space and disappeared. Meanwhile, the rest of the players fled with all their might from the battlefield. Hyan had a dream followed them, but suddenly intuition told him that something was going wrong. At some point, he raised his eyes to the sky and saw a pentagram over the players who fled in front. His colleagues in the workshop also realized that they had problems, but it was already too late. The guy also tried to warn them, only there was little sense from this. After a second, in the place where there was a crowd of players, the explosion thundered. The main character still managed to break out of the trap, and he arrived in a temporary shelter at the Sinshan station. The picture was not pleasant. since there were a lot of wounded players in the tents. Hyun's dream was there, only his mood was below the baseboard, since he understood that his strength to combat such monsters is still not enough. Most of the players who were in the shelter were also confused, discussing further options. At that moment, the girl who recognized him approached the main character. She was curious if her young man remembered, or already forgot. Hyun's dream blushed, trying to remember where he saw a representative of the fair sex. After short thoughts, the young man remembered that he had seen a stranger after the battle with the blue dragon. He was a little surprised, realizing that the girl, most likely now, would join the operation. He was delighted that the guy remembered her, and also did not forget her name. He did not understand such a violent reaction to such ordinary things. It would be strange if he did not know a girl who had a unique ability of all the rankers of South Korea, and appeared on television with his specialization in a demonic spear. This person was a famous wound even among ordinary people, not to mention the players. Suddenly, she grabbed the guy by the hands and began to thank for help, because if not for him, then trouble could happen. At that moment, two young people approached them, who also thanked the protagonist, reminding him that once they had already worked together. The rest of the players also began to pay attention to Hyun Sona, recalling that it was he who survived the battle with the blue dragon. At that moment, a man came to the main character who said that he was glad to see him and finally personally get acquainted with the guy. The chairman of the Korean Association of Players, as a dream, Yong held out his hand to the young man in greeting. The main character answered the man's handshake. Hyun was pleased to meet the chairman, who asked to give him several minutes for an important conversation. The young man did not refuse. After that, they returned to the main office of the Association of Players, where the dream Yong told the young man that he received many reports about his achievements. Therefore, even if they are found for the first time, the man had the feeling that they have long been familiar. Only now the main character could not say the same, because he knew almost nothing about the chairman. The guy's reasons did not disappear from the insightful gaze of a man, so he invited the guy to try to establish friendly relations. In order for the conversation to be more relaxed, they brought tea. Hyun did not want to walk around the bush, so he asked what reason he was called for conversation. The chairman also began to berate, and replied that the orcs were the leader and magician of the legendary level. Therefore, the association of the players, since even in the case of Imugi, they planned to create a special detachment to eliminate these two monsters. Only now, the main character perfectly understood that the battle of two legendary-level orcs would be much more complicated than their previous raid. It was already clear, but they now had a more serious problem. It turned out that the orcs took hostages of civilians, so this time shelling from the air was impossible. The hostages, it was not a completely accurate term, most likely the monsters grabbed people in order to use them as food in unforeseen circumstances. Therefore, for starters, the association planned to collect in a large number of military and players. Of their number, 2 detachments of elimination will be organized, which simultaneously engage in both the leader and the magician. It was all good, but the main character did not quite understand why the chairman tells him all this information. We must pay tribute to Yonu. He did not walk around the bush, and said that he wanted to appoint Hyun Sona as the commander of one of the elimination detachments. Hyun Sleep did not quite understand why it was him for this role. Everything was extremely simple, because it was the young man, albeit not for long, but he was able to fight the leader with the orc. In addition, the chairman was interested in what skill the main character used for this. The guy strained much when he heard the wishes of the boss. Only the details of Hyun could not tell a dream, but in the main features he could characterize his actions. Namely, he could tell about the conditions of activation, the time of use, and the rollback after this skill. Dream Yong believed that if the guy even tells this information, he would be enough for him to understand the overall picture. But before starting his story, the young man asked why the boss was so interested in this issue. Everything was simple. The man was not sure that even having received a buff, like Kim Khan, possibly defeat the orc general during the time and action of the skill. But for the protagonist, the chairman had one consumable. The man from the inner pocket of his jacket took out a small item and put it on the table in front of the guy. Hyun's dream, without hesitation, took this subject in his hands and began to study it. It turned out that it was the blood of the fence. After reading about all the characteristics of this subject, the main character came to the conclusion that this was an improved version of the heart of the king of werewolves. Hyun Sleep suggested that the boss wants him to accept this subject, and with his help could defeat one of the legendary orcs. Sleep Yong was sure that the guy could win using his buff along with the effect of this subject. Also, to these two characteristics, they will certainly add a buff Kim High for a more powerful effect. In addition, if the main character accepts this proposal, then the whole debt for the purchase of a book of legendary level skills will be written off. And also, after the completion of the raid, the young man will be able to get one item for free. Definitely. This proposal for Hyun Sona sounded very tempting. Moreover, 10% of the lost skills can be restored for about 3.5 billion points. Only this is the chairman of the association did not know this, so the guy decided to demand from him 2 free items that he would want, as compensation. This was not all that the young man wanted. He asked for the revenue from the sale of items corresponding to his contribution to the raid. Song Yong did not expect such a wild request, although he understood her validity. Not a single second could abandon this transaction, so they shook hands in agreement with the conditions. The chairman sincerely thanked the protagonist for making such a difficult decision. Suddenly, Hyun decided to ask the man about something else. Sleep Yong was ready to listen and fulfill the request of a young man if his fulfillment was in his power. So the main character wanted a new team to be created at the end of the raid, and the association, which he would be headed by, increased to the commander. The chairman thought a little about such an unexpected offer. Nevertheless, he thought that there was nothing wrong with this, so he agreed to do this for a young man. Hyun Sleep smiled, saying that he was afraid of the refusal of the boss. At that moment, as the secretary brought sweets, the chairman said that people with such skills, like the main character, naturally have the right to take the place of the head of the team. A minute later, both interlocutors sat down at the table. The main character was a little embarrassed by such an assessment of his skills. After that, Hyun had a dream to the chairman about how his temporary skill was activated. The boss did not expect that the conditions of activation of this buff would be so complicated. But a minute later, the main character surprised the man even more when he asked to send him one in the thick of events. After all, if you do exactly, then the chances of activating a sharp skill will increase. Dream Young considered this proposal too dangerous, but the main character claimed that he should take this risk. At that moment, the man realized that he was too much mistaken about the young man, because initially he read him an unprincipled egoist. There was no point in sprinkling with ashes. It was necessary to start preparing for the raid right now. The case was approaching in the evening, and it became obvious that the detachment, aimed at fighting the orcs, was defeated. All citizens of South Korea instantly learned this sad news. The main reason for the failure of the first raid was that the orcs of the legendary level were 2. Obviously, after such news, all citizens of the country fell into panic, not knowing where to run and what to do. People who lived in the capital and in the nearest regions began to massively leave the city and go south, where it was safer. The government of South Korea turned to the UN for help, and also called on the rankers and players from all over the country. The UN representatives soon flew to South Korea, and their head Jason asked if there was a way to stop the psychological attack that the leader uses the orc. The man believed that if they could not stop the mental attack of the orc, there was a great probability of failure of the operation. Sleep Young once again recalled that there would be a punitive detachment that will lure the monster of the legendary level and destroy it. Jason did not particularly believe that players will be able to destroy a monster of this level over such a short period of time. In addition, if at this time the monster activates a mental skill, then large victims will not work. Suddenly, the chairman of the Korean Association of Players realized that his colleagues proposed to leave everything, since there is, and do nothing. Everything was a little wrong. Jason claimed that until they had a way to confront a psychological attack, they could not do anything. The dream of Yong was outraged. He believed that the UN representatives arrived in their country in order to help in the destruction of the orcs. And not that's all. Jason claimed that his people could sacrifice many for the sake of victory, but they will not participate in such an unsubstantial plan and die like dogs. Hyun was sitting all the time, silently, and hesitated, because he had not seen such a mess for a long time. Watching the players who were at the round table, he thought that perhaps they were newcomers and not soldiers of the UN peacekeeping forces. Having argued a little more, Jason and his people left the negotiation hall. Representatives of the Korean Association of the Players were indignant, because Jason specially pulled time. He acted in the same way during the campaign against Choso. Then the amount of the victim among the civilians increased very much. Yuna approached the chairman and asked how much the new battle with the orcs would be difficult. The answer was very difficult. There was no guarantee that the orcs would just sit still, so the players had no choice but to hold another meeting with representatives of the UN tomorrow. The boss praised his people for the done work today. Therefore, he allowed everyone to go home and rest well. Everyone was going to use this advice, when suddenly the main character stopped Yuna. The girl asked the young man to devote a little time to her. Before starting the conversation, Jun decided to make coffee. Already with a cup of hot drink, she went to the main character, saying that certain rumors had already reached her. For example, the young man made a huge contribution to the first time. In truth, the girl thought that Hyun's dream entered the second raid to pump quickly and strongly, but now she understands that this was not so. Therefore, she suggested that the young man had hid his skills all this time. This was not quite, however, since otherwise the guy would have killed the blue dragon. It was so. But the girl also understood that since that time the main character became much stronger. Hyun decided to keep silent loudly, so he did not know how to answer this statement. Meanwhile, Yuna came to another topic. She heard that in this battle the main character decided to take on the greatest damage. It was pure truth, since from this situation the guy was about to benefit. But Yuna believed that this offer was not of benefits. Indeed, in fact, the lost skills of skills will not work, so she was grateful to the main character for the decision made. But if the guy suddenly changes his mind, he will have to inform her of this at any time, and she will take his role on herself. But Hyun had a final decision, and was not going to change it. In fact, the debt will be written off by the amount of more than 1 trillion over 2 legendary items, so he could not refuse. Nevertheless, there was another question that Yuna wanted to ask the main character, but she believed that he could sound somewhat rude. Hyun's dream was ready to answer almost any of her question, so she could safely voice him. Surprisingly, she wanted to know about the contribution of the protagonist to the raid on the immigrants. The young man did not quite understand why the girl was interested in this issue, but everything was simple. She became the second. Therefore, in order to find out who took first place, she asked all the rankers who took part in the battle about their places. Only none of these people was the first. Therefore, it was logical to assume that the first place was taken by Hyun's sleep. The silence dragged on, so a few minutes later the main character gave up and said that it was he who took first place. No need to believe that the association made a big mistake. She gave a player who made the greatest contribution to the raid the smallest reward. Therefore, the girl was going to talk with Mr. Khan so that the main character would be given a reward again. The young man refuses such generosity. He was not going to. The girl realized that he did not agree and hide something else. In fact, this was true, but Hyun had a dream could not voice it. Nevertheless, the girl asked her to give her one promise, to fulfill her duty as a member of the Association of Players, starting from that moment. The guy did not have to ask about this, since he was going to do it himself. The morning of the next day came, and the delegations of the UN and the government of Korea gathered in the negotiation hall. Hyun's sleep, unlike others, wanted to sleep and not take part in a useless meeting. Today, everything was happening at a time, as yesterday. The chairman of Khan demanded assistance right now. Jason stubbornly refused, waiting for time. Thus, the meeting today has not ended in any good. Only unexpectedly, everyone noticed that something strange began to happen. There was a feeling that an earthquake began, but in fact the orcs began to advance into the depths of the city. It was no longer possible to wait for a wait, so the chairman of the Khan demanded to collect all the armed forces. After that, the delegation of the players of South Korea left the meeting room. At that moment, the man looked at Jason and asked if the UN armed forces will help with his current situation. Jason had no choice, so he agreed. After which he left the meeting room with his people, leaving the chairman of the Canal One. Jason believed that they only needed to pretend to be involved in the battle, and at the first opportunity to retreat. Meanwhile, a helicopter was already prepared, on which the team led by Hyun Song was supposed to go to their mission. Juna confidently went to the second helicopter, leading the second team. Each player had to sit in a helicopter after receiving an additional buff. After the manipulation of the Khan, the players felt much stronger. This moment is the main character. Once again realized how good it was to have a good buff. He went to his helicopter, checking the status window, but there still did not appear in the sales of books with buffs. Unfortunately, in a year and a half, he never met such books of skills. It's a shame. Now he understood that it would be good if he had several skills similar to the instinct of survival. After all, it will be very unprofitable to use consumables. Meanwhile, most members of his team were already on board the helicopter. Now the guy understood that if it were not for the battle with the monster of the legendary level, then he would not have to use supplies at all. Meanwhile, one of the employees of the association checked the list of team members and said that the helicopter could go. So they were already some time in the air, flying up to the right place. Looking out the window, Hyun, a dream, understood that everything looks very insane. It seemed to him that how only it was worth going down, the survival instinct would immediately be activated. Nevertheless, it was necessary to start the operation. He ordered to open the gateway as he was going, "Go first." The rest of the team looked at him in surprise, but did not say anything. While the players were thinking correctly or incorrectly to act in this way, the main character left the helicopter. He was rapidly approaching the ground. He believed that this operation had to be started beautifully, so he began to activate his skill of Black Lightning. In addition, to gain the advantage, he needed to use force to the maximum. The category of Black Lightning burned everything in his path. The orcs began to make a terrible torment, turning ashes. Meanwhile, Hyun's sleep had already descended to the sinful earth, going forward. He will like the result of the first work done, since some of the orcs were dead. Meanwhile, the legendary rank orc entered the front line. Hyun had a dream did not fade away, and was ready to take a battle. The orc was angry, and wanted to destroy everything around. They stand still. Hyun was not going to sleep, so putting on Black Lightning, he ran to his enemy. Orc commander immediately called his subordinates to the rescue. They ran from all their feet in the direction of the protagonist, trying to stop him. Only a person was much more agile, so he jumped up, rolled over, choosing a new victim. True, he was not able to attack, as the advantage captured the legendary level orc. At this very moment, the survival instinct was activated, so the protagonist ate consumables. Definitely, his strength became many times more, which could be seen from the explosion that absorbed the orcs. The commander tried to defend himself from an explosive wave. Meanwhile, Hyun's dream stood aside and watched the result of his actions. He understood that if everything went according to plan, then he could defeat the orc legendary level alone. But something did not want to go according to plan, and the orc, at least a little weakened, but was still a good physical form. Give him the speed increased, so he already attacked us, a young man. The main character did not expect such agility from him, so while he was still standing. But his confusion lasted a few seconds, and when the axe of the orc sank, he left the attack line. The orc did not like it, so he got angry even more. But this was not important for the protagonist, who but was about to counterattack. In truth, the movement of man and the monster was almost at the same speed. They tried to bring to each other injuries, but they shortened direct attacks. At that moment, the young man realized that his opponent was very strong, so it was difficult to kill him, even without the support of other orcs. Nevertheless, he was not going to give up, and again recognized his black lightning, forming a new attack. The guy launched a ball from lightning, which exploded straight between him and the monster. At this moment, ordinary military, who launched several cruise missiles into the enemy of mankind, joined. At the same time, a collision and a strong explosion occurred. Then other players appeared on the battlefield to support Hyun-sona. Among them were not only knights and tanks, but also strong magicians. It was what was needed, and the protagonist was ready to start the second round of the battle. The players began to surround the orc general from different sides, but the main character still remained central. People attacked the monster with various spells, forcing him to suffer. When he was distracted by a group of people, he practically missed the attack of the protagonist. Nevertheless, he was able to put up a good defense against attacking tricks. Suddenly, this did not work out differently what he wanted, and the orc missed the first blow. The first was followed by the second, third, fourth in different parts of the body, slowing its movement. The main character did not stop at the result, as the monster has not died yet. But this situation began to bother the monster with order, so he began to growly growl. But no matter how the orc tried to fight back, he didn't succeed. The Hyan has turned into a real zipper, and other players did not swell. After a few moments, the young man caused tangible damage to the enemy. The blood sprinkled in all directions. No matter how it hurts the monster, but he was not going to give up. Nevertheless, he did not have the strength to remain in an upright position, so he fell to his knees. The main character stood a little aside, watching the situation. Meanwhile, the orc was still kneeling and did not move, while he was still alive. At this moment, the orc used his battle cry in order to paralyze the enemy. Hearing the combat cry of its leader, a group of orcs moved to people. The players were not fools, so they realized that they had a small problem in the form of other monsters. In order to hold back the crowd, one of the players used his skill of faith. The other restrained the orc with the help of an indestructible wall. But there was another group of monsters that attacked other guys. They tried to fight back with all their might, but it was extremely difficult. Meanwhile, there were two more players in the helicopter who provided magical air support. The guy and the girl specialized in treatment and distant battle, so they did not go down to the main group. They directed their strength at their comrades, who stood just opposite the orc general. He was not as stupid as his subordinate, so he prepared to throw an axe. Surprisingly, his goal was not the main character, but the players who were on a helicopter. The players who were in a helicopter clearly had serious problems, as they were injured. The axe stuck from the bottom of the aircraft, which began to lose height. Now the players below had another problem. They understood that the crashes could not be avoided. The orc was pleased with the work done. Now there was a thing for small, to finish off people. Nevertheless, the players were not going to give up, and again attacked the monsters. Now the orc had only one axe with which he could protect himself from the impact of opponents, so most of his body was open to strikes. This was the use of the protagonist. He inflicted several wounds into his chest cage, and the monster staggered. But even after that, he did not want to die, continuing to growling menacingly. Now Hyun-sona has a problem, because the effect of the skill of survival instinct has ended. There was a feeling that the monster felt that his opponent had become a little weaker. Therefore, he activated all his stock reserves in order to kill people in one fell swoop. This counterattack was very good for him, as the players scattered like wooden soldiers in different directions. The knights and magic decided to flee to the tanks to minimize the damage. Now the protagonist and orc general were going to fight one-on-one. The first blow was behind the orc, which threw an axe into a man. Hyun, a dream, could hardly dodge this attack, which went along the tangent. Now there was a turn of the young man to return the courtesy, and he made it with lightning speed and quite successfully, injuring the enemy. The orc was already all in the blood from the wounds received, but resisted. The main character had to actively dodge the new monster attacks. At that moment, several players hastened to help him. They managed to apply a few piercing cutting wounds to the monster. Meanwhile, the protagonist chopped off the orc the left hand, which he held an axe. The guy began to annoy the order that the orc did not want to die. But even without one hand, the monster managed to injure the protagonist in the stomach. But this was already a problem, since the calculation was on the ability of a young man and not other players. But it was this wound that served as a trigger that contributed to the fact that the guy was able to chop off the head of his opponent. After the monster's head flew to the side, his body also fell to the ground. Hyun's dream was tired. He sat down on the asphalt. At that moment, he heard calls for evacuation. Players who stood firmly on their feet helped wounded to get to the evacuation point. At that moment, a plane flew up to the battlefield, which everyone hurried together. Some men could move independently, another helped. A few minutes later, they all ended up on board the working helicopter. The OKR genial fell, but the orc's magicians continued to rage and attack people. Their joint attack was so strong that she broke through the protective barriers that the players still held. Obviously, it was a loss of people who activated the actions of opponents who were not going to stand and just look. The monsters wanted blood. They longed for revenge, so they ran to the attack. The young man could not move, and looked with horror at the crowd of monsters that was approaching him. He could only ask for help. He himself was mortally wounded and could not do anything. For a few seconds, the players who were looking ahead and looked what was happening below but did not go down. The last knight climbed on board and said that all the survivors were here. Their group did everything that could be completed, so the helicopter carried them to a safe place. The jokes did not feel the joy of the victory over the legendary level. The players on board the helicopter did not feel. Mostly they were silent. Hyun was also sitting silently, because this time he was very tired during the battle. In truth, now he was very worried about whether the group of Yuna defeated his orc legendary level. Suddenly, the young man sharply jumped from his place as soon as he saw an intelligence officer. The girl went to the main character, greeted him, and asked how she could help him. Hyun Sona, like other players aboard, was interested in how the raid on the Orc Mag passed, whether it was possible to kill him. An unpleasant question that the girl did not dare to give an answer, although her boyfriend asked greatly. Nevertheless, she gathered her strength and voiced terrible information. The raid on the Orc Mag failed with a bang. The main character could not believe his own ears. He believed that it was impossible. There was only one explanation for what happened. The monster used the skill of movement in space, but it was difficult to call a failure, since things were much worse. 90% of all players died during the raid. The young man was little interested in strangers. He wanted to know what happened to the young. The girl from intelligence was silent for a while, but then replied that Captain Shin Yuna was alive. But according to the information received, the girl was very wounded and could no longer continue the battle, so she had to retreat. It was important for the rest of the players to know what happened to their friends. Jean Huck from the TS Guild and the head of Magin Kvan. It was difficult for the girl to speak bad news, so she handed the guys a tablet with a list of surviving players. Yes, the news was sad. The game girl could not restrain her tears as people close to her died. The men tried to hide their faces so that no one saw their grief, but it is obvious that they were also very worried. Hyun's dream perfectly understood their feelings but could not help, so he just stood aside and was silent. After the end of the two raids, members of the government and the UN gathered to discuss further actions and evaluate the effectiveness of the operation. It turned out that when a helicopter with the players flew to the landing point, the orc magician launched 2 spells on the sides of the aircraft. The players managed to land on the roof and start the attack. But unexpectedly for everyone, the usual org mag turned into a giant. None of the players have seen such reincarnation. Even watching behind this process from the screen, everyone froze in surprise. And then the terrible began to take place. The monster crushed people with his fiery fists like Bukashka. When he was tired of doing this, the monster decided to spit into people a pillar of fire, like a dragon, to get rid of them at a time. Analyzing what the main character saw, he came to the conclusion that the Orc Mag had a skill similar to Wild Instinct. At that moment, Mr. Khan approached the young man and asked the well, being of the guy while the man was painting a patch on his cheek. It was also evident during the battle. Although all the wounds of the guy healed, the boss asked him to be more attentive and careful to himself. After all, external wounds could also drag on, but internal damage could not be healed even by the magic of healing. At this moment, Hyun looked at his hand, realizing that from wounds received from magic, the remains remain for a long time in the body and interfere with the use of their own mana. Although small magic wounds healed quite quickly, it was another matter with serious wounds. The main character did not worry about for himself. He wanted to know the details of the condition of Sin Yuna. Sleep Yong had unimportant news about this. External wounds dragged on, but the internal wounds were too serious. For at least a week, the girl should undergo treatment at the Association Hospital, and then it will be seen. On the battlefield, the circumstances were also not the best, but a fierce struggle was waged. But there were a lot of losses that did not inspire hope. The only good point was that Hyun's dream defeated the Orc columnar, after which the morale of the rest of the Orcs fell, so it was easier to kill them. Thus, it has become easier to use military forces and modern weapons. After a little thought, the guy decided to join the battle again and help solve the issue with the Orc Mag. Mr. Kang was against such a decision, because the guy himself was recently on the verge of death, so he better relax and completely restore his strength. But the main character has already made a decision. Besides, he was already in perfect order. Hyun's dream was sure that if he helped the association a little, then the number of victims would decrease, which will undoubtedly be all for the benefit. Having said this, the guy went to the exit. Dream Yong stood and realized that he did not understand something. The guy should be very upset due to the loss of stats. But for some reason, the main character still decided to return to the battlefield again, while he does not show his true feelings. When the guy approached the door, another player suddenly stood up, saying that he would go into battle too. Since magic to a young man is almost completely restored, so he is ready to go and avenge his fallen comrades. 2 more players who were in the previous raid with the main character were ready to return to the battlefield with him. By and large, the whole group was again ready to go to the new raid for the magician with Hyun Soon. The main character was silent and looked at his combat comrades. The young man could not make such decisions, so he turned to Mr. Khan. The determination of subordinates could not leave the man indifferent. He was also ready to lead them on the battlefield. So, the second phase of the operation to eliminate the Orc Mag began, and the military helicopter dropped the protagonist near him. Hyun began his attack with the use of black lightning of the enemy mass destruction. The monsters growled with pain and helplessness, as they could not do anything against the power of black lightning. After a few moments, almost a dozen orcs were destroyed by the main character. The young man cut part of them in half in order to attack the ground. Only now he realized that hunting for orcs of the heroic level was much easier than on the orcs of the legendary level. Other players who landed on the trace of a young man also showed good success, decapitating their opponents. Some of them preferred hand-to-hand combat and the use of rough physical strength, but the result was the same: the death of enemies. At this moment, the head of the Korean Association of Players appeared on the battlefield, activating a fiery skill. As soon as the monster was seen on the battlefield, in their faces began to read "Wasolation" and some fear, and they could be understood, since Mr. Kang activated an unusually strong spell, forming a huge fireball that launched his opponents. Now the orcs did not have a only chance of salvation, since they turned into a burnt barbecue. Meanwhile, the man transformed the fireball into the fiery sword, which was a continuation of his right hand, and the battle rushed. His new attacks were unusually effective, softering orcs of the heroic level for 1 or 2. At this moment, the main character realized how much his boss was a strong player. The man possessed so destructive force that he quickly coped with the orcs of the lower link magicians. At this moment, the legendary level Orc Mag entered the game. He was clearly angry, ready to tear and throw for the fact that someone dared to break his plans. All the orcs of the heroic rank heard his imperious call and wrapped his heads on him. Moreover, it became obvious that they began to use a fraudulent maneuver and avoid the battlefield. Some of the players did not analyze the current situation and decided to run after them in order to finish what had begun. Moreover, Mr. Kang ordered his subordinates to kill all the monsters, leaving anyone alive. It was difficult to understand the direction of movement of the orcs. Most likely they fled to the spatial gates, but this is not for sure. Meanwhile, the main character looked around and realized that the monsters made a mess here, but for an absurd reason they run away from the battlefield. It was as strange as possible. Therefore, he activated the skill of Flicker and moved in space, appearing and blocking the path to retreat. After that, it established visual contact with the monster, about to use the breath of lightning. As a result, a whole group of orcs disappeared from the face of the earth. Only parts of the bodies and ashes remained from them. Only it was not the end of the battle. The main character looked at the artifact on his hand, realizing that now he could better use a number of new attacks. Meanwhile, a strong explosion thundered near him, which destroyed the space around. He was nearly demolished by a shockwave to the side, but he found a support point in time. As soon as the fire and smoke dispelled, an orc mage appeared in that place, which the young man wanted to catch more life. Meanwhile, the monster activated one of his spells of mass defeat and directed him to the protagonist. Nevertheless, Hyun did not move, and carefully looked his opponent in the eye, not showing either fear or excitement. Such a person's behavior was a little surprised and alarming the Orc Mag of the legendary level. Nevertheless, this did not mean that he would spare him, so the monster began his attack, and the young man had no remaining except for the retreat. but Hyun's dream was determined to catch and destroy his enemy. Therefore, he tried to activate his flicker skill, but during activation something went wrong. Nevertheless, he was able to advance quite quickly and far, killing the monsters who fell in his way. But this was still not enough, so the guy gathered a huge amount of black lightning around him, trying to scare the opponent with a kind of sphere. But the problem was that the senior orc acted in this way, but only with fire. And then it happened that during the first operation, the magician turned into a huge monster like a djinn. Representatives of the UN watched everything that was happening at a decent distance, and they gave comments, slowly helping. Jackson decided that the united UN forces would support the rear without getting involved in an open confrontation. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the main character took out a sword, preparing to attack the enemy. But in this collision, it was not clear who inflicted damage to whom, and whether he caused it all. After a few seconds, Hyun's dream bounced aside in complete integrity and safety. But this was not included in the plans of the monster, so he tried to grab the protagonist. However, he did not succeed. At that moment, the young man realized that he couldn't be easily won. Meanwhile, players who supported him were going to attack the enemy. They used various attacks of both near and long range combat, including the range of magical attacks, in order to avenge the fallen comrades. But no matter how hard they tried, they could not inflict damage to the enemy. But at some point, they noticed that the flame began to decrease. This was their chance to squeeze the enemy. Only this was planned by a monster that wanted to lure people into a trap. After a few moments, the monster created a huge fiery force field around him, which absorbed everything around. At this moment, the main character appeared behind the orc, forming a ball of black lightning. Then he delivered a straight blow to him right in the back. To consolidate the effect, high-ranking magicians connected. Small explosions came from the clash of their magic with the body of the monster. Now the time has come to attack the main character. What he did. The power of his attack made the orc turn into the previous form, after which people began to run to him. Nevertheless, the monster tried to create a new spell and bring it to the heads of the players. Therefore, after a few moments, a fiery wall grew in front of people. This could interfere with most players, but not to the main character who broke through the veil of fire and approached his goal. Then the guy inflicted the first tangible blow to the monster. The orc immediately understood what had happened, and it happened that the main character's sword pierced him through, and the blow came directly into the area of the heart. After a few seconds, realizing what was happening, the orc fell to his knees. Meanwhile, Hyun's dream pulled out a sword from him and stood, wondering what to do next. The monster has not died before the end, so the magic has not yet completely dispelled. At that moment, the young man turned back, since some movement attracted his attention. Comrades of the protagonist began to rejoice, as they believed that the victory was in their pocket. Even the head of the association of players, although he was silent, but applauded the young man. Meanwhile, the UN members continued to observe all the events, believing that the victory of the Koreans was incredible and amazing. From all they saw, Jackson concluded that the main character was a magic swordsman. Since the guy was quite strong, the man gave his assistant an order, by any means to attract Hyun Sona to their side. In truth, the man did not expect that such an outstanding player would appear in Korea except Shin Yuna. So, the battle ended with the great victory of mankind, but the players failed to destroy all the monsters, all because some of the orcs managed to escape to her native world through the spatial gates. After that, the Korean government announced the victory in the second raid. It was a stunning success after the first raid on the legendary monster. The victory over the legendary level orcs was widely advertised around the world. And although outwardly Korea seemed quite strong, many reigners and high-level players died. Therefore, the government began to experience a certain kind of anxiety due to the fact that now it is not known when another monster of the legendary level may appear, and it will now be many times more difficult to cope with it. Meanwhile, Juna was still on a hospital bed. Suddenly the girl's peace disturbed the knock on the door. However, she did not wait for guests, but allowed her to enter. The girl came to go to Hyun's sleep with her own person. She was even a little embarrassed, as she looked in hospital clothes, not in the best way. The young man did not come empty-handed, but brought the girl a small present which he left on the nightstand. He sat opposite her and asked how her well-being. Yuna honestly answered that the external wounds healed. She did not specifically use magic, so after a few days she had to return to normal. Hyun had a dream not only for her injuries, but also for his physical condition, so he asked the girl not to blame herself too much in what happened. He understood that nothing could be done in that situation, but she believed that it was her mistake. Therefore, the girl decided to become stronger, if only in order not to experience such terrible pain for the second time. Therefore, if next time she meets the Orc Mag, he will definitely take revenge on his fallen comrades. Hear these words, the main character became relieved of the heart. Now he clearly understood that Yuna was not the person who could break this. Besides, the girl thanked him for this time he could take revenge on her. The young man believed that he did nothing special, and other players helped him to carry out the plan. Yuna believed that it was Hyun's dream who made the greatest contribution to their victory. If not for him, everything could have failed at the very beginning. Therefore, the girl was worried about the well-being of the guy because he spent 2 fights in a row. The young man smiled awkwardly and said that everything was in order with him. The girl understood that although the young man received 2 skills of the legendary level, he should have lost quite a lot of stats due to the accepted consumable. But the main character did not worry about it, because he should just try even more to increase his level. Therefore, he expected that when Yuna was finally recovering, he would help him with this. The girl was just embarrassed and gazed. So the time of the auction has come. 7 objects fell out of the orcs of the leader and the magician, and all of them were a legendary level. Among the objects of the legendary level was an axe that the leader used the orc. 1 orcs took with them when they ran away, and the remaining rancers were taken. The rest of the items could not approach the main character. Moreover, he already collected the set, so he was simply not needed. If these 4 items are excluded, then 3 more books of skills remain, and 2 free objects promise the main character. Of the 3 books of skills, the main character liked 2. The first, Berserk; the second, A Fighting Cry. Now they sold the second. So, A Fighting Cry is the first skill of the mental attack of the legendary level, announced the girl who led the auction. The starting price was 3 billion, then raised a rate of up to 4 billion. Bidding continued, and the rate rose to 6.5 billion won. The main character, meanwhile, noted that all large guilds gathered in the hall, so it is not surprising that the price grew up, and already amounted to 7 billion. At that moment, Mr. Kang made his bet, raising the price of up to 1 trillion. But there was a man who interrupted this bet. The girl who led the auction asked if there is a person in the hall who is ready to give a higher price for the subject. But no one dared to kill such a high rate. No one dared, except for the protagonist who was ready to give 2 trillion won for this book of skills. 2 trillion won was a high amount of money, so no matter how anyone was indignant, but he could no longer pay, so the war cry left the main character. At this moment, the head of the association of players regretted that he promised the guy 2 free items for participating in the raid. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Internal Affairs of Japan was thinking about what to do with Jojo. The government understood that the catastrophe on Kyushu partly occurred due to the Western reaction, but given that the monster was flying, this could not be avoided. Unfortunately, they lost the castle of Q and everyone who lived in it, namely 15 million people, and if you leave everything as they are, then the monster will definitely get to the mainland Hansu. It was known that Korea coped with 2 monsters of the legendary level at the same time, so the Japanese government had to enlist the support of a neighbor. It was obvious that other countries that had problems with monsters would fight for the support of South Korea. It was already clear, so the Prime Minister was going to submit an official request to a neighboring country. They will ask you to send a group of players to them to destroy a legendary level monster. The main character left the dungeon and read the message that Japan requested support from the monsters from Korea. He was outraged, since they already had a matter above his head. Visible, the advertising campaign was too good. Now, the situation in South Korea was not the best, so how to help someone else help them honestly did not understand. Hyun's dream understood that the government was talking in this way due to the fact that the elections were now going on, but there was little sense in this. At this moment, the main character was called by 2 players who approached him. It turned out that Mr. Kang has been looking for a young man for some time. The protagonist was not happy about what he heard, as he was a little busy now. Nevertheless, he had nowhere to go, and he had to meet with Mr. Khan, who informed him that they specially organize a team for the young man, which would be called a detachment of killers. Hyun's dream was surprised, because this detachment should have been temporary to fight legendary monsters. Did the chapter plan to preserve it and use it in the future? Mr. Kang thought over everything. The association will create a detachment of killers led by the main character, and in the event of a legendary monster, to increase this detachment at the expense of other wounds. Hyun Dream understood that this scheme is similar to the creation of a reserve detachment that specializes exclusively in complex battles. Only now, at this stage, the main character was the only participant in this detachment, but if the association has someone whom the guy would like to take, this person will provide this person. In addition, it was possible to consult with the captains of each team and choose suitable candidates. At that moment, Hyun's Dream asked the boss if he could take someone who was not directly in the association of South Korea players. Nevertheless, the boss believed that if the goal is to fight monsters of the legendary level, then the criteria for choosing team members should be as strict as possible. True, he was ready to leave this issue for consideration by the main character, because the detachment of the killers was created to achieve long-term results. And even if not immediately, then in the future perspective, the guy will be able to choose talents that will help him in raids on the monsters of the legendary level. Hyun Dream understood that on the one hand it was excellent conditions for cooperation, The boss thought that the guy would fall into a fishing rod under the name. The more you have, the more difficult it is to leave. So the young man came to his office, sat down at the table, laid his feet on him and began to reflect. Then the first thing he would use the skill of the King's Banner. After that, he was going to recruit a team of players who could not change the first profession, because they do not relate to players of a high level, where they go, so they do not come often. Yes, and he will need too many leading points for such high-ranking players. It is easier to start something happier. He was going to grow in the shade of those people who know about his personal skill, along with Lucy, Father, and Wu Xin. Therefore, from low-level players, he was going to grow worthy warriors who would obey him. As they are in the sun, and their level will increase, they will not be able to escape from it due to high fines in the event of a contract. Thus, he will be able to seize all power in the Association of Players of South Korea. The evening came, and the young girl walked around the city, thinking aloud that although she could defend and attack, but because of such an ambiguous position, she was not taken into a single detachment. In this situation, she had no idea how to do it further and how to hunt. Everyone lived their usual life. Someone went in for sports, someone went on a date, and she sat alone in the park on the bench. Before that, she bought a lottery ticket in the hope of winning at least a little easy money. But she was not a successful person, as only one number coincided. At that moment, steps were heard behind her. To Li Jin was a dream, just the moment when she tore the unfortunate lottery ticket to pieces. The girl turned around and looked at the young man, not understanding who he was. The main character introduced himself by calling himself the captain of the detachment of killers of the associations of players. The girl was embarrassed, not knowing that such a high-ranking person wanted from her. Then she got up from her seat and politely bowed to the main character. Meanwhile, the young man made her an offer, and the girl was interested in if she accepts his proposal, her salary and support would be increased or not. Yes, everything will be just like that. Besides Hyun, a dream promised to help her to acquire a skills book that would improve her characteristics. Sujin did not continue to listen, and immediately agreed to join the young man. Hyun Sleep did not expect that she would not even ask about the consequences of the non-storage. In addition, he would know her window of skills. Moreover, if she leaves his command, all levels, characteristics and skills that she will increase will disappear, but this information can be seen at all scared. And the window of its status has long known associations. In addition, now the girl was in a hurry, so she did not have time to concern about such trifles. If so, then Hyun's dream sent her an invitation that she had to accept. After Lee Sujin accepted the proposal, 10 leading points were spent, and the protagonist had a special class skill of the King's Call. Now Hyun could give an instruction to his subordinates regardless of the distance. While the young man was thinking about a new skill, the girl was madly happy that now she had become part of at least some team. Suddenly she stopped as she heard the guy's voice in her head. She did not understand how this could happen, and whether everything was fine with her, or was a mind with joy. Therefore, she asked the young man why she hears his voice in her head. The main character smiled, saying that this is a special skill. The presence of such a skill seemed to the girl very cool. Hyun Sleep noted to himself that when using this skill, magic is almost not consumed, simultaneously taking out 2 books of skills from the storage. He handed these books to the girl to study these skills. From gratitude and happiness, the girl pressed the books to her, bowed low to the young man, almost crying from strong emotions. Meanwhile, Hyun's dream said goodbye to her, saying that her salary would be increased from tomorrow. Suddenly he noticed that the subordinate began to cry, although these were just books of the usual level, but apparently ordinary players had difficult life. Meanwhile, he returned to work and began to view the lists of the association players. There I found another candidate suitable for my plan and offered the work. In general, the guy thought that 2 people would refuse his offer, but no one was going to refuse. On the contrary, many cried with happiness, having received his proposal. Hyun's dream was sure that rumors about his non-standard actions had already reached the head of the association. A whole month passed with the events described above. The dream of Yong listened to the report of his assistant, which said that the detachment of the murderers was not a single player who would be directly related to the main character. The secretary added that after a thorough check, until the player Hyun dreams their team. Moreover, Hyun did not communicate with any player hired by him until the moment of hiring. Mr. Kang understood that all this sounded and looked very strange, but could not do anything. In addition, the secretary could not say anything else interesting, so the man let him go to do other things. Dream Yong began to study the personal affairs of the players hired by the main character. Not one of them went through the first change of profession. Then what was the point of hiring them? Yes, this could be considered as an investment in the future, but still the effectiveness of these guys was too low. Moreover, Hyun was not met repeatedly with any player whom he recruited. Nevertheless, each of them trained in the dungeons for days, increasing the level of his skills. including the father of the protagonist's self, improved in the dungeons under the supervision of Wu Xin. Yes, and Hyun himself did not lose time for nothing, but stuffed his hand in the murder of monsters. His boss understood that the guy had hidden motives and plans. Meanwhile, the main character and Lucy, after a successful hunt, returned home. Suddenly, he will call Hyun Sonu. He even changed a little in his face. The number wasn't unfamiliar, but the main character answered the call. The calling asked how he was doing. After a couple of long seconds, the young man found out that the calling name is the Dream of Ho. Sleep Ho was a childhood friend. Hyun Sona, they lived earlier and one earlier and were friends. Together, they attended one kindergarten, elementary school, and after graduation, they studied at the same university. As long as the main character remembers, they were friends with families, so even the fathers considered each other relatives. Therefore, now a dream was offended by Hyun Sona, because the guy did not tell his best friend about the change of his issue. On the one hand, the young man understood that his friend was busy, but on the other hand, he could send a message with a new number. In addition, so many things happened, and a friend did not even tell, for example, about the awakening of his father. It turned out that Hyun Guy recently went to visit an old friend. Just at home was a dream, so he recognized the news, and then he called his uncle and recognized the number of the protagonist. After which the young man suggested Hyun Sona to go to drink, but he did not refuse. If so, then it's not worth pulling with the meeting, so the dream of a dream suggested to meet right now. They decided on this, after which they finished the conversation. Lucy noticed how the main character's mood improved and suggested that he values his friend. This is so, but the guy felt a slight feeling of guilt, because he did not even think to contact his friends and tell them the latest news about himself. Lucy believed that the master needed her rest, because a tense bowstring sooner or later break. Suddenly, the protagonist asked the girl will go home right home, or goes with him to drink. It turned out that the girl had plans for the evening, watching the drama, so she could not go with the guy. If so, then the young man gave her the keys to the car, although she said that she could go by taxi. At first, Lucy was even astray to give the guy to the meeting place with a friend, but it was on the other side of the city, and if she does this, he would miss the beginning of the drama. This information radically changed its mood. Therefore, the girl quickly got into the car, so as not to be late home by starting the viewing of the drama. But before leaving, the girl said goodbye to a young man, wishing to spend time with a friend. Hyun Sonu only had to wave after her. In truth, the guy could not understand what was so interesting in these dramas that the girl was looking. After some time, he reached the destination. They, with a friend, ordered a lot of all kinds of goodies and began to exchange kindness. The Dream of Ho was directly surprised when his friend managed to become such a handsome man, at least take pictures on the cover of the magazine. Hyun Sleep claimed that his secret in hard work and muscle strength. It sounded ridiculous, but it was time to drink. The guys, as before, liked to mix the shuja and beer. The glasses were full, they clung and said a toast. Everything is as it should. The first glass of a killer cocktail went perfectly, and soon was empty. Sleep. Ho did not mind repeating right away, as the first went well. Today was their day, which means it was not worth it to deny anything. The guys had not seen each other for a long time, so Hyun Sonu was interested in what his friend was doing. Oh, something had little sleep in this. Nevertheless, he showed his business card, and it turned out that he was working in the sales department. The young man was really proud that he works in the company of Osun. Sleep. Ho was a little sad from the fact that a friend did not recover at the university, because his father was awakened, and there should have been enough money to study. The main character did not answer this, but he was interested in what kind of office employee was hard. The fact is that the salary of the sales department was low. In order to sell at least something, you need to give all the best 100 or even 200% moreover. The players have recently begun to ram their nose stronger. Even those who recently changed the profession were too arrogant. Hyun Sleep promised that his father would bring all the obtained stones, the Dream of Ho. A friend was delighted and warned that there were a lot of scammers in his field, but he would buy stones at the best price. At that moment, someone persistently began to call the young man. This was one of the arrogant players, which the guy spoke about earlier. The guy decided not to answer the call, as the player most likely demands to pay his account for a drink. The main character was a little surprised that his friend did not answer the call. Apparently, alcohol made him bolder. The Dream of Ho has already come up with a believable excuse why he did not answer the call, not knowing that the player was nearby. The man stood opposite the cafe in which the guys rested, looked out the window and boiled with anger. Even before the man spoke, Hyun had a dream that they had guests. The man went into a cafe with a clear desire to arrange a brawl and humiliate the friend's friend. With his aggressive behavior, a man scared all the people who were in the institution. I did not expect a dream to meet here, Captain Pak Hyuna. The young man tried to explain that he had drunk with a friend and did not see that someone was calling him. Hyun of the criminal code was clearly acclaimed a genius, so he did not understand how the guy dared to drink, but not to answer his calls. It was pure water intimidation, so the guy asked for forgiveness for his behavior. But the man did not listen to him, and demanded that the guy go out into the yard with him, where he will teach him a lesson. Sleep Ho was about to pay an account and asked a friend for forgiveness for a spoiled evening, about to go with a bully. But the protagonist had his own views on the situation, so he was going to intervene. The guy asked his friend to sit down, because he did not have to go somewhere with that man. Pak Hyun of the Criminal Code stopped and looked intently at the protagonist, because he did not expect that someone would argue. He was angry and wanted to crush Hyun Sona. Only after everything experienced, this did not make any impression on the protagonist. Hyun Sleep sat in his place and did not even move. He was absolutely anyway on the opinion of this healthy man. Hyun was almost shaking with anger as someone could be like that, great and terrible so. To prove his superiority, he even tried to take the protagonist by the breast and shake. The Sobe tried to stop him, proving that in this way it was impossible to enter public places. Only their forces were originally unequal, so the man easily pushed the guy, and he fell. Such rudeness against a friend, I really did not like Hyun Sonu. Hyun of the Criminal Code did not understand that this guy was wrong, and why he was fearlessly looking at him. It was infuriated. The protagonist asked the offender a simple question whether players can use force to a civilian or not. Of course, this could not be done, but the man did not do anything like that. The guy just seemed to the guy. Then he turned to the rest of the visitors and asked if they saw that he would use power, only made it so that a negative answer would become a deadly sentence. People were scared, so silently their eyes pulled. But the problem of Mr. Pak was that everything was directly seen. But the man continued to believe that he would not be anything, since it was useless to call the police. No one would believe the young man, and everyone else did not see anything and heard anything. Moreover, Hyun of the Criminal Code was about to teach the protagonist so that he did not climb with his moralizing into other people's affairs. Then he turned to the dream still sitting on the floor. He was going to block the oxygen and trade of the guy. He himself would not sell anything to him, and to persuade other captains to do the same. But this man was not enough, and he began to threaten directly to the main character. The essence of the threat came down to the fact that the guy soon unexpectedly could become a disabled person. Such bold statements by a young man caused only a predatory smile. Mr. Pak did not yet understand that he had dug his grave, since the main character with feeling, with a waist, counted all the laws that he had just violated. The show was sitting and listening to his friend with his mouth open, especially when he said that a man could be left without a player's license because of his outlets. But this would be just the beginning, because a number of actions were pulled for a real term in prison, for 20 years. At that moment, Hyun of the Criminal Code noticed that the main character wrote down their whole conversation on the recorder. It was so angry that he attacked the guy, but he easily restrained his blow. The man, however, did not immediately understand what's what. Hyun's sleep on the list of offenses of a man added an attempt to steal his phone. Too slowly Mr. Pak began to reach the fact that the guy in front of him was a player. But the protagonist did not understand what changed from the fact that he was also a player. It was strange to observe Captain Pak's strained attempts to look sweet, as if something changed from the fact that they worked in the same area. Hyuk of the Criminal Code was ready to sell stones from the Hunt of Sleep, and asked to make his friends the same thing. The protagonist believed that his friend would not be any benefit from the player who would soon see the sky in the cell. The dream of Ho and Hyun of the Criminal Code did not understand what began to happen here, because players should maintain good relations among themselves. Only now the main character did not want to have anything to do with such a person who began to weave their showdowns, also a sister, who was the deputy first team of the SOU Guild. Thus Mr. Pak wanted to increase his significance. For a dream, this news really made an impression. For the main character, this information did not matter any matter, but the man insisted that the guy is ended, because his sister was close to the head of the guild. Moreover, he decided to call her and draw into this conflict. The girl answered a call, but did not understand what reason her brother was doing at such a time. Visitors looked askance at the man, and the sister thought that he would ask him to attach him to the SOU Guild. But this time, Hyun's claws called her on a different reason. At that moment, it seemed to the main character that he had already heard the girl's voice somewhere. She was already beginning to annoy her from the fact that her brother now called her because he could not solve his problems with some player. Mr. Pak began to lie to his sister that the guy did not put either the SOU Guild or her personally. Until this moment, the girl spent the time well, so she was outraged by the fact that it was not clear who, began to think so dismissively and talk about her guild. Therefore, she personally decided to talk to the main character. But as soon as the guy saw the name on the screen, he immediately remembered where he heard the girl's voice and saw her personally. It was he who met her during his first campaign in the dungeon, so rubber to turn on the speakerphone and start a new game. Lee did not understand why no one answers her for so long. While the young man was silent, the girl spoke and was indignant. But it was time to start the game, so the first thing the guy greeted and added that they had not seen each other for a long time. See, Hai tensed a little, not understanding with whom he had the honor to speak. After that, Hyun, a dream, introduced himself as the captain of the new team of the Association of Players. This is a take off of the career ladder, so the girl fell silent, and a pause hung. Mr. Paku, too, did not seem funny. Sleepho also looked dumbfounded by such news. Meanwhile, the protagonist told the girl that her younger brother attacked and threatened his civil face, and did it before his eyes. Moreover, he used his strength and skills outside the dungeons, which could harm ordinary people, and wanted to steal his phone. He did all this, believing that the SOU guild will help him avoid punishment if he behaves in a similar way than all the guild members as he did. Since this is the case in the SOU guild, he is simply obliged to consult with Kan Song Yong and conduct a special test of the guild. The girl did not like such a turn of events, and she said that her brother has nothing to do with the SOU guild and just hides her name. Hyun-sun, without hesitation, suggested that Madame Lee sue his brother for slander, since he had previously been not true. But when the girl hesitated, the protagonist suggested that she was in collusion with her brother. This worked, and the girl in the morning was ready to file a corresponding complaint against Mr. Pak. Now Hyunuku was definitely not fun. After some time, special bracelets flaunted on his hands, and the player under the escort himself was taken out of the cafe. Investigators interviewed the owner of the cafe and everyone who was in it to fix the composition of the player's crime. Hyun Sonu was even a little offensive that because of all the proceedings he quickly sobered up. Therefore, it seemed to him a good idea to go to a second round with a friend. So yet, a dream could not think sensibly, because a friend did not tell him that he was awakened, became a member of the association, and occupies a high position. The main character has a little embarrassed confirmed all these facts. Moreover, he was going to tell a friend everything how that guy intervened and ruined everything. That is why they needed to go to another cafe, sit a little, and discuss all the details. Meanwhile, a meeting of the government and the UN in the United States took place. They simulated, based on the strength of the monsters of the legendary level that are known today. U.S. President Wilson got acquainted with this information, but has not yet commented on it. He understood that even if only one monster appeared, human sacrifices and damage would be colossal, but on the other hand, it seemed an exaggeration to him. After all, South Korea already surprisingly coped with 3 monsters of the legendary level, and there was no damage to the big. Jackson believed that this was due to the fact that they managed to quickly cope with this. Moreover, this country can collect wounds from all regions in less than an hour. In comparison with this United States, to collect at least part of the wounds will take 6 hours. In addition, South Korea, who coped with 3 monsters of the legendary level, suffered a huge damage, which is not mentioned anywhere. This was especially true for large casualties among wounds. This happened due to the mental skill of impact on the psyche on the extensive territory. In addition, monsters such as Orc the Leader and Orc Magicians live in groups with a large number of monsters of the heroic level. Therefore, dealing with them is much more difficult than with monsters acting alone, like immigrants. The first president realized how many problems because of the monsters. Jackson added that most high-level players who take part in raids on the legendary level monsters are not particularly beneficial. Therefore, the United States needed a large number of wounds. Wilson noticed this on the example of China. In addition, according to the raid and battle scheme, the legendary level of the legendary level could conclude that they needed someone very strong. Thus, they need none other than the main character. Jackson did not deny it. Members of the government that were present at the meeting began to be able to whisper when Jackson spoke that the level of the guy fluctuates between 500 or 600, and maybe even higher. But if you think about it, then this was simply impossible. After all, the level of monsters existing in the dungeons of the heroic level is about 400, and players limited by the rules of 20 levels. Jackson did not deny this, but due to doubts, there were CIA agents investigated this case. After that, they discovered a rather interesting fact. For example, a Hyun player. A dream had a unique skill that allows him to bypass the rule of 20 levels. The U.S. president was most surprised by such an assumption. Based on the information collected by the CIA agents, Jackson was 99.9% confident that all of the above was true. It was interesting, so the president asked his subordinate to tell him all the details that he knows about this unique player. The presentation began. It showed the moments of the main character's battles with monsters of the legendary level. Now President Wilson realized that such a development is in less than 2 years, and the growth rate of Hyun's sleep was amazing. The president was interesting, the unique skill of the guy, whether it could be used in relation to other players. Unfortunately, Jackson and his people could not check this information, but they found something even more interesting. This information concerned the father of the protagonist and his neighbor Peck at Sina. Not even 2 months have passed since the player's awakening, but he has already entered the dungeon of level 100. That was not all. At present, Hyun's dream is heading a detachment of killers of the Korean Association of Players. He also gained 316 low-level players in it, but their results are currently amazing everyone. Members of the government began to study the statistics of players, amazed at the rate of their growth. And although this is not so obvious, Jackson, his people confirmed that since these players joined the main character, their overall level of characteristics has grown. This information struck all those present. The question arose that the player who demonstrated such power is Buffer. But this was not entirely true. Jackson's people came to the conclusion that Hyun's dream, like a buffer, has a skill that allows other people to increase their stats. One of the members of the government noted that Jackson is not sure what he was saying, but if it is true, then they should recruit the guy into his ranks. But it will be difficult to do somewhere, since the guy had a lot of money, and the status of the Korean Association of the Players was high. It was obvious that if the Korean government was not stupid people, then they would not let the guy just let him go. Therefore, to begin with, it will be necessary to make friends with him, and since the United States and Korea are on friendly relations, this will be possible. Jackson calculated that when necessary, they will be able to use Hyun Sona as a mercenary at any time. President Wilson believed that the best decision would be to attract the guy to their side for a long time. Jackson believed that first, you need to develop a plan how they can put pressure on the Korea government, and then the rest. Meanwhile, an active observation was carried out behind the house of the protagonist. The men decided that as soon as the guards of the association began to replace each other, they would begin to act. So, the spies noticed that the change of association agents is approaching the scene. The group commander noted that the players were about 200 levels no higher. Since the security just changed, it was possible to start the operation. They left the car with them, killed 2 guards, and moved to the house. At the same time, one of the attackers had especially the skill of opening and moving objects, so he put the guard there. Meanwhile, the main character's mother sat in the living room and watched a culinary show. She could not notice that her uninvited guests appeared about her house. The mercenary began to activate his skill. It was one of the types of mental skills, so the woman screamed and grabbed her head. But the man seemed a little to the man, and he decided to strengthen the skill. Meanwhile, other players finished dealing with security, and also went to the house. At that moment, they noticed that Hyun Sona's mother wore a special gift of her son, so they decided to aim to her feet and arms. Due to the stress experienced, the woman lost consciousness, and the mercenaries decided to kidnap her and deliver to the authorities alive. But as if the guys did not disappear, and what they did not beat the ring, it did not want to break. But after a while, the stone inside the ring cracked. But at that moment, when one of the bandits extended his hands to a woman, Hyun's dream appeared in the room, who stopped him. And then the man was very painful, since the main character launched black lightning. After the nightmare scene, the mercenaries began to run away where if only to go away from here. Only after an attempt to attack his mother, the guy was not going to let these people be alive. The group commander at that moment paralyzed with fear. This hitch was enough for the main character to kill the mercenary. Meanwhile, 3 of the bandits were able to escape by jumping out the window. But they were very mistaken, thinking that this would help them, since the guy was about to catch them. Or kill, as it goes. So for a start, Hyun had a dream released a double arrow on them. One of the men considered that it would not be difficult for them to destroy these arrows. The intention was good, only there is no performance, so the first arrow pierced the body of one of the bandits. The other was able to cut the arrow into 2 parts, but inside it there were black lightning, which seemed to be waiting for them to be released into God's light. And then everything happened according to the classics. The silence of the night tore 3 explosions in a row. After that, the main character laid his mother in bed, covered him with a blanket, and followed her condition, which was now stable. Then the young man looked at another bracelet, to make sure that everything was fine with his sister. Hyun's dream understood that Lucy would protect his mother, but it was necessary to take care of his sister and father. The girl did not need to repeat the order. She was ready to protect the members of the family of the master at the cost of her own life. Therefore, he took advantage of one of the artifacts and transferred to the store warehouse in which a group of mercenaries grabbed his sister. One of the bandits ordered the guy not to move, naively believing that he would do so. The guy looked into his sister's tearful eyes and realized that it would now be more difficult for him to resist the enemies. For the first time, the protagonist was not sure what to do. He would retreat and follow the instructions of the Chinese, or to resist. At this moment, the bandits ordered him to accept the invitation and join their subspace. The guy hesitated, so the bandit decided to press him a little. For greater persuasiveness, he put a knife to the girl's throat and let her a little blood, promising to kill if the Hyun does not fulfill their demand. The young man was going to go with them, but recalled that it was better for them not to touch or harm his sister. The guy should not worry about this, since they were not going to harm their expensive hostage. Moreover, men planned to drag the girl with them into subspace after the guy. But this did not like Hyun-sonu at all, but he had no action plan. Nevertheless, he went into someone else's subspace, which inside was a pitch darkness. It is good that the protagonist had another artifact of movement. He thought that this thing should work here. Meanwhile, the guys in the warehouse mocked the sister of the protagonist, dousing her with water, bringing it, so to speak, to feelings. The bandit commander demanded that she accept his invitation if he wants to live. The girl cried, hesitated, not knowing what to do correctly. Meanwhile, the man began to threaten her with a sword. At that moment, something that no one expected happened. The man chopped off his hand. The man himself was shocked, looking at the blood and part of the hand that was now lying on the floor. And then in the warehouse there was a branded explosion of the protagonist. The bandits did not understand where Hyun's dream could come from, because he was supposed to be in the subspace. The guy really was inside the subspace, but this did not prevent him from attacking opponents. At this moment, the main character threw the enemy with lightning from the subspace to the side. After that, the main character began to get out of the subspace. The mercenaries did not understand how this could be possible. The man clearly thought a lot of superfluous, so he got into the epicenter of the attack of a young man, although he had a chance to escape, but he did not use it. The sister was glad to understand that everything was fine with her brother. But now there was no time for sentiments, so the guy first killed the bandit that stood behind the girl. But as soon as the girl focused her gaze, she saw that her brother was not enough part of the body. Her psyche could not withstand such, so the girl lost consciousness. Meanwhile, the main person began to recover, realizing that this time he almost died. In general, he concluded that the movement from the subspace was partially well. Mom and sister of the protagonist slept after the stress experienced. He was going to leave the woman and sister, and asked Lucy to look after them so that no troubles had happened. The girl promised to protect the family of the protagonist even at the cost of his own life. Meanwhile, he drew attention to his bracelet, which signaled that something bad had happened to his father. The young man had to leave now and help the parent and his subordinate, who were in trouble. After a short moment, he disappeared, moving in space, leaving Lucy in the ward with his mother and sister. Meanwhile, a fierce battle was in the dungeon. The man in military equipment was annoyed by the fact that his opponents were quite strong and skilled. To help his partner, Hyun-gu used the firewall, forcing the enemy a few meters back a few meters. The remaining members of the criminal organization wanted to attack the father of the protagonist and his ward altogether, since it was very difficult to reduce the distance differently. Having read up to 3, they rushed to the attack. Only in vain they raised their hand to Hyun-gu, because at that moment the main character appeared on the field. And then everything happened, as always. The head of the enemies of the guy flew off his shoulders. Those who were still on their feet arose the same question: how the guy was here. No one had any answers, and his father looked at his son like a ram at a new gate, so he had never seen his child. They flew in different directions. Explosions rattled. The bandits tried to run away. Only lightning was faster than any player in this hall, so the sad end awaited them. Those who have not yet hit under the influence of the attack of the protagonist fled from all legs to the exit. Naive, the passage blocked the ice wall. Hyun was not going to let out the alive of his enemies from this dungeon. The men did not want to give up, and tried to cut down at least a small hole in the ice wall in order to leave the trap. At some point, they even did it, which inspired the hope of salvation in their hearts. Only again a mistake came out, and in front of them the main character arose from nowhere, who again attack. Now these people had to experience the power of an ice storm. For a moment the killers seemed eternity, as they began to turn into walking ice, not understanding how the guy could master the attack of this level. Those bandits who were approaching the main character also could not be envied, since he was in progress. Men used one drug that increased their strength, since they needed to win in this fight. Only against a young man, this could hardly work. In order to make sure for sure, did he activate the skill of an absolute shield. Opponents attacked him from 3 sides, while everything thundered around and exploded. By lateral vision, the young man saw how one of the bandits crept up to him from behind. He reacted in time and killed the enemy. Another tried to repeat the feat of his brother, but the main character noticed his attack. But even this did not help him avoid the first injury in this battle. This only said that he had not yet restored the dream. Nevertheless, he killed this bandit. Only now the guy realized that the drug that men swallowed made them very hardy, strong, and fast. But all the workouts that he passed before was not in vain, and this time he used hand-to-hand combat techniques in order to harm the enemy. There are 3 more killers left who were approaching a young man. At that moment, his subordinate came to the aid of the guy, who took one of the attackers. He was very strong, so with one blow he imprisoned the bandit with a stone wall. Hyun-gu, who used the attacks of the fire, burst out to help young people, buried the attackers. There were two mercenaries who understood that they were in the minority and in the far from the most profitable position. They decided that the easiest way would be to catch the father of the protagonist in order to have levers of influence on him. Only the look and voice of the young man said that they would better stop. Fear paralyzed men, so he did not freeze in place, and Hyun was able to pierce them with his black lightning. But some of them tried to injure the father of the protagonist, and then grab him hostage. Only now the man was mistaken, and Hyun Gai was in good physical shape, and was able to dodge an unexpected attack. And then everything happened as in a horror film, because a dream came into battle. Now the cave resembled Mameva, and was dotted with corpses of bandits. At that moment, when the fight was finished by a friend of the young man and his father ran to the guy, wondering if he was wounded. The main character claimed that he had no injuries, only blood performed a little. Hyun Gai was glad that his son was all right. The man could not understand why all these people attacked them, because if they listened to their speech, we could conclude that they were from China. It was really so, and Hyun's dream was about to find out the cause of the attack. Meanwhile, the main character looked at the memories of the fighters. In China, the big boss listened to the report of his subordinates on the progress of the mission. Now the young man was convinced that these people would not leave them alone. Only now the guy was not going to sit and wait for the weather by the sea. He wanted to force the Chinese to sob with bloody tears for disturbing his peaceful life. First of all, the next day the young man went to the association of the players and reported to the boss about what happened. Moreover, he perfectly understood that the Chinese attacked his family with the aim of blackmail, forcing him to leave South Korea and go to China. Hyun's dream also assumed that in case of failure, they had an order to kill him in place. Having checked all the necessary information, the young man killed all the attackers, not leaving a single alive, as from the traces of what happened. The director of the guild, in which he realized that Hyun was a dream of their trump card, so they have no right, allow him to become a member of other associations. The head of the association did not understand why Hyun's dream did not want to stay safe at the association headquarters. The main character did not trust anyone, however. He told the man that he would use his proposal. The man was sincerely sorry that the guy had to face the like. Well, since this happened, the Association of South Korea players will make every effort to provide his family with the protection of high-ranking players. The main character thanked the boss for the honor and kindness. Having finished with his affairs in the association, the young man returned home, where Lucy was already waiting for him. Since she often gave him very valuable tips, and this time Hyun, a dream, asked her how best to make his revenge. Yes, he was one of his advantages, a curtain of darkness, but the guy understood that this skill could not completely hide his personality. If so, then the girl offered her candidacy to complete this task. He was not going to let her do something like that, because to implement his plan, a psychometry skill was needed, so he had to do everything himself. Nevertheless, Lucy did not want to let him go alone and wanted to go with him. He was glad to hear it, but asked her to stay in South Korea, and in any way to defend his family. In addition, she had another very important mission, namely the sale of electronics. The girl understood that no one could deal with this task except for her, so she agreed. After that, the young man began to ponder his plan. The answer to the main question, he decided to look for objects in the store. At this moment, he saw a rather interesting proposal. A form for the transformation of a person wings. That is, the buyer could transform into a man lurk, and, if desired, return to the original appearance. But the price of this item was not small. It was also possible to choose a goblin, kobold, orc, but the cheapest person was a person wing, whose seller was a regular buyer of the protagonist. At this moment, the guy perfectly understood that if he acquires a similar item, then the chances of being learned would be reduced almost to zero. Yes, definitely, this purchase was not cheap. Nevertheless, Hyun could have acquired much more than losing now. She went for several days, and reporters reported that Chinese secret agents who entered the territory of the country who attempted to abduct an attempt, after which they were killed at the scene. Meanwhile, the assistant entered the office of the director of the Southern Korean Association of Players and said that Captain Choi Hyun Sleep announced for some time about the termination of the hunt and left the place of temporary residence. Then he took his family and moved to a single house in Pandio, where high-level players lived. This house, according to the assistant, was not far from the buildings of large guilds and associations. The guild director understood that in such an expensive area, it would be relatively safe, and the protagonist can be understood, given what he had already gone through. The protagonist has already arrived in China in the province of Zealand and found a place that he was looking for. Hyun's dream was quite skillfully able to change his appearance and decided to come here at night. Now he was in his hotel room and reflected on the fact that Inukuso was very useful, as he gave him a real passport, and not a fake. The young man changed clothes. He understood that, taking into account the fact that there was a certain similarity between the Christman and the ordinary person, but in China, he was like an ordinary Japanese journalist. But now it was necessary to start the second phase of the operation, namely, turn into a person rat. After a few seconds, an ordinary person turned into a huge and terrible creature, similar to a monster. Having examined himself from head to toe, the guy realized that this was the perfect option for making his plan. Surprisingly, this reincarnation not only changed its appearance, but also provided weapons. After some time, Hyun had a dream reach the room, which he looked at in the morning. Getting inside, he realized that inside it was more and more decrepit than he had imagined. But there was a huge number of high-ranking players. It was obvious that members of this organization acted even against their citizens, exclusively their interests. After observing them, the young man summed up. He needed to kill 27 people. Among these people were those who possessed skills at the level of a good ranker. He decided to kill them all with one blow, so he came out of the shadow. The men were not that surprised, but in full shock from the fact that a rat man appeared in their warehouse. Since they thought too long, the main character killed several people with one blow. The rest of the players did not even have time to notice when the young man inflicted death wounds on them. One of the commanders came to life and came to his senses, ordering everyone else to kill the monster. Only the main character killed him first. Several players activated their magical attacks, directing them to the man Christ. The ice rocket and the coercion chain did not work, and after a few seconds the men lost their heads. The main character destroyed the rest of the bad people with his black lightning. After some time, only traces on the floor remained from them and nothing more. Several warehouse workers in civilian clothes decided to check what was happening indoors, but when they opened the doors, they were stunned from the picture seen. The room was flooded with blood. The event that occurred in the secret shelter, where 27 high-ranking agents hid, was discussed at a closed government meeting. One of those present believed that the shootout in the government premises was the work of the traitor from the Mongol region. Well, but how they could resist such a big difference in strength? A gray-haired man believed that Hyun was involved in this strange business. This assumption caused a wave of conversations among other government members. If we assume that this is true, then this means that the main character somehow could move unnoticed through the territory of China. It was as unpleasant to recognize this, but such a probability still existed. It was worth only analyzing the results of the investigation. Indeed, the use of the ats of the lightning element was obvious, so the question arose that there really are so many players who can use this type of attacks. Unfortunately for many, it was more than real. I had to officially admit that they had a problem in the form of Hyun-sun. In addition, there was a report on the investigation of the incident, so everyone waited for their employee to acquaint with him. The man reported that after using a number of skills, they managed to establish the events that occurred in a conspiratorial apartment. What happened there? No one was interested in. Everyone was worried about the question. He did this the main character or someone else? The speaker did not understand the question, so the man with the scar had to be repeated. He was interested in a criminal. Was a hut of a dream from the Korean Association of Players or not? Now the question was clear, but the answer of everyone was a little puzzled, since the investigators came to the conclusion that not a person killed all those people, but a monster. This really turned out to be an unexpected turn of events, as they had already found a scapegoat. The young man continued the report, and said that after evaluating his battle, as well as the abilities of regeneration, we could conclude that it was an unusual monster and a legendary rank. This news was worse than the one that Hyun had a dream. Meanwhile, the main character sat at the hotel and studied documents about the plans of the association, as well as official instructions. But they did not scare him, because the more enemies he had, the better for his army. Moreover, he now knew everything about China's most powerful players. The guy planned to destroy these people one after another. Not so long ago, a huge humanoid rat attacked a group of players. Men could not even resist, really, as they turned out to be corpses. The monster simply turned their heads into a mess. There were at least 5 more players in the room, which was watched by the protagonist in the form of a rat man. Players did not even feel threats, so it was easy to kill them, because the level could be increased by killing not only monsters, but also high-ranking players. The battle was unequal, and the players had no chance against the young man. Besides, he attacked them only because they were highly ranking and collected in one place. The news was like that, so silence hung in the office, and everyone thought about what to do next. Meanwhile, the crying man came to the warehouse. Strange, but it was dark there, and not a single living soul was visible, although many people should have gathered here. The protagonist dreamed of killing everyone at a time, but something went wrong. He was angry that someone broke his plan, because each transformation cost him 30 billion cents. Suddenly, he found a note left for him. In general, the destruction of agents was a great way to earn billions of planes. Meanwhile, the house of one of the officials was well guarded. The man inside was assembled and decided to drink a cup of tea, but he still did not know that he became the goal of the protagonist. The picture in the house was similar to a picture in a conspiratorial apartment. Now it became clear that the Chrysum man gathered high-level players in one place and killed. He was glad that today it would be a little busy. Then he left this house. A new day came, and the bosses were again furious as the crying man attacked another house and killed everyone in it. After all the attacks, they lost about 100 agents. The question was how much they would lose today, and even worse tomorrow. In addition, the problem was that they could not track the enemy's movements. The boss froze. He already doubted that the cause of the murder was the monster, so he wanted to know if it could be a man. He could not get rid of the feeling that it was a person who turned into a monster. No, of course, there were players with a similar skill, but there were very few of them in the world. Only now people with this skill could not use the spectrum of attacks that the crying man used. Indeed, they could not concentrate all their stats around the magical power, and to maintain a long transformation for a long time. Therefore, 3 hours were the maximum that they could stay in animal uniforms. But this time they had a video of the attacks of the human cry-up, and they decided to view it all together. This video proved that the crying man was in an active form of the beast for more than 8 hours, which for a conventional transformation was impossible. Therefore, it remained to believe that the monster was attacked. From these news and confusion, the boss went crazy. The evening came and the crying man tracked the high-ranking agents. So, at the front entrance, there were 2 agents hidden under the skill of invisibility. He could not determine the level of forces and skills of all 100 people inside the building, but he was sure that Minister Wang Jingguang was exactly there. The main character decided for himself that if something goes wrong, then he would attack first, and then he would run away. To do this, he used the skill flicker, and moved from the roof of the house right behind the back to 2 agents at the entrance. The men did not hear his appearance, so they died from the cruel blows of the main character. During the game of some gates, 3 more high-ranking players watched from their positions. They were sure that they would be able to take Hyun-sun by surprise and win by attacking from an ambush. To increase the chances of victory, they attacked the Guy Krisa together. The attempts of opponents to prepare for battle looked funny for the protagonist. He was hundreds of times faster, so it was not difficult for him to dodge the attack. But now it was his turn to counterattack. The players below was swallowed by the flame of black lightning of Hyun-sona in the form of a rat. All players, without exception, were dead after a couple of minutes. Some from lightning, some of the guy's sword. Nevertheless, this was not yet the end, since a new group of players hurried to help comrades. One of the attackers applied a mental skill on the main character, but he instantly suppressed him with the help of an adamant spirit. Then he killed a couple of his enemies. The guy's eyes shone with excitement. He realized that now he really became much stronger than he was at the very beginning. At that moment, another group of decisively players appeared on his way. But for the protagonist, they were no more than bugs, so he jumped and attacked them from above, using lightning. Seeing the scale of the attack, the guys realized that they had come to an end. Unfortunately, they were not mistaken, since it was impossible to survive after such an explosion. After himself, Hyun had only the mountains of corpses and devastation, but at the same time proudly went to his goal. Suddenly he stopped, realizing that he had a trap because of his arrogance. The problem was that the person who went towards the main character deactivated a number of his skills, such as flickering, transformation, and others. Now Hyun-sonu had to fight with high-ranking players a little naked hands. The players did not expect that they would have to lure a man-cover in a trap, but now they saw him with their own eyes. Mabon-suk, president of the Chinese Association of Players, laughed, since they finally could catch him. Some of the players did not understand why they installed a magic barrier now, and how he would help them. But there was no time left for conversation. Mr. Ma gave the order to attack the enemy. True, the players were in no hurry to fulfill the order of the boss, as they were afraid of the person Krisu more than him. While the men around were gossiping that their boss was not friends with their heads and lost precious time, Hyun had a dream climbed into his subspace and took out several objects that he swallowed. He needed to break the magic bonds as soon as possible and escape from this place. His plan was almost successful. After swallowed substances, his speed increased, and he practically reached the window. This forced local players to recover. They decided that it was time for them to join the battle. But it was too late, since Hyun had a dream cut their throats. Although the main character managed to resist the opponents, but some vile foreboding did not leave him, and it did not let him down. In his way to the goal was a beautiful player scared into death. No matter how he would like to leave her alive, but he did not do this, because his life is more expensive. The guy could not afford to die here. At that moment, 2 strong players blocked the path to him. But they could not even try to attack the guy. He first killed them. It was his personal small war and hell. Suddenly there was a player who was able to very much hurt the main character. Far attacks with the use of magic, similar to shots, worked on Hyun Sonya, and even inflicted a certain damage. But he was still stronger and faster so far, so he also killed this group of opponents. Since magic did not help, the tanks decided to stop the guy with the power of their bodies. But it was obvious that the power of the protagonist was many times more than them, so no matter how they were torn, they could not restrain him. After a while, the guy broke through this line of defense. Hyun Sonu was interesting for many of them or not. Besides, it seemed to him that he had already eliminated enemies in his way. At that moment, he activated the skill of Berserk. The main character from head to toe was in the blood of his opponents. The tanks tried to restrain him again, but did not expect his instant reincarnation. After a couple of seconds, they died from blood loss. The main character cut their throat and ran forward to his goal. Mages tried to block his path using fire spells. But the young man ran just neatly between two fiery rays released into him. At the same time, he killed two more opponents. But now he understood that his tactics were too risky. But it was necessary to tolerate a little more, because there was nothing left for the exit. But this time he miscalculated, and someone belittled him with two power rays. After that, the strongest explosion thundered. Mr. Ma thought that the victory was in their pocket, so he ordered everyone to leave the room. He wanted to admire the result of the work done. Besides, two high-ranking magicians covered his back. True, he began to open champagne early, since Hyun was alive, cutting a flame with a sword. The man was sure that these were the enemy's latest attempts to survive, and after a few seconds he would fold his hands. Perhaps the guy did not have many trump cards left, but he did not think to give up. From the subspace, he took out all his books of skills, since he had no other choice. To get out of here, he studied a bunch of passive skills. Now the young man was again ready to clear his way to the goal, that is, to the exit. But for starters, he attacked from a long distance of people who destroyed his perfect plan. A few seconds later, a new group of players died in terrible torment. There is not such a large number of frightened players on the feet. Not surprising, because not every day you could see a huge tornado of black lightning in front of you. Mr. Ma continued to demand from them to attack the protagonist, and under no circumstances to retreat. True, the young man was not going to retreat. At that moment, an elderly man realized how unequal their strengths were. Before his eyes, all his best employees lost parts of the body and died. Even during the Cataclysms, a man did not see such a battle, and now everything around was in blood and corpses. And Mr. Ma, as the last coward, tried to run away. His cowardly back was covered by three high-ranking players, two of whom were magicians. After some time, the battle ended, and Hyun's dream came to his senses in a room similar to the sewer. He could no longer support the transformation, so he took his previous look, while he began to check his status window. Yes, many indicators after the battle decreased, but on the other hand, the stats increased. For the murder of high-level players, he received new titles, and with them an increase in stats. But this happened a little differently. Obviously, he received more buns than for monsters. He could not act in his current state yet, so he decided to sit, waiting for everything to return a little. Somehow, the guy got to the hotel, a new day came. He read the news, and understood that he had plunged China into a state of chaos. By and large, he came here to kill Minister Wang, so he wanted to do it quickly and return home. In one of the articles, the guy read that the minister was isolated at home. It was necessary to come up with a plan, so Hyun's sleep fell on the bed. There were no ideas, so he decided to sleep now and kill the minister at night. The night came. The minister Wang sat at his place, was indignant, and drank. He did not understand why he should follow this absurd instruction. He was guarded by specially trained people, but the man was depressed, not understanding what he was doing here at all and why. But the mistake came out right away. The guard was not security, so the minister was tried to put up. Nevertheless, the man had not yet fallen asleep, and one of the attackers was convinced that in front of them, Wang Jin Guang. And then everything happened as in a cheap movie. The attackers decided to hang him on the foliage in the living room. The minister tried to weaken the loop, because he did not want to die in this way. He mentally asked all the gods of the world to save his sinful soul. He had no more strength left for resistance, so he was slowly dying. Suddenly the man saw that someone had chopped off his head of the killers. A second later, the second bandit was killed by the main character. The young man also cut the loop, and the minister fell to the floor, trying to catch his breath and recover. Nevertheless, he did not expect that he would not be saved by guard, but by the crying man. The protagonist did not have time to say or do anything. How out of fear, Minister Wang Jin Guang lost consciousness. Hyun did not think a dream that the minister of China would not be a fighter, but a sour young lady. Hyun's dream began to study the documents. Everything was, as he thought, this man was a secret agent, which means he would be useful again. To begin with, it was necessary to bring him to his senses, so the guy stabbed him with his claw. Nothing happened. Since this did not work, he decided to tickle the man's nose and the nose of his tail, but this did not help either. The minister asked himself, so he painfully received his paw in the face. Great. But the pain brought him to his senses, though now he sat, cried, and rubbed his cheek. The secret agent is called. The young man was in cultural shock from this picture. But while Hyan was not going to kill him, but to use it. Yes. So he showed him a document that took out the killers from his pocket and asked him to get acquainted with him. With each new line read, the man changed his face more and more. Meanwhile, the main character activated his skill rage, and then the minister suffered, he shouted, outraged, and did not believe that he could have done so unfairly. It was a necessary reaction, so the guy invited a man to take revenge over the offenders. Hyan's dream incensed the minister to open all the corruption schemes of the people who ordered his murder, to put them on the internet, thus annoy them in full. The minister no longer controlled himself, and this idea seemed to him the best of all possible. Moreover, under the influence of the skill of the protagonist, he went to bring her to life. In truth, Hyun Sleep did not think that these skills would be so effective. It was about 6 in the morning. The minister actively typed the text on the laptop. The young man watched this, and constantly raised it. They say, "You have to do it yourself. Pass information to reporters. Publish it on the forums." He did so, and in the morning a crowd of journalists of different orders gathered near his house. The man put himself in order, and in complete combat readiness went to them. He claimed that he did nothing on his own, but only followed the party's policy and its orders. All the time spent at the post, he looked like a devoted dog who fulfilled the wishes of his master, but yesterday the party ordered him to be killed. For clarity, he demonstrated to reporters a secret document that proved his case. It was a sensation. Everyone photographed the document and the minister, about to go on the air right now. Today was a holiday for journalists. They saw several secret documents, among them orders for murders, as well as fake wills, which were the work of party officials. The minister assured that he could no longer sit, fold, and wait for death. He should put an end to corruption in China. At that moment, in front of dozens of journalists who led the air from the scene, someone shot the minister. Then a strong explosion thundered, who threw back the journalists aside. If the murder was the hands of the Chinese government, then the explosion was made by Hyun Sleep, so that no one could catch it. So half of his mission was completed. Only the director of the Chinese Association of Players remained. And that one had problems, since he had to prove that he had nothing to do with what happened. On the one hand, the interlocutor believed him, but on the other, there was no one else to crank it all. But even so, the man promised to defend his comrade as long as it would be possible. It is clear that this service was not out of kindness of sincere, so the director of the association promised to send a good gift to the interlocutor. The conversation ended and both men hung up. The situation as a whole was disgusting since the minister was to die quietly, but he created such a mess. The director was angry. Even alcohol did not help this time calm his nerves. But he was sure that if the players support him, then he could eliminate all his enemies. At that moment, Hyun's dream appeared in the office. He was curious how a man was going to change the situation in his favor. The director now wore a suit and sat in a comfortable chair. But before he hunted monsters, so he heard an unfamiliar voice. He immediately reacted and attacked the guest. But it was a waste of energy and time, so the protagonist warned him that if he wanted to survive, he should lower the weapon. After all, while the young man was in a good mood and was ready to make a deal. But if the director continues to behave poorly, demonstrating hostility to him, then he will have no choice but to kill him, because this was his original plan. A surprise, the monster was not a monster and could speak human language. The director quickly pulled himself together and asked what the main character needed. Hyun Sleep was ready to kill the entire leadership of the party for a man. An interesting proposal, but then the question arose, what the director should do in response. Everything is simple. He will have to sign one mysterious document. It was not just a document, but a soul contract. If a man signed him, he will become a puppet of the protagonist until the end of his life. Hyun did not see the problem in this, because he did much more useful things for the opponent than he for him. In addition, it was a contract for a term of 10 years, after which the man will be free. And during the contract, the guy will not be able to harm the director, except to help him. Of course, everything sounded very tempting and convincing, but the man understood that if the guy kills the entire leadership of the country, then his chance to get real power is too small. It would be so, but the director will become a hero who will kill the Kraisu man who sowed chaos in China. For this, they will play a small scene, nothing more. And if everything goes according to plan, then the players and residents of China will look at him as at God. It sounded very convincing. Besides, the man wanted a very strong power. After a couple of moments, the soul contract was signed. After all these manipulations, the document in the finished form returned to the main character. At this moment, Mr. Ma received a strange notification from the system, not quite understanding its meaning. It was not necessary to worry very much about this, since with the help of this tool, he would become stronger. If so, then the man immediately agreed with all the conditions. Indeed, it was worth Ma Bon Juice to accept the conditions. He felt a surge of forces that had not been for a long time. But the main character did not like how Mr. Ma speaks, so he reminded him that if he wants to show his loyalty, he should begin to speak correctly. The man thought he was smarter than a guy, and until the contract would end, he would take him as much strength as he could. Only he did not know that there was the opposite side of the contract, namely the relationship of the Lord and the subordinate, which were eternal. The whole month has passed since those events, and all members of the ruling party gathered for the conference. In addition to them, Mr. Ma was to be present here. Hyun did not expect to dream of such good luck, but the heavens have always been favorable to him. One of the accompanying Mr. Ma was the main character. The man rejoiced at such an excellent coincidence. Now the guy could kill everyone at a time. Nevertheless, the director was afraid that it would take a lot of time. Besides, officials would begin to run away from fear. But Hyun was sure that they would not have such an opportunity. In addition, there were few conference guards players, so his task was not so complicated. Everyone took their places, and the main character realized that the time for the show had come. Suddenly, two men were wary as they noticed that someone unauthorizedly used magic, but they did not have time to think of their thoughts as they lost their heads. The magic beam cut off his head and man at the rostrum. It is obvious that it was the hands of terrorists. Now the rest of the players who were in the hall joined the battle. The only thing they managed to do was to undermine the speaker that they considered a source of danger. The frightened members of the government really began to run away from the audience. But at that moment, a person Christ appeared in the room, who killed the guards who resisted him. On the rest he applied one of his skills. People froze in place, and how they did not try to move, they did not succeed. Seeing that the main character got to them, the men realized that they had come to an end. And this, though it was like the guy seeded his path to the goal again with corpses, and flooded with blood. The players who were in the hall tried to use magic, because they did not have their usual equipment, which reduced the chances of victory. Meanwhile, Hyun's dream called his crown reception, Black Lightning. But the local players were quite weak, since they could be killed even with their bare hands. Security, government members, and players tried to run away until the guy noticed them. Meanwhile, Mr. Ma entered the game, who urged people not to run away from danger, but to look her eyes boldly. He called to kill the main character here and now, if they do not want to turn China into ruins. Therefore, in order to save civilians, they must now put their lives on the con and prevent the monster to win. At this moment, Hyun's dream realized that Mr. Ma should work in the theater. Oscar would definitely receive. Surprisingly, by his speeches, the man motivated many players. They were ready to fight. Yes, and he himself in the forefront began to protect cities and civilians from the protagonist. The fight began, leading to a large explosion in the center of the room. Mr. Ma bravely fought with Hyun Sona, although the latter was not even half-hearted, but less. Other players noticed that the protagonist became slower, and suggested that he had recovered after the last battle. Having believed in himself, the men decided to help his leader defeat the young man. Everything went smoothly as he had previously planned Hyun's sleep. It was time to move on to the final chords, so he created another explosion. Then he and Mr. Ma transferred himself to the street so that people see their battle. It is expected that all passers began to shoot what was happening on their mobile phones. Further, Mr. Ma made the appearance that he was attacking the protagonist, that no one could make out inside the vortex. Meanwhile, Hyun's sleep took out a bag and poured its contents to the ground. Therefore, when a whirlwind died down, people could see a bunch of different objects on Earth, and the proud of Mr. Ma. Nobody could not believe in the success of the battle. People rejoiced that the director of the association saved their lives and killed the crying man. The plan was a success, and the man accepted with an important type of congratulations.